Chapter 151. The situation wasn't good. Lian Xiao and the others hadn't anticipated anything going wrong. She and Zhao Liqing had both chosen the most versatile Henwu mech. To put it nicely, it was a classic main attack model. To put it bluntly, its stats were mediocre, suitable for beginners. Defeating the protozoan with a Henwu was a pipe dream. Maybe the situation isn't that bad, Lian Xiao reassured his teammates as the Tower of Babel was built, but he wasn't sure. Perhaps the system bug will be fixed soon, and Echo will notice the anomaly when he returns to the training room. Although it was just wishful thinking, Zhao Liqing and Gu Chanfeng nodded gravely. The control room of the garbage ship was small, and the fully formed protozoan nearly touched the ceiling. Such a behemoth, yet it conjured up words like beauty and elegance. From its feathery antennae, its jewel-like compound eyes, its drooping wings, to its legs with barbed bony protrusions, it was all imbued with an incredible beauty. The next second, the protozoan teleported before the three of them. It wasn't a flash, but rather the protoworm's speed was simply too fast, so fast that human visual systems couldn't even register its movements. There was a clang of metal, and Gu Chanfeng reacted, raising his sword to block. Even with Red Dragon wielding both swords, he couldn't withstand the impact. The entire mech rubbed against the ground rapidly, and it flung itself backward, smashing the control panel. Sparks flew, and the battered junk ship shook violently, lashing out left and right like a tantrum. The protoworm, however, used only one leg to deal with Red Dragon. Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing dodged in time, avoiding being caught. Without a moment to exchange words, Lian Xiao turned and slashed at the protoworm's wings with his sword, while Zhao Liqing hurriedly reloaded. The base of the wings is a common weakness among these high-level Zerg, but Lian Xiao didn't have time to leap and find his angle. He watched as Lion's Roar's blade edged ever closer to Gu Chanfeng. As the knife slid across the wing surface, Lian Xiao felt as if he had struck a smooth, tough piece of glass. Not only did it leave no mark, but tiny cracks appeared on the blade's edge. The hardest alloy developed by the reserve division couldn't even match the wings of a prototype Zerg. Lion's Roar trembled as it pressed against the Red Dragon's throat. The prototype Zerg had been dormant for far too long. Even if it could slice through a Red Dragon like a hot knife through butter, it didn't want to lose its joy of activity so soon. And as fate would have it, Gu Chanfeng wouldn't be the first to die. At that moment, a bullet whirled out, striking the prototype Zerg's left wing. The shooter didn't let up. Bullet after bullet flew, piercing the prototype's head, thorax, and abdomen. The trembling Lion's Roar, slicing through the Red Dragon's throat armor, paused for a moment. Gu Chanfeng, seizing the moment, roared furiously, and pushed the protozoan, pinning the Red Dragon forward. The fire from the burning control panel spread to the Red Dragon, then quickly died out. The temperature in the cabin plummeted, and the protozoan was covered in a pale, icy crust. Zhao Liqing wasn't firing ordinary bullets, but special bullets developed by the reserve department that possess a rapid freezing effect. When the shells exploded upon impact, the unstable coolant absorbed heat intensely, instantly causing the local temperature to reach over 100 degrees below zero. It worked. After firing so many freezing bullets, the protozoan's exoskeleton remained undamaged, but its movement was noticeably slowed. Bearing the oncoming chill, the three men attacked simultaneously from three directions. Gu Chanfeng leaped, ready to pierce the Zerg's head. Lian Xiao turned and aimed at the base of its frost-covered wings, attempting to cut a hole and allow Zhao Liqing to unleash a freezing bullet into its soft flesh. The ice crumbled into dust, and amidst the shimmering ice particles, Gu Chanfeng suddenly caught the look in the protozoan's eyes. From this angle, the protozoan, slowed down by the freezing bullet, possessed a glimmer of divine compassion in its compound eyes. This compassion enveloped them like a soft, unfurling blanket. Time unnoticed slowed, and the tension and agitation coursing through their veins calmed. But soon, Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng regained their composure from this strange peace, and continued to roar at the protozoan, their Lion's Roar and slicing knives sinking lightly into the protozoan's flesh. Bang! The bullet flew out. But it was Lian Xiao's slicing knife that struck. Zhao Liqing's shot, fired at a super-close range of several meters, unexpectedly missed. The alloy fractured under the combined effects of the rapid cooling and the kinetic energy of the bullet, and a small fragment of the blade shattered within the prototype insect's body. Zhao Liqing couldn't believe her eyes, but she quickly calmed herself and fired at the prototype insect's head. This time, the shot deflected again, striking the Red Dragon's mechanical arm directly. You can't resist my mental power. At this critical moment of life and death, the prototype insect actually spoke. With a single movement, it shook off the ice and easily toppled the Red Dragon, its movements as graceful as if it were adjusting a skirt. Its compound eyes stared directly at Zhao Liqing. After a moment's stalemate, Zhao Liqing, dazed, lowered the gun. Human mental power is too low, it said. As you're used to calling it, even humans with A-level mental power can't resist my mental power. It's like your compatriots beneath the snowy mountains, clearly aware of the danger of the Zerg awakening, yet, as if irrationally oblivious, they've forgotten it. That's the influence of my kindred psychic power at work. It spoke, tilting its head. So, Zhao Liqing, whose Zerg language was barely fluent, understood its meaning. If I so desire, I can also use my psychic power to command you to destroy this ship and commit suicide. The Proto-Zerg spoke, each word clearly. Now, do you accept your fate? Despair? Lian Xiao had faced countless life-or-death situations, but she had never felt so desperate. Battle plans surfaced in her mind, each one rejected. Physically and mentally, the Proto-Zerg's strength was overwhelming and suffocating. It hadn't even considered this a battle from the start. Perhaps the Zerg Mother Goddess truly was fair. The longer the Proto-Zerg remained dormant, the more vulnerable they were, and the more powerful they would be upon awakening. Mother Goddess. Lian Xiao's eyes lit up for a moment, and then, without hesitation, he launched a psychic attack on the Proto-Zerg. They didn't know the Proto-Zerg's weakness, but the Zerg Mother Goddess surely did. Veto. With those words, the mental energy that had just entered the Proto-Zerg's mental pathway was cut off. Instantly, Lian Xiao's surging mental energy crashed against a cliff face, finding no opening to penetrate. The Proto-Zerg gazed down at the three mechas from above, each one pulled by countless abstract threads. From its perspective, the shuttle was tirelessly generating its next fate. The first to die would be Zhao Liqing. It would use its mental energy to break through the Tower of Babel barrier and manipulate her to pierce the junk ship. The closest one would be hurled into outer space and die. The second to die was Gu Chanfeng. It would use human-forged weapons to crush his heart and dismantle his mecha. The last to die was Lian Xiao. She had tried countless times to answer the Mother Goddess's call from a near-death state. The last time, it fulfilled her wish, but before the Mother Goddess could reveal her message, its mental power had already shattered her brain. This was Lian Xiao's fate after she refused to become a messenger. The prototype insect did not want to kill. It did not abhor killing, nor did it find pleasure in creating death. It acted because it was a believer in the Mother Goddess, a believer in fate. It began to make fate a reality. But at this moment, Lian Xiao rushed forward and unexpectedly took control of Zhao Liqing. The prototype insect was confused for a few seconds. It did not know how Lian Xiao had predicted this. Just as it was about to take control of Zhao Liqing, Lian Xiao interrupted it. Why? It glanced up at the silk threads. Lian Xiao's action had caused them to deviate slightly. It was the first time it had seen such a thing. Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing, having escaped a sudden disaster, barely managed to stand up before the prototype insect lashed out with its limbs. In a panic, the two mechas rolled over, their bodies entangled and tumbling, leaving deep wounds where they had been lying. The prototype insect's limbs were like staples, chasing them, pitting them to the floor. Elsewhere, Gu Chanfeng released the Red Dragon's restraints. Lian Xiao also sensed that, ever since the prototype insect's awakening, the Red Dragon, which had been suppressed by the barrier, was stirring. How strange. Something happened that caught Gu Chanfeng off guard. The Red Dragon, completely beyond his control, began to move on its own. With a mighty leap, it leaped directly onto the back of the protozoan, gripping the lion's roar weapon horizontally and restraining the protozoan like a bridle. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Gu Chanfeng's chin. He knew full well he couldn't attack with such swiftness and precision. He had never been able to unleash the Red Dragon's terrifying power. And even as resolute as Gu Chanfeng was, he could barely resist the utter ecstasy and intoxication of restraining the protozoan. The Red Dragon seemed incredibly familiar with the protozoan's attack patterns, successfully preventing it from further attacking Zhao Liqing. Lian Xiao, having just escaped danger, was about to terminate her deep connection with Gu Chanfeng. The Red Dragon had lost control. Although the Red Dragon had temporarily trapped the protozoan, allowing them to escape, she couldn't risk Gu Chanfeng's safety. Lian Xiao still remembered her conversation with Teresa. It was precisely because of the deep connection between her and Gu Chanfeng that the Red Dragon had repeatedly been given the opportunity to fully awaken. The Red Dragon leaped, lion's roar in one hand, repeatedly hacking at the protozoan's exoskeleton from bottom to top. A knee strike struck the protozoan's head, sending the beautiful giant worm's head lurching back, its body swaying for the first time. The protozoan's head bent at an odd angle, watching the Red Dragon as it was about to strike it again. A look of understanding crossed its face, and it whispered something. At the same time, Lian Xiao gasped. She hurried to disconnect the deep connection, but Gu Chanfeng stopped her. Not only that, Gu Chanfeng silently and gradually released all of the red dragon's restraints. Enough. Lian Xiao growled, Gu Chanfeng, you're crazy. She charged at the fiercely fighting red dragon, attempting to lull its self-consciousness to sleep through the Tower of Babel. Gu Chanfeng smiled. Trust me, he said. I stay. You and Zhao Liqing go first. With that, he released the last of the red dragon's restraints. Lian Xiao was furious. She rarely lost her cool. Why, in every life or death situation with Gu Chanfeng, did he always want to stay and be the one sacrificed? If everyone's lives weren't hanging by a thread, Lian Xiao would have wanted to rush over and grab Gu Chanfeng and demand, did he distrust his teammates, or was he just too used to playing the hero? However, Lian Xiao's heart sank uncontrollably. She had just tried to sever the connection with Gu Chanfeng, but now she truly couldn't sense his consciousness. There was only one explanation for this situation. The red dragon had taken over Gu Chanfeng's consciousness. The freed red dragon roared, and the moment it collided with the prototype insect, intermittent warnings rang out. That was the warning from the Tianjita system. Warning! Warning! System failure. System disruption. The instance is about to be forced to collapse. Chapter 152. The edge of the dungeon, beyond sight, was gradually crumbling with warning cries. The distance between celestial bodies was breaking through its limits, and smaller ones were ripped into tiny pieces. It was as if someone had shaken the cardboard box of the universe. The meteorites beneath the junk ship collided with each other like tiny steel balls in a cardboard box, emitting countless dazzling flashes. The celestial collapse could not match the speed at which the darkness engulfed the dungeon. Wherever the darkness that overwhelmed the universe reached, it plunged that area into endless darkness, like a rising black tide, gradually shrinking and surrounding the junk ship. Inside the junk ship, the battle between the red dragon and the protozoan intensified. Completely out of control, the red dragon showed no fear against the protozoan, which was much larger than itself. It leaped, punched, and slammed into the protozoan's compound eyes, every movement and every timing perfectly timed. The three of them, despite their best efforts, had failed to inflict any damage on the protozoan. But in just a few seconds, the red dragon succeeded. Dark green blood oozed between the wings of the prototype insect, and the red dragon, scenting the blood, grew even more excited. Its attack speed was so fast that it was almost invisible. Lian Xiao felt that the mech was performing a frantic dance. To make matters worse, Gu Chanfeng in the core module never responded to Lian Xiao's calls. The two men were anxious and tried several times to rush forward to stop the battle, but both were too fast. They were like people trying to rush into the center of a storm, torn apart by the storm in the next second. Oddly, the prototype insect did not resist fiercely. Both it and the red dragon seemed to be extremely familiar with each other's attacks, like the left hand familiar with the right hand. Warning! Warning! Instance 001 is about to be force closed. Amidst the blaring alarms, the long out-of-control garbage ship spiraled downward. Its bottom brushed lightly against the impacting meteorite, but before it even got close, it was melted through by the intense heat. In the final seconds before the garbage ship plunged into the blazing river of fire, the image froze on the red dragon and the protozoan, embracing each other in midair. The instance was forcibly closed. In the training cabin, Lian Xiao jolted awake with a sudden drop, his heart pounding against his ribs. She manually opened the training cabin door and nearly vomited inside. It took a long time for Lian Xiao to overcome the dizziness and nausea. A few seconds before the instance ended, the garbage ship spiraled, and they were like being spun in a washing machine. But thankfully, they survived. As the protozoan's prediction of fate failed, one of the training cabin doors was still closed, and Gu Chanfeng hadn't emerged yet. Lian Xiao stumbled, and Zhao Liqing manually pushed the door open. Fortunately, the Tianjita system copy had concluded, otherwise external force would have been unable to force open the active training cabin. The hatch opened, revealing a pale face. Lian Xiao's mind instantly cleared. The air conditioning temperature was too low, making her shiver. Quicker than her mind, her hand touched Gu Chanfeng's. This time, unlike the last time on the snowy mountain, Gu Chanfeng's fingers felt as cold as ice in her palm. His chest remained still, and Lian Xiao placed her fingers on Gu Chanfeng's equally cold neck, searching for a pulse. Even on the other side, Zhao Liqing rolled up her sleeves, preparing to perform CPR, but saw Lian Xiao already pressing on Gu Chanfeng's chest. "Are you okay?" Zhao Liqing hesitated. Lian Xiao didn't even have the energy to reply, mechanically pressing until a hand suddenly stopped her. I'm fine, Gu Chanfeng said, coughing. Instantly, Lian Xiao felt herself back on the ground, the surrounding temperature warming. She gasped and tried to withdraw her hand, but Gu Chanfeng tightened his grip. Gu Chanfeng smiled wearily, looking up into Lian Xiao's eyes, and repeated, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Lian Xiao only then realized how trembling his fingertips were. She pushed Gu Chanfeng aside and stood up, her tone stern. "Don't get too cocky. I'm worried about you." If Gu Chanfeng hadn't been as pale as a vampire, Lian Xiao would have wanted to kick him out of frustration. Lian Xiao was furious. Gu Chanfeng had insisted on releasing the red dragon even though he knew it was problematic. He had nearly died, countless harsh words rushed to her lips, but she forced them back. She now realized that Gu Chanfeng wasn't as strong and indestructible as he appeared. He possessed an uncommon sense of self-sacrifice. Thinking back to the military exercises and the snowy mountains, Gu Chanfeng's subconscious seemed to constantly drive him to sacrifice himself, to play the role of saving others. Gu Chanfeng had an abnormal tendency towards self-destruction. Lian Xiao's face was wooden. If things continued as they were, she had no doubt that Gu Chanfeng would end up sacrificing himself to save others, becoming a hero who died young, either for her or for someone else. But looking at Gu Chanfeng's frail yet still handsome face, Lian Xiao shamefully softened her heart. You can't assault a patient. You can't damage academy property. Lian Xiao, a highly qualified young man, launched a powerful kick. A small outburst of anger, fiercely kicking the training room wall. At this moment, Iko, who had returned on time, added to the confusion. Hello? Is something wrong? Gu Chanfeng, I detected an extreme level of bodily function just now. Do you need my help to call the school doctor? Gu Chanfeng slowly lifted himself up from the training cabin. There was a minor issue with the dungeon. I feel fine. No need to go to the hospital. Lian Xiao, who was even angrier after hearing this, sneered. Gu Chanfeng, I see. Echo said, if you feel anything's wrong, please call me anytime. I report the Tianjin system failure. Also, the military's AI just requested access to this floor. Lian Xiao, still furious, looked up. Wanqi? What does it want? The 26th Division seems to be trying to contact you. Echo said, but it's okay. I already denied it. Get some rest. Good night. A successful exploration of the Protozoa dungeon had turned into a death royale. They were safe now, but the Protozoa's so-called prophecy, along with many more questions, lodged in Lian Xiao's heart. Lian Xiao heard and understood the Protozoa's mumbling to the red dragon. The Protozoa's words were, long time no see. Before meeting the tyrant, Lian Xiao returned to the dormitory for a nap. Before her alarm went off, Lian Xiao was startled awake by a nightmare. Rubbing her eyes, she realized she only slept for 3 fitful hours. The dream was filled with death. She attended Gu Chanfeng's funeral. As the white rose was lowered from the coffin, Gu Chanfeng suddenly grasped her wrist tightly, his cold fingers feeling so real. Familiar friends died one after another. Xian Yui, Cesare, Su Xing, Yi Yin Puekare, even Enai Yuling, his eyes lifeless. The last to die was Zhao Liqing, the ground opening into an abyss that threatened to swallow her. In her dream, Lian Xiao lunged to grab Zhao Liqing's hand, but she suddenly screamed and struggled to shake it off, shouting in horror and anger, "Monster, don't touch me." Then Lian Xiao looked down, her 5 human fingers replaced by insect legs, and her dream shattered. Lian Xiao rubbed her hands blankly, confirming that all 10 of them were still there. Both hands bore burns from cooking and small wounds from piloting the mecha, and she finally felt relieved. She was also certain that the real Zhao Liqing wouldn't scream like the imposter in her dream. Ms. Zhao would simply silently drag the monster along with her. Thinking of this, Lian Xiao's low mood finally eased a little. Although she vaguely sensed that her first encounter with the Tianjin system copy was with the prototype insect, was it a coincidence that she heard the distant flute, then emerged from her sea of consciousness, and finally was forced into a desperate situation to receive divine revelation? Little by little, she was being lured into becoming a so-called messenger. Lian Xiao suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. If fate truly existed, then this series of coincidences, starting from the ancient city of Quetzalcoatl, had silently been wrapped around her neck, waiting to be tightened. Before leaving, Lian Xiao glanced at his laptop. The list was surprisingly filled with Gu Chengfeng's messages. Xian Chong sincerely admitted his mistake and stated that he had voluntarily gone to the school hospital. His last message was a photo of the ward ceiling, probably a self-affirmation, fearing she wouldn't believe him. Lian Xiao snorted, angry. She wasn't about to forgive him so quickly. Su Luo's face darkened the moment she saw her. Did they choose such a poor hospital? Why would a perfectly healthy student be so listless, with dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't slept in a week? The military confined the contestants to the hospital to recuperate, both to prevent the secret from leaking and to protect the students. The UN is still the best. Lian Xiao flattered her wholeheartedly. Now, only the UN General Assembly made her feel safe. At least there wouldn't be Zerg swarms appearing out of nowhere, and the tyrant's power would also make her feel even safer. If possible, Lian Xiao hoped the tyrant would never oppose her. After inquiring about her health, Su Xiaoluo began to ask about the Mirror Palace. Back in the hospital, Lian Xiao had experienced these inquiries several times before, and her responses were familiar. Presumably, she would have to face interrogations from Section 26 and the Supervisory Committee next, and Lian Xiao felt exhausted. Lian Xiao, when will this end? With that, Su Xiaoluo, unusually, didn't ask further questions, intending to end the conversation. Okay, go back. Su Xiaoluo said, I protect you from the Supervisory Committee, they won't dare bother you. Seeing Lian Xiao's surprised expression, Su Xiaoluo waved his hand impatiently. Go! I don't have a penchant for torturing students. Go back to bed. The league won't be back anytime soon anyway. Lian Xiao blinked. Is the league cancelled? The military brass are having a headache. Let Gu Chanfeng take some time off to go home and see his father, and we know. Su Xiaoluo smiled, not noticing the awkward expression Lian Xiao gave her at the mention of his name. The Alliance, fearing another similar incident, is strongly urging the military to resume the league in the Tiangita system, but a small group is quite insistent. Su Xiaoluo propped his head up on his hand. Plus, we have to stabilize the Empire, with the Empire stirring up trouble on the border, and constantly monitor the Zerg. Some military departments are overwhelmed. Lian Xiao was a little surprised. Could the tyrant really tell her all this confidential information? She's just a student. What are you afraid of? Susera said, as if it came straight out of her mouth. You're my student. She emphasized the last two words. Lian Xiao suddenly understood why Susera rarely taught students. On the one hand, geniuses couldn't understand the world of ordinary people. On the other, Susera's personality meant that once she trusted someone, she would give them her all. Lian Xiao, I understand, teacher. It was better if the league was postponed. She didn't have to meet Gu Chanfeng. She felt angry and upset just thinking about him. As she stood up to say goodbye, Lian Xiao noticed a photo hanging on the wall behind Susera. It was a photo of the Mecha League champion team, a photo she had seen many times online. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, Lian Xiao froze in place, her eyes fixed on the photo. It was this photo that suddenly made her realize something she had been missing. Hearing the distant flute sound, becoming a messenger. Lian Xiao had always assumed she was the problem. But what if it wasn't her, but this body? Lian Xiao's biggest advantage was the system, but the mecha's mental strength level and physical prowess. All of that was inherent to the original owner. The two Earthlings who had problems during Susara's class were also Earthlings. Dig deeper, and they're all Earthlings. Earthlings who were able to return to human society thanks to the Second Earth Project. Lian Xiao felt himself trembling slightly with excitement and nervousness. Fuming Wang had disappeared precisely because of the investigation into the Second Earth Project traitors. Has he discovered something? Chapter 153. What's wrong? Su Luo keenly noticed Lian Xiao's distraction and followed her gaze to the photo. Lian Xiao forced his gaze away, forcing himself to feign indifference, making up a random excuse. I'm just curious why Yan Seal isn't in the photo. Hasn't it been said that Yan Mingling was Su Luo's good teammate since their military academy days? Oh, that. Su Xiaoluo said, your chief was a substitute at the time. Light armor wasn't valued back then, so he didn't play in the finals. Lian Xiao, I remember Senior Fu Mingwang used a light armor in the finals? Fu Mingwang's light armor. Su Xiaoluo shook his head, an involuntary smile forming on his face. He's different. No matter what type of mecha, in his hands, it's always more obedient and precise than it in anyone else's. Fu Mingwang's mecha synchronization rate is the highest I ever seen. He's a mecha genius that only comes once in a century. Generally speaking, testing synchronization rate is pointless, because as long as the pilot can successfully connect with the mecha, it means the mecha can function properly. An S-level mecha with such poor synchronization rate as Gu Chanfeng and a mecha with such high synchronization rate as Fu Mingwang are both rare. The former, even with exceptional mental strength, can't pilot a mecha, while the latter's precise control of the mecha reaches the pinnacle, truly achieving unity between man and machine. Your mecha synchronization rate is also quite good. It was a rare compliment from Susera, But Lian Xiao was horrified. Maybe it's due to the region, but mecha soldiers from Earth generally have very high synchronization rates. Susara's casual remark reinforced Lian Xiao's suspicions. There's something wrong with this batch of Earth mecha reserves. The problem is, if Fuming Wang is the key point of the investigation, the only public information available is the tiny amount they gleaned last time. Even a student like her wouldn't be able to access any more confidential documents. Alas, Lian Xiao lamented more than once. If only a few years had passed, after she successfully graduated and joined the military, she could have come up with a solution. But things were moving so fast that she couldn't wait until then. After much deliberation, with a desperate attempt at survival, Lian Xiao logged into Dark River. The interface remained thick and impenetrable. She found the only contact on the list, Ainenke. After issuing the bounty invitation, Ainenke responded immediately. The reward is the same as always. Who are you looking for information on this time? The other party said. Lian Xiao, as she had planned, typed in the names of all the members of the championship team. Investigating only Fuming Wang would have been too conspicuous. Having multiple targets would have made it harder to discern her true motives. After a few seconds, Ananke replied, "What are you looking for?" Lian Xiao was immediately alarmed. The other party had been quick to exchange money and goods in their last transaction, but now he was displaying an unnatural curiosity. To some extent, Lian Xiao was a cautious person, though this caution was mostly driven by a desire to avoid potential trouble. For example, after the other party's reply, Lian Xiao didn't attempt to negotiate further. Instead, he firmly told the other party not to ask too many questions and simply exited the chat. When Ananke sent a question a few minutes later, the account Lian Xiao was using had already been deactivated. Not really, running faster than a rabbit. Ananke, on the other end of the chat, was speechless for a moment before exiting the forum nonchalantly. Ananke wasn't worried at all, because the other party would definitely come back for her. By then, the client, unable to come up with a better solution, would be powerless to refuse her request. Even during the day, the curtains were tightly drawn, not a single ray of light entering the room. Ananke lit a cigarette. For years, she had lived in this dim room, living like a rat. Ananke took a deep drag on her cigarette, burning a third of the way down. The ash she casually flicked off floated in the air, swaying and landing on the group photo placed in front of the bizarre electronic devices. Returning to normal college life was a bit of a struggle for Lian Xiao. In the second semester of his sophomore year, he started the Mecha major, and his classmates had recently been experiencing real-life mecha piloting. In principle, the Tiangita system simulation wasn't much different from actually piloting a mecha. However, during class, Lian Xiao noticed that nearly half of his classmates were uncoordinated after docking their mechas, their gait like a yanga dance. Lian Xiao wondered, is it really that difficult? They only had one mecha training session before the league. That's normal. The teacher of this course wasn't surprised. Psychic power level, synchronization rate, and control accuracy are all linked. Otherwise, why would we give you free psychic power tests? Do we think the academy has too much money to spend? The teacher clapped his hands at Lian Xiao, and Zhao Liqing in the last row demonstrate. Under pressure, Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing demonstrated using Hengwu's jogging-assisted jumps, somersaults, and punches, respectively. While the others were still struggling to navigate a straight line in their mechas, Lian Xiao was so bored she could only sit and watch. For the first time, she realized the tremendous progress Tyrant's training and league matches had brought her. Unknowingly, she and the classmates she once secretly vowed to surpass were now worlds apart. Just a few months ago, Lian Xiao was torturing himself trying to keep up with them. After watching for a while, he realized that piloting a real mecha exacerbated the gap between the elite and the rest. Top students like Jean-Luc Christina adapted with minimal adjustment, while Lu Chengwang and Li Xian, with their average talents, had to practice constantly to reach the initial level of the top students. The mecha major was brutal. What the teacher didn't explicitly say was that at least a quarter of the students wouldn't become mecha soldiers. The two of them kept falling, and Lian Xiao couldn't stand it anymore, so he offered to coach them for free. Lian Xiao, you really gotten a lot stronger, Lu Chengwang said. He and Li Xian attended every league match, and watching Lian Xiao shine was a mixture of pride and envy. Even at the beginning, Lian Xiao wasn't even as good as them. The boss has always been strong. Li Xian was touched. He had assumed Lian Xiao wouldn't have time for them after joining the league. The boss is a genius. Me? Genius? This was a completely new thing for Lian Xiao. She was blasted during the freshman exam, bringing shame to the Mecha Academy. Even her S-level mental strength was the weakest S-level ever. Her physical training was universally disdained. And then, after she won the military exercise and secured a spot in the league, some people assumed she was relying on Gu Chongfeng's influence. I don't know when it started, but some people, reluctantly admitting that she was a bit strong. Barely a genius. Since she was a genius, it didn't matter. Controversy was a hallmark of genius. Although Lian Xiao had always ignored these things, it turns out that when you're strong enough, those once annoying flaws can transform into the hallmarks of a genius. Li Xian flattered him. Of course, an S-rank attack/bow duel master is unique even in the league. When you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. Li Xian said, "Boss, when you join the military, remember to help me get assigned to the air defense base back home." After meeting these talented students in the class, Li Xian's youthful dream of becoming a mecha hero faded away, along with her own ambition. Li Xian figured there was nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. An air defense base close to home, stable and safe, without having to go to the front lines. Lian Xiao didn't mind others dismissing her hard work with the word genius and smiled, agreeing. With Lian Xiao's sparring partner, Lu Chengwang and Li Xian caught up to the top tier before get out of class ended. After class, Lian Xiao waved off their invitation to team up for the next period. She and Zhao Liqing weren't planning on attending, as attending with a larger group wouldn't improve them much. They were disappointed but understanding. With all the extra time he suddenly had after skipping classes, besides training rigorously according to Tyrant's previous instructions, Lian Xiao also received some unexpected news. A competition? Yes, a competition, Lin Yupan said. I heard the next Mecha League match date is undecided, so I dared to bother you. Lian Xiao and Lin Yupan occasionally communicated via their laptops, so now, face to face, they felt familiar. Lian Xiao took the flyer Lin Yupan handed him, and glanced at it. The words Chinese Cuisine Master Chef Competition shone brightly. Lin Yupan's expression was serious. We've been warming up for this period. The competition will officially begin in a few days. She pointed at the sponsors. These companies appear to be decent, but the real financial backers are Baikaiwan and Worcester. Of the three major nutritional supplement giants, or rather, Cadofer, now on the brink of collapse after a series of scandals and being hammered by league departments and competitors, Bai Chao Yuan and Worcester are the only two remaining. Lian Xiao was troubled. Why are nutritional supplement companies always obsessed with Chinese food? Is it to prove they're smarter than the nearly bankrupt Cadofer? And the prize for winning the Chinese Cuisine Master Chef competition is a downtown restaurant. Lian Xiao was instantly jealous. She hadn't even seen the light of day opening a downtown restaurant, yet nutritional supplement companies were so wealthy they could offer a storefront as a prize. Lian Xiao, that's not right. If there's a cooking competition, don't the competition organizers have recipes? That's where Baikaiwan and Worcester's ulterior motives lie. Lin Yupan slammed the table, furious. The competition organizers claim they provide recipes for each dish during the competition. In addition to the designated dishes for each round, contestants who can create specialty dishes or family heirlooms will receive substantial bonus points. Lian Xiao frowned. This sounded like they were using the guise of a competition to get free recipes. It was like some unscrupulous capitalists who publicly admitted to interviewing candidates, but in reality, just wanted to get free access to the interview results. Then the recipes they provide. Lian Xiao asked, presumably some people were there just to learn the recipes. Most of them are fabricated. Lin Yupan's face flushed. But Baikaiwan and Worcester have the association's endorsement. The association wasn't just filled with people like her who truly loved Chinese cuisine, many were fake masters who had nothing but reputations and were obsessed with money. In this way, they could leverage Chinese cuisine to attract public attention, obtain secret recipes without a trace, and gradually influence Chinese cuisine with fabricated recipes. If this continued, the economic profits generated by Chinese cuisine would once again flow to the nutritional supplement companies. Lin Yupan didn't care how the nutritional supplement companies made money, but she couldn't tolerate these two companies ruining Chinese cuisine. Lin Yupan stood up and bowed deeply to Lian Xiao. I want to organize a Chinese cooking competition to challenge them. Lin Yupan said seriously, I find the manpower and financial resources. I also need your help, Master Lian. She came to Lian Xiao because he was the most skilled Chinese chef she knew of, unmatched. Lian Xiao didn't rush to agree, but pondered for a moment. I see there aren't any restrictions on the Chinese Cuisine Master Chef competition's registration requirements. I could sign up, right? Food system and Lin Yupan. ? System. User 1723, don't betray me. The downtown restaurant will definitely win if you work hard. Lian Xiao slammed the flyer on the table. It's settled. Let me see the other team's competition. She was bound to be eliminated anyway. Lian Xiao raised an eyebrow. This was a good opportunity to promote Lin Yupon's competition. Chapter 154. Registration for the Master Chef competition was simple. Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing strolled to the registration point in the city center, filled out a form, and the process was complete. The crowd was quite large, and the staff enthusiastically encouraged Zhao Liqing to give it a try. Then, upon seeing Lian Xiao's completed registration form, their enthusiastic smiles froze. Oh no! A challenger has arrived. Come up with a random excuse, the staff hurriedly took the registration form and left, whispering to their superiors. Despite preemptive measures, the junior competition leader was still skeptical of Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao likely didn't realize she was the focus of two nutritional supplement companies' attention. It seemed as if Lian Xiao was their natural nemesis. Cadover's attempts at bribery and slander had failed, and instead only made matters worse. If Lian Xiao were an ordinary college student, the two giants would easily silence her, but she was an S-class Mecha soldier in reserve, highly regarded by the military. Furthermore, the leaders of Baikaiwan and Worcester knew that with Lian Xiao's culinary skills, entering the competition would definitely kill the competition. The boss was about to ask his subordinate to use the pretext they agreed upon to refuse when he saw Lian Xiao politely nod and gesture around him. The boss looked closely and nearly fainted. Lian Xiao was surrounded by a swarm of IBs. If he refused in front of the netizens, who knew what kind of public opinion would ignite, then use another plan. The boss gritted his teeth. Also, quickly add a rule. No contestants are allowed to live stream during the competition. In short, Lian Xiao had to be eliminated legitimately in the early stages of the competition. After receiving their race numbers, Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing left with their IB, which hadn't even been turned on. Lian Xiao even posted a status on the EP151 video website. The audience immediately jumped in. Chinese cuisine master chef competition? Sister Lian, aren't you participating in the Mecha League? How can you still have time for this? Is the internet down above? The Mecha League keeps getting delayed. Sister Lian probably wants to take a break while she has some free time. Cooking to beat the others is a good way to take a break. Interesting. I'm following this competition. It's so great to see Sister Lian in person. I don't know what's going on in the Mecha League. None of the contestants showed up after the competition. Luckily Sister Lian was able to come out and report her safety during the cooking competition. Fans cheered, and the other contestants were on edge. The live stream where Lian Xiao took down Keyboard Brother was incredibly famous. It's no exaggeration to say that Lian Xiao is now the top cooking star on EP151 Video Network. So on the day of the auditions, Lian Xiao felt like she was surrounded by whispers the moment she entered the arena. Qian Yui was also there, and she and Zhao Liqing were a bit uncomfortable being subjected to so many eyes. No, why do I always feel like they're talking about us? Qian Yui said. She came to see Lian Xiao dominate, not to see him being talked about. Lian Xiao affirmed, they're talking quite enthusiastically. The one in the front left is saying, can't the bro give her a laxative, so she would draw us from the competition? His friend is saying, but if you put the drug near a muscular woman, you get beaten up. The couple on the right are saying, fortunately, Lian Xiao is just plain looking. An ordinary girl wouldn't be famous. Qian Yui was shocked and furious, and then rolled up her sleeves to confront them. How do you know what they're talking about? Lian Xiao was a bit proud and complacent. She diligently learned lip reading for this day of eating melon. Even though it was her own melon, she didn't really care. Qian Yui immediately rushed over and lashed out at the group of contestants, who were discussing the drugging, his aura rivaling that of a professor grieving at the weekly team meeting. The other party, embarrassed, refused to admit their guilt, and the staff actually found laxatives on them. What if these two people drugged the people who were going to taste the food later? That would be a big deal. The staff were so frightened that they immediately disqualified them. After this little incident, the surrounding contestants automatically distanced themselves from Lian Xiao, suppressing any dissatisfaction they had. The auditions were crowded, and so were the onlookers. Looking around, they were mostly elderly. There was only one reason. The advancers in the auditions were decided by the votes of these free tasters, who also served as judges. The free food attracted a large crowd of elderly people. Lian Xiao thought to himself, every generation has its own lineup for those eggs. As he entered the arena, he waved to the fans who had come to watch the game live, drawing a wave of screams from them. Lian's stir-fry had grown so much that it actually had fans willing to follow it offline. She was really getting better. 10 people were divided into groups, with one person advancing from each group. Lian Xiao took a quick look at the judges in his group, who were mostly young, and was then summoned to the kitchen by the staff. Bai Chao Yuan and Worcester had invested heavily in the competition, so at least the kitchens where the contestants competed were well presented, with scarce kitchen utensils and basic seasonings available. However, the MasterChef competition provided each contestant with an induction cooker. Cooking on an induction cooker. Well, Lian Xiao still preferred an open-flame stove. 2 bitter melons lay lushly on the chopping board. Main ingredient for the audition, bitter melon. Lian Xiao had informed the organizers in advance that she would be making a secret recipe, and the ingredients she requested were already prepared. The organizers, surprised that Lian Xiao was willing to let them use the recipe for free, were secretly delighted, yet they had no choice but to focus their official cameras on Lian Xiao. The audition livestream was filled with cheers from fans. Lian Xiao didn't rush to cook. Instead, he curiously flipped through the Chinese recipes provided by the organizers, supposedly a master's recreation of Yanhua food history. Then, the audience witnessed Lian Xiao's face drop instantly. Shock, disbelief, despair, unbearable to watch. It was the first time Lian Xiao's followers had seen his expression change so quickly, and they were flooded with comments. What did Sister Lian see? Is this still my usual expressionless, dazed sister? Sister Lian's expression was filled with what the hell is this? Chef Master Competition audition dishes. Fried bitter melon and banana salad. The other contestants were overjoyed and began mashing bananas and stuffing them into bitter melons according to the menu. Some of them had no idea that the white flesh of the bitter melon should be removed, which made Lian Xiao's temples throb with anger. As for the bitter melon and banana salad, if it were served to a white meal, Lian Xiao could forcefully praise it as healthy and environmentally friendly due to cultural differences, but such inhumane and dark cuisine was out of place for Chinese food. Lian Xiao sneered. Even Liuzi wouldn't eat such awful food. She now understood Lin Yupon's desire to challenge the competition. It would be best if this cooking competition were shut down immediately. Lian Xiao calmed down and began to prepare the ingredients. She had 2 dishes to make, stuffed bitter melon and bitter melon soup. Bitter melon, due to its bitter taste, has never been popular with children. As a child, Lian Xiao would secretly spit out the stir-fried bitter melon she was forced to eat. It wasn't until she grew up and tasted bitter melon, soybean, and pork rib soup from a friend that her opinion of bitter melon changed. The bitterness of the bitter melon is diluted by blanching it beforehand, and the slightest bit of bitterness that remains becomes the perfect finishing touch to otherwise meaty ingredients like pork ribs and soybeans, bringing a refreshing bitterness and umami flavor perfect for a hot summer day. Since there were no children in their group of public judges, Lian Xiao didn't bother with the extra steps required to remove the bitterness from the bitter melon. While the other contestants were busy filling the bitter melon with stuffing, Lian Xiao cut the melon into sections, deftly twisting the knife to remove the flesh in one piece, ready to stuff the minced and seasoned meat. Then Lian Xiao launched into a truly unrestrained display of knife skills. Lian Xiao declined the meat grinder offered by the organizers, and, holding the knife with both hands, the muffled, rhythmic sound of the blade chopping meat echoed rapidly, like a torrential rain. The red and white pork belly was finely diced and minced into a puree. The knife, moving so fast that it left after images, and Lian Xiao's calm demeanor made the performance far more enjoyable than the other contestants. Lian Xiao commanded the entire audience's attention. Her presence drew glances from the other contestants, who not only slowed down their pace, but also quietly wiped their sweat. These 2 dishes weren't particularly challenging, and with Lian Xiao's masterful knife skills and sous chef-level seasoning prowess, she became the first contestant to finish. The audience was stunned. In fact, some of the netizens who had been following the MasterChef auditions were already fans of Lian Xiao, or simply genuinely interested in Chinese cuisine. Why did they think that Lian Xiao, despite not posting for a while due to her busy schedule with the Mecha League, had improved her knife skills? When Lian Xiao stood before the chopping board, she possessed the power of a broadsword, a golden horse, and the fluidity of a flower-cutting willow. Before, Lian Xiao's knife skills were impressive, her deboning of a 3-piece duck impressive. But now, as she wielded the knife, there was a calm, restrained reassurance. You knew she couldn't make a single mistake, the angle, the force, the length of the blade, all perfectly chosen. These 2 dishes looked delicious. Netizens were clapping their hands. The stuffed bitter melon, green and tender, was fried to a golden brown on the upside, with a light, clear sauce underneath. The scallop and bitter melon soup, served in a large bowl, retained the bitter melon's vibrant green color, adorned with strands of white scallop and egg drop soup. Both dishes were refreshing and appealing even in the somewhat sweltering early summer heat. After all the contestants finished, The staff divided each dish into 10 portions and placed them on uniform plates. Even Lian Xiao wasn't allowed to use the carrot flour she used for plating, to eliminate any possibility of cheating. But among the dishes lined up for the public judges to taste, Lian Xiao's 2 dishes stood out. The others, fried bitter melon and bananas, were either undercooked or completely burnt. With the exception of one contestant's relatively clean and beautiful presentation, the public judges unanimously picked up Lian Xiao's dish first. Isn't it delicious? Netizens stared at these lucky people, their eyes squinting as they ate, their heads nodding softly, their mouths watering. When it was the other contestants' turn, they witnessed the diversity of human expression. Some vomited after taking a bite of the fried bitter melon and banana, some swallowed it down and asked the staff for water, and some, with tears in their eyes, exclaimed that it was delicious beyond nutritional supplements. The audience suddenly stopped envying the public judges. Tasting a delicious dish, and then leaving it as poison, a good thing is better avoided. The man with glasses was the first judge to taste and vote first. His favorite dishes were the 2 non-competition dishes. The rich meat filling of the stuffed bitter melon overwhelmed the bitterness of the outer bitter melon. The filling had a hidden crunch, and after the bitterness of the bitter melon, there was a subtle sweetness. Another smooth bitter melon soup was incredibly fresh and refreshing. Complemented by the seafood, the bitter melon's bitterness was less infuriating. The complex and harmonious flavors and textures, something nutritional supplements can't achieve. The man with glasses stood in front of the screen for 2 seconds, absorbing the thought before pressing a number. The voting results came out quickly. I announced the results. A chef specially invited to the MasterChef competition, who works with Lin Yupon and Qi Bingcheng at the Chinese Cuisine Research Association, flashed his card in front of the camera and read, "The one who advances is number 256, Belle David, with 8 votes. Second place, Lian Xiao with 2 votes. Netizens, is that a mistake about the question mark? Although Belle David was one of the few contestants who didn't burn the bitter melon, Lian Xiao definitely had the better of him. After that, the chef sarcastically mentioned Lian Xiao's name. I want to talk to a certain internet celebrity contestant. Do you know why you didn't make the finals? Because your cooking is completely unrelated to Chinese cuisine." Lian Xiao raised an eyebrow and snatched the hand mic from the offstage staff. Really? Lian Xiao said calmly, are they afraid I win and are eliminating me early? What a shame. I was planning on sharing all the recipes I compiled with the organizers during the MasterChef competition. Recipes? What recipes? Chapter 155. Without waiting for the opposing master to speak, Lian Xiao continued speaking to the camera. Stuffed bitter melon recipe. Ingredients: bitter melon, 300g pork belly, shiitake mushrooms. Netizens realized this was the complete recipe for stuffed bitter melon from the Yen Gua Food magazine. Lian Xiao didn't just mechanically recite the ingredients, she elaborated on each key point. Listening to her tips like adding chopped water chestnuts to the minced meat will enrich the flavor, and stirring the minced meat in one direction will enhance its texture, netizens suddenly felt that Chinese food wasn't as difficult as they imagined. I could do it. The other contestants looked at him with a puzzled expression. They knew how precious a complete Chinese recipe was. Instead of keeping it to themselves, they actually shared it. Lian Xiao felt that the lack of a recipe was definitely a major reason for the widespread promotion of Chinese food in this era. Lin Yupon and Qi Bingcheng had considered recommending Lian Xiao to join the Chinese Cuisine Research Association, but Lian Xiao rolled his eyes when he saw these Chinese cuisine masters arguing over topics like the optimal ratio of tomatoes and eggs in original texts, and whether stir-fried pork with green peppers, derived from twice-cooked pork, is pseudo-Chinese cuisine. The association's conservative faction believes that authentic Chinese cuisine is limited to the 80-something dishes listed in the Yen Country Food Directory. Some chefs with family traditions, like Master Chen, have retired after experiencing the anti-Earth wave. If this continues, Chinese cuisine will only erode its vitality. Perhaps someone will surpass Lian Xiao's culinary skills in a few years, but the recipes she possesses, obtained from the system, are her greatest contribution to the development of Chinese cuisine in this era. Lian Xiao was about to discuss the recipe for scallop and bitter melon soup when, receiving a glance from a staff member, the master coughed lightly and continued to nitpick. Stop! Are you talking about the incomplete recipe for stuffed bitter melon? It needs to be approved by the association. Stop misleading us. The association can recognize these 2 dishes as Chinese cuisine. I don't think it needs the association's endorsement, but it's not very authoritative. Lian Xiao retorted. The camera hurriedly cut away, but netizens and onlookers couldn't help but think of the dark fried bitter melon and banana, and the green bitter melon salad. Actually, I've been hesitant to say this before, fearing criticism. Bitter melon and banana must be a bad combination. Are the recipes in the competition real? I seconded. But with a master from the Chinese Cuisine Research Association in charge, the competition seems quite authoritative. The recipes can't be fake, right? Report to everyone. I tried it. I stuffed a banana with a bitter melon and fried it. It's a miracle, I can still type after taking a bite. Ugh. The middle-aged master slammed the table and stood up. He was used to being flattered, and no one had dared to challenge his authority in a long time. Where did this girl come from? She's so ignorant. Enough. You're disrespecting Chinese cuisine. I demand your disqualification and the staff kick her out. The middle-aged master roared. The photographers at the competition screamed inwardly, wondering why she followed Lian Xiao wherever he was filming, and how the staff had invited her off the stage. Lian Xiao crossed her arms over her chest. No one here could outmatch her in sheer physical prowess, and she wasn't afraid at all. Are you thinking of disrespecting Chinese cuisine, or disrespecting the Chinese Cuisine Association? Lian Xiao said, oh, maybe you don't think much of a difference. Don't forget I already been eliminated. Why are you disqualifying me again? Even opening a coffin and whipping a corpse isn't the right approach. Lian Xiao watched the middle-aged master's sturdy figure grow even more bloated, his breathing heavy, and he worried he'd explode at any moment. The bitter melon soup you make isn't even in the Yen country food catalog. It's not Chinese cuisine at all. The master held on tenaciously, rambling. This time, Lian Xiao didn't even need to say anything. The audience in the live stream immediately retorted, you're kidding. Fried bitter melon bananas and bitter melon salad aren't even in the Yen food magazine. According to the judges, this competition isn't even about Chinese cuisine. TSK, I finally understand. This competition is deliberately targeting Sister Lian. Lian Xiao didn't bother to argue with the judges. I had planned to provide 2 recipes for each competition I participated in. She spread her hands with regret. Looks like I don't have that chance anymore. Lian Xiao swiftly removed her apron and said with a smile, if you're curious, try these dishes at home and compare them. See you at the next competition. No, why did she just leave like that? The organizers were dumbfounded. Eliminating Lian Xiao was part of the plan, but if Lian Xiao could truly give them a free ride as she claimed, without borrowing recipes, the nutritional supplement company executives wouldn't be instigating her continued participation. Besides, the on-camera argument between the association master and Lian Xiao was incredibly awkward. The organizers watched the master, who snorted and sat down, feeling a sense of overwhelming victory, and felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with him. He was still the master, full of arrogance and lack of grace. He had a good time bashing Lian Xiao, but they had to watch the subsequent public opinion. Lian Xiao was eliminated in the first round. Lian Xiao's elimination was even more shocking than the news of his advancement. Netizens who hadn't bothered to follow the live broadcast were left with a piqued curiosity. Could there be a hidden master in this competition who could eliminate Lian Xiao in a single round? After watching the video of the match, netizens were left speechless. This was the result of the organizers' meticulous editing efforts to smear Lian Xiao, and they ingeniously edited the later arguments into Lian Xiao suddenly attacking the association master. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the culinary skills of Lian Xiao and the other contestants were significantly different. Netizens sharply criticized Lian Xiao for being impolite and mad, saying, I don't know. But how could I not know that bitter melon and banana are delicious? The competition videos also sparked a trend among netizens to recreate these Chinese dishes, with several remakes going viral. In these videos, the hosts wept with excitement while tasting the stuffed bitter melon, but their faces turned bitter when they tried the fried bitter melon and banana. Stuffed bitter melon is easy to make and delicious. Fried bitter melon and banana are confusing and unpalatable. In reality, stuffed bitter melon is far more difficult than these 2 dark dishes, but Lian Xiao's detailed explanation of each potential culinary obstacle led imitators to believe that Chinese cooking is actually quite simple. With the public unable to discern the authenticity of the Chinese dishes, Lian Xiao's recipes completely outperformed the competition. When the unedited live broadcast was released, netizens were furious. What else could this be but pure shady dealings? The association master, using his status and experience to pressure Lian Xiao, brought back painful memories for the office workers. The association master, inexplicably helping the organizers absorb the heat, had his own secrets exposed by netizens. Netizens discovered that this person had gained entry to the association through nepotism, using the title of master to cash in, while in reality, he was a complete idiot. Later, the Chinese Cuisine Research Association was forced to issue an apology and reluctantly expelled the master. Netizens' fury continued unabated, turning their attention to the MasterChef competition and the public judges. Under pressure, one public judge finally came forward and implicitly admitted that at least half of them were arranged by the competition organizers to ensure that pre-selected contestants advanced. Although this was a common practice in competitions, netizens were still furious. Haha, I want to see who this competition is promoting. With talented contestants eliminated, the competition has completely lost its meaning. Do the capitalists think it's so easy to create a false persona and profit from us? The organizers are feeling miserable. They knew eliminating Lian Xiao would spark controversy, but they were simply confident that Lian Xiao alone wouldn't cause such a stir. What's the point of regretting it now? The selected contestants, fearing the impact on their future careers, have withdrawn, and it seems their competition is doomed to fail. Seeing public opinion simmering, Lian Xiao threw a final salvo at the MasterChef competition. She announced on the EP151 video website that she would be participating in the Shanghai Chinese cuisine competition, hosted by Lin Yupan, but this time she would not be a contestant, but a specially invited judge. She also promised that she would share the competition recipes for each round for free to the contestants and share homemade recipes for the dishes. Heartbeat. While many people previously followed the cooking competition solely for the spectacle and to criticize the capitalists, they also witnessed how detailed and easy to follow Lian Xiao's recipes were. For even the average person, even if they weren't making a living from Chinese cuisine, occasionally recreating a few dishes would be a welcome change of pace. Those with a bit of experience were thrilled. While cooking competitions involve sharing recipes, Shanghai Huayan's competitions are a one-sided, free-for-all. The longer they stay, the more recipes they learn. I guess a lot of people will sign up, Chu Xiaohua said. If Chu Xiaohua hadn't been so busy with her Lianjia stir-fry business, she had wanted to join Shanghai Huayan too. But she had Lian Xiao's personal mentorship. Chu Xiaohua's envy of the contestants vanished in an instant. Lian Xiao was in the kitchen checking recent sales figures. Because of her recent elimination, sales had actually increased slightly, and loyal customers of Lian Xiaoqiao were outraged and showing their support through their purchases. Since expanding their delivery service, Lian Xiaoqiao's sales have steadily increased, but unless they expand into new businesses or open branches, it's unlikely to see a significant jump in revenue. Lian Xiao happily recalculated her bank balance yesterday. She was definitely considered a wealthy woman. Even if Lian Xiaoqiao closed, this amount would be enough to support her comfortably until she graduated from the Mecha program. However, if she wanted to open a restaurant in the city center, this amount would only be enough to buy a kitchen. She would have to take it slow and save slowly. Competing in the Mecha League meant Lian Xiao couldn't focus entirely on Lian Xiaoqiao. Fortunately, Chu Xiaohua had taken on the responsibility and seemed to be adapting well. Speaking of Chu Xiaohua, Lian Xiao asked, "Aren't you losing weight lately?" Chu Xiaohua reflexively jumped. "What do you care?" Realizing she was talking to the boss and chef, Chu Xiaohua hummed, "Eating more gives me strength. There's nothing wrong with that." When she first arrived at Lian Xiaoqiao, she strictly adhered to the company's guidelines and constantly managed her image. Employee number 1, Cui Yingqin, was amazed. She couldn't understand how anyone could eat so little, and yet still heave large iron walks all day long. With such willpower, it would be a shame not to become an athlete. Chu Xiaohua despised it. She was forced to work for Lian Xiao for Chef Chen's recipes, but she firmly believed she would eventually return to being an internet celebrity. The company had given up on her, her fans had given up on her, but she couldn't give up on herself. No matter how demanding the kitchen duties were, Chu Xiaohua never allowed herself to eat too much at every meal. Half of her employee meal went to Cui Yingqin. Cui Yingqin was so moved that he wished he could work at Lianjia Xiaoqiao for the rest of his life. He considered Chu Xiaohua a kind-hearted person, with a tough exterior but a soft heart. "I used to worry that if I gained weight and lost my beauty, my fans would stop liking me," Chu Xiaohua said. "But few actually remember me." It was only 6 months after the Never Night Star incident that Chu Xiaohua dared to try live streaming. She figured that if someone scolded her, her fans were so forgiving that someone would respond. But no one scolded her, and no fans followed her. One or two who stumbled into the live stream posted comments praising the new anchor, saying, "She's quite pretty." Internet memories are so fleeting. In the months that Chu Xiaohua had been missing, all her good and bad moments had long been forgotten. Given this, what was Chu Xiaohua holding on to? There would always be someone thinner and prettier than her, someone more famous than her. Was she destined to constantly torture herself, constantly competing with herself and others? "I went to see Cui compete a few days ago." Chu Xiaohua shrugged. "I finally figured it out. I don't want to go on like this." Cui Yingqin was so free and radiant during the bicycle race. The unsightly muscles and bulk that Chu Xiaohua had secretly despised became the key to her victory. When Cui Yingqin crossed the finish line first, cheering and waving at her in the wind, Chu Xiaohua wondered if she had ever had such a proud and confident moment. Yes. When she learned a new dish. When she was in control of everything in the kitchen. Her happiest moments weren't under the spotlight, but in the kitchen. It was at that moment that she suddenly felt that working for Lian Xiao wasn't so unbearable. Lian Xiao nodded sincerely. You're still beautiful now. Chu Xiaohua raised her chin proudly and hummed, of course. If you want me to? Lian Xiao felt that everything was slowly getting better. Lin Yupon's competition was attracting attention, and the staff at Lian Stir Fry had harmonious relationships, so there was no need to worry about the chef going on strike. The conflict between her and Gu Chanfeng stood out against the backdrop of these positive developments. Chapter 156. The word contradiction was Lian Xiao's own way of describing their differences, but to outsiders, it didn't seem that way. Even Su Xing had privately asked her why they were in a cold war. Lian Xiao was a little confused, because she felt that her closeness with Gu Chanfeng wasn't enough to warrant the term Cold War. Even so, Lian Xiao still answered Su Xing's question seriously. After all, the senior seemed genuinely concerned. It's just some minor ideological differences. Lian Xiao thought for a moment, then added, it won't affect the upcoming league. That's not what I'm worried about. Su Xing, with a mixture of laughter and tears, raised his hand and patted her shoulder. It's okay. If you have anything you want to ask or talk about, feel free to come find me. Compared to the confusion of not knowing how to end the awkward atmosphere with Gu Chanfeng, Lian Xiao was more puzzled by Su Xing's outspoken concern. Why is it that even when I tell the truth, Sister Su Xing still doesn't seem to believe it? Lian Xiao told Zhao Liqing about this, feeling a little depressed. Gu Chanfeng's personality meant he would never let his personal emotions get in the way of serious matters, much less affect the team. Lian Xiao was confident in this aspect. Objectively, their deep connection had always been stable, and their cooperation was seamless. Even if they didn't see each other or talk, it wouldn't be a big deal. Zhao Liqing considered it, and decided to be straightforward. Mech soldiers are so dangerous, and even regular training is difficult to completely avoid injury. Zhao Liqing said that last incident was quite frightening, but in the end, Gu Chanfeng was fine. Zhao Liqing couldn't understand why Lian Xiao's reaction wasn't a little too intense. Lian Xiao was at a loss for words. She was usually quite indifferent, not even good at analyzing her own emotions. Zhao Liqing's words made her realize that perhaps Gu Chanfeng was also confused about the reason for his anger with her. In fact, she only remembered seeing Gu Chanfeng near death. Her mind went blank. Every time she recalled that scene, the deathly coldness of Gu Chanfeng's skin would come back to her. Lian Xiao tried to eliminate the problem. Was she angry because Gu Chanfeng was injured? Yes. Was she only angry because of Gu Chanfeng's injury? No. She was truly angry because of Gu Chanfeng's reckless attitude. Midway through her questioning, Lian Xiao felt a little like laughing. How could she have been deceived by Gu Chanfeng's false image of reliability? Gu Chanfeng's reliability towards his teammates was actually based on a willingness to sacrifice himself. Lian Xiao couldn't say that this realization was not noble or kind, but the thought of Gu Chanfeng's lack of concern for his own life made her feel an inexplicable sadness. She didn't believe she had the ability or the right to change Gu Chanfeng. If she had been younger, Lian Xiao would have tried to change Gu Chanfeng. But the older she got, the more she realized that everyone was an individual, and no one had the right to easily change another person based on their own values, not even a friend, family member, or loved one. Lian Xiao suddenly realized that perhaps she was angry at Gu Chanfeng's reckless attitude, but also at herself. Angry that she had watched him slide into the abyss helplessly, and even more angry that she had actually accelerated Gu Chanfeng's destruction. Even she regretted not establishing a connection with Gu Chanfeng. Perhaps Gu Chanfeng felt the same way. If only he hadn't connected with her, if only he hadn't gotten involved in her affairs with the Knight's Crest, if only they had never met. Ultimately, the root of her anger was fear. She was truly afraid that the funeral in her dream would come true, that Gu Chanfeng would die because of her. She was truly afraid that Gu Chanfeng would die. Thinking it all through, Lian Xiao, like a deflated balloon, unconsciously opened the chat window with Gu Chanfeng. For a week without communication or face-to-face contact, the chat window was filled with one-sided messages from Gu Chanfeng. Lian Xiao didn't know where Gu Chanfeng got his perseverance. Every day, he sent her a simple greeting, or asked her to train together. Then, every few minutes, he sent her a photo of a stray cat on campus, asking if she wanted to pet one, only to quickly say, "You're busy with a lunch competition, maybe next time." Did Gu Chanfeng really enjoy chatting with others on chat apps that much? From the very beginning, he clearly been someone who disliked virtual communication, so aloof that even his chats were businesslike. Lian Xiao locked and reopened her laptop anxiously, unsure how to respond to Gu Chanfeng or explain her indifference this week. Just as she was hesitating, unsure what to do, a message arrived from Ni Yuling. The players from several schools she had close ties with had all added their contact information. During the period of no news about the league, they'd been meeting up with other schools to run dungeons when they had nothing better to do. Ni Yuling, a skilled communicator, somehow managed to get Petrov and Irina involved this time, then urged Lian Xiao to join. Lian Xiao glanced at Gu Chanfeng's latest team-up invitation and joined Ni Yuling's team. Besides the league, it was definitely better for her not to compete alongside Gu Chanfeng. Staying away would be good for both of them. In the training cabin, Cesare noticed Gu Chanfeng's online status suddenly dim, and was puzzled. The Tianjita system limited the dungeon to 5 players. The 4 of them had rejected wave after wave of applicants to team up, and finally, after waiting so long, Gu Chanfeng had run off on his own. He groaned, feeling a little annoyed, and pushed the training cabin open and sat up. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Gu Chanfeng's expression and stopped his words mid-sentence. Gu Chanfeng sat in the training cabin in a daze, his side profile lit by the dim light of the screen, revealing a faint sense of loneliness. Cesare winked at Yin, who had also left the cabin to check on the situation. They didn't know the details, only that Gu Chanfeng had encountered a bug while clearing the dungeon a week ago, sending him to the hospital. Since then, he often stared at his laptop alone, as if waiting for a response. The doctor had advised against resuming training so soon, but he insisted. And when he did, he looked so distraught again. Yin hadn't wanted to meddle in other people's affairs, but seeing his friend like this couldn't bear it. Good friends don't need to mince words, so Yin went straight to the point. "Did you have a fight with Lian Xiao?" Gu Chanfeng first acknowledging it with a soft then asked Yin how he knew. This wasn't a simple matter. Yin's analysis was thorough and coherent. First, you haven't trained together in a long time, this is unusual. Second, only after arguing with a junior student would you, Gu, show such a broken, dumped look. Third, I accidentally saw you texting Lian Xiao. Gu Chanfeng, Cesare had been silent throughout the entire conversation, missing crucial information and not following the flow of the conversation. Only then did he let out a sharp blast and leap out of the training cabin. "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god." Cesare cursed 3 times in a row, so old Gu's crush is Lian Xiao. For a moment, Cesare didn't know whether to be excited by this shock or worried about their team's future. In short, he was running out of oxygen. Caught off guard by Cesare shouting out of his secret crush, Gu Chanfeng frantically twitched his fingers to conceal his panic and asked Yin, "Is it obvious?" He was referring to the secret crush. Cesare, very subtle. After shouting, he realized he'd been a bit too loud. He patted the training pod, urging Poicaré to hurry up before he missed out, saying, of course, this is a common problem for those with zero dating experience. I even thought of the wedding details, but Lian Xiao can't read minds. You're just embarrassing her by trying to make her realize you're into her. Gu Chanfeng, you have to take the initiative. Cesare was completely absorbed in his role as military advisor, pacing back and forth. Take the initiative, show your concern, and express your feelings sincerely. What if someone else beats you to it? After he finished, Cesare, a native of the Valentino district, had a gleaming look in his eyes. The weather is beautiful today. The flower shops near the school are well stocked. Better today than tomorrow. Confess your feelings today. For him, confessing to someone he likes wouldn't wait a moment. Unexpectedly, Gu Chanfeng remained silent for a moment, his ears reddening. It lasted so long, even until Poicaré emerged from the training cabin to see what was going on, before he said, "Wait a little longer." Now wasn't the right time to confess. It had only been so long since the Red Dragon went out of control. How could he possibly act like nothing had happened, forgetting all the dangers and hidden dangers, and declare his feelings to Lian Xiao? He was walking on a tightrope, vulnerable to falling. If he were destined to be shattered to pieces, then his feelings would be a burden to Lian Xiao. Gu Chanfeng had witnessed firsthand what it was like to gain and lose a loved one, his parents. He didn't want the same tragedy to happen again. So, on that snowy mountain, when he was truly near death, he swallowed his confession. He was thinking that if he died, Lian Xiao would only remember him with the sadness of losing his teammate. Gu Chanfeng would rather Lian Xiao endure less pain than the regret of his love never being known. She had already borne and endured enough burdens. Gu Chanfeng murmured, "Besides, I don't know what Lian Xiao thinks of me. Will she like him?" Gu Chanfeng knew his face, his abilities, and even the aura of his family background could easily impress people, but his point was, would these things move Lian Xiao? Could he still expect Lian Xiao to like his personality, to like the real him, stripped of all the trappings? If he only liked his looks, his aura wouldn't matter. Gu Chanfeng clenched his hands. As long as he liked him, that was enough. Yi Yin and Cesare. Wow, a man trapped in love. Yi Yin really wanted to rush over and shake Gu Chanfeng awake, saying, "Brother, wake up. Look at your face. Be more confident." But seeing Gu Chanfeng's serious and slightly sad eyes, he couldn't say anything. Yi Yin thought that in over 20 years, he had never liked anything besides mechas and sniper rifles, and it would be difficult for him to experience the same feelings again. So he sat down next to Gu Chanfeng and patted his friend's back wordlessly. Cesare also walked over and put his arm around Gu Chanfeng's neck. "My grandmother always said," Cesare shrugged, "if two people's meeting, getting along, and parting are destined by heaven, then why hesitate to start this encounter? If, old Gu, your fate with Lian Xiao is like an hourglass, why don't you seize every moment and enjoy every second? Besides, there are other people who like Lian Xiao." Cesare lowered his voice. Poincaré, still confused about the situation and thinking he had grasped the key point, suddenly interrupted. "Yes. A few days ago, Petrov asked Dmitri to ask me about Lian Xiao. Dmitri was his friend." Poincaré scratched his head, confused by the sudden tenseness of his anger. "What's wrong?" Yi Yin and Cesare exchanged glances. "If I remember correctly, Lian Xiao and the San Carlos gang just teamed up for a dungeon run. What's wrong? This is a serious problem." Cesare closed his eyes in pain, unable to bear to see Gu Chanfeng's expression. Gu Chanfeng had only one thought at that moment. Jealousy. He felt an immense amount of jealousy. Chapter 157. Jealousy melted his bones like some kind of bone-eroding water, turning his rationality into a sludge, leaving only a shell filled with chaotic, all-consuming emotions. Just imagining Lian Xiao and Petrov walking side by side, their mental connection, Gu Chanfeng clenched his teeth, feeling slightly dizzy. He knew it was wrong, but his mind still began to race with terrifying hypotheses. Would Lian Xiao think Petrov was stronger, more compatible with her? If Lian Xiao could choose her own teammates, would she still choose him? Deep connection. Will there be another Petrov who establishes a deep connection with Lian Xiao? For a few seconds, Gu Chanfeng could barely shake off these terrifying thoughts. He habitually ran his fingers through his hair, trying to calm himself. No, Lian Xiao wouldn't always be deeply connected to him. After regaining some of his sanity, a deeper sadness and unease welled up. Gu Chanfeng smiled softly, his jawline tense as if carved by a knife. He knew better than anyone that even if Lian Xiao insisted, the alliance wouldn't allow an S-class arc to be bound to just one team. Even if it wasn't Petrov, there would be another. He should have realized from the beginning that, as a main attacker with extremely poor synchronization, he would only have Lian Xiao as his Arkansas. But Lian Xiao wouldn't fight solely alongside him. Lian Xiao was special and unique to him. The opposite was not true. In all their long acquaintance, Yi Yin and Cesare had never seen Gu Chanfeng so depressed. Cesare sighed inwardly. If Gu Chanfeng were a porcelain figurine, then he and Yi Yin's top priority would be to piece together this shattered figurine, piece by piece. Cesare couldn't bear to see Gu Chanfeng's dejection, soothing him. It's just a dungeon run together. The people in the snow plains would die if they said a few more words to them. Lian Xiao definitely wouldn't be able to detect their intentions. Old Gu, you're close at hand. We're winning at the starting line. Gu Chanfeng remained silent. All he could see was his Adam's apple bobbing, and his chest rising and falling faster than normal. After a long pause, Gu Chanfeng slowly said, "But if, rationally, watching from the sidelines would be the better option for Lian Xiao, then?" He was sure he had fully regained his usual composure, but reason left him feeling cold. Gu Chanfeng was now in a state of flux. Jealousy was boiling over. He wished he could interrupt the dungeon run, but reason brought him back to reality, reminding him he crossed the line and stopped wishful thinking. What right did he have to be angry, given? Cesare rolled his eyes at the air and said brusquely, "There's nothing rational about being in love." Influenced by the free-spirited culture of the Valentino district, Cesare's attitude towards love was nothing like Yi Yin and Gu Chanfeng's reserved attitude. Like his love, success or failure, a passionate love is the only way to do justice to oneself. Besides, what does it mean to be in love successfully? Does it have to mean holding hands all the way to the wedding? Even every moment of mutual affection is precious. Cesare looked directly into Gu Chengfeng's eyes, his expression and words cold and serious. If you don't act, someone else will. What's the point of you being sad in front of us now? Lian Xiao doesn't even know. Don't worry about rationality right now. Cesare said, Old Gu, what do you want most? The sticky, dark emotions that had cooled slightly began to flow again. Gu Chengfeng heard his own voice, squeezing out of his throat. He wanted to beat up Petrov. He wanted to see Lian Xiao. Then he felt relieved. Admit it, Gu Chengfeng said to himself, you're mean and shady. You're not the reliable, well-behaved person Lian Xiao thought you were. You are indeed, as Julian said, a madman chosen by the Red Dragon. Love is long-suffering, without jealousy. Suddenly, Gu Chengfeng remembered these words. No, as he returned to the training cabin, Gu Chengfeng thought, it was love that taught him jealousy. Running the dungeon with N.I. Yuling and the San Carlos men was easier than Lian Xiao had imagined. After all, they were rivals who had fought several battles before, now teammates, and there was an uncanny tacit understanding between them. It was the San Carlos heavy armored soldiers, who seemed to simply treat her as an arc. As they advanced into the dungeon, they were accompanied by either Irina or Petrov. It was the first time Lian Xiao heard the San Carlos team members formally introduce themselves, a long list of given names, patronymics, and surnames. Then, Captain Petrov kindly suggested that if they found it troublesome, they could just call them by their first names. So, when leaving the dungeon, Lian Xiao's impression of the three San Carlos players became the strong and surprisingly good-tempered Felix, the cold beauty and master of dry jokes Irina, and the inconspicuous Dmitri. Happy working together. Niwa Ling said, would you all like to team up and continue dungeoneering next time? No one objected. The league was just a stepping stone for them to enter the military. Once they officially entered service, perhaps today's opponents would become their future teammates. After agreeing on a next time, Lian Xiao tried to log off, but Petrov stopped her. Petrov invited her. Would you like to come to the training ground for a sparring match? That's fine. Lian Xiao had no objection. Opening the training ground would be a good opportunity to close the gap in power between the two sides, and she also wanted to witness the combat skills of the San Carlos heavy armored soldiers. No matter how many times she stepped into the training ground, Lian Xiao would always think of the first time she practiced with Gu Chengfeng. Back then, her combat skills were almost non-existent, and she relied on Gu Chengfeng to personally correct her many moves. Thinking of this, Lian Xiao felt a rare sense of guilt. Gu Chengfeng hadn't been bothering her when she was teaching the rookie, but for their relationship to have become so cold and distant now, well, she had gone a bit too far. Never mind. Lian Xiao decided to apologize to Gu Chengfeng after logging out of the Tianjia system. After all, they were still teammates. This was her first time fighting Petrov face-to-face without a mech. Heavy armor soldiers are inherently more robust than other mechs, and Petrov, standing before them, was like a wall. But his delicate features perfectly counteracted the intimidating presence of his height. Even when Lian Xiao politely shook hands with him, Petrov shyly averted his gaze. After a few rounds, Petrov suddenly asked, who taught you the basics of combat? Lian Xiao was stunned. She had learned a wide variety of subjects. Initially, she had learned them on her own from instructional videos. Instructor Aurora Wu and Tyrant were both considered her teachers. But when it came to the fundamentals, Lian Xiao seemed to be drawn back to that afternoon when Gu Chengfeng repeatedly beat her down, and she said, well done. Lian Xiao, Gu Chengfeng. Hearing that name, Petrov lost his mind for a second, unsure what to think. Then he lowered his gaze. Are you interested in Sambo? I can teach you. It's free. This time, Petrov didn't look away from her gaze, his eyes moist and bright, like a stuffed bear. But could you please team up with me for dungeon runs when you're free? Free sparring is offered to you, so why not learn? In Lian Xiao's opinion, Petrov's purpose in teaching was, at best, to gather intelligence on the league's major teams. Then she could wait until the official announcement of the next match came, and then she could refuse to team up with San Carlos on a regular basis. Although Petrov was taciturn, he was a patient and helpful teacher. Lian Xiao studied enthusiastically, and after the training session, she exclaimed, today was truly a fulfilling day of learning. She had no idea that the moment she left the training ground, another person would enter the same field. Petrov looked at Gu Chengfeng calmly and coldly. For as long as he and Lian Xiao had been sparring in the training ground, Gu Chengfeng's application to join the field had been hanging in his background. To be honest, Gu Chengfeng's actions surprised him somewhat. Both being top students from the three major military academies, They not only knew each other, but also had a good relationship. Petrov found Gu Chanfeng calm and rational, while Gu Chanfeng found Petrov quiet and quiet. The mecha was the reason he encountered Gu Chanfeng, who wasn't calm and rational. The stare was exchanged, and the confrontation was like two beasts meeting on the grassland. Petrov, having lost his youthful shyness in front of Lian Xiao, flexed his wrists provocatively. A warning, or do you want to pick a fight? Petrov said, if you're just a teammate, you're being too nosy. It was clear that Petrov's words had struck a nerve with Gu Chanfeng. After a pause of 2 or 3 seconds, Gu Chanfeng said, teammates are at least closer than opponents. Petrov, they're just temporary rivals in the league. No one stipulates that the military mecha squads must follow their current configuration. I tried to join Lian Xiao in the same squad after graduation. She doesn't like the climate in the Snowfield district. Then I can apply to the administrative center district. It's not a difficult task. It seems you don't know her at all. Gu Chanfeng raised his eyes coldly. She wouldn't want to stay in the administrative center district either. It doesn't matter. We get to know each other later. Petrov retorted, since you know Lian Xiao longer than I do, and know her better than I do you know what type of person she likes? Gu Chanfeng pursed his lips tightly. Of course he knew what Lian Xiao liked. He happened to overhear Cesare, Zhao Liqing, Lian Xiao, and Qian Yui watching a play together. He heard Lian Xiao praising the male lead, saying that Happy Puppy was the most popular person in the world. Happy Puppy. Gu Chanfeng chewed on the words. Not a single one of them seemed to resonate with him. That's right. Lian Xiao certainly didn't like his type. Even during deep connection, he didn't even bother to glance at his deeper thoughts and memories. Even his visit to Petrov seemed absurd and out of line. Jealous? He felt he had no right to be jealous. He was just jealous. But Petrov's words reminded him. Gu Chanfeng gave Petrov a rather odd look and logged off immediately, leaving Petrov speechless as he stared at the empty training grounds. Since he knew Lian Xiao's preferred type, why didn't he become the person she liked? Gu Chanfeng ran out of the training center in one breath, his heart pounding like he was alive. In the golden dusk, shadowed by buildings and trees, the afterglow, like scorching seawater, washed over Lian Xiao's feet, then back down. The stray cat that had gotten free cat food yesterday tripped Lian Xiao today, rubbing against her trouser leg and meowing. Lian Xiao was surprised to see Gu Chanfeng suddenly appear. Before she could even feel awkward, she heard him apologize sincerely, promising to change and never do it again. Lian Xiao blinked. Gu Chanfeng's sincerity and humbleness left her feeling a little bewildered. And his eyes and smile were so blazing that she almost felt like she was being burned by the sun. Lian Xiao petted the cat, tacitly allowing Gu Chanfeng to squat down and pet it too. Gu Chanfeng figured it out. Happy Puppy. If he couldn't do the first 2 words, he learned to do the last 2. Chapter 158. A week-long conflict melted away beneath the cat's fluffy fur. The kitten rubbed against them, meowing fawningly at Gu Chanfeng's double cat food. In this situation, even the hardest-hearted would find it hard to put on a sour face. Lian Xiao felt the root of the problem hadn't been resolved, but she and Gu Chanfeng had somehow reconciled. Furthermore, after this incident, Lian Xiao suddenly noticed a sharp increase in their chat frequency. Watching Gu Chanfeng share his daily life in the chat box, she no longer felt like a bird building a nest, but rather a dog that occasionally patrolled and retrieved a ball after letting go. Lian Xiao sincerely regretted this misconception. In June, the temperature on the Alliance's main planet soared, officially ushering in summer and exam season. In previous years, the Mecha League had already entered the knockout stage by this time. The delayed announcement of the next game had eroded the audience's confidence, and more netizens began to speculate that this Mecha League would end without a trace. Since the members of the Lianda team didn't have to take final exams, Lian Xiao was spared the headache of reviewing. However, he still had to face regular spot checks and cross-examinations from the Supervisory Committee and Frida. The Supervisory Committee was serious about its verdict at the hearing. When Su Sera and Yan Mingling were around, they could shield Lian Xiao from most of the scrutiny. But it's unclear what the tyrant has been up to lately, and both he and Yan Mingling have been spending less time at the Mecha Academy. So, in addition to daily training and worrying about the Shinsong competition, Lian Xiao also had to deal with unexpected inquiries. The fear of Frida's sudden attack was even more anxiety-provoking and stressful than the interrogation itself. Lian Xiao went from being terrified at first to feeling somewhat numb. To be honest, Lian Xiao didn't dislike Frida. Making people feel comfortable during interrogations wasn't easy. Before the formal interrogation began, Frida liked to ask about seemingly irrelevant, everyday matters. Lian Xiao could recognize this over time. It was a technique for lowering people's guard. Over time, after several interrogations with Frida, Lian Xiao felt that his ability to discern truth from lies had improved. After so many interrogations, Lian Xiao discovered that Frida, or rather those who had always harbored suspicions about her, was particularly concerned with the question of whether she heard the distant flute sound. During one surprise interrogation, Lian Xiao deliberately suggested that she seemed to hear the distant flute sound Frida had mentioned. Then she sang a melody to Frida, seemingly in a convincing manner. Frida visibly relaxed upon hearing the melody. As far as we know, the sound of the distant flute is usually unmelodious, Frida said, giving Lian Xiao a reassuring squeeze. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Lian Xiao feigned a sigh, thinking to himself that most of the pressure I feel is from you. She didn't need to pretend to be stressed. She never had a moment of complete relaxation. But I'm a dual cultivator of attack in both. Will I also encounter the sound of the distant flute? Is it possible to hear it from other locations? Lian Xiao was testing her. Since Section 26, or the military, was so wary of the sound of the distant flute, it meant they had some knowledge of it, and of the Zerg's collective subconscious. She wondered, assuming that even Earth's mechas had problems, was it possible that Fu Mingwang had also experienced special surveillance and heard the sound of the distant flute? Trying to get this information from Frida was a poor choice, but Lian Xiao realized she had no better way to understand Fu Mingwang. Ananke couldn't be trusted. Tyrant seemed to have a good relationship with Fu Mingwang, but Lian Xiao couldn't even get through to her. Lian Xiao couldn't find any other channels for the time being. She had a vague feeling that Ananke was waiting for her to come back. Frida's answer was flawless. The distant flute sound is caused by the mecha soldiers being overly stressed. Ark, with the heavier responsibilities and greater pressure, has the highest probability of hearing the distant flute sound. Theoretically, the distant flute sound could be heard regardless of location. If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen Ark, Lian Xiao said regretfully. Frida smiled. If you don't choose an Ark, I'm afraid Gu Chanfeng will have a hard time finding another one to dock with. S-class Arks are rare to begin with. Lian Xiao asked, do all active Arks undergo regular inquiries like this? Do those Arks that hear the distant flute need treatment? Of course. It's necessary for Arks with high mental power to report any abnormalities. Frida tactfully said, Arks that hear the distant flute typically undergo multiple rounds of inspection to verify the authenticity of their reports before they are granted special recuperation leave. Otherwise, I think some people won't be able to resist the allure of a vacation. But only a few Arks can return to high-intensity duties after a break. Hearing the distant flute means they're almost ready for retirement. Reporting an abnormality doesn't mean every Ark must undergo an inquiry. Frida was clearly trying to confuse the issue. Lian Xiao was even more certain that the military brass behind Frida had known about this and been wary of them from the start. And when Frida mentioned retirement, Lian Xiao was curious about what awaited these Arks after their retirement. Okay. Let's stop here for today. Frida gently blew out the scented candle. I think you need some rest. If nothing unexpected happens, today will be the last time I'd be checking in for the time being. Facing Lian Xiao's puzzled look, Frida smiled and said, you know soon? It's okay for me to tell you in advance. The time for the third game of the Mecha League has been set. The Mecha League is back. After a month-long hiatus, the Alliance and the military have finally reached a consensus. The third game will be held in a few days, leaving the military academies with little time to prepare, as this competition will be held within the Tiangita system. The Alliance is truly afraid of a repeat of the Nika tragedy. Using the Tiangita system, while the player training may not be as effective as a real match, at least it can ensure the player's safety. The map for this game is Chongqing City. I never heard of this map. Yi Yin, who had cleared the most dungeons in the league, shook his head. Is it a new map from the Tiangita system? Yes, Iko said. It's a new map developed specifically for the Mecha League. It's not in the previous map library. It will be available to all players after the competition. Zhao Liqing flipped through the pre-released information. Doesn't that mean we won't have access to the map before the competition? For fairness, the players had the same information this time. The military only revealed the rules and a brief map description. The maps in the Tiangita system all have prototype events and battles, but according to Iko's analysis, the Chongqing City dungeon map clearly references multiple events and cannot be pinpointed to a single battle. Moreover, this type of urban attack and defense was a type of battle Lian Xiao had rarely encountered. Chongqing City was a water city, lacking a solid foundation. Streets were connected by rivers, and large districts were linked by several alloy chains. The only way to reach Chongqing City from land, or from Chongqing City to land, was by ferry. A city on a vast expanse of water, completely isolated from the outside world in the face of the Zerg attack. According to the rules, each team will be randomly deployed to a different district in Chengning City. Each team's goal is to clear the Zerg from their district, while simultaneously defending it from Zerg attacks, and ensuring their district is impervious to attack. Echo said, rankings are based on the number of Zerg killed, and the duration of each team's defense. Each military academy can also attack and occupy districts owned by other teams, doubling their points, but also doubling the difficulty of defending. As for water, food, ammunition supplies, and medical equipment, the rules also explain this. Based on the analysis of the other teammates, it is entirely reasonable and possible for a normally configured mecha squad to defend a single district. In other words, this competition is already very close to simulating wartime conditions. That's a bit too much, Cesare muttered. The rules also state that the match will not end until the entire team is eliminated or voluntarily withdraws from the competition. If one is not careful, a match could easily last for several days. This involves not only considering the level of mechas of each military academy, but also testing strategy, stress tolerance, and willpower. Furthermore, this is the last round of the points competition, and all teams must be at their highest level. The top 4 are afraid of being squeezed out by a poor performance in the final round, while the bottom few have their last chance. Lin Xiao recalled his last experience in the Guava Jelly Sea, where he hadn't slept for 10 hours for 3 days and 3 nights, and his eyes suddenly darkened. Since no team had completed their matches, the rankings were based on the number of transmitters activated. After 2 games, the United Front was firmly in first place, while Orin was firmly in last place. In Kitakami River, however, the gap between the United Front and Shirakawa was very close, and either team had a chance of finishing in the top 4. The military also announced an important news, Echo said seriously. The Mecha League schedule will be changed. The semifinals will be cancelled, and the finals will feature the 4 qualified teams competing for the championship. The schedule will be changed after the start of the competition. The format will be shortened. This is unprecedented in the Mecha League. This effectively cuts out a game, giving the impression that the military is eager to end the Mecha League. The format change, announced simultaneously with the next game time, set online media into a frenzy. I give up. Is this the most sloppy Mecha League in history? It feels like it's over before it even started. I feel a little sorry for this year's players. There are several very strong players, but there aren't enough matches to show off their skills. The Mecha League has moved from offline to online, and the schedule has been shortened. This really shows how serious the disruption was last time. I'm really curious. It's definitely not just an encounter with an unidentified species. No conspiracy theories. I think it's understandable. Some people have always hoped for real-life Mecha League competitions, but the risks have proven unmanageable. The military is doing this to avoid casualties. Will the Mecha League be held next year? That's really important to me. Which teams make it to the finals is more important to me. I researched it, and while United University, Empire, and San Carlos are guaranteed to be in the top 3, the gap between United University and Empire isn't actually that big. In the first 2 games, United University actually struggled against Empire. I'm a little worried about who will ultimately win. Amidst the huge controversy, the third match day arrived in a flash, and each team logged into the system directly at their home school. The final match to determine the top 4 spots begins. Chapter 159. Hello everyone, welcome to the 12th Mecha League. The commentator's opening line was familiar, but his tone was unfamiliar. I'm Xian Zheng, the commentator for this match. Oh, that tone. Xian Zheng is so brave to take on the Mecha League. The comments immediately started to mock him. That's right. Seeing this comment, Xian Zheng gritted his teeth inwardly, but didn't dare to show it. The sudden suspension of the last league had devastated him. The league organizers had been slow to issue a statement, and netizens didn't know the identities of the other staff members. So, disgruntled fans and viewers flooded Xian Zheng's social media accounts. Their worry for the players, and their frustration at not being able to see the matches were all directed at him, the innocent commentator, leaving him unable to log into his account for weeks. I don't understand why the military hasn't fired Xian Zheng yet. Are all the Alliance Mecha commentators dead, and only Xian Zheng left? His commentary skills and personality are mediocre. That's impossible. It's hard to break a contract after both parties signed it. Luckily, besides Xian Zheng, we still have our goddess. Xian Zheng thought he would have terminated his contract long ago if he couldn't afford the liquidated damages, but the military was merciful and sent him a commentator partner for this game to distract from the netizens' criticism. Judy Brown, a member of the 8th Mecha League champion team. After graduating from the Alliance University, she was specially recruited into the military. Unlike the typical promotion path for students who shine in the League, Judy didn't join a frontline mecha team, but instead remained at the Alliance's main planet's air defense port. But with her skills and experience, she's more than capable of commentating the Mecha League. Okay, we can see that all the players have logged into the Tangenta system, Xi and Zheng said. In addition, Augustus Academy strongly protested the format of this match. After negotiation, the mecha data they use may differ from the actual data, and the data provided is a one-time use. The Tangenta system's loading sound was still there a second ago, and the next, Lian Xiao felt Hecata's feet touch the ground. Playing in the League using the Tangenta system feels no different from regular training, Cesare muttered in the channel. Then, a sudden hissing sound of electricity erupted in the channel, followed by another moment of silence. This was a sign of interference on the communication channel, so Lian Xiao, without thinking, moved, drawing his weapon and entering combat mode, all in one go. Then, a gunshot rang out. No, it wasn't a gunshot, but something like an energy cannon exploding at their feet. The moment the Lianda team landed, they were attacked. It was dusk in Chongning City. Lian Xiao locked onto the attack direction, and could see 5 or 6 Zerg within range, spread across 2 buildings. The lead one was lowering its body and aiming at them. This weapon, similar to the energy cannons used by humans, fired with barely a second's pause. The ground wasn't just exploded, but deep, bubbling corrosion marks remained. Previously, Zerg had mostly fought without weapons. But how could a civilization that once far surpassed humanity in technological advancement not have developed weapons? Go through the building, kill that one first, Lian Xiao shouted. A wingless Zerg, no higher than level B. She made a quick assessment. They collided with the Zerg upon landing, leaving the team no time to mentally reconnect, but it didn't matter. The Zerg's weapons disrupted the squad's advance somewhat. 2 heavily armored units, bearing the brunt of the damage, took 80% of the damage. As they approached the building where the Zerg were entrenched, Poekare discarded the metal plates he picked up to shield himself from the incoming fire. He and Zhao Liqing smashed through the outer wall and rushed inside. The building, already riddled with holes from previous attacks, was cracking dangerously. The steel floorboards cracked dangerously, and the entire structure began to sway. But the Zerg couldn't immediately retreat downwards. As the heavily armored units charged into the building, the red dragon Hecata leaped up, rapidly approaching the Zerg higher up, followed by the climbing Su Xing. Equally, the Zerg's path was blocked from both the front and the rear. 2 figures, one red and one black, Hecata charged directly at the weaponized Zerg, while the red dragon drew its sword and drove back the surrounding Zerg. In the past, Lian Xiao might have considered maneuvering to lure the Zerg into firing, then aiming for the right moment to attack, but now she realized that such effort was unnecessary. It was too slow. As the leader of several Zerg hordes, the Zerg before her must have been more powerful than the others, but its speed was too slow for Lian Xiao, practically like slow motion in a movie. Lian Xiao dodged the attack at close range, then slashed down on the Zerg with her knife the next second. A closer look revealed the weapon was nestled in the Zerg's chest and abdomen, the metal seemingly seamlessly integrated into its exoskeleton, as if the weapon had grown directly onto its body. How to carry and replace the energy source. What to do if the weapon overheated. Lian Xiao felt the pressure from the enemy wasn't enough, and she was distracted by these thoughts. She stabbed the Zerg's chest and abdomen with her knife, grasping its legs with her left hand. Before it could fire its next shot, she spun it around and kicked it off the roof. A mere drop of a dozen meters wouldn't have inflicted fatal damage on the Zerg, but Hecata leaped from the rooftop, 2 kitchen knives whirling out, precisely severing the Zerg's legs. Green blood splattered in the air, and amid the Zerg's painful screams, Lian Xiao fired his cannonballs repeatedly, his weapon detonating within the Zerg's body, exploding upon impact upon impact. Lian Xiao landed smoothly after a surge of heat. Looking up, Gu Changfeng had already nearly dispatched the remaining weaker ones, the last one still able to move having been shot in the head by Yi Yin with a precise shot. Zhao Liqing emerged from the collapsing building, only then connecting with Lian Xiao's spirit. The original plan had her and Poekare responsible for demolishing the building, but they were completely unnecessary. 3 minutes. From the moment the Zerg surrounded them to the moment they were defeated, the Lianda team took less than 3 minutes. And ultimately, only Lian Xiao and Gu Changfeng were actually involved in the actual action. So strong. My scalp is tingling with pleasure. It feels like she took out several Zergs with ease. Looking at Sister Lian in the small window, she's not even blushing or breathing heavily, she's completely wiped them out effortlessly. When did Sister Lien become so strong? Lien Xiao and Gu Chanfeng, a reassuring pair of S-rank teammates. The comments were full of praise. Remember, Oren had just encountered Zerg, but the situation there wasn't very optimistic. Everyone, pay attention to the coordination of the Lianda team, Judy said suddenly. Xi and Zheng had learned to be quiet, aside from the necessary commentary. The audience didn't expect him to offer any deeper strategic insights beyond just reciting the battle scenes. They were attacked upon landing, leaving them with insufficient time to build the Tower of Babel. In real combat, all sorts of unexpected situations can arise, but the Lianda team handled them well. Judy said, Art gave the order, and the others executed it. The main attackers will fight on the front lines, while the heavily armored troops will destroy buildings and, if necessary, deprive the Zerg of their high ground advantage, while the snipers will wait for opportunities to strike. This improvisational plan is simple, efficient, and rigorous. Lien Xiao assessed the battlefield situation and decided on the plan in mere seconds. The other teammates grasped her instructions with a single command and executed them efficiently. The team worked together very well, and everyone was excellent. Game after game, daily training, not only improved individual abilities, but also fostered a strong understanding. No member of the team was mediocre. Long-term training and rapport ensured that upon hearing Lien Xiao's command, they would automatically cooperate and complete their respective parts. The audience thought Lien Xiao and Gu Chanfeng were strong, but Lien Xiao felt that these Zerg were too weak. The Zerg she had fought on the snowy mountains were all high-level winged Zerg, and she had even faced bug-level creatures like awakened proto-Zergs. These wingless Zerg soldiers were truly in a different league. But Lien Xiao didn't realize that for a military academy student to not only kill a high-level Zerg while seriously wounded, but also survive, was a feat truly a genius among geniuses. After those battles, Lien Xiao's mecha skills had improved beyond recognition. After eliminating this Zerg squad, Lien Xiao had time to check the mecha's systems and surroundings. A new program had been added to the mecha system, clearly indicating the number of Zerg remaining in the area. In the Nine Realms area they were stationed in, there were currently over 20 Zerg active. So few? Yin asked. Including the Zerg squad they had eliminated, there were only 30 Zerg in the entire city area, far too few for an offensive. Unless, this city has no resistance left. Lien Xiao looked around. A strong sense of familiarity washed over him. Here, this is exactly like Earth, or rather, an ordinary city in Yin country. Although nearly crumbling, the 5- or 6-story residential buildings still retain their original appearance. They are painted the same paint from front to back, and on some floors, precarious security grills can still be seen. In the center of the residential buildings is a green space. The bicycles and electric bikes parked in the open-air carport have long been crushed, leaving only fragments visible. There is even a small sandpit and communal exercise equipment, very similar to the old residential complex where Lien Xiao grew up. Gu Chanfeng's eyes remained fixed on Lien Xiao. He watched her walk over and push the waist twister, then walked over to Hecate and asked, "What's wrong?" Lien Xiao shook her head. She just couldn't connect the familiar neighborhood with the words war ruins. Is Chongning City based on a city in Yin country? When does the dungeon take place? Was it a coincidence that such a dungeon was developed for this tournament? Looks familiar, doesn't it? Lien Xiao shuddered slightly, barely noticeable to Gu Chanfeng. She turned to see Cesare, eagerly examining the fitness equipment. There's this kind of equipment in a TV series set in Earth's golden age. We saw it when we watched it together, right? Lien Xiao, eh? Lien Xiao, yeah. She was startled. She thought someone had figured it out. After this little incident, the Lianda team decided to explore the city while clearing out the Zerg. As Hecate sprinted through the streets, the familiar cityscape felt strangely quiet to Lien Xiao. I wondered if any residents remained in other districts, or if all humans had evacuated the city. As night fell, the Zerg population in the Nine Realms was reduced to 0. The Lianda team, or rather Lien Xiao, Gu Chanfeng, and Cesare, slaughtered the Zerg with ease, leaving the audience ecstatic. The League's data analysis department, after examining online sentiment, felt that the Mecha major enrollment quotas for this year and next were stable. On the field, with the exception of Oren, the other teams had eliminated most of the Zerg by the end of the first day. Perhaps due to the confidentiality of the Mecha data, the Empire's performance wasn't as impressive as the past 2 games. However, Baichuan impressed the netizens. They seemed like a truly well-trained combat squad, tackling the Zerg with uncanny swiftness. It was Judy Brown's words that reminded the audience that the Battle of Baichuan was so brutal that every surviving human in the star field was a soldier. The Baichuan team was the descendants of these warriors. Even after clearing the Zerg population, Lian Xiao didn't let down her guard. During the team's break, she stared intently at the Zerg distribution map compiled by the system. The city was deserted, but it was clear that much of the supplies had been left behind, and the Zerg population was ridiculously low for the area. The League hadn't provided any other valuable information, so Lian Xiao could only piece together information from the battlefield. She wondered what stage this offensive and defensive battle was at. Could it be that the war was already over, and these Zerg were simply searching for valuable supplies? If so, then the next, more powerful attack would be imminent. Chapter 160. Lian Xiao tried to put himself in the attacker's shoes. A conquered, empty city wouldn't require much military force beyond its strategic location and resources. Changning City was a completely artificial maritime city, with no other cities nearby on land, so there was clearly no need to deploy troops. The few Zerg soldiers, then, were probably searching the battlefield. It was a shame that the Zerg swarmed with each other. Even if captured, they couldn't extract any useful intelligence from them, Lian Xiao thought. Otherwise, they would have been able to assess the current situation more quickly. The layout of Changning City's urban areas was also very interesting. During the Zerg eradication, Lian Xiao easily found a map of Changning City's public transportation. The 9 Realms district they were stationed in was coastal, or rather, all but the central district. The 7 outer districts surrounded and protected the central district. What are you thinking about? Gu Chanfeng sat down next to her and handed her a pack of compressed biscuits. The Lianda squadron had found some supplies near their encampment, including some food that had been stored for a long time. They didn't recognize anything else, but they did know about compressed biscuits, which appeared in textbooks and were widely used in both military and civilian rations. Lian Xiao tore open the package and took a bite, his expression contorted. Programmers probably didn't know what this obsolete food tasted like, and they were using the same code for nutrient supplements. I'm trying to figure out which zones the other teams are in, Lian Xiao said, struggling to swallow the nutrient-flavored compressed biscuits. If each team had a zone, then why was there an extra zone, Zone 8, right in the center? Yin, there's no way to tell. Then he saw Lian Xiao get into the mech, send a group message via the communication channel, and then get out again. Surprisingly, someone actually replied a few minutes later. The Baichuan, Kitakamiquan, and San Carlos teams readily informed Lian Xiao of the districts they were responsible for. Massima also informed Lian Xiao that Orin was sandwiched between the United Nations and Baichuan. Yin? When did Lian Xiao become so close to these teams? Looking at the largely confirmed district map, Lian Xiao realized that the central district was completely enclosed. This meant that, barring an airdrop attack, the Zerg must first break through the outer defenses to enter the central district. And the rules of this match also focused on defense. Is it a coincidence of urban planning, or is there something important in the central district? They're not just defending their own district, but the central district as well? Lian Xiao momentarily thought she was overthinking things, then felt it made sense, her expression shifting. Just then, Gu Chanfeng returned with some water, unscrewed the bottle cap, and handed it to her. The two began to discuss the purpose of the tournament's 8 districts. Wait, when did Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng become close? A comment slid over the heads of the two men sitting side by side, discussing something. What's that? Lian Jia has been teaming up with S-class players since the UN military exercises. They've been teammates for so long, their relationship can't be bad, right? No way, I'm from UN. Ever since Lian Xiao started last semester, there have been rumors that the relationship between these two has been strained. After all, before Lian Xiao showed up, Gu Chanfeng was the only S-class player. I remember many people on the forum mocking Lian Xiao using Gu Chanfeng's abilities. There's no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. These two definitely dislike each other, they just don't show it. That's right, S-rank teams maximize the benefits. Even if you dislike someone, you have to pretend. Has the previous commenter never been in a relationship? We're just netizens. It's pointless to poke fun at people. Aw, what do you mean? You're not saying Lian Gu doesn't dislike the other person, and they're actually in love, right? That's hilarious. What I mean is, look at how relaxed he is, always silently following your gaze in the crowd. Look at how he sits next to you whenever he gets the chance. He shares food immediately, and just exchanges glances when he needs water. Would you really do that to someone you dislike? The netizens were silent. The conclusion drawn from this comment was terrifying, but after actually seeing the frame-by-frame captures of Gu Chanfeng's micro-expressions, it seemed plausible. So where did the rumors of their feud originate? With their curiosity piqued, netizens began digging through the treasure trove of the Lianda University forum. You never know until you dig, and the shocking news is unbelievable. Last year, someone saw two S-classes training together. Someone even saw them leaving the training center side by side late at night. When Lian Xiao was being vilified by the keyboard warrior, Gu Changfeng helped guard outside Lian Xiao. Some netizens were stunned. They remembered they were here to watch the Mecha showdown, not to support the couple. Since they were already here, what's wrong with sharing a few words before leaving? Soon, another argument began to dampen these netizens' enthusiasm for supporting the couple. It's well known that those who can afford to major in mecha science have good family backgrounds. Compared to Gu Changfeng's, Lian Xiao, a poor student from Earth, was nothing compared to his family background. The two groups were locked in a fierce argument over the double S-rank entry. It could be said that this was Lian Xiao's inherently miraculous physique. Once the topic touched upon her, it easily spiraled into a bloody storm. No matter how passionately the netizens were arguing, Lian Xiao was oblivious. She was slightly nervous, awaiting the first wave of the Zerg attack. Since Chongqing City is a man-made maritime city with no established terrain, the Zerg could launch an attack from any of the outer districts. The Lianda team took turns ambushing at the harbor, and finally, at daybreak, they slowly detected the enemy. Nothing approaching was observed on the surface of the sea, but dozens of Zerg suddenly landed at the Nine Realms harbor, and the system issued a simultaneous warning. Facing an organized Zerg swarm for the first time, even if it wasn't a real-life encounter, it was impossible not to be nervous. Lian Xiao took a deep breath, but his body, already agitated by the adrenaline, was already aroused. The Tower of Babel had been established, and the mental channel connecting them allowed Lian Xiao to simultaneously sense the tension and excitement of his teammates. "Follow my command," Lian Xiao said solemnly. "Snipers, open fire." The sound of a gunshot shattered the morning silence. With a soft puff, a bloody spray suddenly appeared from the head of one of the dozens of Zerg that had landed. The Zerg had completely failed to sense the enemy's approach, its vision already obliterated by the bullet. And then another shot, and Yi Yin decisively ended the enemy's life. The Zerg swarm stirred, seeking cover as they advanced. Several disappeared behind buildings, only to reappear on rooftops a few seconds later. Those two shots exposed Yi Yin's position. These Zergs were coming specifically to kill him, but Yi Yin calmly loaded his gun and took aim, seemingly unaware, watching the green blood explode in his scope. The Zergs fell before his gun the moment they set foot on the human city. Who could have imagined that the General Assembly would use snipers as the first line of fire for the defense? The Zergs leaped between buildings. Although they couldn't fly, their body structure allowed them to move between the buildings as if on flat ground. They were closing in on Yi Yin. "Are you still running?" netizens gasped. The Zerg leaped between the buildings, about to pounce on the mech on the higher ground, when it suddenly felt itself lose its balance and tumbled down the wall until it crashed into the ceiling of the small shop below. The fall didn't kill it. It was a heavy armored soldier on the street who cleaved it in half. Zhao Liqing looked up and gestured to Su Xing, who was clinging to the wall. Under the command of Lian Xiao in the Tower of Babel, they emerged from the alleyway to intercept the Zerg force on the main road. Yi Yin was in charge of long-range sniping, drawing the enemy's fire. He only needed to snipe. Any Zerg vanguard attempting to kill him would be ambushed by Su Xing, who was lying in wait in the upper room. Zhao Liqing wouldn't block their path until he was sure the dozens of Zerg had all entered the main road leading from the port to the city. By then, it was too late to turn back and find a way out. Another heavy armored unit had encircled the Zerg army from behind. Then, the main attack unit entered the battle. Baichuan is engaging in street fighting, San Carlos is directly defending the port, denying the Zerg a chance to land, and the United Nations is simply crushing them. Xi and Zheng gasped, excited. It had been ages since he'd seen the cadets and Zerg face off in a formal match. Each team employed a different strategy, each with its own distinct style. He didn't know which to favor. Judy commented, each team fought very aggressively. The camera cut to the Lianda team. Zerg legs swung down from all directions. Lian Xiao grabbed a few and elbowed one in the chest and abdomen, then over his shoulder, turning the Zerg into a punching bag for the others. While surrounded by several Zerg, Lian Xiao grasped his sword with both hands. The blade's shortness presented a natural disadvantage in a battle with such a huge numerical disparity, but Hecate's speed made up for it. The audience, even many cadets, couldn't see when and from what angle Lian Xiao struck his sword. They only saw Hecate approach the Zerg like the wind, charging towards another Zerg, and the next second, the body of the previous Zerg shattered and collapsed. 2 strikes. Judy's face remained expressionless, though she inwardly sighed. While others marveled at Lian Xiao's speed, She noticed that he killed the Zerg with an average of only 2 strikes, directly destroying the average Zerg's brain. This demonstrated a deep understanding of Zerg structure and the precision of his attacks. Among dozens of Zergs, the 3 main attackers moved with impunity. As if a black and red wind blew, the ground was drenched in dark green blood wherever the red dragon and Hecate passed. However, just as the audience was gradually absorbed in the attack of the 3 main attackers, Lian Xiao, after kicking the Zerg away with his knee, seemed oblivious to the Zerg suddenly appearing on the wall behind him. He dropped his slasher and suddenly raised his gun to fire in the opposite direction. Missed, the bullet spun rapidly, knocking away the Zerg in its path. The bullet then struck an enemy on the other side of the battlefield, flanked by the red dragon, who had no time to defend himself. No, Lian Xiao's shot not only saved Gu Changfeng, who was unable to defend himself, but she even managed to dodge a Zerg attack overhead by aiming and lowering her center of gravity. How did she do that? The audience was stunned. Does Lian Xiao have eyes in the back of his head? No, because Lian Xiao is a dual cultivator of attack and attack. Judy said. Lian Xiao charged at the forefront, her fighting skills becoming increasingly powerful, making the audience gradually forget that she was actually the arc that the other teams needed to protect. She didn't have eyes behind her back, but every member of the Lian Xiao team was her eyes. All visual information flowed into Lian Xiao's sea of consciousness. She was the vanguard attacking the enemy, processing information and commanding each team member at the same time. She controlled everything on the battlefield. Only at this moment did netizens truly understand the meaning of this role. The Lian Xiao team's dumpling-like tactics were the fastest to kill the enemy. In less than 20 minutes, they successfully eliminated the first wave of enemies. The second and third waves followed, but were also quickly dispatched. Just as Lian Xiao and Maxima confirmed there were no more waves of enemies at the port, system warnings suddenly blared. 1 wave, 2 waves of Zerg had penetrated deep into their defenses, judging from their direction. They were coming from the city where Orin was stationed. Chapter 161. What's happening with Orin? Has the city fallen, or is the team unable to resist the Zerg attack? The Lianda team waited for several minutes, but heard no announcement. Instead, Yi saw through his scope a building slowly protruding from the harbor. Orin had severed the chain connecting the city, and was accelerating away from Chongning City. What the hell was he thinking? The audience was shocked. For the first time in the Mecha League, they saw a team flee while the other teams were fighting. Judy said calmly, "This is a strategic consideration based on Orin's own strength. High EQ, based on their own strength. Low EQ, too weak to win and fleeing." From the moment they began to eliminate the remaining Zerg, Orin had clearly struggled. This was due to Orin's lackluster strength to begin with, as well as the blow from the Mirror Palace incident. Orin had lost its strongest captain. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Orin's elimination was inevitable, so they had to take a different approach. Rankings in this match are based on Zerg kills and defense time, Judy said. Moving the city away from the main city might reduce enemy attacks and prolong the defense. That's too bad of Orin. Driving the Zerg soldiers into the nearby territories of the United University and Baichuan. It's reasonable to assume Orin is taking this opportunity to increase the pressure on these two teams. It's unlucky for the United University and Baichuan to be next to Orin. Don't the organizers of the passive match care? Sometimes hiding is a tactic. Having just dispatched 3 waves of enemies, without even a moment to catch their breath, the United University team quickly turned back. Evidently, the Zerg that had failed to break through their defenses in the previous 3 waves had informed their peers through the swarm. The Zerg split some of their forces to try to slow the team's pursuit, while the rest dispersed through the streets. This would undoubtedly significantly slow down the time it takes to eliminate the Zerg. Simultaneously, other thoughts flashed through Lian Xiao's mind. If a 4th wave of Zerg landed at this moment, it would actually trap the squad. Furthermore, the Zerg soldiers were desperately attacking the central city, suggesting they were after something there. And now, with Orin's departure from the battlefield, a gap had been opened in the central city's defenses. Thinking of this, Lian Xiao no longer hesitated and urgently called Ni Yuling, simultaneously issuing orders from within the Tower of Babel. Heavy armored soldiers, take to the roof. 2 heavy armored soldiers immediately scaled the nearest building. The buildings near the port were taller than the residential area. Zhao Liqing and Poicaret clung to the outer railings, clinging to them. Their speed rivaled that of the light armored soldiers, but their footholds cracked. The heavy armored soldiers were simply too heavy. This type of mecha wasn't designed for high mobility. The 2 heavy armored soldiers scaled the roof at top speed and opened fire. A wave of fire and air swept through the streets, enveloping the counterattacking Zerg. The street-side green belts and building materials burned fiercely in the flames. Occasionally, a Zerg would emerge from the fire zone, each one met with precise, pointed fire from Yin. This was the strategic significance of the heavily armored troops. Besides charging and defending, they were designed to wield powerful firepower. A sea of flames lay beneath their feet, and even more than 10 meters above, the stench of burning, dead and living creatures could still be smelled. Lian Xiao stopped looking at the sea of fire on the street, and focused on running and leaping across the rooftops, wary of the Zerg that might suddenly leap from the shadows and attack. With knife and gun, he hacked at the Zerg or pierced their brains with bullets. Blood and broken limbs flew everywhere as these ordinary Zerg soldiers fell beneath Lian Xiao's feet, like leaves swept by a strong wind across the street. The audience watched intently as 3 green dots on the thumbnail map caught up and dispelled the Zerg tide heading toward the central city. A crushing battle of the few against the many. Netizens were filled with swollen pride. Before the Mecha, these seemingly terrifying Zerg were no match for the Mechs. At the central city's road sign, Lian Xiao pulled the slicing knife from the belly of a motionless Zerg, then carefully wiped the blood off the blade. She had just pinned the last Zerg to the road with the slicing knife. Lian Xiao couldn't remember how many Zerg she had killed. Counting was meaningless on a life-or-death battlefield. However, just as Zhao Liqing and the others rushed over to join them, the map system alarm began to sound intermittently. There was a Zerg invasion, but they were lingering near the 9 realms. It was in the sea. After Orin led the city out of the battle, the Zerg forces could easily land through the concave opening on 3 sides. The coastal defenses of the Lianda and Shirakawa were forced to more than double, leaving the central city completely defenseless. Orin was weak. Not only was he so foolish and treacherous as to betray others, not knowing where Orin had drifted to, Lian Xiao could only mentally raise his middle finger at the sea. Why aren't Lian Xiao and the others moving? Several Zergs were about to land in the central city, and Xian Zheng was getting anxious. He'd been disillusioned with the Mecha League, but now, due to the intense offensive and defensive battles, his feelings were rekindled. Xian Zheng raised his voice. The Lianda team is closest to the central city. If the central city loses control, all the teams will be vulnerable. What is Lian Xiao thinking? Bei Shangchuan is almost there, Judy said. Xian Zheng was stunned. When? A glance at the thumbnail map in the bottom corner confirmed this. Judy, when the UN discovered Orin had escaped Chengning City, Lian Xiao sent a message to Bei Shangquan. Aside from Baichuan and the UN, Bei Shangquan was closest to the breach. Furthermore, if the Zerg landed from the central city, Bei Shangquan would be the first to be attacked. Therefore, Bei Shangquan had no reason to refuse Lian Xiao's request to rush to the central city to defend it. Xian Zheng, I told you not to read. Just talking nonsense. Xian Zheng's deflated expression made netizens laugh. Thankfully, Bei Shangquan arrived just in time, and this small group of Zerg soldiers was annihilated. Due to Orin's sudden situation, after clearing the Zerg attack, representatives from the 5 teams met in the central city. The Empire team simply ignored the message and was absent, so the Alliance had no expectation of them joining them. The focus of the debate centered on who would fill the gap in the central city's defenses. Niwa Ling was always the leader. Kitakami River could help out once, but not every time. So he proposed that each team assign one person to jointly defend the central city. Xiao Wuyu was the first to object. The Allied First Army had already replaced several players, and was still in the process of adjusting to the new team. If they lost another fighter, they would be unable to defend against the next attack. Petrov sneered. The Allied First Army wants to take advantage of the other team's defenses for free. He used a positive sentence. Xiao Wuyu barely managed to maintain his expression, but it was undeniable that he had a hidden agenda. The ones most affected right now were Shirakawa and the United University. The battle for the top 4 was mainly between Shirakawa, Kitakami River, and the Allied First Army. Shirakawa was definitely trying to push this joint defense proposal. If it meant depleting the combat effectiveness of Shirakawa and Kitakami River, he could be as shameless as he wanted. Xiao Wuyu, the Empire is just wasting its defense. The Allied Army won't attack other teams. We defend our own city, and have a clear conscience. Xiao Wuyu stood up as he spoke, looking at Petrov. Isn't San Carlos the best at defense? Are you sure you want to help them? And how are kills on the combined defense calculated? He glanced at the captains and arcs of each team. Be careful not to let other teams steal your credit. Remember, we're rivals now. We're competing. Even the netizens were somewhat persuaded by Xiao Wuyu's words. Xiao Wuyu's words sounded right. After all, it was a competition. Helping the opponent could easily lead to their own elimination. Ni Yuling looked up and gave Zhao Wuyu a very harmless smile. But inwardly, he was plotting how to kill this troublemaker. Gu Chanfeng said calmly, "We won't stop Zerg soldiers crossing the 9 realms, or the central city, toward the First Alliance army area." Zhao Wuyu's shamelessness lay in his accurate calculations. Even if the First Alliance army didn't participate in the joint defense, they would still reap the benefits. To deal with such a person, you have to be even more shameless than him. Zhao Wuyu was shocked. Gu Chanfeng's words implied that if you didn't pay the protection fee, the Zerg would attack you first. A naked threat. He hadn't expected the usually aloof Gu Chanfeng to say such a thing in front of the camera. Did he really care about his public image? Massima followed suit. In the end, only Lian Xiao remained silent, but Zhao Wuyu didn't expect her to say anything nice. He stormed off, declaring the 5 schools' defense line a failure. The 4 remaining military academies began discussing cooperation. Lian Xiao seemed absent-minded throughout the whole game, but in fact, from the moment they arrived in the central city, Lian Xiao felt a subtle fluctuation. The strange thing is, if it were a Zerg, then this mental fluctuation would be too weak. But if it were a survivor, it's unlikely their mental fluctuations would be so strong without the mech. Just as everyone was discussing how to rotate out, the sound of metal hitting the ground was heard nearby. Zhao Wuyu had returned. Trying to sow discord again, Massima, annoyed, quickly drew her gun. If necessary, she would shoot Zhao Wuyu. I'm sure everyone present would ignore it. "Put your gun down," Zhao Wuyu said. "I found." As he spoke, the mech bent down and opened its metal palm, revealing a dark humanoid figure. Zhao Wuyu's words were startling. "I found a survivor." According to Zhao Wuyu, he found the survivor on a street in the central city. The survivor was about to dive into the sewer, and the noise caught his eye. Judging from his height, he looked like a minor, around 12 or 13 years old. As soon as he landed from the robotic arm, the child burst into screams, circling their mechs and shouting Transformers. Lian Xiao paused for a moment, wanting to say that they weren't Autobots, and that he should have been shouting Gundam or Pacific Rim. Zhao Wuyu questioned, "What are Transformers?" To the young of this era, Transformers were truly centuries-old artifacts. The child glared at him, disdainfully saying, "You don't even know what Transformers are. Uncle, you must be very old." It wasn't until he was given something to eat that the child calmed down from his extreme excitement. He was filthy beyond recognition, his face covered in mud, and only his eyes were visible. Perhaps living in the sewers was the reason this child had survived the Zerg invasion. Lian Xiao's mind was a bit confused. First, why was such a survivor NPC included in the Chengning City dungeon? Second, this child, calling himself Xiao Weng, immediately thought of Transformers upon seeing the mechs, clearly familiar with them. Could this IP from the late 20th century still be popular hundreds of years later? So, after Xiao Weng finished his compressed biscuits, Lian Xiao asked, "What year is it now?" "Now?" The child wiped his mouth and rolled his eyes. "It's 2035. The first Zerg invasion occurred in 2100. Sure enough, the historical timeline of the Chengning City dungeon is messed up. Chapter 162. Others also realized something was amiss. 2035, Earth's golden age in history. Though, looking back, that era was plagued by local conflicts, a sluggish economy, and a widening wealth gap, humanity's survival was unaffected by foreign threats, making it truly a carefree golden age. Massima delved deeper. "Have you seen those monsters? Do you know when they appeared?" Xiao Weng said, "I know," his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the mechas that could lift him with one hand. "Don't you know, uncles and aunts? This city was built to hide from those giant bugs. It seems that in the Chengning City dungeon, the Zerg invasion occurred even earlier." Everyone was puzzled. To date, all dungeons in the Tianjita system are based on real events and battles, striving to recreate the conditions of the time. No dungeon has ever been completely detached from history. It is certain that Chengning City does not exist in reality, the war that took place there does not exist, and Xiaoweng does not exist either. But why would the Tianjita system developers and the military do this? Earth, so close to where she lived, was the place. Lian Xiao felt a tightness in her chest. Everything here was reminiscent of her memories. It was as if she was just dreaming a cool cosplay as a mecha soldier. Perhaps she would wake up in her small bedroom in the next moment, her parents' whispers, and the aroma of fried eggs drifting through the crack in the door. Lian Xiao knew she was not in a good state. The more bizarre the situation, the more she needed to stay calm. After Xiaoweng filled his stomach, the next question became where to go. Having finally found a survivor on the battlefield, of course, they had to protect him. However, Xiaoweng refused to go with any of the other teams. "My home is in the central city." Xiaoweng began to howl, his voice all talk and no action. I don't want to leave home. I'm not going anywhere, woo woo woo. He raged even harder, clinging to Zhao Wuyu's mech thigh. Uncle, thank you for saving me, but you should still send me back to where I came from. I promised Mom and Dad that I would live well. Even knowing that Xiaowang might never have existed in reality, his pitiful tone was heartbreaking. A child of 11 or 12 must have endured countless hardships to miraculously survive. Letting Xiaowang stay in the central city and join the various joint defense teams wasn't a big deal. And Zhao Wuyu had been half-forced, half-voluntarily, by Xiaowang to stay and join the joint defense. The main thing was that when that little black clay figure innocently asked his uncle why he was leaving, and why he didn't want to fight the bugs together, he couldn't just say he was hoping the other teams would be eliminated soon. The Allied forces would only be here for one day. Looking at Xiaowang, who was cheering and running around the field with joy because he stayed, Zhao Wuyu admitted that he felt a little flattered. He had merely shot and killed the seriously injured Zerg and saved Xiaowang, but in Xiaowang's eyes, he was already the most reliable and dependable person. This very simple feeling of being unconditionally trusted and respected reminded Zhao Wuyu of the reasons he had written countless times in his essays about wanting to become a mecha soldier. Zhao Wuyu had no doubt that he would become the greatest arc of this era, and he would have many moments to be called a hero. But he would never forget the moment he first felt close to the word, the way Xiaowang looked at him, right then and there. It was night, the entire city slumbering. Xiaowang slipped out of the tent quietly. Even though he was so careful, he bumped into the night watchman. Before he could speak, Xiaowang clutched his stomach, feigning an urgent need, groaned, and ran off. Knowing there was no danger nearby, the Kitakami River team member was careless and didn't follow. Xiaowang circled 3 or 4 times, making sure no one was behind him. Then he lifted the manhole cover and nimbly descended. The filth on his body blended seamlessly into the darkness of the sewers. The central city sewer system was surprisingly still functioning. Xiaowang entered this complex maze as if it were his own home. The sewer stank, but Xiaowang continued deeper, as if his sense of smell had failed him. The occasional rotten corpse of an unrecognizable species drifted from the nearby waterway, but it didn't stir a single fear or sorrow in him. Xiaowang finally stopped in the area where the stench was most unbearable. He lifted his clothes. The Transformers' driving brothers and sisters had wanted to wash the thick stains off his body, but fortunately, they were short of clean water. He pulled out a sharp dagger from somewhere, staring blankly at the thin blade for 2 seconds before finally making up his mind. The dagger pierced flesh, and after a dozen seconds, a piece of something fell off with a clatter. Blood gushed out. The blood was green. At the same time, Lian Xiao detected a faint mental fluctuation. She suddenly woke from her half-sleep, but the fluctuation vanished without a trace. Gu Chengfeng's coat slipped from her body, and Lian Xiao picked it up. "Why didn't you wake me?" The two of them kept watch, and she fell asleep without realizing it. "Everyone, wake up! Wake up!" The League romance story seems to have been updated. A shout swiped across the live stream. Ever since the first person noticed something was amiss between Lian Xiao and Gu Chengfeng, some netizens began to scrutinize their relationship. Whether they were trying to prove they couldn't be in a relationship or simply to disprove it, everyone rushed to the live stream, magnifying glasses and keyboards ready for battle. Lian Xiao thought and realized that Gu Chengfeng had placed his supply bag behind her, carefully adjusting its shape to make her nap more comfortable. Lian Xiao felt exhausted and longed to just ignore everything and have a good, long sleep. From this perspective, the stars shone brightly in the sky, the faint sound of waves lingered in his ears, and the campfire reflected the profile of Gu Chengfeng, who was poring over a map, a warm and gentle presence. If this were just an ordinary camping trip, it would probably be beautiful and unforgettable. Lian Xiao watched Xingchen regain consciousness. The other teammates were resting, so their conversation was more like whispers. "Do you think there will be another Zerg attack tomorrow?" Lian Xiao said. "Yes," Gu Chengfeng said. "And it's likely to be even more intense than today." Lian Xiao, find a Zerg stronghold and destroy it. "Do you think we have a chance of success?" This was something Lian Xiao had been pondering for the past 2 days. Rather than passively waiting for the Zerg to attack the city, it would be easier to take the initiative and directly destroy the Zerg stronghold. The netizen was stunned, but Gu Chengfeng didn't give a casual yes or no answer. Judging from the 2 battles, the Zerg soldiers in the nearby strongholds are not very high level, mostly sea level and below. Gu Chengfeng analyzed, there are no large weapons, and only 1/10 of the Zerg are equipped with weapons. This indicates that Chongqing City's strategic value to the Zerg is not high. But while we were merely defending the city and not actively attacking, the enemy quickly assembled a group of soldiers and landed today. Chang'an City holds something they must obtain immediately. The Zerg attack will not cease until they find the thing. You mean? Lian Xiao understood, if we want to attack, the sooner the better. Assuming the object the Zerg are seeking is truly in the central city, then the Nine Realms district, and the urban area of Baichuan across the river would undoubtedly be a breakthrough point. Once the Zerg discover this, they will face a more intense attack than other teams. By then, even if Lian Xiao wanted to destroy the Zerg stronghold, she would be powerless. That's right. Lian Xiao sat up. When do you think is appropriate? From Lian Xiao's tone, Gu Chanfeng knew she had already made her decision. He asked with a hint of a smile, when do you think it's a good time? The next second, they both said in unison, tomorrow. Tomorrow. The coat covering her finally slid to the ground, weighed down by the weight. As Lian Xiao picked up the wrinkled coat, he saw a smile in Gu Chanfeng's eyes. This wasn't hard to understand. Having a teammate who always matched your thinking and shared your vision was a wonderful thing, Lian Xiao thought. Just like how he had become acquainted with Gu Chanfeng before, it was because Lian Xiao liked his handsome manners and way of speaking. Now, with the idea of continuing to be Gu Chanfeng's teammate, Lian Xiao felt it was a natural progression. So, tomorrow, lock onto the Zerg stronghold, attack directly, and end this match. The live streamers had long since given up on the couple's CP support. Most were discussing whether Lian and Gu's plan was too reckless, while a few were disappointed. Why on such a beautiful seaside night, a perfect opportunity for the two of them to be alone, are you discussing this, Gu Chanfeng? Do you know that even with a handsome face like yours, all that rosy vibe disappears when it comes to serious matters? Is this the reason for the alarmingly low marriage rate among mech soldiers? I can honestly say I think it's great. You two are so in tune with each other when discussing tactics, so I bet you're even more so in life. Nonsense. Two S-class players look at each other and smile. Ah, I'm CP support. Those CP supporters are crazy, right? What else can they discuss during a game? Please don't assume Gu Chanfeng has a crush on Lian Xiao. They're just teammates. Feeling better? Gu Chanfeng asked her softly. Lian Xiao lay back down again, and after a long moment, he softly said, I miss home. She hadn't dreamed of Earth in a long time, or of the past. The Chang'an City dungeon seemed like a dream, a constant reminder that she didn't belong in this era. There'd be a long vacation after the league ends. Gu Chanfeng paused. I haven't been to Earth yet. Lian Xiao recalled the current appearance of Earth in the data, and said, self-righteously, it's normal not to have been there. Earth isn't suitable for tourism. For the young master of the Alliance, born and raised as the main star, going to Earth would be like experiencing life in a remote rural area. Gu Chanfeng said, it's okay. I'm curious about what Earth is like. Lian Xiao blinked. Oh! Gu Chanfeng persisted, continuing, will Zhao Liqing come with you to Earth? Yes. We already made the plan. Sisters looking for each other to hang out during the holidays. It's so normal. Just thinking about it makes me happy. It seems everyone's interested in Earth. Huh? Lian Xiao finally realized there was something else behind Gu Chanfeng's words. Anyone else want to go? Gu Chanfeng stared at her intently for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled. No. I remembered it wrong. The comments were filled with screams. Ha ha ha. Anyone else says Gu Chanfeng doesn't like Lian Xiao washing my hair upside down? It's so obvious. It's so obvious, only Lian Jia, in the middle of the game, can't notice it. Everyone, let me translate these words from Gu Chanfeng. I haven't been to Earth yet. Please invite me to Earth, please. Will Zhao Liqing come with you? Will we ever get a chance to be alone together? It seems everyone's interested in Earth, testing for any other rivals. I remembered it wrong, confirming there's no one else satisfied. Love makes one scheming. No matter how much scheming one has, it's useless against a straight-laced woman. Ha ha ha. Day 3 of the competition. The sun rose, and the sea was calm. The United Defense Squad, arrayed as they had yesterday, crouched near the harbor. Time ticked by, but not a single Zerg appeared. The passage of time was agonizing, and Lian Xiao began to wonder uncontrollably if something had gone wrong. The map system hadn't triggered any alarms. It was truly unusual. And then, intense gunfire erupted, audible even to the United Defense Squad from such a distance. In the central city, the members of the United Defense Squad's scalps tingled. Untold numbers of Zerg lurked beneath the calm surface, wave after wave crawling up the shore. Lian Xiao received a message from Cesare. The Zerg are targeting Xiao Wang. No. There's something wrong with Xiao Wang. He's not human. Chapter 163. Too many. Cesare had never seen such a dense swarm of Zerg. Cesare was familiar with the sea's appearance in all weather conditions, but he had never seen the golden sunrise, the dark waves sweeping over it. Looking closely, he saw that the dark mass beneath the waves wasn't a reef, but a dense, impenetrable swarm of Zerg crawling underwater, casting a dark shadow on the water. Cesare, a Zergphobe, screamed frantically in his mind, but in reality, he stabbed 2 dripping Zerg that had just come ashore with a single sword, skewering them like meat. The Alliance's Ark, the Alliance, Kitakami River, Shirakawa's main attack units, and San Carlos's heavily armored troops, each fought independently. Despite some simple coordination, the seemingly endless swarm of Zerg swarms ripped through the defenses, leaving ever larger gaps. 3 or 4 Zerg are heading your way. Cesare roared from within the Tower of Babel, snatching a Zerg that had attempted to leap onto his back and slamming it against the building's outer wall. I know. Zhao Wuyu's tone was impatient. He was on the Ark, so he was naturally protected at the back, staying with Xiaoweng. After instructing Xiaoweng to hide, Zhao Wuyu maneuvered his mech into an ambush on the path. Just 3 or 4 Zerg, easy enough to deal with. There was something wrong with these Zerg. After dispatching several waves that had slipped through the net, Zhao Wuyu's stamina had declined significantly. He had a vague feeling that these waves of attacks, both in terms of enemy numbers and the intervals between attacks, had coincided like a carefully planned operation. He inquired with the frontline's output and received intelligence that the Zerg numbers had significantly decreased. Perhaps his perception was wrong. At that moment, Zhao Wuyu paused and putting away his gun. He sensed a strong mental wave rapidly approaching. The S-level psychic perception and reaction speed surpassed the mecha system, and Zhao Wuyu broke out in a cold sweat. The Zerg attack wasn't repelled by them, but rather the main force bypassed the defenses and was heading for his position. The Zerg's primary target turned out to be him. Return to defense. The order came too late. Before the arrival of several main attack units, Zhao Wuyu was left alone to face the Zerg encirclement. He was just an Ark. Why should he be doing the work of a main attack unit? Zhao Wuyu gritted his teeth and quickly reloaded. He had learned his lesson from the last Mirror Palace incident and had recently focused on improving his physical fitness and combat training. But the training time was too short. He couldn't achieve anything in one go. Xiaoweng, you know where to hide safely in the sewers, right? Zhao Wuyu tried to appear relaxed and confident. Xiaoweng couldn't stay with him. The Zerg were targeting him, and staying here would only put Xiaoweng in greater danger. No matter what you hear, don't come out. Zhao Wuyu's mouth was dry, but he couldn't be nervous, at least not in front of the child. We be safe soon. It's okay. Zhao Wuyu covered the manhole cover where Xiaoweng had crawled with rubble, and licked his lips nervously. Thinking of Xiaoweng silently, tears welling up in her eyes, as she clung to the mech's thigh, he felt a strange sense of comfort. He almost forgotten that Xiaoweng was just a pile of data. This is what it felt like to be relied upon and needed by others. He hadn't been able to protect Anman and the other teammates on the snowy mountain, but he could protect many more now and in the future. The impact of Oren's departure from the war zone was too severe, Xianzheng sighed. Oren was still adrift at sea, while the other teams were already nearly annihilated. Zhao Wuyu's heroic figure as he fought the Zerg, and Xianzheng sympathized with him. Sighing, Zhao Wuyu single-handedly took on so many Zerg, truly worthy of an S-class Ark. No, he failed miserably, Judy said coldly. Judy publicly undermined him, saying, if it weren't for Zhao Wuyu's poor command, his inability to fully utilize the Ark, the joint defense wouldn't have collapsed, and he wouldn't have been trapped. Zhao Wuyu bears primary responsibility for the fall of the central city. Xianzheng tried to defend Zhao Wuyu. After all, it was a hastily assembled team, and commanding the other members was not without its challenges. Judy frowned. As an Ark, you can't even command them. How can that be justified? On the battlefield, Zhao Wuyu's mech was severely injured. He also tried to shake off the Zerg by moving, but couldn't even break through the encirclement. Just when Zhao Wuyu thought he was going to die here, Cesare arrived. Cesare, leaping from the rooftop, pinned the approaching Zerg to the ground with a single sword strike, and with a single, ordinary submachine gun, he repelled the oncoming Zerg swarm. In a trance, Cesari's eyes shone with a hazy holy light. This normally boisterous Valentino was now strikingly handsome, weaving through the Zerg swarm like a ghost, his slender, flexible sword piercing the cracks in their exoskeletons with the precision of a scalpel. Cesare stamped on the Zerg's chest and abdomen, using the force and the rebound of his sword to leap into the air. Even as he crushed the other enemies, he managed to find time to fire. He silently harvested the lives of his enemies, and Zhao Wuyu somehow recalled Cesari's information. Gu Chanfeng of the Yuan Mecha Academy was recognized as the best in close combat. And the second best was this talkative fellow. For the most part, he could hold his own against Gu Chanfeng, piloting the Red Dragon. It was his excessive talk that diminished his genius. Left rear. Zhao Wuyu reverted to his support role and shouted. The Zerg truly respected them. Among the constant stream of reinforcements were several armed soldiers. Cesare was overwhelmed. Several cannons were aimed at him, but he couldn't dodge or immediately cut into the enemy's rear. He could only take the damage in the next second. I'm here! A childish voice shouted from a dozen meters away. Zhao Wuyu's mind buzzed. It was Xiao Wang. He had climbed out of the sewers, waving his arms with all his might at the Zerg swarm, leaping and shouting. The Zerg roared with joy. All attacks aimed at them were cancelled. In the blink of an eye, the Zerg swarm engulfed the small figure, and a faint splatter of blood appeared on the ground. It turned out that the Zerg weren't targeting him. It was Xiao Wang. Cesare and netizens with slow-motion skills clearly saw that Xiao Wang had been injured while distracting the Zerg, and the blood flowing from his wound was green. Whose blood could be green? Netizens were furious. Even children in the Alliance know that Zerg blood is green. Why did the Tiangita system insist on setting Xiao Wang's blood to green, unless? This question led to more doubts. With the entire city deserted, a child had actually survived, and was even the target of the Zerg soldiers. Is Xiao Wang human or Zerg? Is he an NPC created by the Tiangita system specifically for the competition, or does a similar situation really exist in reality? Panic erupted among the audience, thinking that if the color of Xiao Wang's blood hadn't given him away, they wouldn't have noticed any difference between him and a normal person. What if there were people like this lurking within the Alliance, lurking around us? Someone urgently contacted the Tiangita system officials, but the response was no information. The outcome of the match became irrelevant. The audience only wanted to know what Xiao Wang was. At the critical moment, reinforcements arrived, barely repelling the Zerg attack. Having heard about Cesare, Lian Xiao had prepared herself mentally, but when she pulled Xiao Wang from the sewer, she couldn't help but gasp. Xiao Wang had a large hole in his forehead, and blood was gushing down his cheeks and onto his clothes. Xiao Wang's body was too dirty and black to discern the color of the blood, but everyone present recognized the organ spinning around Xiao Wang's fist-sized wound. A compound eye. Directly above the human eye, a Zerg compound eye grew, whirring furiously. Compound eyes lack eyelids, so closing the eyes is impossible to conceal them. Lian Xiao's scalp tingled and his throat was dry. So, the bloody hole in Xiao Wang's forehead was the contestant who found Xiao Wang threw a dagger to the ground. Xiao Wang moved, wanting to pick it up, but the stagnant atmosphere held him in place, preventing him from moving. He felt like crying. The people who came looking for him arrived too quickly. He only had time to dig out one of his compound eyes. Pain, fear, and grievance intertwined, and the human eye, the Zerg eye, and that bloody hole all shed blood and tears. Lian Xiao hated his own good eyesight. He saw the thin cracks on Xiao Wang's cheeks, like fish gills, beginning to form, and beneath each crack, a compound eye opened. This wasn't a human child. This was a monster. Are you a bug? Zhao Wuyu broke the silence, slowly lowering his arms. He had intended to embrace Xiao Wang, joyfully but also to sternly scold him, telling him not to do it again. I'm not a bug. Xiao Wang trembled all over. He keenly sensed the change in their attitude towards him, and the desire to survive forced him to suppress his fear. He slowly walked over and embraced Zhao Wuyu's mech. I'm human. I don't know why these strange things have grown on me. He cried, Uncle, are you going to kill me? Xiao Wang's voice was heartbreaking, but when he raised his face, he saw a human face covered in pairs of compound eyes, a terrifying sight. The exoskeleton pierced through the flesh, human and Zerg features tugged back and forth across this tender body. In a short period of time, Xiao Wang grew an exoskeleton and 2 extra arms. His cells rapidly divided, growing organs impossible for humans, squeezing his chest cavity and fusing his bones. Although he still barely maintained a human form, he had completely transformed into a creature half human, half bug. When the hard shell first grew, he was terrified. But after Xiao Wang ruthlessly cut off the worm-like shell, although he fainted from the pain, he found that the wound healed quickly. Repeated cuts, repeated pain, Xiao Wang felt like he was in a tug-of-war with a monster that was wrestling its body away. I am human. I am not one of those insects that kill humans. I am human. I really am human. Xiao Wang dared not even sob loudly. My home is on Yuhua South Road, and our school is nearby. I often walk this way to and from school. He is human. The memories of living here are not fake, and his family and friends are not fake. He simply kept the promise he made to his parents to live well. Otherwise, he would have wanted to end this endless pain and torture long ago. The players present were stunned into silence. They were the closest group in the alliance to the Zerg, yet even they had never heard of Zerguds. No wonder the Zerg were desperately attacking the central city. It was all because of Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang happened to be a clever kid. Hiding in the sewers, he prevented the Zerg from locating him by scent, and his filthy appearance made him invisible to them for a moment. So you knew from the start that the Zerg were looking for you, Xiao Wuyu said calmly. And I heard the Zerg calling you a messenger. Xiao Wuyu shook Xiao Wang off. His voice trembled as he held up a finger. Let's vote. Those of the 5 schools present who agree to kill it, please vote in favor. The Allied forces vote in favor. Oh my god, this is terrifying. Can humans transform into Zerg? The Tianjita system, you better be playing a game. Tell me this is fake. What a nightmare. I thought Xiao Wang was pretty smart, but how could he be a bug? I'm seriously afraid I wake up tomorrow with compound eyes. Don't panic, everyone. Didn't Xiao Wuyu say the Zerg call Xiao Wang a messenger? Only so-called messengers can transform into bugs, right? Messenger, a bug turned human. Lian Xiao was thankful to have just experienced a fierce battle. It masked her momentary discomfort. The others were probably arguing, and she couldn't hear what they were arguing about. The chill that ran through her body faded, replaced by a resigned numbness. So this strange dungeon was waiting for her. Will she also become a half-human, half-insect monster? Xiao Liqing quietly tightened her grip on Lian Xiao's hand, as if trying to offer comfort. Xiao Wang curled up, his tears seemingly dried up, and he trembled only when someone spoke. It was like playing Russian roulette, never knowing whether the next person to speak would shoot him or let him go. Cesare raged. Are you sick, Xiao Wuyu? Xiao Wang didn't do anything. He just saved you and me. Who knows what he did before? Has he killed anyone? His words are unbelievable. Xiao Wuyu said, have you forgotten our mission? The Zerg deserve to die. Besides, he's just data. You're the one with the problem, aren't you? Pity a bunch of data? Xiao Wuyu looked around with a heavy gaze, thinking, these people know nothing. How could they possibly understand the pain of their teammates dying at the hands of the Zerg? He tried not to look at Xiao Wang. I don't think anyone here would sympathize with a half-human, half-insect monster, right? Think it over carefully before you speak. Lian Xiao suddenly understood the purpose of this dungeon. Regardless of how Xiao Wang became a messenger, or whether or not the messenger would eventually transform into an insect, the signal had already been sent through the League. Today's Xiao Wang. Tomorrow's her. Chapter 164. The cold sweat lasted only 2 or 3 seconds before Lian Xiao regained her composure. If she were truly fragile, she would have chosen to retreat and live a stable life when she was targeted by the Knight's Emblem, targeted by Katov, and discovered that Earth's mecha creatures had been secretly eliminated. Lian Xiao didn't do that. Partly because returning to Earth was her obsession with surviving in this era, and partly because there was a rebellious streak in her character that she wasn't aware of. The thought that the person behind the scenes might be enjoying the panic caused by this warning through a live broadcast made Lian Xiao extremely unhappy. She smiled coldly, relaxing her slightly tense limbs. Analyzing the intentions of the person behind the scenes, the use of the Earth setting in 2035 was most likely a coincidence. They believed that the original owner's Earth remnant background would subconsciously make her more sensitive to Earth's background than others, making her feel more involved. However, she accidentally chose a time period familiar to Lian Xiao. The other party was certain she was suspicious, but they certainly didn't know she was truly a messenger. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to resort to roundabout methods to test her. She would have been taken away by the military for investigation long ago. As for the secret of the messenger's insect transformation, we couldn't be 100% certain of it. If she became flustered by Xiao Wang's horrific insect transformation and revealed any clues, it would play into their hands. After thinking through these key points, Lian Xiao completely relaxed. But there was one thing Lian Xiao had to be mindful of. Whether the news of the messenger's insect transformation was true or false, it would undoubtedly spark fear among the Alliance citizens. The terrible thing was that if the Alliance public was convinced that insectids were enemies, and then it was she who was brought to justice. Lian Xiao couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Lian Xiao took a deep breath. The absurd vote hadn't yet concluded, and her distraction could easily be interpreted as a dilemma, making it less noticeable. Following the Allied First Army, Kitakami Chuan voted in favor. The two schools were at odds, and Zhao Wuyu himself hadn't expected Kitakami Chuan to side with him. Eliminating the Zerguds, I believe, is a matter of principle. N.I. Yuling dropped his usual endearing smile. Having Zerg traits no longer makes them human. We can't risk the conscience of an alien species. Sorry. His last words were addressed to Xiaoweng. Xiaoweng stared at the ground, his eyes thick with despair. And Yuling's considerations went beyond that. The mecha soldier's duty was merely the most legitimate and transparent one. Xiaoweng was the target of the Zerg attack. As long as Xiaoweng was alive, his region would be subjected to the Zerg's most intense attack. How could the League teams continue to compete in this situation? Yuling didn't like Xiaowu as a person, but he agreed with what he said. Xiaoweng was nothing more than a pile of statistics. They don't need to feel morally guilty about erasing their data. The turntable's turn came to San Carlos. Petrov said briefly, San Carlos students' weapons aren't meant to be wielded against the weak. I disagree. I didn't expect San Carlos to disagree. How sanctimonious. What's going on? Aren't mecha soldiers supposed to protect their fellow humans? Why are they protecting insects? Can San Carlos please stop? Xiaoweng is just a child. Even if he develops insect organs, how much of a threat can he pose? It was the Yuan's turn. We disagree, Gu Chanfeng said. Then he made a move that surprised everyone. The Red Dragon's core module opened, and a figure leaped out. Gu Chanfeng disengaged his mecha and approached Xiaoweng. He was only wearing his combat uniform, which certainly provided some protection, but if Xiaoweng were to attack, the sharp insect legs could easily penetrate the uniform and inflict a fatal blow. 8 eyes watched the young man approach in bewilderment. He looked tall, with an aura of unbearable sharpness, the very image Xiaoweng had secretly imagined of himself as a grown-up handsome man, watching special effects dramas. Only when the young man reached out to touch his skin did Xiaoweng think to step back, but he was held back firmly and gently. Gu Chanfeng grasped Xiaoweng's human hand and pulled him to his feet. Do you want to kill me? Xiaoweng was stunned. I don't want to. Gu Chanfeng continued to hold his hand. I don't think Xiaoweng is non-human. If someone was raised in human society and has never harmed any of their compatriots, and simply because of a change in appearance, resentment and fear of the Zerg are transferred to him, Gu Chanfeng said, what's the difference between that and indiscriminate killing? Don't accuse me. Xiao Wu growled. There's no evidence to prove his account. If you leave a time bomb unattended, can you take responsibility if something goes wrong? After he finished speaking, even he was stunned. Gu Chanfeng stood calmly between the mechas, not arguing. But he held Xiaoweng's hand and, as he spoke, unapologetically exposed his back to the Zerg-like creature. If Xiaoweng had thought about it, Gu Chanfeng would have been dead long ago. Gu Chanfeng had proven with his actions that Xiaoweng was not aggressive. Is this still the stern and cold S-rank he had collected in his research? He was like a saintly father who sacrificed himself to feed the tiger. Xiaoweng followed Gu Chanfeng closely. His uncontrolled insect foot accidentally brushed against Gu Chanfeng's arm, causing him to shudder, fearing he would lose his only patron, who had shown him kindness. Gu Chanfeng patted the tip of the insect foot soothingly. Xiao Sa said Xiaoweng saved him, and you? Does human or Zerg appearance really matter? 2-2. The decisive vote rested with Maxima. Zhao Wu couldn't help but feel delighted. Few citizens in the Baichuan region had lost loved ones to the Zerg, and their hatred of the Zerg was among the highest in the alliance. Maxima was a sure vote in favor. Maxima, I don't agree with killing him. Maxima actually decided to side with the United Nations and San Carlos. You seem to have misunderstood something. Maxima said, we hate the Zerg who invaded the alliance and massacred humans. We can't kill people without asking for reason like the Zerg. But I can't continue to protect him. Maxima looked at Xiaoweng with a complicated look, as he became more and more like a Zerg as time went by. She couldn't help but wonder what she would do if she became like him. She probably would kill herself before anyone else could. 3-2. Xiao Wu seemed unable to accept this result, frozen in place for several seconds. Finally realizing what was happening, he angrily said okay several times and snarled, if you don't have the heart to kill, then we won't join the United Nations defense. He didn't believe that a single team could withstand the overwhelming Zerg tide today. Xiaoweng is now a mobile Zerg trap. Whichever team takes him away to protect him will finish that city tomorrow. Zhao Wu felt a twisted sense of satisfaction as he scanned the opposing teams, only to regret that his vision couldn't penetrate the mecha and clearly discern the expressions on their faces. They were against him, labeling him a murderer of innocent people. He wanted to see what non-hypocrisy would actually do. Yeah, I almost forgot this is the last match of the points tournament. Whoever accepts the Zergman will definitely be the first to be eliminated tomorrow. Correction, the kid isn't called Zergman, he's called Xiaoweng. I calculated the points. In an extreme scenario, if the United Nations were eliminated first and finished last, Whether they could finally make it into the top 4 would depend on the other teams. Ah, I was really a little moved by Gu Chunfeng's words just now. Please, these teams, calm down and don't act on impulse. On one side was a spot in the league, and on the other were vague values. The choice seemed clear. Xiao Wang released Gu Chunfeng's hand, unwilling to see them suffer. I can walk on my own? It's okay. I can survive on my own? But Gu Chunfeng silently tightened his grip. Gu Chunfeng was also pondering a better solution. Bai Chuan's relenting decision to let Xiao Wang go was already quite unexpected. Seeking cooperation with San Carlos was unlikely, but he was a man of his word. He had promised to protect Xiao Wang, and he would do so even if the team achieved the best possible ranking. It seems the other 2 teams, besides the United Nations, have refused. Xiao Wuyu scoffed. Don't you sympathize with the Zerglings? Your teammates would be happy to offer their support, wouldn't they? Shut up. If you keep on talking nonsense, I sew your mouth shut. Cesare was getting fed up with Xiao Wuyu. There's another way. Lian Xiao, who had been staying out of the action, suddenly spoke up. Everyone's eyes fell on her, but she only looked at Gu Chunfeng. Destroy the Zerg stronghold directly. Lian Xiao chose not to argue, not to make choices. She wanted to completely eliminate the Zerg threat to Chongqing City and end the competition immediately. Don't talk about fairness or injustice. If the First Alliance army is capable of destroying the Zerg stronghold, they're welcome to compete with the United Alliance. Lian Xiao anticipated Xiao Wuyu's reaction and shut him up with a single sentence. She wanted to save Xiao Wang and restore the league audience's impression of the Zergids. She also wanted to win the competition. Although destroying the Zerg stronghold was too risky, it was the best solution. The only problem was that there were less than 12 hours until the next Zerg attack tomorrow. Time was extremely tight, and the United Alliance couldn't send all its members out. Teammates needed to stay behind to defend the 9 realms. I go with you. Massima offered, to her surprise, even before Lian Xiao could reason with her. After a brief discussion with her teammates, she turned to Lian Xiao and said, but I'm the only one. Like Lian Xiao, Bai Chuan also hoped to end the match quickly. Having been forced to stretch their defenses, they were already struggling to hold on to the city. Facing the daily Zerg attacks, they didn't know how long they could hold out. Besides, Bai Chuan's ranking still held a chance of advancing to the finals, so Maxima decided to give it a try. Over there, San Carlos made a startling statement. Petrov, I'm joining too. But I'm the only one. Once on the field, Petrov could claim to have no selfish motives, and his affection for Lian Xiao didn't influence his judgment. San Carlos's decision was primarily based on his foresight of the upcoming battle. The United defenses are crumbling, and the central city will soon be breached. By then, it will only be a matter of time before the Zerg conquer the cities one by one. Very good. Lian Xiao nodded. So now we have 4 of us. Lian Xiao, would you mind listening to what you're saying? 4 of us just want to destroy the enemy stronghold. Why don't you just be honest and tell Maxima and Petrov that you hate them and want to drag them down with you? Lian Xiao and the others are planning to leave tonight. Are you crazy? We only have less than 6 hours from the time we set out. Didn't Sister Lian plan to destroy the Zerg stronghold yesterday? She should have had it in mind. On paper, with 2 S-class, 1 A-plus class, and 1 A-class, it's possible they could go straight to the enemy and kill the Zerg commander. Lian Xiao, aren't Gu Chunfeng being too emotional? Killing the Zerglings is fine. Don't let it affect the competition. That sounds easy. Killing NPCs in the competition is fine. But what about when they're actually on duty? Ordinary people who get in the way of the mission are also fine? The Alliance isn't training war machines. Amidst the chaotic barrage, 4 mechas arrived at the beach under cover of darkness, ready to begin their mission. First question, Maxima asked, how do you determine the location of the Zerg stronghold? So, through a mental connection? Lian Xiao's simple words made Maxima's eyes widen. The Zerg's mental power is far greater than that of humans, but the Zerg soldiers attacking Chongqing City were of low rank. During the battle, Lian Xiao found the perfect opportunity to covertly invade the mental pathway of a low-level Zerg, establishing a very weak connection with it. Thanks to this connection, Lian Xiao was able to determine the vague location of the Zerg stronghold and gain a general understanding of its general situation. Massima was amazed. Although she was an Arc and possessed considerable A-level psychic power, she would never dare to attempt such a daring act as connecting with the Zerg mind. Lian Xiao thought to himself, I connected with the prototype Zerg mind before. It's nothing, I just nearly died. The only means of transportation were ships. Maritime cities and ports had no shortage of suitable vessels. Abandoning ship mid-voyage and diving, then approaching in the dead of night, was like waking the Zerg from their nest, shouting, "Get ready. We're coming to visit your nest." Minutes after they entered the water, the silent bombs affixed to the hold exploded, and the ship gradually sank. Netizens realized that Lian Xiao and his men had truly left no escape route. By bombing their only means of transportation, if the surprise attack failed, they would have no chance of escape. Thousands of words condensed into one sentence. Where does Lian Xiao's confidence come from? The Lian Xiao squadron is risking everything this time. Xian Zheng said. The Lian Xiao squadron took in the Zerg. Oh no, Xiao Wang. If Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng don't take down the base before dawn, the Nine Realms will be the sole target of the Zerg attack tomorrow. Major Brown, Xian Zheng asked, what do you think of the Lian Xiao squadron's decision? Is it the optimal solution? Judy countered, commentary Xian, what do you think is the optimal solution? Kill Xiao Wang, or let him fend for himself and get the league back on track? Xian Zheng instantly gave the standard answer. This plan lacked compassion, seemingly at odds with his public image. Judy saw through Xian Zheng's hesitation. My optimal solution is to use Xiao Wang as a bargaining chip in negotiations with other teams. With Xiao Wang around, we can guide the enemy's attack, and the initiative in the battle is in our hands. Judy said, if Lian Xiao succeeds, you think a surprise attack on the Zerg is the optimal solution. If he fails, then this decision is one of excessive compassion and impulsiveness. Are you saying that netizens shouldn't be so harsh on Lian Xiao? Xian Zheng hesitated. No, I mean there's no optimal solution on the battlefield, there's only victory or defeat, survival or death. Judy said, there's no such thing as a collection of wrong answers. Many people only get one chance to answer this question. The 4 mechs were launched simultaneously, their environmental mimicry activated. This system disguises the mechs, blending them into the surroundings and facilitating stealth. Lian Xiao piloted the Hecate, diving beneath the surface. Aside from using telepathic communication to locate his teammates, their whereabouts were invisible to the naked eye. 1 kilometer from the base, Lian Xiao alerted his teammates. They had witnessed Zerg landings, which showed that Zerg soldiers could at least move freely underwater for a short period of time. As expected, the closer they got to the base, the more frequent encounters with Zerg patrols became. Lian Xiao and his men were already extremely cautious, sacrificing some speed as they followed the current towards the stronghold. But something unexpected still happened. The team swam, stopping and starting, their destination within reach. Their estimated arrival time kept slipping, and Maxima grew anxious. A sudden shift in the water's surface caught the attention of a patrolling Zerg, which swam towards Maxima. Remaining where she was, or avoiding her would expose her. Maxima decisively pounced on the Zerg, destroying its brain with 2 shots. Hurry! 4 mechs carried the dying Zerg at full speed. Now wasn't the time to worry about being exposed. The challenge now was to infiltrate the Zerg stronghold before the other Zerg became aware of their intrusion. The Zerg stronghold wasn't on shore, nor in the sea, but rather carved into a space behind a cliff face. The tide served as a natural barrier. Entering the stronghold required Zerg biometrics, which was why Maxima hadn't fired a single shot to send the Zerg to its doom. They were going to use its biometrics to infiltrate. After entering, Maxima's expression didn't improve much. She realized she had taken things for granted. The Zerg stronghold wasn't at all like the high-tech base she imagined. Before them lay a corridor curving downward, like a slide, leading nowhere. And above them, on the same level, curved surfaces and passageways were everywhere. Cut the stronghold horizontally, and it probably looked like a ball of yarn with a knot in the center. This was the appearance of a Zerg nest, but not the battlefield humans were accustomed to. Lian Xiao pointed to the ventilation duct overhead, and the 4 of them silently and lightly climbed up. Strong tranquilizer. Lian Xiao instructed Petrov to inject the tranquilizer into the dying Zerg. Meanwhile, Gu Chanfeng silently and frantically dispensed olfactory disruptors. Maxima, Lian Xiao, what are you going to do? This Zerg is dying. The swarm will soon discover this disconnected node. The cover-up they're using is only temporary. It still has 1 intact brain, Lian Xiao said. Before it dies completely, I plan to connect with it mentally. Lian Xiao calmly assessed the risks and success rate of this move. 2/3 of the brains of low-level Zergs are necrotic. A rough estimate suggests she could only connect to 1/3 of their mental pathways, which should be within her tolerance. With luck, she could gain more intelligence about the stronghold. Xian Zheng spoke for Maxima. Lian Xiao has gone crazy. This is too dangerous. Is this the first time I heard that humans and Zerg can actually connect mentally? Theoretically, if you know how to control your mental power, You can also connect mentally with cats and dogs, but cats and dogs might die from the sheer amount of mental power they can't handle. Humans and cats and dogs, Zerg and humans, have different mental powers. Strange analogy. I get it. Do Zerg see us the same way as cats and dogs? Sister Lien always manages to make a dash for it in strange places. Don't try to imitate the arc in front of you. Only an S-rank expert would dare to do that. Lien Xiao completely took over the Zerg's mental channel. As it died, the mental channel shattered one by one. Lien Xiao glimpsed some of its memories, and found what she was looking for. Maxima had been on edge, waiting to rescue Lien Xiao at any moment, but in the blink of an eye, she saw Lien Xiao standing up, as if nothing had happened. Let's go, Lien Xiao said. Blow up this stronghold. Time was running out, and there was no time for detailed planning. In reality, Danmu was mistaken. The original plan wouldn't have involved the entire large and small team. The real key to the surprise attack lay with Lien Xiao herself. She was the only one with the experience and the mental fortitude to connect with the Zerg and extract intelligence from their minds. 90% of the stronghold map is already in my head, Lien Xiao said, leading his teammates forward, taking shortcuts down the tunnels, and precisely avoiding patrolling Zerg with unparalleled skill. The only problem is, we need to find a way to gain access to the area we're heading to. Wait a minute, Maxima said, feeling a bit lost. What's the use to blow up the stronghold? What level of access is required? Lien Xiao, red fluid. The Zerg's weapons are actually powered by a mixture of red fluid and other energy sources. Their strongholds store large quantities of raw materials ready for assembly with Zerg soldiers. Lien Xiao believed that anyone who had visited the underground mines of Mirror Palace would understand the power of a red fluid explosion. From the memories of Zerg soldiers, Lien Xiao understood the enemy's weapon assembly methods. Alloys containing mithril can be embedded in Zerg exoskeletons and grow, seamlessly integrating weapons and Zerg. By now, Maxima and Petrov finally had some confidence that with Lien Xiao around, their crazy sneak attack plan might succeed. Lien Xiao had said 4 people were enough, and it turned out to be true. Even in the early stages, she was all that was needed. The S-Class Arc's abilities were incredibly flawed. Simply reading Zerg memories practically eliminated all the early stages of the sneak attack. As for permissions, Lien Xiao scratched his head. Only the commander of this Zerg unit can unlock that area. Lien Xiao said, then let's kill them and see. Chapter 165. Let's kill them! Sister Lien, please stop saying such arrogant things with a dazed expression. This is hilarious. What a boast. Is the Zerg commander really that easy to kill? Lien Xiao really takes himself too seriously. Just wait for a total wipeout and a slap in the face. Bei Shangchuan and the Allied First Army are more stable. A city defense depends on who can hold out the longest. I didn't believe it before, but from identifying the stronghold to sneaking in, it was all Lien Xiao's credit, right? When has she never failed to deliver on her promises? Netizens pondered this, and suddenly realized it wasn't their imagination. Every time they taunted Lien Xiao, they were mercilessly slapped in the face. Even though the real person never gave them the slightest glare. The 4 of them headed towards the winding center of the stronghold. Lien Xiao led them, sometimes taking winding paths, sometimes hiding in ventilation ducts. On one occasion, Gu Chanfeng, who was left behind, had just climbed up a ventilation duct when he brushed past a Zerg swarm. Maxima volunteered to mask the 4 people's mental fluctuations, easing Lien Xiao's burden. I wonder if Maxima would faint if she used her mental power to sense this area. Lien Xiao thought. Above and below, countless Zerg swarmed just beyond the wall. Every step forward felt like treading on the edge of a cliff. The organizers had cut into the overall map, deliberately marking each Zerg's location with red dots, giving the audience a direct understanding of the difficulty Lien Xiao and his companions faced in evading all enemies and penetrating the stronghold. Perceiving the precise movements of every Zerg within range? A student can achieve this level? Xi and Zheng sounded incredulous. Back during the UN military exercise, Xi and Zheng had doubted Lien Xiao's ability to mask his mental fluctuations. A few months later, Lien Xiao had reached a level he could only admire. Even within the Tianjita system, consistently and accurately locating the enemy remains extremely difficult. Judy remained silent, debating whether to formally recruit this S-rank member from her family. She heard her niece and Lien Xiao had a good relationship. Just as netizens were immersed in the plot and hadn't yet fully grasped it, every red dot on the map suddenly froze for 2 seconds. That wasn't a freeze. The swarm had spread the news of their own deaths and the invasion to all individuals. Rage flared within the Zerg. Even Lien Xiao's consciousness was rippled by the intense emotion. Passage after passage was sealed, entrances and exits closed. The Zerg were sealing off their stronghold, searching each enclosed space one by one. The four exchanged glances. They were not far from the Zerg command post. A quick fight was needed. Petrov smashed the closed door with a punch, and as he ran through the slide, he threw a bomb inside, misleading the Zerg. Running, they had no time to pay attention to noise. The Zerg could quickly determine their movements based on the vibrations of the ground. The dense mass of red dots on the map merged into a red mass. A river of red, a sight that made one's scalp tingle. How many Zerg did this red represent? Hundreds or thousands? Physical force alone could crush them all. Most of the Zerg were mobilized from all directions in the west, attempting to sweep these tiny dots into the wave. The commentator and netizens watched helplessly as the four men swerved, passing the Zerg commander and heading towards the edge. Judy, they must be heading for the red fluid. After their infiltration was exposed, Lian Xiao and his four companions could no longer eliminate the Zerg commander first and then detonate the red fluid, so they simply chose to fight at the weapons depot where the red fluid was stored. But how could they guarantee a fight with the Zerg commander? Hecate, desperately fleeing, pulled out a vial of blood after successfully reaching the armory area, letting the contents drip onto the ground intermittently. The green, symbiotic blood sent the pursuing Zerg into a frenzy. They recognized the scent. It belonged to the courier they had been desperately searching for. The Zerg's artillery fire, aimed at the invaders, was instantly forced to halt. Although they hadn't sensed the courier's psychic fluctuations, they feared the invaders might be holding him hostage, and a rash attack might accidentally injure him. The armory lay before them, blocked by several sturdy doors. As Petrov was taking his time pounding on the door, Lian Xiao felt a powerful psychic wave approaching, like a giant hand pressing her into the water rising above her head and suffocating her. The Zerg made way for them, as if parting the sea. The commander approached with grace, almost a leisurely stroll. This Zerg was surprisingly smaller than an ordinary soldier, and lacked the wings of higher-level Zerg. These discoveries brought a sigh of relief to the men. The invader had nowhere to retreat. With a single command from the commander through the swarm, the Zerg soldiers, like waves, would crush the invader against the door. But the ground began to tremble slightly, and a few seconds later, the walls began to shake as well. The four men dropped bombs along the way, but the Zerg soldiers' attention was focused on them, ignoring some of the unexploded bombs. The combined force of the bombs wasn't enough to penetrate the armory, but the armory itself was shaking from side to side. Thinking of the Zerg soldiers, and red fluid undergoing transformation inside the armory, the commander felt the need to quickly eliminate the invader if it was their target. However, the invaders had the messenger's blood, and the commander was unwilling to let go of the messenger's clues. Before the commander could speak, the ground shook again, and another bomb exploded. The commander was confused. The new explosion wasn't near the weapons depot, and the previous detonations around it seemed like a coincidence. The third wave of explosions confirmed the invaders' complete ignorance of what lay behind them, and that their target wasn't the weapons depot. They must have been driven to this spot out of panic. The next second, the endless Zerg soldiers, obeying orders, gradually retreated, withdrawing to a certain distance. The commander was well aware of the power of a red fluid explosion. If, while killing an invader, they accidentally detonated the red fluid, the surrounding soldiers would be affected. As the commander, it was its sole responsibility to bear the risk, and it was confident that, despite its slower speed, it could easily take out four invaders. Psychological warfare. Lian Xiao had dealt with the Zerg before, and knew how powerful and proud they were, and how they valued the lives of their own kind. Lian Xiao had accurately calculated the Zerg commander's choice. The explosion point had, of course, been carefully chosen to confuse the commander's understanding of their purpose. Then, in accordance with the Zerg's personality, the commander logically chose to deal with them alone. Throughout the entire process, Lian Xiao remained silent. Even the Zerg commander's thoughts guided him. Just then, Petrov breached the first door. The system, sensing an external intrusion, automatically lowered multiple gates from the armory. The intruder's actions, seemingly unaware of the armory's defensive mechanisms, further reaffirmed the commander's judgment. It glided lightly through the gap in the gate. The curved corridor before it would be the intruder's demise. "Where's the messenger?" the commander asked. The intruder remained silent, as if unable to understand the Zerg language. Seeing this, the commander launched an immediate attack, unwilling to waste time. The commander leaped from the ground, appearing before Maxima in a flash. Maxima, who had been keeping her eyes fixed on the commander, failed to react immediately. The commander's serrated, blade-like leg slashed the mech's left chest. A deeper cut would have endangered the core module. Because of its deep penetration, it was embedded in the mech, preventing Maxima from moving forward or backward. Gu Chanfeng, the closest, fired at close range. He rarely used firearms, and his purpose wasn't to injure, but to use the bullet's kinetic energy to knock the commander away. The shell ricocheted off the two men and the Zerg, leaving both mechs with shallow bruises, but the Zerg, the direct victim, remained unscathed. Its exoskeleton was surprisingly strong. The commander retracted his insect legs, leveraging the momentum to kick off, spinning lightly in the air, landing on Hecate's shoulders, and slashing across the mech's head. If any other creature, resembling a kitten or bird, had landed on Hecate's shoulders, the scene would have been adorable, but a skeletally pale Zerg, nearly as large as the mech, crouching on Lian Xiao's shoulders was terrifying. Lian Xiao's right hand was paralyzed, and it seemed too late to reach for a weapon with his left. The commander spun around Hecate. The moment he completed the circle, it was time to sever the mech's head, slicing it off along the thorax. Lian Xiao, quick-witted, threw the entire mech to the ground. She couldn't throw the commander away, but the fighting style had returned to her familiar Sambo style. It was unclear whether Lian Xiao had locked onto the Zerg commander, or the commander had locked onto Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao struck directly into the enemy's compound eye. Just as she should have launched a barrage of attacks, the force holding the commander down suddenly weakened, and Lian Xiao unexpectedly rolled over and stood up, no longer interested in fighting. Because a second ago, a pale exoskeleton had appeared where her core module had been. The golden longsword vibrated continuously, and Gu Chanfeng blocked a blow for Lian Xiao with a lion's roar. Two carapace exoskeletons unfolded behind the Zerg commander. It lacked wings, yet possessed a wing-like structure. Its extreme speed came not from flight, but from its incredible leaping ability. This Zerg possessed recurved knee joints, allowing it to leap and launch itself from any surface at speeds comparable to those of winged Zerg. No wonder this Zerg, lacking advanced traits, could become the commander of a Zerg army. Microscopic cracks continuously appeared on the corridor's floor and walls. Observers could not follow the commander's movements, but only by the silhouettes of the Red Dragon and Hecate. Maxima had already withdrawn from the battlefield. Her mech was severely damaged, and this was already beyond her capabilities. She cast a deep glance at Hecate, then turned to help Petrov break through the wall. In this situation, thermal weapons were useless. The Red Dragon was like Hecate's shadow, and Hecate was like the Red Dragon's shadow, each alternately pursuing the Zerg commander. When the three of them collided, the roar of metal and exoskeleton clashing resounded throughout the space. Can human vision truly discern the movements of this Zerg? Those observing the battle from outside the computer screen all wondered. To track the Zerg commander's movements, Gu Chanfeng relied on his combat instincts, while Lian Xiao relied on his mental energy fluctuations. The Zerg commander's mental energy pulses were dripping with murderous intent, always accompanying his attacks. The moment the second door blew open, a white shadow burst through the gap and flew out like a cannonball. The Red Dragon Hecate simultaneously passed through the second door and arrived at the second area of the corridor. As the Zerg commander was flung against the wall, everyone saw its exoskeleton shatter. A single impact wouldn't cause that level of damage, but repeated impacts, the slashing blows of a knife and a lion's roar, would shatter even the strongest exoskeleton. Just as everyone's spirits were lifted, the camera captured a silvery white liquid flowing through the shattered exoskeleton, holding the bones together like glue. It was mithril. How could a Zerg commander not be equipped with weapons? Unknown Zerg technology had hidden mithril beneath the commander's exoskeleton, serving both as temporary repair material and a weapon when necessary. So the shells. Zerg aren't supposed to have human expressions, but a strange smile appeared on that exoskeleton face, and the commander's chest and abdomen began to flicker erratically. Damn! The commander was so ruthless as to hide the muzzle of the cannon in his chest and abdomen. Chapter 166. Even more frightening than the sound of charging energy was the rustling, like rushing water, outside. The Zerg are coming! Petrov roared. A shell exploded in front of him, and smoke sizzled around the edge of the breach in the alloy door. The Zerg surged towards them like a black tide. The moment he decided to use his weapons, the commander ordered a full-scale attack through the swarm. These invaders were far more formidable than he had imagined. They must not be allowed to approach the weapons depot. In a matter of seconds, the floor, walls, and ceiling were covered in a dense swarm of Zerg, ready to pour through the breach in the alloy door. Petrov cursed coldly, not wanting to waste a second. He launched an anti-tank missile that exploded in the narrow passage, sending several Zerg flying and crashing into the alloy door, only to be cut down by Petrov's axe. 1 minute. Petrov grabbed the Zerg that was charging at his face with one hand, and tore it apart with both hands. He had no time to say more. The Zerg could kill him at any moment. But he couldn't fall. Maxima was the Ark, and he was the only one who could hold this place, buying Lian Xiao time to reach the weapons depot. Lian Xiao, enough. The commander's fire interrupted the two mechs' attack, stirring up a gust of air within the enclosed space. The commander sped up. The weapons on its chest and abdomen served not only as damage, but also as boosters, allowing it to deal damage to approaching mechs while quickly closing the gap. Red Dragon and Hecate also sped up. The sounds of bloody battle a dozen meters away faded, as if everything in the world had been muted. The whirring sound of air flowed past his ears, and the black mechs melted into the wind of battle. Suddenly, the audience could see Hecate again, and the Red Dragon stopped. The high-speed battle seemed to freeze, but the Zerg commander had escaped the stillness's control. Lian Xiao's body convulsed. The explosions of the commander's shells had only caused a fraction of the damage. The combined force of so many shells in this confined, cratered space created an electromagnetic field, paralyzing her and Gu Changfeng's limbs. But the Zerg's physiology was immune to electromagnetic paralysis. Lian Xiao collapsed in the core module. A few seconds of paralysis could be fatal. Failure at the last moment. The audience suddenly felt empathy for Lian Xiao. After all the twists and turns, he had finally reached this point. Was he really going to fall so close to his target? The Zerg commander leaped. It had been a long time since he had fought so vigorously. He rose and fell lightly, like a weightless snowflake, and landing on Hecate was like a hug. At the moment of impact, the commander froze. With a bang, the bullet pierced his spine. Elsewhere, Maxima collapsed to her knees, unconscious. She had fired the bullet before she lost consciousness, aiming for the commander's brain, but her hand had strayed an inch before she lost consciousness. Maxima wasn't a skilled shooter, nor was she a skilled fighter like most Arks, but she was even worse at sitting back and becoming a deserter, protected only by her teammates. So, she engaged in the battle of the mind, the very realm the Arks excelled at. Maxima, possessing only A-level psychic power, mobilized all her psychic energy, recklessly invading the Zerg commander's mental pathways, successfully reaching his consciousness, albeit for only a fraction of a second. She had definitely been led astray by Lian Xiao. She had absolutely gone mad. The Zerg commander's counterattack, a torrent of mental power, directly overwhelmed Maxima's mental pathways. The vast disparity in mental power between the Zerg and humans left her with no chance of resistance. Blood gushed from Maxima's mouth and nose, and she fell into a coma. I hope she won't be a fool when she opens her eyes again. This was Maxima's last thought before she regained consciousness. Maxima's attack bought Lian Xiao and Gu Changfeng a few precious seconds of respite. The Red Dragon, barely recovering from its convulsion, was the first to violently knock the Zerg commander away. Half a minute had passed. A thin layer of blood covered the floor of the first corridor. Under the bombardment of countless artillery fire, the first alloy door was shattered. Petrov threw away the broken axe. The carbon-black surface of his mech now looked as if it were splattered with green paint. Covered in Zerg blood, he calmly grabbed a Zerg attempting to cross the gap and smashed its compound eyes with a single punch. The first corridor was nearly untenable. Across the battlefield, the battle continued. Lian Xiao and Gu Changfeng seemed completely focused on the commander's weapons. Gu Changfeng even sacrificed speed, forgoing close combat and engaging the Zerg commander with firearms. Faced with the fear of death, humans are mentally and physically weak creatures. The commander thought with a touch of disdain. In its view, the Red Dragon's melee abilities were undoubtedly far superior to Hecate's. With a defense on the verge of collapse ahead, and the strongest Zerg on the scene facing them head-on, it was a remarkable feat for these two invaders to have maintained their fighting spirit until this point. Boom! Human-developed artillery shells and red liquid alloy cannonballs collided in midair, exploding like fireworks. If this were an ordinary passage, the ground would have been pierced by the violent explosion and intense corrosion. In a flash as bright as daylight, both sides gathered their strength again and launched another attack. The entire scene was engulfed in white light, and Xian Zheng dared not even breathe. During the 10 seconds of the exchange between Gu Changfeng and the Zerg commander, he frantically searched the system for the Red Dragon's ammunition supply. The 4 mechs that had infiltrated the Zerg stronghold carried more ammunition than usual, but Gu Changfeng was not accustomed to using firearms. The Red Dragon's ammunition at this moment. It wasn't enough. Even with Hecate's ammunition added, it wasn't enough. After calculating this, Xian Zheng pounded his fist on the table. Even as a mere spectator, he was unwilling to accept the result. Clearly, it was just a tiny bit short. The Red Dragon's ammunition was enough to last 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, this exchange would be over. Whether against Lien De or Xiao Wang, the game was over. But Gu Changfeng had actually stopped. Had he run out of ammunition? The Zerg commander didn't even return fire, instead letting out a sharp cry of pain. In the lingering smoke, netizens could only see the Zerg commander's head, which was strangely shrinking piece by piece. A large amount of green blood gushed out. The commander's limbs, supporting his body, had been severed, resulting in the sudden, several-part shrinkage effect. Netizens saw. The outline of a black mecha gradually emerged. It was Lian Xiao. As the Zerg commander and Gu Changfeng exchanged blows, no one noticed her disappearance. The white flash of artillery fire obscured her tracks, and she perfectly masked the fluctuations of her mental power, oblivious even to the Zerg commander's approach. The slicing knife spun, shattering the exoskeleton of the limb's joints along the cracks. Then, the blade pierced through the commander's knee, and Lian Xiao severed the commander's limb from behind. Since the commander relied on ricocheting for high speed, he would destroy its limb. The Zerg commander underestimated Gu Changfeng's artillery shells, underestimated Maxima's mental strength, and underestimated Lian Xiao's melee ability. Underestimating your opponent always comes at a price. The Zerg bomb was taking effect, and Lian Xiao's leg was already numb, but her movements remained unaffected. She turned around and was about to chop off the commander's remaining limbs. But at that moment, the muzzle, slightly above, began to flicker again. A second muzzle had been buried within the commander. And this time, it was about to self-destruct. The outcome was already decided. The Zerg commander finally realized that the invader, who didn't kill him with a single blow at this moment, was actually targeting him. Behind it was the weapon's cache. The invaders needed it alive to clear the cache. Once it self-destructed, the invaders wouldn't be able to use the debris to clear the cache. Lian Xiao reacted immediately, reaching out to grab the commander and lifting him from the ground. I won't allow it. Lian Xiao stared down at the commander coldly. She wouldn't allow the commander to self-destruct in front of her. She wouldn't allow the entire plan to fail. The Zerg commander was momentarily stunned. This invader actually understood Zerg language. Even though it held a high position within the Zerg, why did it tremble uncontrollably and want to surrender after hearing the words of this alien? This feeling was like listening to the whispers of the Mother Goddess. Before he could comprehend the source of this sense of authority, Lian Xiao slashed through the commander's body, separating his chest and abdomen. Now, even if the weapon were to explode, it wouldn't reach the commander's head or the remaining brain. Her experience with fragmenting the prototype Zerg told her that the half of the commander in her hand could still survive for a while. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Hearing Lian Xiao's cry, Petrov picked up the unconscious Maxima and turned to flee. Gu Changfeng, covering the rear, didn't forget to kick the remaining half of the commander into the Zerg tide, making full use of his weapon. Lian Xiao ran in front, carrying the bloody commander, slashing through the third door, then the fourth. The entire passage was occupied by Zerg, and it was impossible to count the number of Zerg chasing them. It was like a raging black tide, each splash of black water a Zerg filled with murderous intent, ready to engulf them. Just as the wave was about to reach the red dragon, Lian Xiao swished open the armory door. Vermech rushed into the armory. A moment later, a dazzling explosion of sparks erupted from the Zerg stronghold. The game, is it over? Xian Zheng slumped back in his chair, clutching his chest and trembling. The netizens reacted similarly, many frantically wiping their sweat, even more nervous than the players. At this moment, everyone just wanted to say, this is the thrill of the game. Xian Zheng hadn't recovered yet, and the organizers seemed equally consumed by the tension. A hushed silence fell. Judy was speechless, so she had to conduct the discussion herself. Well, we can see that although Lian Xiao successfully destroyed the Zerg stronghold, the Tiangita system is still functioning. Could it be that the organizers don't approve of this way of ending the game? No way. If this doesn't work, what else can we do? The Zerg are gone. What's the point in continuing the defense? Could this not be the only Zerg stronghold? Maybe the Zerg will send more reinforcements? Then what's the point of competing? Do they have to eliminate every player before the organizers will end the game? Honestly, Lian Xiao's way of ending the game is quite opportunistic. The league clearly wants to test each team's defensive capabilities, and Lian Xiao completely missed the mark. That's right. Couldn't Lian Xiao just defend the city? Lian Xiao and Gu Changfeng had to resort to a heartbroken act to save them. They were lucky to blow up the Zerg stronghold. Haven't you heard that offense is the best defense? Hurry up, haters. I finally understand. You don't think this is a bad idea. You're just targeting Lian Xiao. Believe it or not, if another player comes in, you just flatter him. I agree. For a few minutes, netizens were furious. Lian Xiao eliminated, League first terms instantly became trending searches. A few minutes later, the live stream suddenly disappeared. This is... Netizens looked closely, and saw a scoreboard appear on the live stream, rapidly showing the number of Zerg killed by each school. The number of Zerg killed by the United Nations University was increasing rapidly. The top 4 schools were... Chapter 167. The United Nations and San Carlos were in the lead, followed by the Empire and Shirakawa. The Empire had few scenes throughout the match, but netizens following the Empire said that its Mecha still had a certain advantage against the Zerg. The Empire's kill count plateaued, while the United Nations and San Carlos continued to grow. And Shirakawa was even growing. Shirakawa surpassed the Empire and San Carlos to take second place. The netizens had misunderstood. The organizers weren't arguing over whether the match was over. Lian Xiao destroyed the stronghold, and the Zerg forces were swept away in a single wave. It was impossible to accurately calculate the number of Zerg killed by each team, so they had to divide the kills equally based on headcount. The netizens were in an uproar. Who could have imagined that Shirakawa, considered the weaker team, could take second place? I suddenly realized that choice was crucial. If Maxima hadn't made up her mind to go with Lian Xiao, Shirakawa wouldn't have made it to the top 4. Commonly known as clinging to the right person. Netizen sharp comments. No one's praising Sister Lian. I do it. No matter how crazy or reckless her plans are, Sister Lian always pulls them off and proves she's right. Sister Lian is a god. I finally understand why some people hate Sister Lian so much. Sister Lian, state the facts, accomplish things with a low profile. Netizens, haha, I hate pretentious people. Little do they know that what geniuses find easy isn't the same for us ordinary people. Sister Lian is awesome. Seeing Lian Xiao's progress, I feel a little relieved for some reason. The teachers at Shirakawa were practically in tears of joy. Shirakawa had never achieved such a good result since its founding. They could finally hold their heads high. But the biggest contributor was Lian Xiao, which made them feel strange and a little ashamed. But this was just the single game rankings. The official final results hadn't been announced yet, but netizens had already figured it out. Shirakawa took second place in the final match, but the overall ranking still wasn't good enough. By a single point, Shirakawa finished behind the First Alliance. For military academies ultimately reached the finals: United University, Empire, San Carlos, and First Alliance. Shirakawa rose to 5th place, while Kitakami River slipped to 6th after a few tepid matches. Or, because netizens were too lazy to discuss him, earned the nickname PUBG Bootcamp. The 12th Mecha League was full of surprises. Shirakawa nearly broke the best record, while the First Alliance achieved revenge, knocking Kitakami River out of the top 4 and returning to glory after many years. No matter which point you take, it's headline-worthy. The players were informed of the results as soon as they emerged from the training pod. Some, like San Carlos, calmly high-fived each other, while others, like Shirakawa, couldn't hide their disappointment despite their best efforts. Some were happy, while others were sad. The Alliance army cheered and huddled together. They knew the school's investment of resources and effort in cultivating S-rank players had paid off. They had finally avenged their previous defeat and crushed Kitakami Chuan. Xiao Wuyu cheerfully accepted the interview, tactfully expressing the Alliance army's confidence in winning the championship. The smile instantly vanished as he watched a few comments drift across the livestream. The Alliance army, the ultimate scavenger hunt. Their performances were mediocre in every match, allowing the Alliance army to exploit the other team's underperformance. Let's see how the Alliance University will expose the Alliance army's true colors in the finals. They're still champions? They might have been credible 2 months ago, but compared to the Alliance University, the Alliance army is just a bystander. I heard the Alliance army gave Xiao Wuyu a lot of resources. I have a thought. If Lian Xiao had gone to the Alliance army, wouldn't we be seeing an Alliance army come back to win first place? The reporter, eager to watch the excitement, asked Xiao Wuyu if the Alliance army's arrival in the finals was just luck, and who was stronger, him or Lian Xiao. 2 months ago, there was a trend of comparing Lian Xiao and Xiao Wuyu, but such discussions have become less frequent recently. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that, although both are S-rank, their tactical and combat skills differ greatly. This time, in a head-on clash between the S-rank arcs, Lian Xiao proved once again that she was right, always right. Lian Xiao. Xiao Wuyu was furious, but he couldn't show it on his face. He had mixed feelings about Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao had essentially saved his life during the Mirror Palace incident, but as long as Lian Xiao was present, he wouldn't be the strongest arc. Xiao Wuyu hated it when the focus wasn't on him. Even more, he hated it when Lian Xiao never paid any attention to him, didn't consider him a rival. Why did Lian Xiao, Zhao Wuyu's knuckles turning white as he gripped the microphone, not even glance at him? Niwa Ling was also feeling mixed emotions. Before the competition began, no one would have imagined that the ambitious Kitakami Chuan wouldn't make it to the finals. They seemed to have made the right choice in every match, but they also didn't make the best choice. If he had stood firmly with Lian Xiao like Maxima, would Kitakami Chuan have advanced to the finals? But regretting it now was useless. At this point, he could only cheer himself up, comfort Feng Huawu and the other teammates, and try again next year. In the live stream, netizens clamored for an interview with the Lianda team. The organizers repeatedly urged the reporters on the front lines, who then awkwardly admitted they hadn't caught anyone. After Lian Xiao, the center of the conversation, asked if Maxima was okay, he suddenly fled with his teammates, leaving the reporters in disarray. Everyone craves more publicity and exposure, but they never seen someone as uncooperative as Lian Xiao. While cursing, the reporters honestly thought, next time, no, whenever I catch Lian Xiao interviewed, I definitely give him a big headline. Helplessly, Judy, on behalf of the military, announced in advance that the finals would be held offline in the Starlink region a month later. Many people at the scene gasped when they heard about the competition. The Starlink region is far from a peaceful place. It satisfies Alliance citizens' fantasies of chaos and disorder. Anyone familiar with the star map knows that the Zerg-inhabited systems known to humanity and the Alliance are separated by the Empire. The Starlink region is the only Alliance administrative region directly behind the Empire, with no buffer zone between them. From the star map, the Starlink region resembles a hand half enclosing the Empire and reaching out to the Zerg system. Thus, the three forces converged in the Starlink region, and the internal situation was extremely complex. Nominally, the Starlink region is one of the Alliance's 25 administrative regions, but the Alliance actually controls less than 60% of this region. For a promotion in a feng shui location, choose the Starlink region. This has been a running joke within the military for the past few years. The incredibly rapid promotions are accompanied by an incredibly high casualty rate. Even with an incident occurring right before the league match, they still chose the Starlink zone as the venue for the finals. I wonder what the military's intentions are. Anyway, let's just watch the finals. The Starlink zone can't be anything but dangerous and exciting. The people of the league are anticipating the league finals with unprecedented enthusiasm. Didn't you just finish your match? Why are you here today? Xu Xiaogui asked. She was startled when Lian Xiao sneaked into the Lian family stir-fry kitchen. What kind of nice guy would be so tightly covered in broad daylight? Lian Xiao flipped through the account book, looking sleepy. You don't understand. School is even more dangerous. People were everywhere, eager to interview her and talk to her. The Mecha League had always been a hot topic, but after this match, it completely exploded. It was as if everyone knew these players overnight. Everywhere I went, I heard people discussing the league and the different reactions of the teams to the Zerglings. Lian Xiao's system reputation had skyrocketed. His overnight fame was nothing short of impressive. For those like Xu Xiaogui, who weren't interested in the Mecha League, the most immediate feeling was that the orders at Lian's stir-fry had become incredibly numerous. They were so busy that they even paused the ordering function mid-sentence. New foodies came for Lian Xiao's fame, and after trying it out of curiosity, they discovered how delicious Earth cuisine was. How could Chinese food, 100 or 1,000 times more delicious than nutritional supplements, have nearly been lost in the Alliance? These new netizens then looked up Lian's stir-fry and discovered the Yin Nation food directory. Then learned about the repeated attacks on Chinese cuisine during the anti-Earth movement, and then about the Chinese cooking competition, hosted by Lin Yupan, with Lian Xiao providing free recipe tutorials. Chinese cuisine, once silent and on the verge of extinction, is finally slowly regaining its vitality amidst growing attention. Lian Xiao was the one who planted the seeds. As long as there are still people who remember and still fall in love with Chinese food, these seeds will eventually sprout, generation after generation. Only then will Chinese cuisine truly be revived. Oh, right. Lian Xiao finished flipping through the account book and, as if remembering something, asked Xu Xiaogui, would you like to come with us back to Nevernight Star after the next match? Nevernight Star wasn't far from the Starlink district, and she planned to stop by to visit Master Chen. Coincidentally, Tang Shanling had recently wandered near the Starlink district, and the two arranged to meet. Xu Xiaogui put her hands on her hips and said, no. If you leave the business to me, who take over the cooking if I'm gone? Xu Xiaogui was worried, wondering if some contestant in the Chinese cooking competition had tricked Lian Xiao, and was taking advantage of the situation to steal her spot. Lian Xiao, feeling guilty, jokingly said. Lian Stir-Fry should just be renamed Chu Stir-Fry. Chu Xiaobo was even more furious. She glanced at Lian Xiao suspiciously, thinking that Lian Xiao was acting strangely today. She's seen this kind of trick many times before. When had Lian Xiao become so bored as to demand loyalty like those other bosses? Chu Xiaobo firmly refused and went back to cooking. Lian Xiao, embarrassed to be lazy, hid in the kitchen and cooked all day. That day, the Lianda University students tasted the familiar flavors in their lunch boxes, moved to tears. When they closed the shop that night, John Lu happened to be the last one to leave. Perhaps, he was determined to cling to Lian Xiao's influence. While most Mecha majors would collapse from exhaustion during regular training, John Lu still managed to find time to help out at Lian Stir-Fry. He's a truly impressive employee of the Touching Heaven and Earth Alliance. Hey, boss, the Christmas tree-haired man grinned, revealing his white teeth. Yesterday's game was fantastic. Lian Xiao came to the kitchen today, firstly to avoid the interviews, which were giving her a headache, and secondly for now. Lian Xiao stopped John Lu as he tried to leave after the greetings. 2 questions, Lian Xiao said. First, who is Anan Ke from Dark River? Second, what is your relationship with Tyrant? John Lu managed to keep a smile on his face at the first question, but for a second, his handsome face fell expressionless at the second. Is it that serious, boss? John Lu shrugged, his cynical, relaxed demeanor returning. He pointed at the 2 figures emerging from the shadows, and tilted his head. A 3-way trial? Chapter 168. After a second of thought, John Lu automatically gave up the idea of sprinting out. They were all Mecha students, and not only was he a 3-on-1 opponent, he never won against Zhao Liqing. Zhao Liqing pulled the shutter shut behind him, enclosing the kitchen. Zhao Liqing brought a high stool and forced him onto it. John Lu smiled helplessly, raising his hands in surrender. Hey, come on, I just said it casually, and you're really here. Zhao Liqing placed a hand on John Lu's right shoulder. Answer whatever I ask. If we hurry, we can still catch the last floating car. John Lu thought to himself, do I have any choice? He looked up at Lian Xiao and asked, Boss, when did you find out? Clearly, the question was directed at his relationship with the tyrant. Lian Xiao said, a long time ago. Probably the New Year's Eve party. Lian Xiao had doubted John Lu's motives when he applied for the job. At that stage, Lian Xiao was not only plagued by trouble, but also incredibly weak. John Lu was a very purposeful man, willing to help her, so he must have something he wanted. For a while, she was indeed briefly persuaded by John Lu's motives for currying favor. However, after participating in military exercises and league matches, she had established stable teammates, and it was unlikely she would team up with John Lu anytime soon. John Lu still didn't offer an excuse to resign, which made Lian Xiao realize that John Lu's stated motives might not be true. Or perhaps not entirely true. So early? John Lu offered encouragement. Then I'm curious, boss, how did you figure that out? The title, Lian Xiao said. You always call Tyrant Dean. No one dared to call her Tyrant in front of Su Sera. The codename had a rather inglorious origin. Even Su Xing, a well-behaved person, would sometimes refer to Su Sala by her nickname in private. John Lu was the only one who always addressed Su Sala respectfully as Dean. And I initially thought you were well informed about military affairs, but later I discovered that you weren't so well informed. You were well informed and familiar with the Dean's information. Lian Xiao stepped on the footrest of a high stool and stared directly into John Lu's eyes, demanding, So what's your relationship? The air was tense. Neither of them averted their gazes, as if whoever looked away first would lose the contest. Suddenly, John Lu burst into laughter, and the air began to flow again. Boss, could you please ask again? John Lu chuckled to himself for a moment before speaking. Lian Xiao was confused, but he complied. After hearing the question several times, John Lu was satisfied. What do you think the relationship is? He asked Lian Xiao, Gu Changfeng, and Zhao Liqing. Whether to say more or not, Zhao Liqing's hands were itching. Sorry to disappoint you, John Lu said frankly. I wasn't sent by the Dean to spy on you. Although, to be honest, if the Dean instructed me, I would do so. During their elevator encounter, Lian Xiao had assumed John Lu's remarks were about John Lu using the military exercises as a springboard to enter the military, when in reality, the real point was that Su Xiaoluo would be present during the exercises. Lian Xiao had misunderstood. John Lu wasn't sent by Su Xiaoluo to approach Lian Xiao. On the contrary, he was trying to get closer to the tyrant through Lian Xiao. John Lu never even bothered to hide anything. Everything he said was, in some sense, the truth. Boss, I've been hoping you noticed something was wrong, John Lu said. I didn't expect you to hold it in and never ask. After a long time of investigation, the results were completely different from what she had expected. Lian Xiao said, because I'm not that curious about other people's private affairs. She had observed for a while before deciding not to expose the truth. Even if Jean Lu was sent by the tyrant, objectively speaking, he had never done anything against her, he was even a good classmate. So why do you suddenly want to know now? Lian Xiao's fingers twitched in her pockets. She was running out of time. After the competition ended yesterday, she returned to the dorm for a good night's sleep. After resting up, Lian Xiao realized she was in a very unfavorable position. In the past, Lian Xiao had assumed that even if this body had problems, she could be cautious and careful, and she could uncover the truth covertly. But the last round of the competition was a warning. The person behind the scenes was telling her, I know there's something wrong with you. We know it all. If she did nothing, she would be passively waiting for them to find out. If she took action, it would be a tacit admission of her problems. It was too fast, too sudden. Lian Xiao felt like she'd been trudging through her dreams for ages, but upon waking, reality was still dark. She stared silently out the window at the darkened campus, feeling the invisible pressure, the unknown enemy, weighing down on her like darkness. After the intense battle, her emotions swirling wildly, Lian Xiao suddenly felt a craving for food, so she cooked herself a bowl of noodles. Leftover hand-rolled noodles from the shop, mixed with vegetables from the refrigerator, and 2 fried eggs, it couldn't be simpler. With the first bite, Lian Xiao burst into tears. She felt incredibly unlucky. Sleeping up late and dying was fine, and becoming a pauper was fine too. She simply wanted to return to Earth, but unknowingly, she pushed herself, bit by bit, off a cliff. If she had willingly accepted the reality of Earth's fall, and lived peacefully, as an ordinary person in this era, she wouldn't be facing the crisis she faced now. But returning to her homeland meant she would have to become a Mecha soldier, a fate destined for death. Lian Xiao tilted her head back, wiping away tears, as she wept silently, not wanting them to ruin the taste of her noodles. There were many moments when Lian Xiao, alone and far away, felt like she couldn't go on, and she cried as she ate, just like she was doing now. Cooking, food, these everyday things gave her a sense of being alive. Tomorrow she wanted to have braised pork tenderloin in vinegar for lunch, salted duck eggs dripping with red oil in her porridge for dinner, and sticky, glutinous braised beef tendon the day after tomorrow. She wanted to eat. She wanted to live. She wanted to go home, even if Earth was a desolate planet with no family, friends, or anyone waiting for her. After a good cry and a full stomach, Lian Xiao gradually calmed down. Today's experiences weren't all bad news, they revealed hidden messages. Lian Xiao could at least confirm her previous assumptions. Her case wasn't unique. It's likely that previous Earth Mecha students had experienced similar phenomena, which was why the enemy had issued such a swift and forceful warning. Perhaps they had never let their guard down, and had noticed Lian Xiao earlier than she had imagined. However, they weren't so powerful as to decide her life or death. Assuming there was something fishy about the descendants of the Second Earth Project, why did the military repeatedly allow Earth citizens to apply for the Mecha Major, and why did they approve the original host's admission 18 years after Fu Mingguang's accident? The conclusion was that the Earth descendants must have something that these people were wary of, yet were forced to compromise and exploit. She still had value, and her personal safety could be guaranteed for the time being. This was Lian Xiao's only hope. The first task was to identify allies and enemies. Lian Xiao had some guesses about the enemy. Frida, and the 26th Department she oversaw were the open enemies targeting her. Diving deeper, Lian Xiao suspected General Tkachov. Fu Mingguang's disappearance was inextricably linked to him, but she lacked evidence. Next, the friends who wouldn't betray her, Zhao Liqing and Gu Chanfeng. The friend who could be converted, Su Shaoluo. Su Shaoluo was the most powerful being Lian Xiao could currently contact, his strength and family background awe-inspiring. If Su Shaoluo could side with her, her survival would be an added layer of security. Finally, there were the hidden allies. Lian Xiao pressed her temples, contemplating another possibility in the dim light of dawn. Xie Yongya, Bai Zhouzi, Fu Mingguang. These seniors, either expelled or missing, were her natural allies of interest. One night was enough time for Lian Xiao to think things through and sort out what to do next. The most important thing was to get the tyrant on her side. Secondly, she decided to take the risk and return to the Dark River to find Ananke and learn the whereabouts of the Earth Mecha. As for whether General Tkachov was hiding behind Frida, she could ask Zhao Liqing for help. So what kind of person was Su Sera? And what could she do to convince Su Sera to willingly side with her? This was why Lian Xiao was interrogating Jean Lu today. It turned out that she was the springboard Zhonlu used to get closer to Su's era. Lian Xiao closed his eyes, suppressing the urge to slap Zhonlu to stop him from laughing. Zhonlu was in a very good mood. His strategy had been effective. With him on the league substitute roster, at least he had caught Susara's eye. Zhonlu, Ananki, what a coincidence. I know her. Boss, given our friendship, this information is free. The Canaan region, where Zhonlu was born, was a land of decadence and opulence. Legend has it that people there traded in gold instead of alliance coins, and children paid for candy with gems. In the deserts that blanketed the planet, turning on the tap brought out clear water and precious black gold. The turmoil and struggle in the Canaan region, like its wealth, stood out like the gemstones adorning the traditional robes of the locals. A few years ago, a family in the Canaan district wanted to invest in developing a new interstellar route, crossing the star belt and directly reaching the Starlink district. Zhonlu said, once operational, the travel time from the nearest administrative district to the Starlink district will be reduced by 30%. But the day after the intention was announced, the family member in charge of the project was impaled on the Canaan district's most famous prayer tower. Zhonlu shrugged. It was Ananka who did it. Some say it was a rival family's order through the Dark River, while others say it was Ananka's own initiative. Perhaps they didn't want the Starlink district to be open to navigation. She was able to evade pursuit, and the Alliance's wanted order. She must have received specialized training. This person is quite dangerous, but there are far more dangerous people on the Dark River. Zhao Liqing's worldview was refreshed. This was only dangerous in the eyes of the people of the Canaan district. I couldn't imagine what life was like for the citizens of the Canaan district. All right, Zhonlu said, folding his arms and leaning closer to Lian Xiao, a smile on his face. Don't you want to continue asking about my relationship with the dean? Gu Chanfeng pushed him back onto the stool with one hand. Didn't you already say you weren't sent by the tyrant? Zhonlu, relationships can be one way, right? Boss, you just said I am well informed and familiar with the dean. Do you know the origin of the codename tyrant? Lian Xiao gestured for him to continue. In this room, perhaps in the entire Mecha Academy, Zhonlu is probably the one who knows Su Shaoluo best. Before he began, Zhonlu adjusted his sitting position and smiled lazily. Lian Xiao is a good boss and a good classmate. The day she tested S level in mental power, Zhonlu had his eye on her. He keenly identified Lian Xiao as a shortcut to Su Shaoluo's attention. S level Earthling. Based on Zhonlu's understanding of Su Shaoluo, she would definitely be keeping an eye on her. And he, as a close classmate of Lian Xiao, would inevitably draw Su Shaoluo's attention. Although he considered himself a man who would do anything to achieve his goals, Zhonlu swore he was a good employee, and a good employee would never lie to his boss. It was true that he wanted to curry favor, to join the military, and to climb the ladder. It was also true that he wanted to be noticed by Su's era. Respect, admiration, love. Zhonlu had no intention of distinguishing between these feelings. It didn't matter what they were. He simply wanted to climb high enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Su's era. 11 years ago, the Pomegranate Night Massacre occurred in Canaan District, and the dean was ordered to go there, Zhonlu said. I was one of the witnesses. Chapter 169. The planet in the Canaan region, where Zhonlu lived, had always been in turmoil. Several local families controlled the black gold mines, and outside adventurers were also eager to get a piece of the action. The Alliance's regulatory reach was limited, so the team of specialists sent there ambitiously returned with nothing but gluttony. The trigger for the Pomegranate Night tragedy was the newly discovered black gold mine. No one had expected such a large-scale black gold mine to be discovered on a planet thought to have been drained of its resources. The enormous profits overwhelmed the delicate balance between the families, and with the civilian population unaware, negotiations over the division of spoils collapsed. The families, unwilling to be excluded, took the initiative and launched an attack. Zhonlu remembered that at first, the media would report that a certain family member had been in an accident, but such reports gradually faded. On the computer screen, the city appeared to be in order, but in reality, even schools were closed. Everyone stayed indoors, living like ghosts every day. They feared the possibility of making a noise, fearing that heavily armed mercenaries would burst into their homes at any moment, claiming ties to a certain family, and take them away to be executed. Later, photos of the secret execution site leaked. The trees were laden with pomegranates, and the ground was littered with skulls, like ripe, crushed pomegranates, with flies feasting on the crimson juice. The photos shocked the entire Alliance. Only then did the Alliance citizens learn that a silent and brutal purge was taking place on this prosperous little planet in the Canaan region. But the leading family had already taken control of the entire planet, taking civilians hostage, calling themselves the Resistance, and confronting the Alliance. At that time, the dean had only been in the military for 4 years, and was already a major. Jean-Loup spoke of this, likely terrifying, memory with a look of pride. The military sent a small team to infiltrate secretly, and during the execution, a disagreement arose between the dean and the operational commander. The military's action plan was drafted in advance by experienced senior officials, supplemented by artificial intelligence, Wanchi's deductions to ensure foolproofness. During the actual mission, for unknown reasons, only Susera thought the original plan couldn't be carried out. But the mission leader disagreed with the director's opinion, believing her new plan was too radical. Jean-Loup shrugged. What happened next? Lian Xiao asked. Then Tyrant simply left the team and acted alone. Zhao Liqing said. He also said something that has long been criticized. If you're in a hurry to report to the death god, I won't stop you. Someone leaked the news, and many people were arrested. Jean-Loup continued. They separated adults and children, locking hundreds or even thousands of children together, and live streaming the situation to the adults. If the adults dared to resist, they would kill the children. The desert planet was scorching hot, and with only a meager supply of water and food, they went hungry every day. The mercenaries killed the hostages without burying them. The children could only remain terrified alongside the corpses, watching their familiar companions swell and stink, flies and maggots crawling over them. Every day, familiar faces died. Hunger, fear, and the stench reduced the prosperous land of black gold to a hellish state. When Susera descended from the sky in his Mecha, Jean-Loup thought it was a dying hallucination. In one night, Susera single-handedly rescued nearly all the hostages in the city, and killed the so-called resistance leader at dawn. Nearly half of his teammates, who disagreed with the change of plan, died, while covering the hostages' evacuation. Susera's actions sparked widespread controversy. On the one hand, her disobedience and unauthorized actions, which threatened to derail the plan, warranted a court-martial. On the other hand, her single-handed quelling of the unrest earned her immense fame. The families of the deceased hostages, in turn, pointed the finger at Susera, holding her responsible for the deaths of the hostages and their teammates. Susera was therefore temporarily suspended. Reporters surrounded her, and when pressed on whether she felt any guilt for the deaths, the young tyrant simply replied, "May they rest in peace." Such callous and disregarding treatment of the deaths of colleagues and civilians transformed the lone hero in the eyes of the Alliance citizens into a murderer overnight. Countless people petitioned the military to severely punish Susera. So the title of tyrant was? Lian Xiao asked again. It was given by the unscrupulous media. Jean-Loup said, a tyrant who places his own will above the lives of others, whose sole focus is war and victory. At this moment, the Rokin fortress was attacked. Susera, suspended from duty and ordered to recuperate at home for over 2 weeks, rushed to the battlefield. The squad she led was the only one undefeated in the defense of Fort Rojin. It was said that her command was subject to a single condition: complete obedience to her decisions. After frontline command was fully transferred to Susera, the defense of Fort Rojin was a resounding victory. This battle laid the foundation for over a decade of peace in the Alliance. Susera, who was supposed to be promoted, submitted her retirement application at this very moment. This time, she openly approached the camera, staring at the reporter who had led her criticism, and smiled. "Isn't retirement what you all wanted?" The reporter was sweating profusely. Susera threw down the microphone and walked away laughing. The next day, everyone who had opposed Tyrant publicly apologized. From then on, at least publicly, no one dared to publicly oppose Tyrant. As the youngest prodigy since the founding of the United Nations Mecha Academy, everyone assumed Susera would burn out prematurely like a fire, her genius extinguished upon adulthood, and she would become a nobody. Unexpectedly, this blazing flame would burn brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire alliance. At the end, Van leader Jean-Loup remained fascinated. "I want to become a Mecha soldier entirely because of the Dean." "Okay, one last question." Lian Xiao stood up. "What's the relationship between Tyrant and Fuming Wang, or Bai Josie?" After much thought, Lian Xiao could only think of 2 reasons, besides the tenuous teacher-student bond, to impress Susera with her position, her 2 teammates in the Mecha League. Jean-Loup frowned slightly. "It's probably not particularly bad, nor is it particularly good either." Jean-Loup casually remarked, "Fuming Wang's been missing for so many years. Even if they were once teammates, their friendship has faded long ago." Lian Xiao remained silent. She had a different opinion. She remembered that Yin Mingling and Su Shaoluo both had a league team photo in their offices, and the dimensions and details must have been the same. The tyrant carried that photo with him wherever he went, so one could imagine how much he cherished it. What kind of person was Su Shaluo? Powerful, self-willed, and unfathomable. If it weren't for the tyrant's immense strength, her personality wouldn't have made her suited to the military profession. In the face of a genius, even the military's strict rules and regulations must give way to him. Lien Xiao had a hunch that impressing the tyrant wouldn't require bribery. Perhaps all it took was a seemingly insignificant breakthrough to completely align him with her. Winning over the tyrant required more planning, but placing an order with Aninku required only a simple click and message. Lien Xiao's account had been deactivated, so Zhao Liqing registered one this time to negotiate with Aninku. After Zhang Lu left and confirmed the safety and privacy of the environment, Zhao Liqing ascended the underground river and shared intelligence about Xiao Wang with Lien Xiao and Gu Chanfeng. While Lien Xiao and Gu Chanfeng were bombing the stronghold, Zhao Liqing was also busy, discreetly and quietly trying to get Xiao Wang to reveal his secrets. Zhao Liqing couldn't ask two blunt questions. Thankfully Cesare was there. To ease Xiao Wang's anxiety and fear, Cesare engaged him in a conversation ranging from his family situation to his life aspirations. Zhao Liqing would occasionally add fuel to the fire, and Xiao Wang, once his guard had been lowered, would reveal everything. According to Xiao Wang, he nearly died after the invasion of Chengning City. Due to wartime supplies shortages, Xiao Wang's family had no way of finding medicine, so they ultimately spent all their money on Zerg medicine on the black market. Xiao Wang survived, and then the nightmare of transformation began. Lien Xiao was bewildered. Zerg drugs work on humans? Can they cause transformation? Gu Chanfeng pondered for a moment and said, could it be that while the drugs were working, they also transformed Xiao Wang's body? Xiao Wang's transformation showed more of a fusion of human and Zerg characteristics. By the end of the match, Xiao Wang hadn't fully transformed into a Zerg, but rather remained somewhere in between. But what does this have to do with the courier? Lien Xiao asked. Does the courier always transform into a Zerg? In the dungeon, the interval between Xiao Wang's drug use and his first transformation was less than 2 months. It had been over 2 months since Lien Xiao first encountered the Zerg Mother Goddess. Lien Xiao stared down at the lines on her hands and palms. She hadn't shown signs of insect transformation for over 2 months. Did that mean she was safe? What if it's the other way around? Gu Chanfeng said, it's not that a messenger will necessarily transform, but rather that someone who experiences insect transformation has a chance of becoming a messenger. Xiao Wang's labels were only insected and messenger, and the causal relationship was unclear. Xiao Wang didn't speak the Zerg language, had no idea she was a messenger, and couldn't recall when she became a messenger. So, it's possible she became a messenger and then transformed, or it's possible for someone who transformed to become a messenger. It's just that the causal logic the person behind the scenes wants them, the general public, to believe is the former. Who is this person behind the scenes? Lien Xiao muttered, beginning to feel tired again. Gu Chanfeng hesitated for a moment, then reached out and touched the back of Lien Xiao's hand. Before she could react, he lowered his eyes and soothed her, don't worry, leave it to me. From his observation, and Cesari's offstage observation, Lien Xiao seemed to particularly enjoy his face from this angle, his gaze lingering for a few seconds. As expected, Lien Xiao was briefly mesmerized by the handsome man, and didn't withdraw his hand in time. Damn! Zhao Liqing slammed the table. Both of them were startled. Lien Xiao withdrew his hand, as if struck by an electric shock. Gu Chanfeng's finger hovered in the air for a few seconds, feeling a pity that he hadn't held it there longer. Zhao Liqing paid no attention to the subtle interactions between the two. The light on the dark river interface on his computer flickered. What kind of illegal headquarters? Arrest them all. Thinking of his good friend, under Zhanglu's instigation, not only using such a dangerous dark river, but also offering a bounty for the mission, Zhao Liqing immediately sent him a friendly greeting in his heart. Find Aninku, send him a private message. They used a different excuse this time. They were investigating the tyrant. Lien Xiao and Gu Chanfeng gathered around, the three of them nervously awaiting a response. A message popped up. I know who you are. No one knows the whereabouts of the members of that joint brigade better than I do. Lien Xiao held his breath as he read the third message. Let's talk in person. Otherwise, no discussion. Chapter 170. Zhao Liqing reacted quickly, flipping the laptop over. You can't go. This wasn't bait anymore. It was a blatant trap, waiting for Lien Xiao to step on it. You don't really want to meet Aninku, do you? Seeing Lien Xiao's gaze lingering on the laptop, Zhao Liqing grew anxious. They clearly have bad intentions. Lien Xiao shook her head, simply wondering what Aninku's intentions were. A sting operation? Lian Xiao didn't think so. Since they had changed their numbers and pretexts to visit Ke, and yet the other party was still able to see through their disguise, and claim I know who you are, Ke had likely identified her. If Ke was in cahoots with the people who warned her about the surveillance, there was no need to go to such lengths, threatening her with their true identity. It would only alert the enemy. The conclusion he reached was illogical. Lian Xiao stroked his chin. Ke had no ill will towards her. Besides the person behind the scenes, there was also a third party involved. Lian Xiao sorted out his thoughts, and divided the people he encountered into several camps. Frida, who was monitoring her, always ready to catch her flaws, and the person behind the scenes. The Imperial twins, who used each other for mutual benefit. Ananke, whose motives were unknown. Susera, who was neutral but somewhat friendly. Add to that some of the Zerg, who were temporarily out of reach but were acting mysteriously. What a chaotic stew. Let's drink it while it's hot. Lian Xiao sighed. Gu Chanfeng took the laptop and sent an address to the other end, but nothing happened. Have her provide some information first to prove her strength, Gu Chanfeng said. Of the three, he was the only one who thought of bargaining, and the most negotiating among them wasn't here. See if we can get more information out of her. Zhao Liqing did as she was told. Not running away this time. The other party was surprised by the reply, instantly sending back 2 insulting messages. Believe it if you want, get out if you don't. Don't expect me to collect your body if you die. Their attitude was firm and resolute. Watching their opponent's offline status, the three of them exchanged bewilderment. The day's conversation had come to an end. Alright. Zhao Liqing withdrew from Dark River. She wasn't entirely convinced about Lian Xiao going along with the appointment. The breakdown was a good thing. Let's think of other options. She pondered for a moment and assigned tasks. Gu Chanfeng, investigate Tyrant, and Fu Ming Wang, and I inquire about General Tkachev. While Zhao Liqing's family didn't have a general-level military officer, they had a large number of Mecha soldiers and extensive connections. Many of them had served with General Tkachev. She was already thinking of an excuse to covertly ask her parents and relatives to help her get information. Lost in her own thoughts, Zhao Liqing didn't notice Lian Xiao quietly tapping on the address Ke had left and silently mouthing the words. Gu Chanfeng understood. Ke's given address was on the Alliance's main planet, but there was no date. This was an invitation to meet up, valid at any time. To go or not to go, that was the question. Troubled by this question, Lian Xiao's dungeon run was a bit distracted. After the 3 matches, Yin Mingling gave them a few days off. Lian Xiao was used to the intensity of training, and with the sudden free time, she didn't know what to do. After finishing the recipe for Lin Yupan, she resigned herself to the training room and relaxed by running dungeons. Lian Xiao, a Yin country kid who can't even rest peacefully on vacation. Ni Yuling wasn't online, nor was everyone in Kitakami River. Not making the finals was a huge blow to Kitakami River. As expected, Petrov was there, and Shirakawa's Maxima was also online. Lian Xiao invited the two to team up. The dungeon was relatively easy, purely for keeping up with the Zerg. The three chatted as they fought. Maxima had a stroke of luck. After being punctured by a Zerg-directed reverse psychic shock, she only sustained partial necrosis of her mental pathways, which she should recover with some time to recover. While recovering, she had several medical examinations to fill. Baichuan's teacher told her to avoid Lian Xiao. The even-tempered Maxima had just teamed up with Lian Xiao once, and she was driven so recklessly. What a fool! She learned bad things by not learning from good. But Maxima had come online precisely to wait for Lian Xiao. After Oren's false accusation, the relationship between the United Nations and Baichuan had reached a freezing point. This time, the United Nations was willing to put aside past grudges and help Baichuan win points, and Maxima was grateful. Maxima hesitantly extended an invitation to Lian Xiao. At this point, her feelings for Lian Xiao were more than just shame, but she still wanted to be more of a friend. After the league ended, she wanted to invite Lian Xiao to Baichuan. Although Baichuan isn't as bustling as the main Alliance planet, it still has its fun attractions, said Maxima. Especially around September, when you can see the milky white asteroid belt at night. All the planets, big and small, in Baichuan will be holding celebrations. Lian Xiao, your birthday is in September, right? That's perfect for visiting Baichuan. Lian Xiao was stunned. How do you know my birthday? It's in the league player profile, Maxima said, assuming Lian Xiao was upset. Sorry for reading your message, she apologized. Lian Xiao waved her hand. It wasn't that she was bothered by it, but she suddenly remembered. Her real birthday was today. Although they were the same height and appearance, She and the original owner had different birthdays. It wasn't until Lian Xiao looked at the original owner's records that she realized the days she just arrived coincided with the original owner's birthday. Back then, Lian Xiao was so broke she was practically starving, so how could she have been in the mood to celebrate the original owner's birthday? It had already been almost a year. From penniless to a wealthy woman with a small fortune, from having no one to having friends she could trust wholeheartedly, Lian Xiao couldn't help but sigh at how much she changed so quickly. The pace was so fast that she almost forgot her actual birthday. Should she find an excuse to celebrate her birthday with friends, like she did on Earth? Lian Xiao quickly gave up the idea. No one knew her true secret, and it was only a birthday. She celebrated it alone before. But the thought that there would be no cake or longevity noodles today, no messages of well wishes from family and friends, sent a wave of what could be described as a sad loneliness through Lian Xiao's heart. At the same time, several files lay open before Gu Changfeng. Before Gu Mian's adjutant entered, he quickly hid the topmost file below. Investigating Fu Mingguang and Bai Zhouzi, Gu Changfeng asked his father for the files on all the league players. Files kept by the military are updated in real time with the status of their owners, and are more detailed than publicly available files. Gu Changfeng rarely made requests of him, and since they weren't excessive, Gu Mian naturally granted his wishes. According to Gu Changfeng's request, the adjutant retrieved the player files from the first league onwards. Hundreds of paper files formed small hills around Gu Changfeng. When he was left alone, Gu Changfeng slowly pulled out the file he had hidden, Lian Xiao's. He was supposed to be targeting Su Xiaoluo's class file, but he couldn't resist looking at Lian Xiao's first. Holding Lian Xiao's file in his hands, reading over and over the information about him, it felt like secretly licking a piece of candy that wouldn't melt, giving him a secret sweetness. But as soon as his eyes touched the file, Gu Changfeng's brows furrowed. The photo in the file wasn't Lian Xiao. In that instant, Gu Changfeng's first thought was to call back the adjutant, who had wandered off, and tell him there was a mistake in the file. The facial features were identical to Lian Xiao's, though he looked younger and thinner. However, there was a noticeable difference in his expression and eyes. He wouldn't make a mistake. It was like the shell was identical, but the core was different. This absurd thought pricked Gu Changfeng like a needle, making him uneasy. After receiving the adjutant's assurance that the file was absolutely correct, Gu Changfeng's usually calm mind began to falter, and he even entertained the absurd idea that Lian Xiao might have a twin sister. No! Gu Changfeng calmed down. He knew Lian Xiao's family situation and believed that if Lian Xiao truly had twin sisters, he wouldn't have been able to conceal it from the alliance. He reread the photos several times before finally spotting a clue in a corner. The outline of the school emblem could be vaguely seen on Lian Xiao's chest, which wasn't completely painted over. Gu Changfeng confirmed that this photo was taken from a high school graduation photo and submitted as an ID. Gu Changfeng smiled. On one hand, he thought this lazy approach was endearing and consistent with Lian Xiao's personality, and on the other hand, it confirmed that the photo submitted was the Lian Xiao he knew. So who was the 18-year-old Lian Xiao in the photo? So, one afternoon, Adjutant Gu Mian collected all the footage he could of Lian Xiao for his boss's son. Given Lian Xiao's orphan status and his scholarship-supported lifestyle, the photos he had left were mostly graduation photos. The only video he could find was a promotional video of him receiving the scholarship. After watching it for a few seconds, Gu Changfeng turned it off. Not Lian Xiao, not her. The teenage Lian Xiao in the video felt unfamiliar to Gu Changfeng. Even though their faces were identical, Gu Changfeng was puzzled that no one had noticed such a clear difference. If you truly gazed at someone, quietly observed them, you couldn't mistake their eyes. The curve of their smile, when they were happy, sarcastic, or speechless, the subtle, unintentional gestures they made. These small details, which he had regurgitated countless times in his mind, became the key to his ability to penetrate Lian Xiao's exterior and firmly grasp him. It took a long time for Gu Changfeng to finally convince himself to accept this unscientific conclusion. After a certain turning point, Lian Xiao had changed. This conclusion made him uneasy. The slightly yellowed files piled at his feet. Gu Changfeng had no time to worry about Fu Mingguang. His mind was preoccupied with Lian Xiao. When was the replacement? Where did the real Lian Xiao come from? And, would she return? The last thought immediately made Gu Changfeng's heart sink, a suffocating feeling as if his heart were clenched. Forcing himself to calm down, he quickly uncovered a few forgotten points of doubt. Chinese food. There was no documentation as to where or from whom Lian Xiao had learned Chinese cuisine. It was as if after arriving at the United Nations, she had suddenly mastered it, becoming a master of Chinese cuisine without a teacher. And then, There was the Chongqing City dungeon. Perhaps others hadn't noticed, but Gu Changfeng, who paid close attention to every detail about Lian Xiao, wouldn't have missed it. Lian Xiao seemed incredibly familiar with the dungeon environment, so familiar that it seemed as if he lived in a similar environment before. Earth in 2035. Is it possible? This speculation was so absurd it was laughable, and Gu Changfeng pulled the corner of his mouth, but found he couldn't smile. The paper slapped against his clothes with a crisp sound, and Gu Changfeng realized that his hand holding the file was trembling slightly. A sharp crease marked the color photo of Lian Xiao beneath his thumb. From this office, he could see the fountain in front of the military building. Clear water in various forms splashed in the pool, its surface never calm. Just like Gu Changfeng's current thoughts. In a rare moment, Gu Changfeng was at a loss as to what to do. But one thing was certain. He wanted to capture Lian Xiao immediately. Seeing her would ease the ache in his heart. Chapter 171. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, less than 5 hours until the end of the day. No matter how advanced human technology becomes, evening rush hour traffic jams will always be a major challenge humanity struggles to solve. In the past, it was cars that were stuck, now it's cars and small aircraft, creating a double jam in the air and on the ground. The driver withdrew his gaze from the front. The aircraft jam stretched endlessly, and according to his experience, the traffic would be stuck for at least an hour. Waiting bored, he tried to chat with Gu Changfeng to pass the time. He was Gu Mian's full-time driver, and he and Gu Changfeng had met many times before, so he wasn't unfamiliar with him. After a few words, the driver tactfully shut up. He could see that Gu Changfeng was restless at the moment, his fingers tapping the window frame, his eyes glued to the aircraft in front of him. The return trip, which had been mapped out for 40 minutes, ended up taking an hour, and he was still stuck halfway. Gu Changfeng regretted not choosing public transportation because the aircraft was faster. As time went by, Gu Changfeng's panic and anxiety intensified, and his hard symptoms only worsened. The key point was that the message he sent to Lian Xiao remained unread. The light computer beeped, reminding him to pay close attention to the update. Gu Changfeng rarely used social media accounts. He had registered this one just to keep up with Lian Xiao's updates, and he only followed one person. Lian Xiao had posted a picture of food, and netizens were commenting, speculating whether it was a new dish Lian Xiao was about to release. Gu Changfeng enlarged the picture and took a closer look. This undisguised eagerness made the driver inexplicably think youth. It wasn't a formal dish. It looked more like something Lian Xiao had made for himself. Compared to the dishes sold at Lian Xiao, the ingredients were much simpler. The presentation was Lian Xiao's usual style, the exquisite plating whetting one's appetite and driving up the price. But a closer look revealed that the noodles, bathed in the golden, oily chicken broth, were slightly uneven in thickness, with many broken. The true master of noodle making at Lian Xiao was Chu Xiaogua. Lian Xiao could only be her apprentice in this area. Gu Changfeng smiled and pressed the save button. Just then, he noticed a show character carved from a carrot on the plate, which Lian Xiao had removed while taking the photo. This was a bowl of longevity noodles. One should eat longevity noodles on birthdays. Lian Xiao had mentioned it once before, and he remembered it. Human memory is so strange. Lian Xiao had casually mentioned something a long time ago, and Lian Xiao hadn't expected him to remember it, nor had he intended to remember it himself, yet he still remembered it today. It was as if his body was memorizing every detail about Lian Xiao for him. Whose birthday noodles were they made for? The driver had been looking at the advertisement on the building's facade, when the aircraft's alarm suddenly sounded. Turning back, he saw Gu Changfeng maneuvering the aircraft in a slow descent, and was terrified. Hey, you can't land nearby. The driver was even more stunned when he saw Gu Changfeng's hand on the aircraft side door. He rushed over and hugged Gu Changfeng's waist. Little Gu, don't keep any problems to yourself, and don't let them get out of hand. Uncle Zhang, I'm in a hurry. Gu Changfeng's voice was muffled by the pressure. Please drop me off at the next landing point. I won't bother you taking me back to school. Gu Changfeng finally put his hands on his knees obediently. The driver wiped the sweat from his sweat, and breathed a sigh of relief. The next landing point is in the middle of nowhere. Little Gu, are you sure? Yes. Arriving at the next landing point at a snail's pace, Gu Changfeng opened the side door as the aircraft touched down. Before rushing out, he politely thanked the driver. The driver watched Gu Changfeng's back as he ran away, wondering if he was going to run back to school with more than 10 kilometers to go. Young people have great stamina, huh? Lian Xiao hadn't expected anyone in the world to figure out her birthday from a photo. There were still more than 3 hours left in the day. Today, she not only cleared the dungeon, but also bravely challenged the pastry shop, which she was least adept at. Despite receiving a stern look from Chu Xiaogui, she had a fulfilling day. This era was even worse than the food desert Lian Xiao had experienced in her previous life. At least there was still pasta, a way to save those with clumsy pastry skills. In this era, being able to pull and cut noodles was considered a talent, and noodle machines had all but vanished. Lian Xiao, relying on his memory, attempted to recreate the longevity noodles. The types of noodles used in longevity noodles varied across Yin country, and each restaurant had its own unique recipe for the toppings. There's no single, most authentic way to make noodles. Every restaurant's recipe is the most authentic. Chu Xiaogui watched Lian Xiao knead the dough, pull it, let it ferment, roll it into thin strips, and let it ferment again. After a busy day, the thin noodles he finally managed to evenly hang on 2 small bamboo sticks. Then, Lian Xiao held his breath and pulled, and they broke. Chu Xiaogui, She thought Lian Xiao was going to make something big. Kneading the noodles, pulling them, breaking them, pulling them again. Lian Xiao's entire afternoon was spent with nothing but a pile of half-thick, broken noodles. Chu Xiaogui couldn't stand it anymore, and she turned on Tian Gang and scolded the boss. Aren't the noodles already thin enough? Why are you still pulling them? Not enough. Lian Xiao's thumb and index finger were close together. The final product will be as thin as a hair. She was making vermicelli noodles. Handmade vermicelli noodles are a complex process, requiring more than a dozen steps. The handmade vermicelli noodles are hung on 2 bamboo sticks, stretched completely, and then hung outside to dry. From a distance, they appear as bundles of silvery white threads, occasionally swaying in the breeze, thin enough to slip through the eye of a needle. Although vermicelli noodles are more aesthetically pleasing than flavorful, they still appear on the table every holiday, in chicken soup, with pork trotter, or even in the simplest, most rustic, egg vermicelli. Lian Xiao has tried many kinds of noodles: hand-pulled noodles, sliced noodles, stewed noodles, dandan fried noodles, laksa noodles, Vietnamese rice noodles, macaroni, all delicious and unique, all better than vermicelli noodles. But when she thinks of noodles, vermicelli noodles are her first thought. Food is closely linked to memory. No matter how many foreign foods she has tried, she instinctively chooses the most familiar. With Chu Xiaogui's help, Lian Xiao managed to recreate the vermicelli noodles to about 80% accuracy. The fineness wasn't up to par, and the taste was barely similar. Then, the handful of noodles, painstakingly prepared to barely look presentable, were dipped into the long-prepared chicken broth and topped with 2 soft-boiled eggs. That's it? Chu Xiaogui unwittingly revealed her true feelings. She meant that while the chicken broth was fragrant, it was also clear and free of impurities, a testament to Lian Xiao's mastery of broth. The soft-boiled egg was perfectly cooked, its semi-solid core very tempting, but it was still a bowl of noodles, nonetheless. A simple and unpretentious affair. Chu Xiaogui's brainstorming continued, her expression shifting unpredictably. Could it be that Lian Xiao was already pursuing the state of simplicity that Master Chen once described? She must be a bit underachieving, unable to understand the master's techniques. That's it. Lian Xiao picked up her chopsticks, took a bite of noodles, then drank a sip of broth, thinking it was still not that great. Even with her current master chef level cooking skills and seasoning, she couldn't make this dish taste amazing. It was just a little above average. But this was the taste of home. She remembered that according to custom, she should finish a whole bowl of longevity noodles. Her parents knew she didn't like it, so every year on her birthday, they only gave her a small portion, just enough for her to bring good luck. Lian Xiao ate bite by bite, slowly recalling many birthdays. Her first birthday in a foreign land. Her first birthday in a foreign country. Her first birthday alone, without friends. And now, her first birthday in a time that didn't belong to her. The soup ran dry, and the noodles were gone. Lian Xiao said to herself, "Happy birthday to me." Spending her birthday alone, with nothing good to eat, Lian Xiao felt a bit down. But she quickly recovered and began planning a buffet for her next birthday, where she eat a lot. If she had another birthday. It was still more than 2 hours before midnight, and the summer sky was dark, so many people were milling around the Lianda campus. Lian Xiao had nowhere to go, and Zhao Liqing wasn't in the dormitory, so it would be boring for her to go back alone. She habitually walked toward the training center, but then realized what was happening and turned back halfway. Passing by the wasteland of the reserve headquarters, the Lingyu flowers had already withered. She felt a bit like a marble in a pinball game, bouncing around but never landing. Finally, unknowingly, she was approaching the bustling square of the United Nations University. When people are lonely, they must hide themselves in the crowd, as if the surrounding bustle were somehow connected to them. Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao turned around. It was Gu Changfeng. He leaped down the stairs in 2 steps. The sunset reflected on him, and the bouquet in his arms was even more brilliant than the sunset. The flower shop was closed at this hour, and Gu Changfeng had no idea how he managed to gather so many bouquets, with such a rich variety. The moment he saw Lian Xiao, the overwhelming fear vanished, and even his soul felt light. He breathed rapidly, the joy of finding the person he longed to see fleeting on his face. Then Gu Changfeng reached out and, like catching a kite, grasped Lian Xiao's hand tightly, forcing his fingers forcefully between them. He knew he crossed a line, but he didn't care. The touch and warmth of skin, so unlike the softness and delicacy, instantly pulled Gu Changfeng out of his hell. Even if the entire universe were weighed on the other side, his scale would tilt towards the hand clasped together, towards Lian Xiao. He desperately needed to confirm Lian Xiao's presence through physical contact, through touch. It was like an addicted drug. Great. Gu Changfeng's gaze locked with Lian Xiao, who looked up blankly. He had so much to say. For example, "It's so wonderful that you're still here." Or, "It's so wonderful to have met you." Emotion surged, and finally Lian Xiao heard him say, "Happy birthday. First year of freshman year, happy second 19th birthday." Lian Xiao was stunned, forgetting to pull her hand away, forgetting to ask Gu Changfeng how he knew her birthday. At 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 28 seconds to midnight, Lian Xiao received her first birthday greeting. Gu Changfeng's cold, deep gray eyes shone startlingly in the darkening sky. Joy and pain were so vivid in his eyes, intertwined like a web, freezing her in place. Gu Changfeng blurted out, unable to wait even a moment, "Can we say good morning to each other from now on? I want to know. I want to see your message the moment I open my eyes, to confirm you're still here. I want to say good morning and good night to you, so that the first and last words of every day are to me." Gu Changfeng pressed closer, repeating stubbornly, "Can I?" Lian Xiao could easily have pushed Gu Changfeng away. League training was full of physical contact, and never before had she felt this strange feeling. Gu Changfeng's palm was frighteningly hot, his fingers gripping with terrifying force. So close, Lian Xiao could practically hear the violent beating of his chest. She imagined Gu Changfeng must have traveled a long way to buy such a large bouquet of roses, lilies, and orchids. Beads of sweat covered his forehead. Skin against skin, the warmth from Gu Changfeng's palm nearly melted her, like gummy bears melting together in summer. The air between them grew hot, and Gu Changfeng whispered, as if he would never give up until he had achieved his goal. "Can I?" Lian Xiao awkwardly averted his gaze, but Gu Changfeng's gaze was as solid as a stream of hot pine resin, falling thickly on the top of her head, trickling down her eyelashes, cheeks, and lips. Lian Xiao finally realized clearly a conclusion she had never imagined. Gu Changfeng liked her. Chapter 172. On the power of a single sentence to successfully cause insomnia. The next morning, Zhao Liqing saw Lian Xiao with dark circles under his eyes, and said meaningfully, "You didn't sleep well." Lian Xiao made frozen wontons for himself and Zhao Liqing, then yawned sleepily on the table. She had indeed not slept well last night, having spent the entire night counting her bank balances. At that moment, the laptop beeped, and Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing all saw the pop-up message. "Gu Changfeng, good morning." Zhao Liqing, great. She said these two were acting strangely, that there was something wrong. Watching Lian Xiao hesitate for a few seconds, he replied with a single good morning, then locked the laptop screen and said, "What's going on between you and Gu Changfeng? Tell the truth." She should have known from the time at the Snow Mountain ruins that Gu Changfeng had ulterior motives. Nothing. Nothing? Lian Xiao felt he was telling the truth. Last night, when Gu Changfeng dropped her off at the dormitory, Lian Xiao was too stunned to say anything. The two of them remained in an eerie silence the entire way. Lian Xiao thought she might be overthinking things. She had completely deduced that Gu Changfeng liked her. Gu Changfeng hadn't even said anything vaguely ambiguous. So far, aside from holding hands, he hadn't done anything beyond friendship. So after pondering it for a while, Lian Xiao let it go. She didn't like to speculate about what others thought of her. It wasted time, energy, and internal friction. She preferred certainty and substance. Counting money was something she loved. It gave her the heavy, secure feeling of holding something in her hand. Zhao Liqing, tell the people on the forum about this and see if they believe it. Lian Xiao, ? She trembled as she opened the campus forum she hadn't visited in a while, nearly fainting. Who uploaded this photo of her and Gu Changfeng to the forum? Truly, this candid photo is quite impressive. Lian Xiao face-bombed. In the hazy light, they interlocked their fingers, gazing at each other affectionately, their distance so close, only separated by a bouquet of vibrant flowers. They could have been sent straight into an idol drama. And more. Zhao Liqing sneered and switched posts. Another candid photo. Lian Xiao clutching the flowers, Gu Chanfeng walking side by side with her, looking intimate and sweet, just like any other couple on campus. And more and more. With each and more, Zhao Liqing's laptop displayed photos from different angles and scenes, her expression akin to, let's see how you can argue. Lian Xiao was defeated. She sat down, her face drained of soul. It's not just the campus forums, Zhao Liqing said, other social media posts are exploding. Lian Xiao didn't dare look at other apps. He opened his laptop and, as expected, it was flooded with messages. Friends she knew directly asked her what was going on, while those she didn't know so well, smelling the melon, pleaded indirect questions. The funniest thing was Tang Yan, whose words radiated joy as if my dream couple has come true. Gossip was like a hammer, gently striking the dormant hearts of students struggling to review. 9th floor, I knew these two had a thing. My dream couple has come true. 11th floor, public confession? They're hooking up so quickly? Really S-level speed, huh? 12th floor, is this hallucination from staying up too late? Who's dating who? Who's dating who? 13th floor, this crazy world. I think everyone's going crazy from the stress of finals week. Someone, come punch me and set the world right. 14th floor, I'm here. Woohoo! I've been crying for over 10 minutes now. I don't want to believe this is real. My heart is broken. 36th floor, looking for heartbroken and heartbroken fans. Ladies, come and see our Liani Army's Zhao Wuyu. He's handsome and single. 37th floor, why are people from other schools joining in the fun? At admin, can people from other schools register? Won't they ban their accounts? 42 ND floor, reply to 36th floor. Question mark, I'm a Lianjia fan, tasteless stuff. 43th floor, heartbroken fans up there can pair up with my roommate and cry their hearts out. By the way, bring some tissues. My roommate is a Gu Chanfeng fan, and she's already used up all the dorm's tissues. 107th floor, I have a question. Who initiated this between these two? I've been a huge fan of this couple countless times, but during the league, I couldn't see any romantic connection between them. 110th floor, That just shows the above-mentioned fan CP support isn't up to par. It's obviously Gu Chanfeng. Photo JPG thanks to the great league replay videos. An S-class player never took their eyes off another S-class player. 121st floor, CP fans have arrived on the battlefield, and I add to the list. I have plenty. Photo JPG +9. And don't you think couples who appear businesslike but secretly act like they're in a relationship are even more appealing? 133th floor, depressed. Aside from his S-level mental strength, Lian Xiao doesn't deserve him in any way. 134th floor, question mark. 135th floor, question mark. 136th floor, reported. I suspect they're a cross-dressing troll, just here to start a fight. 139th floor, wow, someone is selectively blind. Reporting, 153th floor, I'd be nice to you at the end of the semester. Thanks for the paparazzi photos. I watched them over and over again. Old Gu, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Yin said with a firm declarative tone, while Gu Chanfeng was also reading the forum in his dorm room. At first, he didn't notice anyone secretly photographing him while delivering flowers. Given Gu Chanfeng's vigilance, it's impossible for him to have overlooked all the hidden cameras along the way. Gu Chanfeng admitted frankly, yeah. There were quite a few people passing by at that time and place. Gu Chanfeng couldn't deny that he had selfish motives. The leak of the secretly photographed photos would at least help him eliminate some of his rivals. Cesare was stunned and began to mutter something about the man he secretly loved being scheming. Scheming? Gu Chanfeng didn't think so. He raised his laptop and carefully checked his chat with Lian Xiao again, along with all of Lian Xiao's social media. Alas, apart from the morning greeting, there were no new messages. No matter. Gu Chanfeng calmly typed out his pretext. He would take the initiative. Talk every day. See each other every day. Every day, he had to check in to see if Lian Xiao was still around. It takes 3 weeks to develop a habit, and even longer to develop a romantic relationship. Lian Xiao could dress up in any way he liked. Isn't a puppy just about hanging out with the people they like? Gu Chanfeng couldn't help but think he wanted to be a happy puppy. He truly had a unique advantage. He sent out a carefully chosen excuse, which coincidentally collided with the new message. Gu Chengfeng's pupils dilated slightly, and he subconsciously covered his laptop screen, even though his friend hadn't even glanced at him. The electronic device was slightly hot, and Gu Chengfeng's mind was now a mess. Lian Xiao took the initiative to ask him out alone. A date? With one brief sentence, Lian Xiao completely shattered Gu Chengfeng's carefully thought-out relationship plan. Gu Chengfeng had imagined many possible reactions from Lian Xiao to their intertwined fingers: disgust, avoidance, and distance. He had even spent the entire night secretly reflecting on his impulsiveness, but he had never expected Lian Xiao to take the initiative and ask him out. But what if he refused face-to-face? The thought of this possibility made Gu Chengfeng nervous again. Arriving at the agreed location, Lian Xiao was a little surprised. Usually seeing Gu Chengfeng in training and combat uniforms, this time, with his hair done, he stood out, his handsomeness standing out, making her look disheveled. As he got closer, he could even smell the faint scent of perfume. Lian Xiao was confused. What was Gu Chengfeng going to do? Under the eager gazes of the onlookers, the two walked out of the UN University side by side and boarded the hovercraft. Lian Xiao then said, "Great, now everyone has witnessed us leaving the school together." Gu Chengfeng's puzzled look made Lian Xiao feel a small question mark forming above his head. Lian Xiao said, "Didn't you read the address I sent you?" That was indeed the case. Before leaving, his mind was so consumed with the excitement of the date that he couldn't spare a single thought for anything else. Besides, as for a date, Lian Xiao would take him anywhere. Gu Chengfeng quickly searched the address on his laptop. It was a bar, but the building across the street, under renovation, felt familiar to him. It was the address Ainanku had provided. Let those people on the forum just let it be a misunderstanding. Lian Xiao didn't want to respond, lest she make matters worse. But she suddenly realized this was the perfect excuse to cover her tracks. Nowadays, passers-by are all witnesses, Lian Xiao whispered. The hovercraft was crowded with people, so she had to stay close to Gu Chengfeng to speak. Everyone thought we went out together. This is a good opportunity to see what's going on there. Who would have thought they were actually meeting online friends in person? She's a genius. Lian Xiao gloated. Gu Chengfeng stared at her expressionlessly, his face expressionless, and remained silent. He couldn't fathom what Lian Xiao was thinking. Was he trying to pretend that the bouquet of flowers and the hand-holding from yesterday had never happened? He knew resolving Ainanku's situation was more important, but he couldn't help but feel depressed. After a dozen seconds, Lian Xiao thought Gu Chengfeng didn't want to talk, but unexpectedly, Gu Chengfeng gently tapped the back of her hand twice and handed her his laptop. "Have you prepared your weapons?" Lian Xiao pulled out his laptop and typed, like a mute patient, "I ordered some self-defense supplies through local express delivery." Going to see Ainanku was a rush. The Alliance's main planet had strict controls on weapons and knives, so the best Lian Xiao could get was some legitimate self-defense supplies plus 2 kitchen knives. Gu Chengfeng typed again, "Okay. Don't worry, retreat if there's any problem. Safety first." His face was a little tense, and he looked still angry, but his words were sincere and comforting. Lian Xiao put his laptop away and rubbed his fingers twice on the back of Gu Chengfeng's hand as a token of gratitude. Then he turned his head away, pretending not to notice Gu Chengfeng's ears, which had suddenly turned red. Lian Xiao's plan for tonight was simple. Any bar, apart from the security guards at the door, wouldn't have noticed they were carrying weapons. The bar was dimly lit, and once the patrons were drunk, who would have noticed 2 people had quietly disappeared? All they had to do was avoid the surveillance cameras, sneak into the building across from the bar, and finally return the way they come, exiting the bar. The only problem, Gu Chengfeng said, is how to get there. They met up with the delivery guy in an alley a few blocks away from the bar, quickly gathering their gear in a blind spot. Lian Xiao was busy hiding his kitchen knife. Summer clothing was light, and Gu Chengfeng finally understood why Lian Xiao had brought a jacket. "I checked the sewer map. Let's go through the sewers." Gu Chengfeng folded up his shirt sleeves, revealing his beautifully shaped wrist bones. As he was pushing the monitoring bracelet down his shirt, he glanced up at Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao, who had been dedicated to drilling sewers since freshman testing, finally got to put it into practice. For some reason, thinking about the upcoming adventure, Gu Chengfeng strangely calmed down. After gearing up, he extended his arm to Lian Xiao, motioning for him to take it. Since the onlookers saw them as a date, why didn't he act more like one? Besides, meeting Ainanku alone with Lian Xiao didn't count as a date. Chapter 173. The bar opened at 7:30 p.m. Lian Xiao and Gu Chengfeng went in at the appointed time, about 10 minutes after opening. It was easier to blend in and be noticed. The security guard glanced at them as they entered, thinking that young couples were quite formal these days, entering a bar like they were at a ball, arm in arm. They waited patiently for over half an hour, until the bar's atmosphere had become intoxicating. The two of them left their half-finished drinks, and quietly slipped off to the restroom, one after the other. The bartender beside them cleaned the glasses with a nonchalant air, not even a glance. He's seen many young couples like this before. Little did he know that the two he thought were kissing were actually wading through stinking water. Lian Xiao covered his nose from the fumes. A few minutes later, they appeared inside the building. I looked up the building. It was originally a rented office space. Last year, someone bought the entire building and renovated it, preparing to reopen it. Lian Xiao led Gu Chanfeng towards the stairs. They had just finished checking the ground floor lobby. Going through the sewers saved the trouble of entering the building from outside, and limited lighting was still available inside. The renovation team had finished their shift, leaving them alone, the two of them, their soft footsteps echoing through the hallway. Ananke had only given the building's address, not the specific floor, implying they would have to search the entire building. "Do you think Ananke is in this building?" Lian Xiao asked, looking up at the security cameras. Surprisingly, throughout her walk, she had only seen security cameras in the magnificent lobby, and they were still inactive. Of course, the possibility of hidden cameras could not be ruled out. "Highly unlikely," Gu Chanfeng said. With a fixed location, no set time limit, and a wanted man, Ananke was unlikely to show up on the Alliance's main planet and risk waiting here 24/7 for Lian Xiao. "I think so too." Lian Xiao turned and went up to the second floor with Gu Chanfeng. Before leaving, she had suspected Ananke might be monitoring them remotely through the building's security cameras, but the surveillance had been turned off. Or perhaps, Ananke had left a message here? Lian Xiao glanced up at the dimly lit floors above. Searching floor by floor like this was too inefficient. Clues? Had Ananke given her any clues? Lian Xiao pondered, finally confirming that none were. Ananke impressed her as a hot-tempered older sister. If she asked for clues now, she'd probably be scolded. Suddenly, across the floor, they heard faint voices, gradually fading away. Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng exchanged glances, then leaped to their feet simultaneously, drawing their tactical knives from different positions. Their footsteps shone as they raced up the escalator. The man's voice paused, and in between, he laughed, his laughter echoing faintly in the empty building, a somewhat eerie sound. Lian Xiao stepped on the elevator handrail, grasped the floor railing, and effortlessly slid over. In the blink of an eye, he pinned the man down with precision, then delivered a punch without hesitation. The force of the punch would have stunned an ordinary person for a long time, but it was Lian Xiao who felt the pain. The fist felt soft to the touch, yet the rebound was powerful. Upon closer inspection, it was a highly realistic robot, indistinguishable from a human at first glance. Even after being hit on the head, he remained cheerful, diligently promoting his product. A small potion, the ultimate enjoyment. Lian Xiao hesitantly released his grip. The noise had all been caused by this thing. After regaining its freedom, the robot opened its chest and showed Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng the merchandise it was storing for sale. Suspicious pills, potions, and props, the packaging didn't look legitimate. Gu Chanfeng stared at the robot silently for 2 seconds, then lowered his tactical knife. "Customer, aren't you buying?" The robot tilted its head and spoke in a charming, familiar voice. The entire building's construction workers had gone home, and the robots used for renovations had been powered down and dormant. Only this robot, with its sophisticated, simulated exterior and outdated intelligence, was left wandering the deserted building, peddling unsold contraband. Lian Xiao felt a little sorry for it. "Customer, aren't you buying?" The robot switched to a sweeter voice. Please, our products are slow selling. Please help us." Lian Xiao ignored the robot's pitiful plea and took a few steps back, creating some distance. A building with the lower half converted into various entertainment facilities, and the upper half a hotel, it was already absurd that there were few active surveillance cameras. Could this robot appearing so late at night be Ananke's arrangement? When the robot repeated guests, "Aren't you buying?" For the third time, the outdated intelligence system realized that the two people in front of it had no intention of buying, and immediately changed its attitude. Turning its head 180 degrees, it continued its speech to the air behind it. "I'm not here to buy anything, we're here to pick it up." Lian Xiao suddenly blocked its path. "Do you have it?" She thought the robot would take a moment to react, but unexpectedly, the key word was triggered and the robot immediately nodded excitedly. "I have it." It ripped open the chest again, this time grasping the mechanical heart hidden behind the merchandise, and pulling it out. The twitching mechanical heart was cut open, revealing a thin metal sheet within. As Lian Xiao reached out, the robot holding the heart suddenly retracted it. "Look right here." No matter how Lian Xiao tried to change its words, the robot simply repeated this sentence mechanically. Gu Chanfeng coughed lightly and reminded her, "Some of these card-type storage units have a built-in destruction program that automatically erases the information once removed from the carrier. Ordinary people wouldn't have the opportunity to handle such card-type storage units, but they certainly heard of them." Gu Chanfeng decided to use subtle methods to remind Lian Xiao common sense in this era in the future, to prevent anyone else from becoming suspicious of him. Lian Xiao sighed. Anan was quite vigilant. She and Gu Chanfeng worked together to break open a random room and drag the robot inside. After a moment, Lian Xiao released the robot's head and murmured, "So that's how it is." The information from the storage unit Ananke had placed inside the robot resolved some of the questions that had plagued her for a long time. Ananke also proved that between carefully concealing the anomaly and being caught by the person behind the scenes, she still had a third option. The robot climbed to its feet and walked out of the room. In the hallway, the robot spoke. This time, its voice was neither harsh nor sweet, but rather sounded like a flesh and blood human. "See you in the Starlink district," it said. It was Ananke speaking through it. After all their time together, this was the first time Lian Xiao had heard Ananke's real voice. The robot's raised hand paused in midair, then it twitched, its exposed skin flushed red, and it collapsed uncontrollably. When Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng approached, they saw a silent, microscopic bomb detonated inside the robot, melting its structure and leaving only its outer shell. Lian Xiao carefully fiddled with the robot, confirming that anyone who approached would mistake it for an internal malfunction and burn along with the merchandise. Great! The robot was finally off duty. It was time for them to go home. Lian Xiao stretched, his steps becoming more brisk. In stark contrast, Gu Chanfeng, usually expressionless, had become preoccupied since reading Ananke's message. Approaching the building's escalator, Gu Chanfeng finally broke his silence. "Lian Xiao, have you decided to?" He didn't finish his words, because the lights went out and the escalator suddenly started moving. Both of their hair stood on end, their bodies instantly tensing. There was a third person in the building. The third person temporarily turned off the lights and started the escalator again. The escalators were newly added during the building's renovation. The atrium had a vast, mall-like hollow, with crisscrossing escalators reaching every floor. For a moment, their vision was plunged into darkness, and their hearing amplified accordingly. But Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng couldn't tell which direction the elevators were coming from. Both elevators, facing each other, were in motion. The purpose was simple. The person hiding in the shadows didn't want them to use the escalators to determine their approach. He was hiding on one of the escalators, ready to attack them from the darkness at any moment. Gu Chanfeng grabbed Lian Xiao in front of him, and the two retreated back to the corridor they had been in. It was too dangerous to remain exposed in the atrium. With the enemy unknown, attacks could come from all directions. The other side sensed their intentions, and a gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed Lian Xiao's head as he entered the hallway, sending a shudder through him, his blood instantly freezing. Someone was trying to kill her. This wasn't the usual, timid, sparring match or league game. The enemy's murderous intent was overwhelming. They had guns, and the most lethal weapons they had were a kitchen knife and a tactical knife. Lian Xiao's eyelids twitched. They really could die here. Who was trying to kill her? Were they after Ananke's message? Seeing his position exposed, the gunman abandoned his pretense and, with his gun, opened fire on the floor where they were hiding. Bullet casings clinked on the ground, and a few stray bullets ricocheted into the hallway. The building wasn't surrounded by residential buildings, and the blasting disco music from the bar masked the noise. The patrons were high, swaying intoxicatedly, and even passers-by would mistake the gunshots for firecrackers. The gunman's reckless firing showed no fear of exposing the gunfight. He was hell-bent on killing her. When the workers who arrived the next day discovered her body, perhaps the police would be able to trace the robot and her connection to Ananke, and would simply blame the unknown gunman for Ananke's attempt to silence her. Even if Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng managed to escape the gunfire tonight, the mess would surely attract attention, and sooner or later, it would be traced back to her and Gu Chanfeng. Gu Chanfeng had also considered this. Take the emergency exit. At this point, let's not worry about exposing our whereabouts. Surviving was paramount. The two men sprinted towards the emergency exit, but the bullets were faster than the gunman. Before they could open the exit, Lian Xiao heard the gunman's footsteps and the whistling of bullets. Without time to react, the two men slammed open the door of the nearest room. Through the door, They could hear the undisguised sound of footsteps approaching, becoming clearer and clearer, then stopping. It seemed as if the other party was holding a gun, carefully considering how to kill them. Cold sweat broke out in Lian Xiao's palms as he gripped the knife handle. Meanwhile, the gunman was reporting to the employer. When he accepted the job, the employer had only told him to kill one person. He could clearly see that there was another person following the target, and he would have to pay more. The employer pondered for a moment and agreed. Once the money arrived, everything would be settled. The machine gun roared, and the door was honeycombed with bullets, sending shards of inferior material flying everywhere. Only when blood began to trickle out from the crack in the door did the gunman, still reluctant, stop. As always, the target had no choice but to flee under his gun. The gunman stepped into the blood. Once he had taken the verification photo, he could take the balance and escape from the Alliance's main planet. At that moment, his employer chuckled softly over his earpiece, giving him a sudden sense of danger. "Hey, what are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing." The employer's voice was distorted, but it was still vaguely male. "Buy one, get one free. You killed 2 S-ranks, and one of them is Gu Mian's son." The gunman's kick at the door froze in midair. "Run. But Gu Mian and her will probably hunt you to the ends of the earth." The call was cut short on the other end. Just as he was stunned, the rickety door was kicked down from the inside, crashing down towards him. How could it be possible? Chapter 174. The gunman's quick eyes and hands dodged the falling door panel. It would have been difficult for the average person to dodge a falling door panel, but the gunman even pulled out his gun and fired in front of him while dodging, not aiming to hit the target, but simply to scare off any prey that might attempt a counterattack. "Ha!" The gunman panted. As expected, the prey, deterred by the bullets, dared not risk their lives in a close attack. The surroundings were silent, nothing but his own breathing. He wondered if his target was dead or lying dormant. Shooting away the empty pistol, the gunman unhooked the assault rifle from his sling. This hunting game had slightly heated his blood. From what his employer had said, he seemed to be in some serious trouble. The gunman loaded his assault rifle with a click, his facial muscles twitching as a strange smile appeared. It didn't matter. After killing the 2 children, he would turn around and kill his employer. Before he was hunted to the ends of the earth, his employer would die first. With the only barrier broken, both sides stood in each other's blind spots, slowly and carefully adjusting their positions. The structure of the room saved Lian Xiao and Gu Chongfeng's lives. But the bullets pouring in through the door inevitably caused damage to both of them. Lian Xiao's wound extended from the back of his hand to his elbow, a deep, long abrasion that bled continuously. Lian Xiao tried to move his injured left hand, but the pain was almost numb, and he couldn't move it. Gu Chongfeng's situation was even worse. The bullet didn't hit him directly, but the broken fragments had pierced deep into his thigh, causing severe bleeding. However, Gu Chongfeng's dark trousers made it difficult to see the blood immediately. Minor injuries weren't life-threatening, but they did affect their mobility. The weaponry was vastly different. They couldn't connect mentally like those in mechas, allowing the gunner to pinpoint their location with a single sound. They were at a complete disadvantage. Lian Xiao's nerves were strained to the bone. With no way to escape unscathed, they could only gamble. In the darkness, Gu Chongfeng suddenly grasped her uninjured hand, pressing his thumb against her palm and squeezing. The dry, slightly cool touch of her skin eased Lian Xiao's nerves slightly. Lian Xiao hooked his finger around Gu Chongfeng's, and together they moved slowly and silently. From a bird's-eye view, the two's movements resembled some strange circular courtship dance. When they reached the base of the wall, they were within the gunman's field of vision. The gunman knew this, so he remained calm, instead teasing his prey with amusement. He wondered what the desperate prey's next struggle would be. Just as the two were about to press against the wall, the gunman detected movement and immediately pulled the trigger. The bullet struck its target. However, the brief spark from the bullet allowed the gunman to see that he had only hit a thrown knife, a feint to the east, attacking in the west. The knife, propelled by the bullet, fell to the ground in a parabola, and then the gunman heard movement again. It was prey. His brain and hands reacted in unison. Relying on muscle memory, the gunman loaded and fired in a split second. No one would escape his gun this time. All the gunman could think of was the muffled groan of his prey after being shot, a sound like heavenly music to his ears. The next second, a muffled groan echoed, and it was his own. The enemy's attack was even faster than his own. The gunman's speed and explosive power were unimaginable. He felt the enemy pounce on him like a leopard, the impact on his chest and abdomen like a cannonball, briefly causing him to feel as if his internal organs had shifted. Lian Xiao elbowed the gunman's wrist, and the intense numbness nearly caused the gun to slip out of her hand. She didn't care about her injuries at this point. She grabbed the assault rifle with both hands, twisted it, and struck the gunman in the cheek and temple with the barrel. But the gunman was wearing a tactical mask, and although his head was knocked back, he wasn't actually hurt. He stopped agonizing over the assault rifle and pulled out a pistol with his other hand, pressing the muzzle against Lian Xiao's lower back. Just as the gunman was about to pull the trigger, Lian Xiao, in a moment of panic, pulled the trigger on her assault rifle instead, and the gun went off. The bullet grazed their heads and flew into the ceiling. Scorch marks appeared on Lian Xiao's hair and the gunman's mask, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder. Under the threat of death, Lian Xiao's adrenaline surged, and she unleashed an even greater force than usual, kicking the gunman's ankle hard, freeing herself from the pistol pointed at her. Shit, the gunman was also wearing tactical boots, and her sneaker kick felt like it was hitting steel. The gunman was clad in tactical gear, absolutely prepared. Just as the gunman launched another counterattack, the force he was wrestling with suddenly slackened, and a stronger force threw him against the wall. The attacker's arm pressed against the gunman's throat, as if attempting to strangle him with brute force alone. The gunman was slightly surprised to discover that this man and woman could actually overpower a grown man like him in close combat. The gunman's playful attitude instantly faded, his eyes bulging and veins bulging in his oxygen-deprived state. His fingers slowly touched the device on his belt. Perhaps sensing his intention, Gu Chanfeng backhanded and stabbed the gunman's thigh with his tactical knife. The gunman screamed, and blood gushed out, soaking Gu Chanfeng's body and mixing with his own blood. Then Lian Xiao raised his hand and struck again, sending the gunman shivering in pain. Neither of them had avoided the femoral artery, and the gunman's legs, severely disabled, began bleeding profusely. He wasn't just a student, so how could he have the ruthlessness to kill his opponent? Okay. The gunman licked the blood from the wound in his mouth, his eyes bloodshot. He didn't care what idiotic pursuits might come his way now. These two must die. The thought of ripping bloody holes through the two men seemed like a shot of stimulant. The gunman roared, slamming the hilt of his knife against Gu Chanfeng's leg, pressing deeper into the wound. The two men, bloodied, embraced, and Gu Chanfeng was slammed into the opposite wall by the gunman. Bang! The blood-curdling sound of a gunshot. The bleeding gunman and Gu Chanfeng couldn't immediately sense the pain. After a few seconds, the gunman finally realized the dull, subtle ache. Ha! What good would it do to find his pistol? He's wearing a bulletproof vest. In the dark corridor, without night vision goggles, the gunman sneered and grabbed Gu Chanfeng, attempting to spin him around. What would happen if the prey, unable to see clearly, shot and killed their companion? Lian Xiao's vision was completely dark, but she could rely on hearing to determine her location. The gunman's head, chest, and abdomen were protected by armor, but for greater mobility, his limbs were probably not covered. She wouldn't hit Gu Chanfeng. She was confident in herself. Bang! The gunshot. After an extreme, suffocating silence, Lian Xiao heard the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. She rushed over and stepped on the gunman, whose knee she had shot through. The gunman's voice was noticeably weak, and he laughed out loud, choking on himself. Do you dare to shoot? Even if you kill a criminal, you're murderer. Bang. Lian Xiao fired confidently, as if he hadn't heard anything. The bullet lodged between the gunman's mask and his body armor, and the pool of blood beneath him rapidly expanded. But the gunman was still breathing, his chest heaving violently. Gu Chanfeng limped and grabbed Lian Xiao's hand, which was about to fire again, shaking his head. Ask him who sent him and why. Lian Xiao seemed to have just woken up from a dream. She had been trapped in a state of high alert, unable to extricate herself, and only then did she feel the sense of luck that she had escaped death again. The pistol suddenly felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. It's okay. Gu Chanfeng supported her trembling hand holding the gun. Just then, a flash of red light suddenly appeared on the gunman's body. Gu Chanfeng instinctively pushed Lian Xiao away, and they both slipped and fell. After a loud explosion, the dying gunman suddenly ripped apart, flesh and blood splattering everywhere, filling the corridor with a sickening, bloody odor. It was unknown who had planted the bomb on the gunman, leaving him no chance of exposing any intelligence. The corridor finally returned to calm. The air smelled unpleasant, with pieces of flesh and blood everywhere, but Gu Chanfeng's leg injury made it difficult for him to move. Lian Xiao helped him walk a dozen meters, and they both sat down to rest. After 2 minutes of rest, Lian Xiao finally felt his sanity return. Neither of them had the energy to go to the control room to open the line, and the two of them shared a dark space. So close, Lian Xiao could only vaguely see Gu Changfeng's outline. Gu Changfeng kept an eye on Lian Xiao. Better? Yeah, Lian Xiao said. I called someone over. This mess. If no one cleaned up, the renovation workers who came to work the next day would probably be terrified by the bloodiness of this corridor. Who did you call? The tyrant. I had originally called someone with the intention of saving his life, but I hadn't expected Susera to even have to clean up after someone else. Lian Xiao suddenly remembered something and sat up straight with a start. Your injury. Gu Changfeng had also lost a lot of blood. It's nothing. But could you please do me a favor, Gu Changfeng said, and temporarily treat the wound. His leg injury was just heavy bleeding, not damaging the femoral artery. Before Susera arrived, he applied a tourniquet to slow the bleeding. Lian Xiao slapped his forehead. Who would have thought that a simple infiltration would result in injury? She hadn't prepared any first aid supplies. There was nothing on hand, and where could he find any in the dark? Gu Changfeng had clearly figured it out. He was silent for a few seconds before coughing softly. Don't look for it, I have it. He reached out, gently grasped Lian Xiao's shoulders, and turned her the other way, saying, as if he couldn't bring himself to speak, turn around. Even though he didn't use much force, Lian Xiao obediently followed Gu Changfeng's force and turned away. After a few seconds of hesitation, Lian Xiao finally understood what I have it meant. In the darkness, human hearing is more acute than usual. The sound of metal buckles unfastening, fabric rustling, and the friction of different materials rubbing against each other. These subtle sounds were amplified infinitely in the dark corridor. Belt. The belt of his shirt and trousers. In Lian Xiao's mind, he could almost see the belt sliding across the waistband of his trousers, slowly being pulled out by those bony hands. Soon, Lian Xiao, with his back to her, had something like a strip of paper stuffed into his hand. The delicate leather still lingered warmly. It's a little hot. Lian Xiao felt the leather with his palm, curious if its owner's body temperature could be that high. Before Lian Xiao could move, Gu Changfeng uttered a puzzled snort. He heard Lian Xiao drawl, I have a question. I can't see where your wound is. There was a 2-second silence, and Gu Changfeng seemed to let out a helpless sigh. The sigh deep in his chest seemed to be just Lian Xiao's illusion. A hand grasped Lian Xiao, holding her hand, and guiding her to press on the wound on her leg. Oh, so my body temperature is higher, Lian Xiao thought. The blood-soaked trousers clung to her thigh. Through the thin fabric, Lian Xiao could feel the fullness of her muscles. Unable to see clearly, he touched her a few more times before the bony hand returned, firmly pinning her down, preventing Lian Xiao from moving. You? Gu Changfeng exhaled, his voice a little unsteady. He continued to helplessly control Lian Xiao's movements. The back of her hand felt scorching hot, and beneath her palm, muscles suddenly tensed. Lian Xiao felt as if her hand were a fuse, being lowered into a blazing fire. She half knelt before Gu Changfeng, lacing the belt beneath the wound, her fingers pushing against the buckle to tighten it click by click. Is this okay? Gu Changfeng, seemingly exhausted, leaned his head against the wall, revealing a sliver of his neck. His voice trailed off lower than usual. It can be a little tighter. In reality, she lied. Her eyes had long since grown accustomed to the darkness. She could clearly see the belt tightening around his thigh, the curve of flesh spilling out from either end. After the fierce fight, the white shirt was stained with blood, Gu Changfeng's own, the gunman's, and her own. The blood-stained shirt clung to Gu Changfeng's body, rising and falling with his breathing. The heat radiated from the strong muscles beneath the fabric, and even from a distance, she could feel it. For some reason, compared to the usually neat and polite Gu Changfeng, she couldn't look away from him more. And excited. Was he running a fever? Why were his breaths so deep and heavy, as if he was trying to fill his lungs with air and then expel it all? She was completely surrounded by the sound of rapid, heavy breathing. Was the wound excruciating? His thighs were tense, his other hand clenched into a fist, and even his Adam's apple was rolling violently. Gradually, the temperature around him seemed to rise, as if from Gu Changfeng, the heat source. The air became hot and sticky. It turned out that body temperature could be contagious. Lian Xiao felt his blood boiling from his fingertips, stirring with eagerness. It was like the fighting spirit at the critical moment of life and death. Just as it subsided, it began to stir again due to the heat. Or perhaps, violence and desire, these two things are one and the same. Lian Xiao deliberately pressed a little above the wound and felt his palms suddenly lifted. Gu Changfeng felt Lian Xiao's breath on his face and lips. Gu Changfeng, are you blushing? Lian Xiao asked bluntly. Chapter 175. Are you blushing? A few words easily shattered his shaky sanity. His nails dug deep into his palm, his joints crackling. But the pain was no longer enough to awaken his mind. To make matters worse, Gu Chanfeng discovered that when Lian Xiao placed his palm near the wound, the pain vanished without a trace, replaced by an unfamiliar longing. He fought tooth and nail to prevent himself from succumbing to the trembling urge. Gu Chanfeng was thankful that the darkness served as a natural shield, preventing Lian Xiao from seeing him. His face must have looked much worse now. "I'm not." After a pause of several seconds, Lian Xiao's barely audible reply, hushed between his heavy breaths, was heard. The corridor was too quiet, the darkness enveloping them like a barrier, and Gu Chanfeng's subtle swallowing was audible. "Lie." The muscles beneath his trousers were as hard as they could be. To close the distance, Lian Xiao pushed his hand a little higher. Another wave of completely uncontrollable tension washed over him. She suspected that a few more touches would make Gu Chanfeng explode. Lian Xiao, possessed, continued to whisper close to Gu Chanfeng. "You're sweating. Is it hot?" Gu Chanfeng closed his eyes in despair, then opened them again. "I'm not." Desperately suppressing one thing, his perception of all other sensations diminished. Perceptions of sweat and blood loss faded from his consciousness. The sweat, or blood, stained the ends of his hair, clinging to the back of his neck and forehead, making him uncomfortable. But Gu Chanfeng refused to move. How close were he to Lian Xiao? 10 centimeters, or 5. As the gentle breath brushed against him, he wanted to retreat, yet also to move closer. Conflicting thoughts battled in his mind, further straining his sanity. Time passed so slowly that Gu Chanfeng felt his sanity melt a little with each breath from Lian Xiao. As they spoke, as they breathed, their scents mingled intimately. Gu Chanfeng pursed his lips irritably, a shameful thought forming, when Lian Xiao's breath brushed against his lips. That subtle, shuddering touch was no different from a kiss. Every breath was a kiss. When he lifted his head, unable to bear it, a small kiss pressed against his Adam's apple. When he lowered his head in resignation to his desire, it was a kiss. How strange. He was clearly an S-rank, recognized as the strongest in close combat, yet now he lay helplessly pressed against the wall, trembling, panting as if enduring some torture, so fragile that even the gentle pressure of her hand on his thigh couldn't break free. The illusion of a beast's submission filled Lian Xiao's heart with satisfaction. She withdrew her hand from Gu Chanfeng and pulled away, creating some distance. Fresh air filled the air between them, and Gu Chanfeng shivered as if feeling the cold. He rolled his eyes hazily, seemingly unable to react. The sweltering heat they shared had dissipated so instantly. "It's all right. The wound's been treated, so I should be able to." Lian Xiao's words trailed off as Gu Chanfeng's scorching hand tugged, irresistibly pulling her back against him. The trick he used to tease the beast had worked. The air grew heavy and still again. His other hand pressed firmly against her cheek, easily controlling her downward motion. They couldn't see each other's eyes, but they could hear and feel each other's breathing. Rapid, faster than usual breaths mingled chaotically. The impulse surging in her veins found a way out. Lian Xiao thought she wasn't conscious at the moment, yet every cell in her body was clamoring to release the impulse. Luckily, neither of them was conscious. Lian Xiao reached down and grabbed Gu Chanfeng's collar. Suddenly, the force ceased. Gu Chanfeng managed to tilt his head to the side, breathing heavily. He seemed afraid to look at Lian Xiao any longer, but he didn't let go. Lian Xiao felt Gu Chanfeng's fingertips gently and solemnly caressing her cheek. Like a traveler crossing the desert, nearly dying of thirst, a life-saving handful of clear water right at his lips, but Gu Chanfeng abruptly turned his head away, willingly enduring the torment of a dry throat. "Not now." Gu Chanfeng's voice was hoarse, like a mutter to himself, but also like a warning to himself. "Not now." A kiss can be based on affection, on love, but it can't be based solely on physical impulse. He didn't want the beginning between them to happen so unclearly. Besides, the intensity of their feelings wasn't proportional. A casual kiss wouldn't be fair to Lian Xiao. Gu Chanfeng was grateful to Lian Xiao for not pushing his hand away after that near miss. He could still rely on Lian Xiao's presence to suppress his surging desire. But Lian Xiao disapproved, pulling Gu Chanfeng's wrist away and regrasping his shoulder, his fingers digging into the folds of his shirt. He lowered his head. And with a rustling sound, light streamed in. Like the privacy of a secret room being shattered, the ambiguous atmosphere dissipated completely. In the light, each saw their own flushed, hazy gaze in the other's eyes. The intruder kicked aside a piece of broken glass in front of him. The crisp sound of falling glass was like a thunderclap. Lian Xiao suddenly released the grip she had on Gu Chanfeng's shoulders, and quickly took a few steps back, kneeling between his long legs. "Sorry to bother you." Su Shaoluo, who had rappelled directly from the rooftop and broken through the window, hadn't expected to encounter this scene. She observed the two students, who were about to flare up, with interest. She raised an eyebrow and deliberately turned her back. "How about you continue?" She looked like a minor caught in a premature love affair by the dean. Lian Xiao followed Tyrant into the aircraft listlessly. Gu Chengfeng's wrinkled white shirt lingered in her mind, and the leather belt that tightened around her thigh as she walked. Long, powerful fingers. "Stop!" Lian Xiao maintained a firm expression, mentally threatening herself to stop thinking about it. Su Xiaoluo, who was sitting in the back row with Lian Xiao, glanced at her and snorted, "You're promising. It's only natural that the arc and the main attack type are attracted to each other." Su Xiaoluo ignored Lian Xiao's attempts to argue. Having fought side by side, life and death, if they establish a deep connection, they'd be even more tempted to move closer. There's no need to be embarrassed. But if the tyrant were to say it, the gunman was utterly dead, bullet casings and blood all over the corridor. Young people aren't picky about their locations. The small aircraft took off smoothly. Someone will clean up the scene, and everyone nearby is deaf. Gu Chengfeng has been sent to my personal physician. Su Xiaoluo leaned back, smiling, her gaze on Lian Xiao instantly becoming scrutinizing. "Now, isn't it time to explain the whole story to me?" Lian Xiao looked at the control panel in front of him. The aircraft reached an altitude where no one would be outside, but Lian Xiao worried about whether their conversation would be monitored. "This is my own aircraft. It's absolutely safe during flight, and privacy is guaranteed," Susera said. She had just returned to the Alliance's main planet when she received Lian Xiao's distress signal. She had driven all the way here at lightning speed, fearing that if she slowed down even a little, the student would become a cold corpse. Lian Xiao gathered her thoughts. Tonight's conversation would hinge on whether the tyrant would side with her or not. "Lian Xiao, we encountered a killer in that building. Yan Ningling is investigating the killer's identity." Su Xiaoluo said, "You two weren't on a date when you suddenly felt like going down the sewers, then wandering around in a renovated building, and the gunman just happened to be trying to kill you, right?" Lian Xiao first clarified, "It wasn't a date." Then she decided to get straight to the point. "I went to that building to look for a message someone left behind. The killer might have been after that message." "Go on." "It's a Dark River user with the ID Ain and Ke." Lian Xiao said, "I want her to investigate Fu Mingwang and Bai Zhouzi." The moment he uttered those two names, the atmosphere inside the aircraft shifted instantly. Under the tyrant's gaze, Lian Xiao met her gaze intently, a chill running down his spine. Her sitting posture and expression remained unchanged, but the moment she heard the familiar name, Su Xiaoluo's eyes suddenly sharpened, an invisible pressure weighing down on Lian Xiao, forcing her to carefully consider every word. "Go on," Susera said softly. Lian Xiao took a deep breath, praying that Ananki's news was true. Her fate depended entirely on Susara's whim. "Because I'm experiencing the same symptoms as Fu Mingwang did back then." Time slipped by. The interior of the aircraft seemed frozen in time, and Susera continued to stare at Lian Xiao, seemingly unconcerned. The next second, there was a crackling sound, and the bracelet on Susara's arm was ripped off, shattered on the ground with a raised hand. As Lian Xiao instinctively followed the movement with her peripheral vision, the tyrant lifted and grasped her arm. Unprepared, Lian Xiao's eyes widened, and she instinctively struggled, trying to free herself from Susara's tight grip on her right hand. The pain was secondary, but the slight tingling sensation of her nerves being invaded told her that Susera was unilaterally establishing a mental connection with her in reality. Theoretically impossible, an unbelievable fact. Humans' mental power is too weak to connect with their companions without the aid of a mecha. Yet the tyrant could actually break through the constraints of his abilities and accomplish all this. She and the tyrant had the same level of mental power, both S-rank, yet under the tyrant's suppression, she couldn't resist and didn't know how. The effect of a mind connection in reality is akin to mind reading. Or manipulation. Even specially trained soldiers can't keep secrets. After a long moment, Susera slowly released her hand. The connection to reality inevitably made her show a hint of fatigue. "When did it start?" Susera asked casually. After weighing it for 2 seconds, Lian Xiao revealed the exact moment he first heard the distant flute. At the same time, he felt relieved. The tyrant's attitude seemed to indicate that he intended to shield her, and not report her to the military. Even after narrowly escaping death tonight, the 3 messages from Ananke made Lian Xiao not regret taking this risk. Each piece of information proved the truth of her claims about Earth's mecha life, saying no one knew better than she did. First, Fu Mingwang had also heard the distant flute sound. So early? Su Xiaoluo muttered to herself. She was Fu Mingwang's deep-level connection, the arc, and she knew his condition best before his accident. She still remembered the time that person had once jokingly lied to her, saying, "I've been hearing strange noises lately, woo woo woo, almost as unpleasant as you playing the piano. Could it be that you've been affecting me during the deep connection?" She was furious and chased Fu Mingwang to beat him up, not knowing what to blame him for. But that happened after they won the league championship. And then? Su Xiaoluo struggled to recover from her memories. How could Lian Xiao, who had only been using mechas for so long, have such a sudden experience? Catching a key opportunity, Su Xiaoluo blurted out, "Arc." It was the difference in mecha positioning. Both were Earth citizens, both S-rank. The only difference was that Fu Mingwang chose to focus on attack, while Lian Xiao, half forced and half willingly, became a dual cultivator/attack master. The difference in the mecha's positioning accelerated Lian Xiao's ability to hear the distant flute. Why? Is there some hidden difference between mecha positioning and mecha positioning? Arc, frequent use of mental power. Mental power amplification. Sea of consciousness. Fragmented pieces of information floated in Su Xiaoluo's mind, unable to grasp a complete answer. But of one thing, Su Xiaoluo was certain. She looked up at the somewhat uneasy student before her, and her gaze seemed to pass through Lian Xiao, looking at someone else. 18 years later, she was certain that Fu Mingwang's disappearance was man-made. She wouldn't allow this to happen again. Who else knows about this? Su Sarah straightened up. After receiving the answer, she decisively said, "Don't say a word from now on. And over at the 26th Division, they won't touch you again." After a moment's thought, Su Sarah immediately realized how dire Lian Xiao's situation was. She crushed the mental suppression ring the military had developed for her under her feet. Who knew if those old guys had planted another bug inside? Thankfully, there was only one game left in the league. After it was over, Lian Xiao could withdraw from public view and naturally keep a low profile. And with Lian Xiao, she had a better chance of finding out what happened to Fu Mingwang back then. In just a few minutes, Su Sarah had figured out how to protect Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao was a little surprised. Even though Ananke had accurately predicted Susara's reaction, she was still surprised by how powerful Susara's empathy for Fu Mingwang was. The impact was so significant that Su Sarah never seemed to hesitate about whether these Earth mecha creatures would harm humanity. This situation left her undecided, whether to immediately tell Tyrant Ananke about his second message. Su Sarah repeated Ananke's ID several times, then suddenly raised her eyes. Ananke. Was she the one who revealed Fu Mingwang's situation? What other information did she leave behind? If so, then it's very likely that the mysterious person behind the ID knew both her and Fu Mingwang. Lian Xiao felt a sense of guilt under the tyrant's interrogating gaze. She gritted her teeth and said, "According to Ananke, Fu Mingwang is still alive." Chapter 176. To Lian Xiao's surprise, Su Xiaoluo's expression remained unchanged. After a few seconds, she uttered a "hmm." It was like hearing something as mundane as a supermarket sale. She knew Fu Mingwang hadn't died. The news of Fu Mingwang's death had come more than a decade earlier, on a night like this. She was still a student at the time. Fu Mingwang, a grade above her, had been specially recruited by the military, and Yan Ningling had chosen to join the reserve forces of the administrative district, so they didn't often meet. One night, Yan Ningling suddenly came to see her, unusually dressed in his uniform. Su Xiaoluo angrily told him to speak quickly if he had anything to say, so as not to interrupt her as she was engaged in a fierce battle with the Zerg in the system. Then Yan Ningling slowly removed his military cap and faced her with the iron cross and blade insignia, his eyes filled with an emotion she couldn't read. "What had Yan Ningling said?" he said. "I received a notice from the military that Fu Mingwang had died. 2 days ago, he lost contact with operations headquarters during a mission, and a nearby patrol vessel exploded. The signal point implanted in his body by the military had been missing 48 hours, and according to regulations, he was considered dead." He also said, "Don't be too sad." Yan Ningling had initially expected her to be unable to accept it, but what she encountered was a furious Su Sarah. Fu Mingwang had filled in her name for both emergency contact and important information notification. Su Sarah pushed Yan Ningling away. Even if Fu Mingwang was dying, she had to be the first to know. She spun around like a wounded lion. When she found her computer, she discovered she had received over a dozen messages from the military. But she had been so engrossed in her virtual killing of Zerg that she had missed them all. She wasn't even the first to learn of Fu Mingwang's death. 82 words. Yan Ningling's brief 82 words brought Fu Mingwang's life to a close, concluding his fate. The military never found Fu Mingwang's body, though his mission was high-ranking, and his sacrifice and military honors were quickly awarded. He was symbolically buried in the hero's cemetery. Before his disappearance, Fu Mingguang had been well liked. On the day of his funeral, the guests thronged around the small memorial tablet, and everyone was surprised and sympathetic by Su Xiaoluo's absence. Away from the crowd, Su Xiaoluo watched the entire funeral with a blank, cold expression, not shedding a single tear. A single white rose was left in front of the memorial tablet, its whiteness glaring. She suddenly remembered one afternoon in a classroom at the United Nations University, when she and Fu Mingguang overheard a passing classmate discussing who is the best mecha soldier in the current alliance. She and Fu Mingguang hid on the windowsill, screened by the curtains. As long as they stayed still and made no sound, no one outside would notice them. Su Xiaoluo had no interest in eavesdropping. Fu Mingguang smiled and gestured for silence, glared at him, but still obeyed. The discussion was so boring that Su Xiaoluo fell asleep while listening. She fell asleep in the afternoon and woke up at dusk. They were the only two left in the huge classroom. For some reason, everyone else had left, but Fu Mingguang hadn't left, reluctantly bending his long legs to make room for her nap. Su Xiaoluo asked, "Did you hear anything?" Fu Mingguang then listed a bunch of familiar mecha soldier names, and asked Su Xiaoluo what she thought. Su Sarah didn't care. She despised any of the mecha soldiers the professors and instructors praised. She even used the recommended biographies of her predecessors as a cushion on her desk. Fu Mingguang pondered, wondering if future biographies written about him would receive the same treatment from Su Sarah. Su Sarah rolled her eyes, refusing to speak to the narcissist. Others saw Fu Mingguang as gentle, humble, and steady, but she knew how arrogant and malicious he was in private. She stepped over Fu Mingguang and hopped off the windowsill, saying, "Dream on." Just as she was about to slip away like a cat, Fu Mingguang grabbed her. He said, "I hope your name will be the last line of my future biography." Years later, the tyrant relived this scene countless times in his memory. Had Fu Mingguang really said these words to her on the windowsill in the illusory dusk, Susara's chest was filled with a rage that wanted to destroy everything. Fu Mingguang's final outcome was just 82 words. She memorized these 82 words by heart, each one etched in blood. She refused to accept this as the end of Fu Mingguang's biography. Before the Fu Mingguang memorial tablet, she fiercely snapped the white rose. Unless she witnessed Fu Mingguang's death with her own eyes, unless she found his body, she would not accept that he was dead. So, when she heard the news with her own ears, it was like confirming a fact she had long accepted, and her heart remained unmoved. She nodded casually to Lian Xiao and said, "I understand. I take you back to the UN." A sea of stars formed the ground, and above her was a deep, eternal sea of stars stretching back billions of years. The aircraft carried Su Xiaoluo through the starry sea. Beneath her outward composure, she felt an unreal sense of weightlessness. Fu Mingguang was still alive. But why hadn't Fu Mingguang come to see her in these 18 years, in dreams, in reality? Not once. She watched Lian Xiao ascend to the dormitory building. Minutes later, the new windows lit up. Su Xiaoluo lit a cigarette, held it between her lips, and inhaled deeply. "Why did you break your vow today?" Yan Mingling appeared behind Su Xiaoluo, using his height advantage to reach over her shoulder and snuff out the cigarette she was holding. "A few years ago, I finally managed to get your ban on smoking everywhere in the Mecha Academy passed. Do you want to be the first to break it?" Su Xiaoluo waved, and Yan Ningling could tell she was in a bad mood. But it didn't seem that bad. Yan Ningling smiled as he added this to his list of matters to consider. Su Xiaoluo asked, "How's the investigation into the gunman going?" Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng were attacked outside the school. The tyrant is undoubtedly furious. If anything truly happened to them, even if it happened outside the school, they wouldn't be able to get past Gu Mian. We only found some guns and ammunition, and sent them to reliable sources for inspection. The person who wanted to kill them was very experienced. The gunman himself was blown up, and there's no other clues besides his biometric information. Yan Ningling said, "The gunman is a wanted criminal on the Alliance's list." "I'm considering a question." Su Xiaoluo said, "It's unlikely that the gunman had infiltrated the UN to monitor their every move, nor is it likely that he was frequently around here. So how did the person who wanted to kill them know for sure that Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng would be out tonight?" The answer was obvious. The person who wanted to kill Lian Xiao was hiding near him, or someone nearby had tipped him off. "I know that." Yan Ningling naturally took Su Xiaoluo's unused cigarette and put it in his pocket. "You must know that your two precious S-rank students are in love, and they didn't even try to hide it when they went on a date today. The entire Liandao community probably knows about it," he added. Su Xiaoluo didn't respond. Lian Xiao and Fu Mingguang had heard the distant flute sound, but she wouldn't reveal this news to even Yan Mingling. She turned and left the building below Lian Xiao's dormitory. With her at Lianda these days, those people wouldn't dare attack Lian Xiao. In a few days, they would depart for the Starlink district. The tyrant needed to prepare in advance for the perilous Colosseum in the Starlink district, and the meeting mentioned in Ananki's message. Investigate this matter as much as possible. If Gu Changfeng doesn't want Gu Mian to know about this, he can help cover it up. Su Shaoluo casually reminded Yan Mingling, although she believed he wouldn't. Also, don't tell anyone else about this except you and me. A few days later, the day they officially set off for the Starlink district. The intervening period had been peaceful, a tranquility far too wonderful compared to the sudden appearance of a gunman chasing you around the corner. Unbeknownst to Lian Xiao, the security measures in the dormitory where she and Zhao Liqing lived had been tightened to an unprecedented level. When Lian Xiao cautiously recounted that night's experience, Zhao Liqing strongly condemned and expressed dissatisfaction. Zhao Liqing's opinion of Gu Changfeng was deeply questioned. Having allowed Lian Xiao to take such a risk, Ms. Zhao's opinion of him plummeted to the bottom. Zhao Liqing's physical coercion forced them to cancel their usual duties as bosses at Lian's stir-fry restaurant. Aside from going downstairs to get takeout, the two of them completely reverted to the familiar state of a worthless college student from a previous life. On the day of their departure, Lian Xiao finally had the chance to drop by and hand over the items to Chu Xiaogua. Chu Xiaogua turned the small piece of paper over and over. It only had a number on it, not the recipe Lian Xiao had compiled, which she had been pining for. After a slight disappointment, Chu Xiaogua quickly cheered up. She didn't believe that her diligent efforts wouldn't be enough to warm Lian Xiao's cold and heartless heart. By then, Chu's stir-fry would be just around the corner. Chu Xiaogua said sweetly, "We watch you win the championship live." She couldn't guarantee whether she'd fall asleep while watching the live stream. Lian Xiao smiled and hugged Cui Yingqin and John Lu separately. "You know when the time comes to make this call," Lian Xiao said. She had already compiled the recipes she promised Lin Yupon. She probably was flipping through them, feeling a wave of bliss. She compiled every recipe currently accessible through the food system without reservation and handed them over to Lin Yupon. User 1723, have you considered this? The system felt Lian Xiao's free recipe offer was a bit unfair. This is the recipe you've been saving up for ages to unlock. Lin Yupon had easily obtained it. It doesn't matter if you give the recipe to me, Lin Yupon, or any other contestant in the Chinese cuisine competition. Lian Xiao said, besides, there are still a few dishes that haven't been unlocked yet. The mission still depends on your guidance. The system suddenly felt useful. User 1723 couldn't do without it, so it was easily coaxed into submission by Lian Xiao. The door of the car that would take them to the starship opened, and the other teammates took their seats. Lian Xiao took in the seating arrangement and fell silent. You have to vacate the seat next to Gu Changfeng, right? Lian Xiao and Gu Changfeng exchanged glances, then immediately averted their gaze. She walked over, defying Gu Changfeng's gaze, and calmly sat down. After that date, the two hadn't met in person, and had reverted to their online friendship. Online communication was vastly different from in-person contact. Lian Xiao thought. She felt like the air conditioning in the car was broken, and it was scorching hot. It was also scorching hot around Gu Changfeng. Suddenly, Cesare shouted, breaking the eerie silence in the car, "The specific location and rules for the finals have been announced." Chapter 177. The teammates leaned forward. The Starlink region was actually enormous, roughly one-third the size of the main administrative region. The map distributed to the players, and the one shown to the public had slightly different details. The version they saw used different colors to mark the three spheres of influence, while the version visible to the public was entirely under the control of the green color representing the Alliance. Green represented the Alliance, black represented the Empire, and yellow represented the third power. The circled competition area was located at the intersection of the three colors. Suxing, why would it be in this area? For the finals, shouldn't the military choose a safer location, one with actual Alliance control? For previous offline tournaments, the military had chosen sparsely populated planets or regions, and with the addition of off-site rescue and medical teams, they had artificially minimized the risk of accidents. In the Starlink region, however, it was impossible for the competition organizers to clear the competition area in advance. Just zooming in on the competition map revealed low, densely packed buildings. Who knew what kind of dangerous individuals lived here? At the same moment, the players from all four teams realized the same thing. This finals would be extremely dangerous. A closer look revealed tiny, distinct notes emerging from within the yellow third-party faction. Lian Xiao squinted to identify them. Gu Changfeng said, third-party faction is just a general term. Ordinary criminals, alliance-wanted criminals, escaped fugitives, mercenaries, and perhaps even hidden Zerg or other monsters. Even the military couldn't guarantee the exact number of dangerous individuals lurking within the Yellow Zone. The Starlink Zone was like a cancer spawned by the three-way confrontation between two races, a concentrated manifestation of the evils that ordinary people could only imagine and never imagine. Is the League's off-site rescue capable of minimizing the risk? Yin asked. They were still reeling from the Snow Mountain incident. If an emergency like the last time occurred, rescuing them would be even more difficult. At this point in the discussion, Lian Xiao had already sensed something was amiss. Given the Starlink Zone's environment, it would be incredibly easy to target her. All it took was a few accidents during the match, a single delay in the off-site rescue efforts for the League. The person behind the scenes wouldn't even have to do anything themselves. They could easily shift the blame onto the chaotic forces at play. Even worse, she couldn't think of any way to avoid it. Everyone was in the same danger. It was a conspiracy against her. As for the rules of the finals, they were relatively simple. This final simulated an emergency. A batch of highly classified League laboratory supplies went missing and ended up in the Starlink Zone. Each team would track these supplies down within the Starlink Zone. The team that found the most supplies within the allotted time would win. However, it's important to note that the secret supplies weren't stationary, so the players had to find ways to track them down. A gentle reminder of the rules. The search isn't limited to ground-based vehicles. It also includes aircraft in the air and even hidden illegal structures underground, making the search even more difficult. The audience couldn't wait to see the finals. This was a rare opportunity for ordinary citizens to glimpse the tip of the iceberg of the Starlink region. The stable and secure life within the Alliance has always made these spectators instinctively trust the Alliance's strength, overlooking the possibility of danger to the players. I had no idea it would be so difficult for a starship to enter the Starlink region, Cesare lamented. The starships carrying the League players passed through numerous checkpoints before entering the Starlink Zone. The inspection was so thorough that even the items they carried had to be reported one by one. Lian Xiao suddenly remembered what Zhang Lu had said, Ananke imprisoned tycoons who wanted to open new interstellar routes on the Prayer Tower. An additional express route meant another way in and out of the Starlink Zone. Did Ananke not want the chaos in the Starlink Zone to spread to other areas? Strict inspections are only natural, Yan Mingling said casually. This time, he Tyrant and several teachers from the Mecha Academy were all deployed to escort the Lianda squad. A few months ago, I don't know how it was done, but someone brought a batch of rocket launchers into the Starlink Zone and set off fireworks there during the day. Don't worry, we've been strictly controlling it lately. The checkpoint staff knew they were competitors and, while checking, reassured them, we shouldn't let you encounter anything like this during the competition, we should. Lianda squad, Look at your words. Do you believe them? After finally entering the harbor, the escort to their accommodations had been waiting for a long time. Lian Xiao saw it was an old acquaintance. Brother? Amidst the fully equipped Alliance soldiers, Gong Sun Hong flashed Xiao leeching a hearty smile, revealing his large white teeth. Gong Sun Hong was quite familiar with all the members of the Alliance's large squadron. To be exact, there were few people at the Mecha Academy he didn't know well. Lian Xiao and Gong Sun Hong were close friends. Gong Sun Hong had helped her a lot even before her internship at the Academy. During the Rose Week incident last winter break, he had even been entrusted to travel from the Starlink region to Nevernight to ensure her safety, and even to transport Lian Xiao aboard the starship back to the Alliance's main planet. Although Lian Xiao thought Gong Sun Hong was using Master Chen's craftsmanship as an excuse to stay on Nevernight and not leave. After not seeing him for a few months, Gong Sun Hong had grown considerably stronger, and when he wasn't talking or smiling, he had taken on a rather serious and stern demeanor. He patted the car door, signaling everyone to get in. The contestants and their teachers sat separately. No way, do we really need this kind of vehicle for transportation? Cesare was astonished. The route from here to their residence was theoretically within Alliance control, so using this type of vehicle was a bit too much. The vehicle's body was much thicker than an ordinary vehicle. It was a modified armored vehicle, and the windows were specially made, much thicker than normal. Gong Sun Hong sat across from them, gun in hand, and said calmly, "You know why in a moment." Lian Xiao's uneasy feeling grew stronger, as if they had arrived in some war-torn zone. The car started, and the scenery passing by the windows switched from the high-tech port to buildings no more than 3 or 4 stories high, all resembling boxes. Houses of various sizes were stacked together, like a child's building blocks. Having lived on the Alliance's main planet for so long, The Alliance team had never seen such a dilapidated city before. They crowded around the windows, curiously peering out. Gong Sun Hong didn't stop them, his expression revealing a sense of hardship. He's seen this kind of scenery plenty over the past 6 months. Yi Yin's eyes were sharp. What's that hanging outside that house over there? The houses were covered in vulgar and obscene graffiti, and some people had parked prohibited vehicles outside their doors. The thing Yi Yin pointed at looked like a hanged man to Lian Xiao. The owner of the house opened the window, slicing a piece of something from the unknown object and chewing it, a look of ecstasy on his face. I couldn't look at it too much, or I'd throw up everything I eaten that morning. Gong Sun Hong didn't even raise an eyebrow. Don't look. This is just a minor offense. As they were talking, a sudden burst of intense gunfire erupted from a nearby street, and patrolling troops immediately approached the scene of the firefight. In less than 2 seconds, a building suddenly soared into the sky. Not only did it physically soar, but it also exploded into a blaze of fireworks at low altitude. Now you understand why Starlink District loves these kinds of houses? Sturdy and cheap. Even if one is gone, we can easily build another. Metal fragments flew against the car window with a clang. Gong Sun Hong, unfazed, concluded, this is Starlink District. The Alliance team, No wonder such a sunny and positive senior has been so worn down after entering the area. In Starlink District, death and injury are incredibly easy. Even with so many Alliance troops stationed, they can only barely maintain order in the controlled areas. Zhao Liqing was quite worried. Only after actually visiting did he realize what Starlink District is like. Gong Sun Hong had never mentioned this to his family before. The car left the street, and the gunfire subsided. The patrols must have taken control of the situation. At that moment, a car suddenly rushed out from the other side of the intersection and accelerated into the car in front of them, where the teacher leading the team was sitting. The driver in front was caught off guard, and it was too late for Lian Xiao's car to swerve. The driver slammed on the brakes, only to avoid hitting the car in front. Silently, a large number of people emerged from nowhere, armed with weapons, surrounding the two cars. It turned out that the gunfire and explosions ahead were intended to draw the troops from their street over. Gong Sun Hong, whose combat experience far surpassed that of the Lianda squadron, briefly warned them, don't come out, and then got out of the car with his escorting teammates. What's going on with this group? Are they indiscriminately intercepting us, or are they well prepared? Zhao Liqing identified the weapons they were using. They weren't common firearms, more like modified versions. Lian Xiao's heart sank. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Were they coming for her? One of them pulled the trigger, and an energy laser punctured the car's hull, leaving a deep dent. To brazenly attack on a main thoroughfare in Alliance-controlled territory was truly brazen. Judging from the increasing number of attackers, they definitely knew who was escorting them. Gong Sun Hong cursed inwardly. With their limited manpower, they couldn't handle it. Though reinforcements were on the way, the overwhelming force seemed endless. The driver, hoping to break through the attackers' encirclement with his armored vehicle, suffered a punctured tire, leaving him paralyzed. The windows vibrated slightly under the repeated barrage, and bullets from all directions pounded the vehicle's defenses like water against rocks. Unfortunately, the coalition squadron had no weapons, and could only remain inside, anxiously waiting. Expecting Alliance reinforcements to arrive soon, the enemy's attack intensified. At that moment, the door of the vehicle in front was suddenly kicked open, revealing Tyrant, rifle in hand, standing at the door, her clothes fluttering in the wind. With barely a pause, Tyrant emptied her magazine, sending the attackers in the front row falling to the ground. Then, without even offering any protection, she leaped from the car. Amidst the hail of bullets, Tyrant coldly extended her hand toward the attackers, a gesture of restraint. Bullets grazed Susara's hair, and the attackers' eyes, behind their masks or helmets, glared. Their sluggish minds no longer supported the precise motions of aiming and firing, and they all dropped their weapons. The gun fell to the ground, and a spray of blood erupted from the leading attacker's forehead. Yin Mingling, behind the Tyrant, completed the sniper attack. This was a battle of arc-psychic power in reality. Susara used her psychic power to briefly influence the attackers' minds, instantly rendering these desperate men powerless. She opened her mouth and uttered something that sounded like remember to leave them alive. She glanced back at the attackers coldly, then turned and closed the car door. Gong Sun Hong and his men remained where they were, and along with the reinforcements who arrived, they rushed forward to subdue the attackers. The earlier battle had been as disastrous as the soldiers escorting them had been, and just as effortlessly as the Tyrant ended it. Susari's mouth stretched into an O shape for a long moment. Is this the strength of the Alliance's strongest S-Class arc? so powerful that they could fight with psychic power without the use of mechas. Recalling the special training the tyrant had given them, they suddenly realized how gentle he had been with them, and how childish his training had been. After transferring to a new vehicle and adding a group of escort soldiers, the brigade set off again. This seemingly minor incident unnerved Lian Xiao and several others who knew him, and Lian Xiao decided to stay at his residence until the competition began. So, can I refuse to attend this dinner? Lian Xiao held up the invitation letter each player had. Arriving at the military's accommodations, the three teams received invitations to the military dinner while training for the competition a few days later. No, Yan Mingling said casually. This is the first year the Empire is participating in the league. This dinner isn't just a pre-finals tradition, it also has other special significance this year. You're the only one absent, and it's too conspicuous. The tyrant was unconcerned. Just show up and go through the motions. When the time comes, follow me, and I take you out early. The tyrant patted Lian Xiao's shoulder. It's settled. After all, leaving Lian Xiao alone at his residence would be dangerous. It would be better to bring her with him and keep an eye on him. With her around, no one would dare touch Lian Xiao. According to reports, several lieutenant generals and generals would be attending the dinner. Lian Xiao was concerned about whether the big shot she suspected would attend. Chapter 178. General Tkachev. He was inextricably linked to the incident involving Fu Mingguang and the Earth mechas. However, General Tkachev is old, and it's unclear whether he would risk traveling all the way to the Starlink region. On the evening of the banquet, the entire Alliance squadron was dispatched. Everyone wore uniforms for the internal military banquet. Lian Xiao saw the Alliance's rank insignia up close for the first time. Yan Ningling even wore a Medal of Honor on his chest, but when he turned around, he saw Tyrant was wearing nothing at all. What are you looking at me for? Get in the car. Su Xiaolua waved Lian Xiao to follow her closely. Those things are too cumbersome. I don't like wearing them. Among the group, Yin, dressed meticulously, stood out. Cesare whispered to Lian Xiao, and because of social distancing, everyone accidentally heard. Xiao Ye had her eyebrows plucked and her hair done. She even borrowed the eyebrow razor and hairspray from Zhao Wuyu. Lian Xiao was amazed. She even brought these to the competition. Zhao Wuyu went to great lengths to be on camera at all times. More than that, Cesare said, Zhao Wuyu also had various skincare products. He said he also brought perfume, but it was confiscated when we entered the Starlink zone. Yi Yin's indignation was unbearable. I can hear you. Wasn't it wrong for him to dress up carefully for a possible meeting with his idol? General Tkachev, Cesare sang, Little Yi, you admired General Tkachev so much. Why didn't you choose the same offensive role as him? Yi Yin rolled his eyes at Cesare. No matter who I am, I will always be loyal to the Alliance and fight for it and its citizens. The sentence he blurted out was a quote from General Tkachev's widely circulated biography. Tkachev's military career is legendary. Born on a remote planet in the snow region, Alliance technology didn't reach this area, but the Zerg-inspired war arrived there first. After two minor battles that wouldn't even be recorded in Alliance history, the Zerg occupied this remote planet. General Tkachev and his family lost everything and fled to other planets. As the Zerg steadily encroached on the snow region, General Tkachev grew up in endless flight and war. As a result, his education was incomplete. He entered the San Carlos Military Academy, a place few were willing to attend at the time, and received a crash course in military training. This specialized system, developed during the two Zerg invasions, served as a bridge between ordinary soldiers and non-commissioned officers, condensing 4 years of military training into 1 year. Graduates of this system were called forced death soldiers. They lacked officer rank, yet were forced to serve on the front lines like officers. Families with other options would not allow their children to choose this system. General Tkachev's military career was marked by the polar opposites of bad luck and good fortune. As the unlucky recipient of a crash course in military education, he was dispatched to the front lines of the war against the Zerg upon graduation. His comrades perished several times, yet General Tkachev miraculously survived. However, due to his lack of connections, General Tkachev's promotion was slow. During the second Zerg invasion, he was assigned to Shirakawa. Here, the bloodiest and most heroic battle of Shirakawa took place. The human general, who commanded the battle, was killed, and the Zerg blockaded the Shirakawa sector, preventing reinforcements from arriving. Command titles were passed down the ranks, ultimately landing at the hands of General Tkachev, then only a major. He led the entire Baichuan defense for 7 months. For a long time, he was regarded as the embodiment of human courage and perseverance. By the time Yi Yin was growing up, General Tachov had become the symbol of human warriors during the First and Second Zerg invasion wars. People revered and respected him, but no child wanted to be like him anymore. In peacetime, people paid more attention to rising mecha prodigies, and General Tachov had become obsolete to the public. In high school, Yi-In shared this sentiment while attending school activities. He was 16 years old and came from a wealthy family. Growing up on a piano bench, he would have stood head and shoulders above the average person, whether he chose finance or music. But the saddest thing about having parents who are both leaders in their fields is that you realize your mediocrity too early. And the genius parents pessimistically believed that only extraordinary efforts could save their ordinary son. Yi-In was 16 years old. In the eyes of others, he had nothing to worry about. He felt his future was in sight, nothing worth devoting his passion or emotion to. Then he sat in the lecture hall and listened to General Tkachev's speech. A remote planet in the snowy plains, perpetually cold, the White River star field, where the sea of stars flowed like a white river, there was honor, death, and the hope of life. For the first time in his life, he felt something that could be called yearning. If he could become someone like General Tkachev, he wanted to be that person. That sleepless night, Yi-In suddenly realized that his future wasn't set in stone. He had countless possibilities. His parents reacted harshly to Yi-In's insistence on studying mecha science. If adults want to stifle a minor's will, cutting off their financial support is enough to bring them to their knees. Not to mention the enormous investment involved in the mecha profession. To try Yi-In, his two busy parents gathered at home, a rare occasion. Yi-In listened quietly to his parents' softly whispered accusations, and their scorn for his unrealistic dreams. After the oppressive lecture, he was called back into the living room before he even left. The reason was that he went back to his room without telling his parents. Yi-In was silent for a second, then, as he had done countless times in the past decade, he silently and obediently followed their orders. Then he walked to the piano room and opened the key cover. By the time his parents heard the noise and rushed over, Yi-In had already smashed both of his hands with the key cover, blood streaming down the musician's slender, powerful hands and onto the keys. As if he didn't feel the pain, Yi-In turned back to look at his parents calmly and peacefully. If he couldn't become a mecha soldier, he wouldn't have obeyed his parents' wishes and inherited their profession. For a while, Yi-In's hand was always bandaged. He repeatedly attempted to destroy his hand with various musical instruments. Finally, his doctor couldn't bear it anymore and gently warned Yi-In's parents not to push their child too hard if they didn't want him to take more extreme actions. Yi-In's parents gave up. It wasn't surrender, it was outright abandonment of Yi-In. Yi-In rarely went home even during holidays, mostly staying at school or at Gu Chengfeng's house, but he was content with this situation. The car drove smoothly and steadily to the banquet venue. Yi-In, wearing the uniform of the Liandong Mechatronics Academy, sat upright in his reflection, shedding the immaturity of youth. If General Tachov attended the banquet, Yi-In would definitely thank him in person. Tell him, I admired you for many years, and I want to strive to be like you in the future. The banquet was held at the Starlink Sector headquarters. Unlike the Valhalla balls they had experienced, the interior was understated and solemn, with guards stationed at every turn. An Alliance admiral and a high-ranking official from the Alliance government gave speeches, encouraging the players and expounding on the significance of the Empire sending representatives to the League. The invited media took photos of the venue. Among the guests were many generals they had only seen in the news. After their speeches, they ate and drank. Upon entering, Lian Xiao and the others looked around the banquet hall and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw no sign of General Tkachov. Don't eat or drink anything. Don't respond to strangers casually. This was what the tyrant had instructed Lian Xiao earlier. For a banquet of this level, besides the usual drinks, they were also offering nutritional supplements. Lian Xiao thought the tyrant had truly underestimated her stubbornness and overestimated her taste buds. As for not talking to strangers, Lian Xiao initially assumed no one would pay her any attention, but unexpectedly, someone approached her with a clear purpose. Judging from their rank, they held a high rank. Several members of the liaison squadron saluted. The man's sharp eyes swept over them, introducing himself as the commander-in-chief of the Yuyuan District Mecha Department, surnamed Lang. The Yuyuan District is the longest border between the Alliance and the Empire, the true frontier of the Alliance. The two instructors training Lian Xiao's freshman class, Aurora and Instructor Wu, were both Commander Lang's subordinates. Commander Lang began with polite compliments, then shifted his focus to Lian Xiao. Mr. Lian, would you consider an internship in the Yuyuan District during your senior year? A large crowd surrounded Tyrant and Yin mingling, making it difficult to escape. Lian Xiao opened his mouth, about to answer with a steely smile, when another voice suddenly interrupted. Damn, you're born in the year of the rabbit, aren't you? When good things happen, you run away like a rocket. A foot mercilessly kicked Commander Lang's leg, leaving a half-shoe print on his trouser leg. The blonde officer, taking advantage of his height, pushed Commander Lang aside. Did the UN district recruit over a dozen ARCs for nothing this year? You're even trying to compete with other districts for ARCs. How shameless. Our Valentino district needs talented young people like Shuyan. Don't go to UN and get into a fight with those people. The beautiful woman gave Lian Xiao a charming smile and called Cesare by his last name. You two are such good friends. After graduation, wouldn't it be great if you could join the Valentino military district and continue to be teammates? Cesare refused to speak. Although, technically, he and the beautiful woman in front of him were distant relatives. The S-Class ARC's performance in the league had definitely proven its capabilities. If not now, when? Other officers gathered around, and Lian Xiao suddenly became a magnet. The tyrant simply ignored the people trying to get close to him and left. Yin Mingling cleaned up the mess. The tyrant pushed his way through the crowd and reached halfway. The tyrant. Dear colleagues, someone said, excuse me, let me speak with my son and his teammates. Gu Changfeng looked up and called out uncertainly, Dad. If you remember correctly, Gu Mian's work schedule for the next few days should be on the Alliance's main planet. But his father had always loved playing these kinds of surprise games since he was a child. Commander Lang was the first to react, smiling and saying, Admiral, please be clear. I wouldn't dare poach an S-Class main attacker from you. Gu Mian kept a low profile, but he made no effort to hide his connection with Gu Changfeng. Everyone present knew his relationship with him. It was assumed that Gu Changfeng would remain on the Alliance's main planet after graduation, inheriting Gu Mian's legacy, so no one bothered to try to win over his S-rank. Gu Mian walked over and shook hands with each member of the Alliance's large and small teams. The father and son looked quite alike. Gu Changfeng was more handsome than his father, while Gu Mian was rather demure. Gu Mian patted Gu Changfeng on the shoulder and said, it's up to him where he wants to go. Then, changing the subject, very gently, does Lian Xiao have any intentions? Lian Xiao, She didn't know if it was her imagination, but Gu Mian's face lightened slightly when he saw her. Take your time to think about it, Gu Mian said, as if he were just trying to snatch someone up. The administrative district isn't bad either. Haha, poaching people right under my nose? The tyrant finally arrived at the battlefield. Su Shaoluo's intimidation was still too strong, and the officers from all districts immediately dispersed. Lian Xiao secretly wiped a sweat from his face. Gu Mian stood still, his seniority and rank surpassed those of the tyrant. Su Shaoluo, for the sake of the students, controlled himself slightly. General, we won't be having a parent-teacher meeting today. If you have anything you want to discuss, please speak up. Okay. Gu Mian, perhaps accustomed to a serious expression, now adopted a gentle demeanor that was a bit awkward and amusing. He shook hands with each of them in turn, inviting them to visit him when they had time. Yi Yin and the others, all of whom knew Gu Mian well, agreed. Gu Mian then smiled and emphasized that all the teammates should come along, then excused himself and left. Lian Xiao relaxed. Although she felt a little awkward due to her own guilty conscience, Gu Mian's gentle manner and perfect sense of proportion prevented her from feeling pressured. Okay, be careful. If you have any problems or encounter any idiots, go find your master Yin. Su Sera casually glanced at the time, preparing to take Lian Xiao out early. No one in the banquet hall seemed to notice their departure. Several military commanders expressed interest in Zhao Wuyu of the 1st Allied Forces, but they didn't make any firm promises. Zhao Wuyu struggled to focus on Lian Xiao's movements, forcing a smile even as his teeth gritted. Just as Zhao Wuyu finished his round of socializing, he suddenly caught sight of several guests who had just entered. Staggering for a moment, he rushed closer. That was General Tkachev. And the people from Section 26, Zhao Wuyu's heart pounded. Building good relationships was a sure thing. Cesare noticed, too, and nudged Yi Yin with his elbow. Go ahead, little Yi. Standing in the corner of the banquet hall, General Tkachev whispered to Frida, who nodded and left. Unnoticed, Zhao Wuyu squeezed in front of General Tkachev, bumping into Yi Yin. Zhao Wuyu quickly pressed his heel against Yi Yin's right foot and signaled with his eyes. The hairspray you're using is still mine. Yi Yin, Then Yi Yin turned his face away, kneeling hard into Zhao Wuyu's knee. The pain nearly overwhelmed him. In the presence of his revered idol, Yi Yin's mind went blank for a moment, unable to speak. He had read every book, document, and documentary about General Tkachev, But with the real person before him, patiently waiting for him to speak first, he trembled slightly. Time had eroded Tkachev's stature and strength, leaving him with an ordinary-looking old man. General Tkachev spoke first, glancing at Yi Yin's uniform. "Son, are you a student at the United Nations?" "Yes." Yi Yin stood at attention. With this opening, the rest of the conversation flowed much more smoothly. He stared into General Tkachev's eyes, and, dreamily, uttered the words of thanks he had rehearsed so many times. It was because of General Tkachev that he became a better man. It was that child's teammate. The old general sighed softly inwardly. Tkachev shook his head, no different from any other amiable old man in the park. "Don't thank me," Tkachev said. He patted Yi Yin gently. "It wasn't me, it was you who made you such a good person. If you want to thank someone, thank yourself." Near the banquet hall entrance, Lian Xiao, who was alone, waited for Yan Mingling to arrive. He took a half-step back, clenched his hands at the ghostly Frida, and looked at her. Frida's uniform had a soothing fragrance, but to Lian Xiao, it smelled like a carnivorous plant emitting a scent to hunt for food. Frida smiled, gently reaching out and placing a hand on Lian Xiao's shoulder, saying, "The general wants to see you." Chapter 179. Just a minute or two ago, Lian Xiao was still with Su Sarah. With Tyrant by his side, any guest who tried to approach would be driven back by her gaze. "See?" Su Sarah put her hand on Lian Xiao's shoulder and said casually, "When you become strong enough, it won't matter what others think of you or say behind your back. I just like it when they can't get rid of me." As Tyrant was about to leave the banquet hall, someone suddenly stopped him. The man was wearing an aide-de-camp uniform and seemed to know Su Sarah. Although Su Sarah looked impatient, she stopped to listen. The aide-de-camp trotted over, glanced at Lian Xiao, and said vaguely, "It's the Empire." He paused, then said, "Lieutenant General Clive and Major General Bai are waiting for you." Clearly, it was inconvenient to discuss the specifics directly with Lian Xiao. Su Sarah didn't change the way she held Lian Xiao. "I take my student with me. She can wait outside," the adjutant said, embarrassed and cautious this. You know the level of secrecy surrounding this plan. Even Su Sarah paused in thought. She wasn't worried about any repercussions for herself, but if someone with ulterior motives tried to exploit this, it would certainly be troublesome for Lian Xiao. "Wait, I call Yan Mingling over." Yan Mingling was the only person Su Sarah could trust completely. While the tyrant was being sent away on official business, and Lian Xiao was waiting for Yan Mingling to arrive, Frida happened to appear. It was no coincidence. Outside of a specific context, the term general in the alliance only corresponds to one general, General Tkachev. Lian Xiao felt a sense of as expected. Frida's words made it clear that the man behind Section 26 was none other than General Tkachev, the mastermind behind using Oren's frame-up to legitimately monitor and interrogate her. Due to the tyrant's interference, Frida hadn't been able to see Lian Xiao for a while. With Lian Xiao's current strength, she could easily break free from Frida's grasp. But Frida's audacity to intercept her at the banquet hall entrance indicated she was confident she could convince her. So she waited quietly for further information. Frida said, "The general simply wants to talk to you. Don't worry, this is the Starlink district headquarters. There's no safer place." "I knew you probably refuse," Frida smiled. Having spent some time with Lian Xiao, she had a pretty good idea of his personality. The general said you can ask him any question, and he answered it truthfully. No wonder he had so rudely stopped her. Lian Xiao thought the offer was too tempting. Lian Xiao searched for Yan Mingling with his peripheral vision, but he didn't know what had gone wrong. He still couldn't see her. Who can guarantee the truth of an answer? Lian Xiao remained silent. Frida said sternly, "The general is willing to vouch for it with his integrity and all his honor. For a veteran soldier like General Tkachev, the weight of this oath is self-evident. The questions are limited to today. There won't be such a good opportunity next time we meet," Frida said, then fell silent, patiently giving Lian Xiao time to think. Lian Xiao pondered for a full minute before looking up. "Okay. Is the answer worth the risk of meeting with General Tkachev alone?" Lian Xiao judged that the information he had about her was only suspicion, not certainty. Lian Xiao also suspected that there was another faction within the military that disagreed with General Tkaachev's views. While it was unclear why they chose Earth citizens, they were at least pleased to see them become Mecha soldiers. And then, there was General Tkachev himself. Lian Xiao borrowed all the available biographies of General Tkachev from Yi Yin and, at his recommendation, watched several documentaries about him. The glamorized image these materials portrayed was somewhat distorted, but Lian Xiao ultimately came to a conclusion that surprised even herself. Tkachev was an upright and selfless man. Putting aside his inner thoughts, which no one could glimpse, Tkachov never sought personal gain during his decades of exceptionally honorable military career. He was also a rare general who remained neutral and unwavering. This even influenced San Carlos, fostering a culture of dedication and the pursuit of pure neutrality. So Lian Xiao took a gamble. At least her life wouldn't be in danger during this meeting with General Tkachov. To be honest, she had a subtle and complex feeling. Once an upright man like General Tkachov saw her as an objective threat, there was little recourse. It would be difficult for her to sway him by using interests or emotional connections, because in General Tkachov's view, the interests of all citizens of the Union were prioritizing his own life, or the lives of a few. Unbeknownst to her, she had become the villain without even realizing it. Lian Xiao muttered. On the way, Lian Xiao suddenly asked Frida, "Why are you working for him?" This him was, of course, General Tkachov. Frida's rank was not high, but the 26th department she oversaw was quite important within the military. Frida would hardly gain anything from supporting Tkachov, an old man whose reputation outweighed his actual power. "I was able to attend military school thanks to Ms. Natalie's financial support," Frida said frankly. "Although I'm not majoring in mechatronics, my family couldn't afford the tuition. But I wasn't willing to obey the general's orders out of gratitude." Lian Xiao, I agree with the general's views. We share the same beliefs. They reached a courtyard. Under the dim night, Frida could vaguely see the old man waiting on a bench. She gently nudged Lian Xiao. "Go. Don't worry, I get you back safely." Lian Xiao took a deep breath and walked towards General Tkachov with a firm step. Aside from Frida, who had retreated to a distance, there was no one else present. Lian Xiao stood at attention and saluted, glancing briefly at General Tkachov. He was unarmed. The threats and pressure he and Frida had previously inflicted on Lian Xiao had left her feeling they could easily crush her with a single finger. But with General Tkachev standing before her in person, her fear receded. He truly was an ordinary old man. General Tkachev smiled kindly and said, "My child, I'm glad to see you at last." He put his hands behind his back and walked down the courtyard path. "Let's walk and talk." The moonlight enveloped the small courtyard like a veil. If you listened carefully, you could hear voices from the banquet hall in the distance. Lian Xiao, half a step behind General Tkachev, followed the old man silently. General Tkachev broke the silence, saying with a touch of emotion, "If my Natasha were still alive, her child would probably be around your age." General Tkachev was alone, his only daughter having been killed in the line of duty in the Yuyuan district several years earlier. Perhaps it was simply his age, but seeing these young students always reminded him of his Natasha. Lian Xiao listened quietly. General Tkachov then pointed to the pure white flowers blooming in a roadside flower bed and said, "Son, have you seen these flowers? They're called Silver Falls, and they're native to the White River Star region." He sighed and said, "Seeing these flowers reminds me of the Battle of White River. People there consider these flowers ominous. They usually take root in war-torn land. The more lives lost, the more blood nourishes them, and the more luxuriant they grow. Land covered with silver falls is nothing but white and blood. During the war, I issued many unforgivable orders. Innocents died because of me in order to save more." General Tkachov said flatly, "The guilt of sacrificing one innocent person far outweighs the guilt of killing 100 enemies. But I have to do it." Hearing this, Lian Xiao vaguely understood what General Tkachov was trying to say. "The trolley problem," Lian Xiao said. "Should we sacrifice a few innocent people in exchange for the survival of more?" "Yes." General Tkachev nodded. "In the past, I chose to sacrifice a few for the happiness of the majority. If necessary, I would sacrifice my own life." At this point, General Tkachev's eyes suddenly sharpened, a faint remnant of his past. All the circumlocutions were meaningless, and Lian Xiao met his gaze. "Son, you should know that before you, there have been Earth Mecha students with even greater talent than you." General Tkachov said, "Fu Mingguang, your teacher's former teammate, once had a promising future. Are you saying it's a pity he died?" Lian Xiao didn't evade the question, finishing the rest of General Tkachov's sentence. "No, I mean, besides Fu Mingguang, there are others who are still alive and well. She was a very smart child. Before we even noticed her, she voluntarily gave up her mecha major and graduated successfully." General Tkachov said, finally revealing the purpose of this conversation, "I'm here to give you a choice. Either make the same prudent choice as Bai Josie and give up the possibility of becoming a mecha soldier, or, like Fu Mingguang, die in some accident during a mission." In the past, General Tkachov would never have made such a decision. For the good of the entire alliance, he would sacrifice everything. Looking at the youthful, vibrant face, he wondered if he had truly aged, perhaps to the point of softening his heart. Or perhaps, deep down, he didn't want to see the same thing happen again. He knew full well that Susera had suspected and resented him for over a decade. And this group of people who hated him might soon be joined by Gu Chafeng. General Tkachev paused, and the silver waterfall flowers lining the road emitted a faint fragrance. As long as you give up your Mecha major, promise not to engage in anything related to mechas in the future, and plant our locator, and submit to regular regulatory inquiries, you can live like an ordinary person. General Tkachev quietly uttered the death threat. If you choose to continue, your life will end here. In other words, two paths lay before her. A life under surveillance with limited freedom, or a death of freedom. She chose neither. Perhaps this was General Tkachev's best-intentioned concession to her, driven by his commitment to sacrifice everything for the stability of the alliance. But she refused to passively choose between the given options. She wanted to forge her own path. Lian Xiao resumed her pace, took a few steps, and stopped at the intersection. Then she turned and met General Tkachev's gaze without flinching. Miss Frida, said she, and you share the same beliefs? Lian Xiao said, you can say your beliefs concern the lives and happiness of many more people and are inherently just, while mine are narrow, selfish, and insignificant. But you can't say my beliefs are unimportant to me. General Tkachev stood still, almost like a statue. You can sacrifice innocent lives for your beliefs, including your own. I happen to have a different opinion, so I won't make a choice. Lian Xiao said, that's my answer. I won't look back. Zhao Liqing was the first to notice Lian Xiao's disappearance. She and Lian Xiao had agreed to send a message every 10 minutes, regardless of whether they had arrived at their residence. When no message arrived a minute and a half after the agreed time, Zhao Liqing was certain something had happened to Lian Xiao. The tyrant left, and Yan Ningling had also been summoned at some point, leaving only the few of them present at the UN. The teammates who heard about this were inevitably worried. After all, the chaos in the Starlink region was obvious to all, having just suffered an attack a few days ago. Yi Yin arrived last, and Cesare grabbed him and asked, did you notice where Lian Xiao had gone when you met with General Tkachev? General Tkachev, Zhao Liqing, and Gu Chafeng exchanged glances, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. Gu Chafeng turned to find his father, while Zhao Liqing informed San Carlos, with whom he had a relatively good relationship. Petrov and the others immediately put down their glasses and dispersed to search around the banquet hall. Elsewhere, General Tkachev, having been rejected by Lian Xiao, remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, the object illuminating him within went out again. He was transformed back into the ordinary old man. Just as General Tkachev finished answering the agreed-upon questions, the sound of other footsteps could be heard nearby. The person walked through the corridor, and after a dozen seconds, the sounds of him and Frida arguing could be heard. Not even Frida could stop him. Felix? Lian Xiao was surprised. She had expected Zhao Liqing or Gu Chafeng to arrive, but it was Petrov from San Carlos. Petrov concealed his confusion and surprise at seeing General Tkachev. He saluted and walked straight toward Lian Xiao, standing on his side. Since Felix came to see you, go back with your friend. General Tkachev took a step back, clasped his fingers together, and made the sign of the cross on his chest, from top to bottom, from right to left. Few people in this era still retain the faith of Earth. Blessings to you, my child. On the way back to the banquet hall, Lian Xiao could sense Petrov's curiosity, but apparent restraint. However, she was too preoccupied with General Tkachev's response to pay attention. Lian Xiao's question to General Tkachev was, why, after more than a decade, has the Alliance resumed enrollment in the Mecha major on Earth? Knowing the problems with Earth's Mecha students, what greater benefit would make the Alliance willing to take the risk? Chapter 180. General Tkachev seemed well prepared for Lian Xiao's question. Son, before you, the various military academies had admitted 5 Mecha cadets from Earth. Do you know the mental power levels of these Mecha cadets? Including you, without exception, they were all S level. For this reason, the military secretly implemented a program that violated citizens' right to information. We covertly sampled and tested thousands of Earth teenagers, and only a few high-ranking officials knew the results. General Tkachev recited several statistics slowly and forcefully. 59.6% of the subjects reached A level, approximately 30% reached A+, and the remaining approximately 10% were all S level. There were no teenagers with mental power levels below A level. It is generally believed that only the top 2% of Mecha cadets achieve A-level mental power. General Tkachev's eyes were like old glass marbles. When he stared at them for a long time, one felt like being stared at by an inhuman being, a rather unpleasant sensation. Lian Xiao couldn't help but comment, this data. It's astonishing. She was terrified. The military had known for at least 10 years that the descendants of Earth's survivors were natural mecha pilots. If they were all mobilized and trained as professional mecha soldiers, what a formidable force they would be. I think the military has restarted mecha recruitment on Earth because war is coming, General Tkachov said. Lian Xiao was stunned. I see. So the military feared them, yet needed them. Given the rumors of Earth's mecha students being cursed, the only school willing to accept Earth's citizens was the United University. Lian Xiao knew that remaining calm would be more conducive to thinking, but it was hard not to feel anger. The remote planet, with its poor economic and infrastructure, faced discrimination and ostracism from some. The descendants of Earth's survivors lived cautiously in corners, under the Alliance's indifference. Then, when war threatened and they were needed, the Alliance and the military would push Earth's young people into the fray as war supplies. When the 18-year-old original owner boarded the starship bound for the Alliance's main planet, full of joy and anticipation for the future, she surely had no idea of the fate she was about to face. From the perspective of an Earth survivor, Lian Xiao's inner rage boiled like molten lava. She had to turn away to prevent Petrov from seeing her suddenly tense face. She had to take several deep breaths to suppress her anger. Among so many confusing questions, Lian Xiao chose to ask this question with her own considerations. Confirming her value to the military was her primary purpose. Confirming that the problem extended beyond her, and Fuming Wang to all Earth citizens, was the second level. Then, the third level of information she could obtain was inferred from General Tkachev's response. Now, with enough information, Lian Xiao was finally piecing the pieces together. The Earth citizens with the problem were far more compatible with the Mecha than the other Perfect Alliance citizens. A somewhat absurd conclusion emerged in Lian Xiao's mind. Could it be that the Mecha itself was problematic? Su Sara once said that Fuming Wang was the most Mecha-compatible person she had ever met. A red dragon with a certain degree of self-awareness. As Teresa said, no matter how different their appearances, they share the same origin. Lian Xiao stopped abruptly, the blood in his veins practically freezing. She was even trembling unconsciously. So this was what Teresa's riddle that day meant. She was implying that both Imperial and Alliance mechas were developed from the same source and the same principles, and, with the Empire's technological level, it was impossible for them to suddenly produce mechas that surpassed the Alliance's in such a short period of time. Given the Empire's consistent disregard for human life and its unscrupulous pursuit of power, perhaps the Seraph was the plan the Alliance initially abandoned. The Seraph is alive, the Red Dragon is alive, and the mechas they pilot are all alive. So, where does the source of the mecha's aliveness remain? Looking through the corridor, the Alliance headquarters in the Starlink region was a rare area of silence. Adjutants and rotating soldiers passed by, and everything here conjured up the words safety and orderliness. If it weren't for the sporadic explosions outside the high walls, one would almost mistakenly believe they were on the Alliance's main planet. The light filtering through the crystal floor-to-ceiling windows made the entire banquet hall look like a dazzling, reflective diamond. Lian Xiao put his hand to his head, his temples aching. How many of the reservists and active-duty soldiers in the banquet hall knew about this? This glorious cause, to which they were so proud, to which they had dedicated their youth, blood, and even their lives, was a fruit that grew from the mud, a fruit that grew from a poisonous tree. What were the feelings of the military leaders as they trained batch after batch of ignorant young men into mecha soldiers and sent them to the battlefield? So, for those arcs who weren't from Earth and heard the distant flute, wasn't it indirectly proof that the distant flute wasn't a side effect of high pressure, but rather that long-term mecha piloting itself was harmful? Lian Xiao, Lian Xiao? Petrov's voice pulled her out of her thoughts, and she was helped to a nearby seat. Lian Xiao looked up, and before her was Petrov's enlarged face. What's wrong with you? The doctor will be here soon. Lian Xiao's face paled unconsciously, and she forced a tired smile. Saying I'm fine at this moment was unconvincing. Petrov half knelt before her, took off his coat, and draped it over her, then clasped his hands together, using his body heat to warm Lian Xiao's hands. Lian Xiao choked, wanting to ask if this was some cultural difference in the snowy plains. It seemed like Earthlings didn't care for ordinary friends of the opposite sex in this way. Petrov, however, remained calm. Are you still cold now? He asked, looking up at Lian Xiao with his thickly eyelashed eyes. His thick, golden-brown lashes and fair skin reminded Lian Xiao of reeds by a frozen lake. Lian Xiao was about to reply that he was fine when Petrov straightened himself slightly. He was somewhere between a kneeling position and a half-squatting position, not too much taller than Lian Xiao. He still held onto her hand, so that when he lifted it, Lian Xiao's eyes would subconsciously follow him. The position looked familiar. Lian Xiao had seen it many times in TV dramas. With a simple bow of his head, Petrov could place a kiss on the back of her hand. I have a question I wanted to ask you for a long time, Petrov said. I've been thinking about asking you in person. Lian Xiao had a strange sixth sense. Petrov stared at her directly, with a look befitting a warrior before an attack, but a suspiciously large patch of blood appeared beneath the skin of his cheek, quickly spreading to his neck. Petrov solemnly said, Lian Xiao, can I pursue you? Oh my god! He's trying to steal your girl, brother. Zhao Wei whispered. A few doors opened, and two figures stood behind curtains. This section of the building had a double corridor structure. The outer corridor connected to the outside world. Opening the door, the inner corridor also happened to connect the first and last rooms. The two areas were separated only by floor-to-ceiling windows and glass doors. Thanks to the poorly soundproof glass door, Gu Changfeng and Zhao Wuyu, who had come to see Lian Xiao, only heard half of what he was saying. Zhao Wuyu sneered. He'd just been saying how he heard Lian Xiao had been close to the San Carlos people lately. So that was the reason. He underestimated Lian Xiao, not content with hooking up with an S-rank main attacker. He was trying to do Gu Changfeng a favor, otherwise, he wouldn't have offered to help when Gu Changfeng inquired about General Tkachev's whereabouts. To chance to strike up a conversation with General Tkachev, Zhao Wuyu resorted to a bit of trickery. So, outwardly, Zhao Wuyu wore an expression of deep sorrow, hurling a shrill rebuke at Petrov. How shameless! Everyone knows that old Gu and Lian Xiao. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Wuyu choked. Gu Changfeng glanced sideways at him. In the shadows of the dimly lit curtains, Gu Changfeng's eyes were dark, his face devoid of emotion, yet his condescending gaze was oppressive. Whenever Lian Xiao was present, Gu Changfeng was a completely different person from the image he'd been portrayed in intelligence reports. There were only two extremes, indifferent and cold, or gentle, and Lian Xiao was the sole controller of those two extremes. Gu Changfeng remained silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly grabbed Zhao Wuyu and dragged him to the other end of the corridor. How could Zhao Wuyu's physical condition be a match for Gu Changfeng? It was unknown how much strength the other man possessed, yet he dragged an adult slightly off the ground, half dragging, without making a sound. Zhao Wuyu's collar was strangling him to death. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he instinctively tried to cough, but a hand clamped over his mouth and nose. Too much, Gu Changfeng wouldn't even allow him to cough. It's one thing to disregard his tolerance and generosity, but was he trying to kill him out of anger? Zhao Wuyu had never been so embarrassed in his life. His face was covered in saliva, snot, and tears from Gu Changfeng's hands. After finally regaining his breath, he saw Gu Changfeng coldly remove his leather gloves and throw them away like trash. Zhao Wuyu, is he some kind of despicable person, having to get involved in a matter between these two? At the end of the corridor, Lian Xiao and the others couldn't hear them, nor could they hear what Lian Xiao and Petrov said. Gu Changfeng completely ignored him, and Zhao Wuyu actually felt that this might be Gu Changfeng's usual attitude toward his competitors. He faced the corridor outside, his entire body like a taut string, the slightest weight from outside enough to snap it. 1 second, 2 seconds. Under the heavy pressure that became tangible, Zhao Wuyu practically counted the seconds. Finally, he heard the doctor arrive and Petrov leave. Zhao Wuyu breathed a sigh of relief, the dreadful atmosphere dissipating. For a moment, he didn't know whether to curse Petrov or thank him. In short, Zhao Wuyu, an S-class arc, sadly realized that judging by Gu Changfeng's recent madness, he would never be able to bind Gu Changfeng to become his primary attacker. Damn it, he lost to Lian Xiao again. Gu Changfeng gave him a cold glare before leaving. Don't stare at Lian Xiao anymore, Gu Changfeng said, turning and leaving. Zhao Wuyu was left standing there with a twisted expression. Psycho! When did he even stare at Lian Xiao? He hadn't. Even if he had, it was to scout out the enemy. For some reason, Zhao Wuyu scratched his hair, beginning to feel distraught. The doctor finished the examination and left. Lian Xiao sat alone. The conclusion she had drawn was so shocking that she needed time to process it. She thought it was Petrov who had returned, but she hadn't expected to see Gu Changfeng. Her already overloaded brain faltered again. Would it be too much of a shame to ask Gu Changfeng when he arrived? Lian Xiao touched her nose, praying that Gu Changfeng hadn't heard the conversation. Gu Changfeng first squatted down and carefully examined Lian Xiao's entire body, not missing even the slightest detail like the weeds on her trouser legs. Then he softly asked, "Are you hurt?" Lian Xiao shook her head, a feeling akin to comfort flashing through her mind. She knew Zhao Liqing would notice she was missing, and that the two of them would find her. With these two people who knew everything and were always by her side, The pain and pressure she endured were slightly alleviated. Just before, she had hesitated whether to keep all her secrets to herself. Unconsciously, with the exception of Zhao Liqing, she had completely trusted Gu Changfeng, not even considering the possibility of betrayal. Even though this place was as quiet as another world, with only the two of them, it was still not a good place to exchange information. Lian Xiao decided to wait for another opportunity. She tried to stand, but Gu Changfeng didn't move. Her knee suddenly pressed against his calf. The distance between them was artificially shortened, and Lian Xiao froze for a moment. She felt a force on her shoulder, and a finger slid precisely into the gap between her coat and her uniform. Petrov's coat. Gu Changfeng quietly lifted the coat, his expression murky and unreadable. Lian Xiao, Oh no, she forgot to return the coat to Petrov. She instinctively glanced at Gu Changfeng's expression, but the next second, she realized something was wrong. The slightest proximity of Gu Changfeng made her scalp tingle. A frown formed in her mind, and an explanation automatically formed in her mind. Why should she care about Gu Changfeng's reaction? Last time, there was no kiss or hug, at most, she touched his thigh twice. It felt good, but she wouldn't do it next time. I saw Petrov talking to you. Gu Changfeng's fingers gripped the side of his coat. But I wasn't eavesdropping. Lian Xiao's gaze slid uncontrollably down the bridge of his nose, landing on his Adam's apple. At such close range, the sound of his swallowing was hard to miss. The small patch of skin that protruded moved up and down, the black turtleneck collar just halfway around it. Meeting Gu Changfeng's eager gaze, Lian Xiao suddenly realized this was nothing but a puppy, exactly like a puppy begging for praise from its owner. Lian Xiao sighed quietly, finally managing to keep his voice steady. What do you want to say? I want you to wear my coat, Gu Changfeng said. He wanted to cast aside all the things and people that got in the way, ideally leaving only things related to him around Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao stared at him blankly, seemingly unable to register what he had said. Taking this opportunity, Gu Changfeng's hand moved down her shoulder, shaking off half of the San Carlos uniform. As he grasped the other side, Lian Xiao suddenly clamped down on his arm. Gu Changfeng paused, obediently ceasing to move, but he didn't withdraw his hand, resting his full palm on her shoulder blade. Lian Xiao struggled to ignore the subtle touch of his fingertips through her clothing. She felt like she would suffocate if this continued, trapped within the space of Gu Changfeng's arm. So she pushed against Gu Changfeng's arm again, unsure whether to stop him or to hold him. I rejected Felix. I won't date him, Lian Xiao said. I only have friendship for him. Gu Changfeng smiled, but the next second, Lian Xiao said, Gu Changfeng, I won't date you now. Chapter 181. Under the pressures of survival, love is a luxury. Lian Xiao didn't have the energy or the mood to embark on a new relationship she hadn't fully considered. Furthermore, after the finals, after meeting Ain and Ku, she wasn't sure what choice she would make. If she and Gu Changfeng were forced to take different paths, she would rather their relationship remain just friends. So, as if to convince herself, Lian Xiao emphasized, I won't be in a relationship with you now. The smile on Gu Changfeng's lips disappeared like a ripple on the calming lake. For some reason, Lian Xiao felt a pang of pity. Perhaps it was because Gu Changfeng rarely smiled, and even less so when he smiled with such genuine joy. This smile, sparked by her, was cruelly wiped away by her. Gu Changfeng seemed to be digesting her words, and even the force he applied to her shoulder blades lessened. Just as Lian Xiao thought she could break free from Gu Changfeng's grip and pull away to catch her breath, the arm at her side suddenly tightened around her again. Did you say the same thing to Petrov? Gu Changfeng confirmed. Poor Petrov. His confession happened just as Lian Xiao was realizing the truth, her mind ablaze with information, so she rejected him without a second thought. Lian Xiao expressed confusion. Gu Changfeng repeated her refusal, emphasizing the word now. You said now. I won't fall in love with you now. Realizing she left, the tense wiggled, and even repeated it twice. Lian Xiao belatedly let out a dumbfounded "ah." Without waiting for her to patch it, Gu Changfeng reached out his other hand, draping it over Lian Xiao's left shoulder, and swaying it. The San Carlos uniform he so disliked was finally being removed. The coat fell to the ground with a soft thud. Gu Changfeng held onto it, half encircling Lian Xiao with his arms. The weather forecast clearly indicated a nighttime temperature of no more than 20 degrees Celsius. Was it because Starlink summer had arrived, so even the evening breeze had a dry edge? Or perhaps, Lian Xiao couldn't tell whether it was the night breeze or Gu Changfeng's gentle breath that was scorching her face. She couldn't look up. If she did, she'd almost be burned by Gu Changfeng's gleaming gaze. But if she lowered her head, she'd see the black base covering her neck and the tightly tailored waist. Can I understand this as a sign that I still have a chance? Gu Changfeng said, his voice filled with unconcealed joy. Compared to that, this wasn't a rejection at all. Intense joy enveloped him, and every cell in his body trembled with excitement. All the hidden wounds, the sad, painful memories, the frenzied, destructive anxiety of just a few minutes ago had vanished. No place, no moment, could compare to this moment. His heart was so full it felt like something sweet was about to burst forth. Instinctively, Gu Changfeng leaned forward, forehead to forehead, like a greeting between two small animals. Their breaths mingled, and Gu Changfeng said quietly, "I love you so much." Lian Xiao's heart was pounding. They were so close that even when they blinked, the ends of their eyelashes seemed to touch. Lian Xiao could no longer focus on Gu Changfeng. All five senses were occupied, intruding. The unfamiliar scent of shower gel, which she rarely used, filled her nostrils. She relied entirely on the scorching breath to tremble and determine the position of Gu Changfeng's lips. A staccato whisper filled her ears. Even though they were just a short distance away from kissing, Gu Changfeng was like a devout believer approaching a statue in worship. Just looking at him brought him immense satisfaction. His fragmented words seemed to flow from his heart, through his throat, unchecked and unconstrained, eagerly spilling out. "I like you so much. I like you so much." Lian Xiao's grip on his arm slowly loosened. Compared to the dark corridor last time, where a single spark could have set off an explosion, this time felt more like a warm, moist swamp, gradually drawing her in. She did have feelings for Gu Changfeng, but she wasn't completely in love with him. Because at this moment, she was still preoccupied with the fragile expression beneath Gu Changfeng's joy, causing her to stir untimely. In the end, perhaps because Gu Changfeng was the perfect match for her taste, Lian Xiao despised herself, with a hint of frustration. She found that when she was upset, she easily lost control in Gu Changfeng's presence. She was venting the accumulated death threats, pressure, and fear in this way. After all, humans can't accurately distinguish between extreme emotions and love. And yet, Gu Changfeng acquiesced, even indulged her in this. Lian Xiao suddenly leaned back, interrupting Gu Changfeng's whisper. Before, he would have considered this a rejection. But today, with Petrov's failure before him, Gu Changfeng was more confident than ever. Lian Xiao wasn't one to hide his true feelings. The fact that she didn't completely reject him spoke volumes. "You can't do that," Lian Xiao said sternly, turning his head away. "Last time I was just letting out my temper. That's wrong." Gu Changfeng smiled, and slowly touched Lian Xiao's back. "Really? Now, do you want to vent your anger on me?" Lian Xiao was shocked that such words could actually come out of Gu Changfeng's mouth. Gu Changfeng continued to laugh, but Lian Xiao stubbornly covered her ears, otherwise his staccato murmurs would be enough to send a subtle tingle down her spine. "I'm glad you're looking for me, not Petrov or anyone else." Lian Xiao suspected Gu Changfeng's vocabulary had deteriorated. The moment their eyes met, he couldn't help but add, "I like you. I like you so much that no matter what thought passed through my heart, it would always ignite my affection for you." Gu Changfeng swiftly removed his jacket, revealing the white shirt underneath. He meticulously folded up the cuffs one by one, noticing Lian Xiao's lingering gaze, and couldn't help but smile again. Then he took Lian Xiao's hand and fixed the cuffs for himself. Lian Xiao, damn, I feel like I've been seen through. Gu Changfeng half knelt before her, looking up slightly from below, waiting for her to move. A tight black base layer, a white shirt, and a belt outlined his muscular waist. Lian Xiao hesitated for a few seconds. Tomorrow was the finals. If all went well, she would see Ananku in 48 hours. And then, perhaps, she and Gu Changfeng would part ways. These were their last few hours alone before the apocalyptic deadline. The thought of this made Lian Xiao's heart feel a slight squeeze. But at least, as Lian Xiao's fingertips pressed against the back of Gu Changfeng's hand, pushing upwards along the veins, the texture and warmth of the skin she felt now were real. She pressed her arms against Gu Changfeng's, hugging him. The man before her was truly embraced by her. The body she held froze for a moment, then pressed against him, his head pressed against her neck, breathing unsteadily. Hugging is the perfect way to exchange body heat in the summer, even the air around it warms. Lian Xiao tightened his arms, mentally remarking, that waist is quite thin. July 5th, 114th year of the Shanghai calendar, the 12th Mecha League Finals. Unlike previous events, the military prohibited any television stations from broadcasting this finals live, authorizing only online streaming. But this didn't dampen the audience's enthusiasm. The incidence of cold-like illnesses and fever surged across the league, prompting many to take time off to watch the game from home. At 9 o'clock in the morning, netizens, Having endured Xi and Zheng and the guests' hour-long introduction to the game, finally saw the legendary Starlink zone on the live broadcast. All the Alliance citizens who had been paralyzed or lying down watching the game sat up in unison, expressing their respect for Admiral Lei, the current top military official, who was delivering a speech. The Alliance, and indeed all of humanity, is facing unprecedented challenges, and these rising young stars will be the torches that illuminate our uncharted path. Admiral Lei concluded his speech with these words. However, the players of the 4 final teams, the very ones he placed his hopes on, were waiting in the core cabin for the competition to begin, unable to hear his words. At the starting point of the finals, the competition organizers deliberately placed them at the intersection where the 3 forces met. The Alliance's mechas were positioned in the most common formation. Before the starting gun for the finals was fired, the Imperial mechas could not take flight, so they all lay prone on the ground. The Alliance's small squadron and the First Alliance army faced each other across the intersection. Before connecting with his teammates, Lian Xiao reviewed the rules of the competition in his mind. The 3 factions-controlled areas will receive equal amounts of reagents, but no matter how they move, they will not exceed their control. Teams cannot steal reagents from each other. Since the number of reagents is fixed, choosing which faction's controlled area to start the search from is crucial. Lian Xiao originally planned to choose the Empire or a third faction's area, but the tyrant overruled him. Start with the Alliance-controlled area. Next, consider the Empire. Avoid third factions if possible. The tyrant's tone was unwavering. Susera wasn't a commanding commander. After handing command responsibilities to Lian Xiao, she didn't ask about the tactics of each match. Even if she knew, she didn't comment. Her intention to train them was clear. Gu Changfeng and Zhao Liqing agreed. Lian Xiao understood that the risk within the Alliance-controlled area was more manageable than in the other 2 areas. Lian Xiao couldn't help but control Hecate and turned his head to look at the aircraft hovering nearby. Due to the unique conditions at this finals, several rescue teams have been dispatched. During the countdown, Xi and Zheng interrupted to explain the security measures to the audience. Each participating team will have a dedicated security team accompanying them, ready for immediate rescue. The security team members are typically the team leaders. Xi and Zheng raised his voice dramatically. The person responsible for ensuring the safety of the Lianda team is none other than Tyrant. Tyrant volunteered to oversee the safety of the Lianda team throughout the finals. With the Alliance's current strongest arc here, what demons and monsters dare approach? Xi and Zheng's words triggered a deluge of comments. Who's on the scene? Commentator, can you tell me again? Ah, what a wonderful day today is. I'm crying. I get to hear the latest news about the goddess, and see her latest heroic appearances on my laptop. I'm bursting into tears. I already compiled all the footage of the tyrant. Finally. Is there new footage? The great tyrant has arrived in the chaotic Starlink region. Tremble before our tyrannical monarch. Actually, I can tremble before the tyrant's feet too. Please give me a chance. Something strange has sneaked in. Drag it out. Is the director stupid? Film the tyrant. We want to see the tyrant. Faced with countless urgings, the director wiped a sweat from her non-existent sweat. It's not that she doesn't want to film, it's that the tyrant won't let her. Inside the small aircraft sat Tyrant's trusted academy instructors, armed with live ammunition. On the center screen, a detailed map of the Starlink region appeared, and the aircraft followed the light points of the Alliance team. After the finals began, all teams, except San Carlos, preferred to defend their own turf. San Carlos, however, unexpectedly entered the third zone. Everything is ready, Yin Mingling said, but isn't this too risky? It was Tyrant's own request to reveal Susara's presence as a security guard through the commentary. Those with ulterior motives, intent on attacking the contestants, would surely turn their attention to Tyrant upon hearing this news. Susara used herself as bait, diverting the malicious gazes. Susara propped herself up, eyes closed, resting. In the shimmering sunlight, her face was as soft as jade. Let them come, Susara spat out coldly. Anyone who dares to harm her students will be killed. Chapter 182. A reagent signal has been detected nearby. Su Xing said in the Babel Tower of the Alliance team. The reagents were in motion, so the competition couldn't help but provide them with location information. However, each team could only lock onto one reagent at a time. Once it was marked, the detection function for the remaining reagents ceased. The Alliance team pursued the reagents. The target blip on the map moved along the boundary between the 2 spheres of influence. Its speed wasn't very fast. Lian Xiao glanced at the system's predictions and predicted that, if nothing went wrong, they would catch up with the first reagent in a few minutes. Why does it feel so quiet here? Cesare muttered. He was a bit allergic to silence. An inland river, or more accurately, a wide, stinking ditch, marked the boundary between the Alliance and the Empire. A thick, muddy liquid flowed in the ditch, patches of purple, pink, and fluorescent green, a strange incompatibility of color. Anyone with common sense could imagine how pungent and poisonous the water in the river must be. Yi Yin's mech scanned the area and announced, "We haven't found any bridges or other means of crossing the river. How did the people on both sides of the river get through? They couldn't be living in the Starlink region or some law-abiding citizen who didn't cross the border." Lian Xiao began observing the surroundings the moment he entered the river. The buildings near the river were dilapidated and dented, seemingly uninhabited. The same was true on the other side of the river. Lian Xiao, in the Tower of Babel, warned his teammates to be on the alert. After chasing for 2 minutes, Su Xing, who was in the lead, spotted something that looked like it was carrying reagents. It was a haphazardly assembled autonomous vehicle, happily trudging along the bumpy road. "Oh!" Xi and Zheng leaned in front of the screen. "Is the United Nations going to be the second team to find the reagent?" The finals announcement was cancelled, so the players on stage were unaware that the Empire had successfully obtained some of the reagents just minutes earlier. One of the guests scoffed subtly, but the microphone picked up the sound. Xi and Zheng's scalp tingled, wondering what Mu Yunhe was going to say this time. He worked with so many military guests, and none was as difficult as Mu Yunhe. In front of the finals cameras, Mu Yunhe showed no concern for his image, sitting with impeccable manners, his legs crossed on the commentary desk. The director, sweating profusely, had to give a huge close-up of Mu Yunhe's face while he spoke, earning him unanimous praise from netizens obsessed with his appearance. "The street sweeper and this area aren't that simple," Mu Yunhe said, his tone drawn out. "The United University might be the first team to be eliminated. Who knows? Listen to what he's saying. They should naturally side with the Alliance Military Academy." Xi and Zheng muttered inwardly, racking his brains for a way to smooth things over with Mu Yunhe. Just as Xi and Zheng was trying to smooth things over, the United University team caught up with the street sweeper. No passing. No passing. The street sweeper slammed to a stop, blocking Su Xing's path. It extended a robotic arm from its chassis, its top rotating to reveal a square opening, like a supermarket barcode scanner. A vague green line scanned the light armor heavy rain from top to bottom. Gu Chanfeng suddenly had a bad feeling. His robot butler was also used to scanning trash cans this way. Back off. The next second, his premonition came true. After scanning Su Xing, the street sweeper suddenly flipped its components around and expanded in size. Garbage that doesn't comply with city sanitation regulations has been detected and will be disassembled and removed as required. The street sweeper's cheerful little song ceased, its voice filled with the enthusiasm of a job well done. Zizizi, beautiful city, happy home, Zizizi, sanitation first. The nozzle, with suction power comparable to a powerful disassembler, aimed at the light armored model. With a swish, the light armored model was dragged several centimeters under the powerful suction. The whirling sharp blades, the open muzzle, seemed to be trying to physically clean them up and then compress and recover them internally. Poincaré had just raised his hand cannon when Lian Xiao urgently stopped him. "Don't fire. It's carrying reagents." The reagents were carelessly affixed to the robot's chassis, without any external protection. One shot, and the glass test tube might shatter first. Yi Yin changed the magazine. "I do it." The bullet flew through the gap between several mechas and struck the robot's right rear, exploding into a cloud of frosty white gas that drifted across the street sweeper's surface, slowly freezing the wielding mechanical arms and weapons. Yi Yin precisely calculated the bullet's center and wind direction, ensuring the cryogenic bullet wouldn't affect the test tube. The street sweeper gurgled to a stop. Su Xing bent down to retrieve the test tube, accidentally touching the latch, and a mass of unidentified material fell out of the machine. The director quickly blurred the image, and Su Xing, who was closest, nearly vomited. Half-crushed flesh and blood, various packaging materials, metal parts, mixed with human hair and teeth. These things, after being processed by the street sweeper, will become excellent nutrients for urban greening. Every new recruit arriving in the Starlink area will experience a week of nausea and vomiting. Mu Yunhe snorted, the trouble was yet to come. Reagents in hand, the Lianda team withdrew. Suddenly, the stagnant ditch erupted with a gurgling sound, and a tentacle 2 men wide broke through the surface and flung itself onto the street. The riverbank cracked, breaking in half under the suction of the tentacle's suction cups. A second and third tentacle swung out, dragging off a large chunk of the road surface and the foundation. The giant mollusk's head slowly emerged from the water. It was drawn in by the stench of blood and decay. Fetid, metallic water trickled down its skin. What they immediately noticed wasn't the color of the ditch, but the color of the giant octopus's skin. It was so massive that its body filled the entire river. Now, Lian Xiao understood why no one lived nearby. The Lianda team's luck is as bad as ever. The First Alliance army over there seized a box of reagents in one fell swoop. The Lianda team has to face such a massive mutant just for this reagent. I'm scared to death. Only the Starlink region's severely polluted environment could breed such a large monster. It feels like the Starlink region is full of dangers. This is a serious danger, right? Can the tyrant take action? No. Unless the giant octopus beats the Lianda team to death, it would be a violation for the tyrant to take action. This comment revealed the small constraints Su Xiaoluo currently faced. She certainly couldn't directly clear Lian Zhao's direct danger in public. An unidentified object is approaching, an instructor warned. The enemy on the map was moving very quickly, ignoring the dense buildings and closing in on their aircraft. Yan Mingling looked down and saw a fleet of modified motorcycles leaping between buildings. Many Starlink residents, startled by the noise, peered out to see the group of burly men, their scalps covered in tattoos. The leader raised his middle fingers with both hands toward the aircraft, and the surroundings erupted in cheers and whistles. Then, the men on the backs of each motorcycle raised their cannons. Yan Mingling immediately recognized them as the military's powerful magnetic particle cannons, clearly modified. 3 rounds from this portable cannon could bring down their aircraft. The Alliance's forces were also deployed. This was no longer a problem the rescue team could handle alone. Instantly, the sounds of combat vehicles moving, motorcycles leaping and crashing, and obscenities mixed with excited screams, all closing in on the Alliance's squadron and the mutant octopus. Of course, the director, having received orders, would not let the audience see what was happening off camera. As expected of a tyrant, his mere appearance caused such a scene. In the Starlink Alliance headquarters, the speaker clapped softly. After last night's dinner, several high-ranking military officials returned to the Alliance's main planet. However, a few arrived early, skipping the banquet and instead attending the finals. Major General Leslie, who was speaking, was one of them. This conference room, brimming with luxury, was carpeted with handmade silk from the Canaan region. Its golden surface was woven with the classic flower of kings, creating a scene that seemed to ooze gold beneath one's feet. On the long table, a small bucket filled with ice held several bottles of wine. One of the bottles at random was Bacchus mead, produced on Semele. Unlike the Alliance-renowned Golden Brew, also produced on Semele, the highest quality Bacchus mead is not sold to the public. Slumped in plush armchairs, several people puffed on cigars, watching the large screens before them with great interest amidst the wisps of pale white smoke rising from their cigarettes. The brigade battled a mutated octopus. A regular soldier trying to stop the motorcycle thugs was struck and sent flying, blood splattering across the camera lens, as well as Su Sarah, who stood at the window, looking down. Lieutenant General Lancaster dusted off his cigarette ash and said nonchalantly, "Is the next squad ready?" "Of course. The 3rd and 4th squads are eagerly awaiting your order." Major General Leslie smiled politely. "They're ready to connect." 2. "Excellent." Lieutenant General Lancaster praised, a faint crimson flame burning the tobacco, but the room's attention was riveted by the battle. The magnetic particle cannon charged, and the thugs met Susara's emotionless gaze. Suddenly, the entire squadron, like madmen, let go of the controls and raised their hands above their heads. Soon, one after another, the roaring, high-powered motorcycles crashed into those in front of them or plummeted through rooftops. Alas! Major General Leslie sighed. Acquiring those powerful magnetic particle cannons had taken considerable effort. The tyrant's abilities are still depressing. If someone of this caliber could threaten the tyrant, we wouldn't have to worry all these years. Everyone present had a grudge against Su Sarah. Lieutenant General Lancaster's nephew and intended heir, Julian, had been expelled by the tyrant and never recovered. Major General Leslie's sister was the mother of the Campbell brothers. The twins were practically useless, and his sister cried constantly. These were minor matters. Since Su Sarah joined the military, no one had been able to win her over. Some mutually beneficial plans had been shelved due to her opposition. They couldn't even silence someone they couldn't hold against them, someone they couldn't become their comrade. The tyrant was too powerful. The Alliance needed her, the military needed her, and at times, they had to admit that having such a powerful arc outweighed the risks. They couldn't touch the tyrant, but their students could fetch a good price. To protect Lian Xiao, the tyrant voluntarily stepped forward to draw fire. Under constant barrage, The tyrant might have mistakenly thought they were diverting their fire, unaware that they were targeting Lian Xiao. That thing. Have they given the exact coordinates? Lieutenant General Lancaster asked. We can only determine the approximate range right now. We need to activate the plan and have that S-Class help us pinpoint the exact location. Major General Leslie requested, should we activate the plan now? I understand Gu Mian changed his schedule and remains in the Starlink area. What will happen then? Gu Mian and several other high-ranking military officials were even watching the finals unfold from a few buildings nearby. That's good, isn't it? He imagined the plan coming to fruition, forcing a smile onto Lieutenant General Lancaster's frivolous face. Let Gu Mian's proudest son reveal his true identity on the live stream. By then, Gu Mian won't have time to deal with the aftermath, let alone us. Elsewhere, the battle between the lieutenant commander and the mutant octopus continued. The mutant octopus's attack was simple, simply flailing its tentacles. However, the force of those flailing tentacles could crack the pavement and flatten a metal house. Is this a game of skipping rope with us? Cesare cried out in utter dismay, dodging the attack. Tentacles lifted, and they slithered beneath them. Tentacles swung downward, and they had no choice but to step over them. It really felt a bit like a gym class activity. At first, Yi-In tried firing a few rounds of bullets, but not only did it not work, it also successfully enraged the mutant octopus. Gu Chumfeng's lion's roar couldn't even cut through the mutant octopus's slippery mucous membrane. If they couldn't beat them, could they just run? Anyway, they had the reagents, so they might as well escape. However, the mutant octopus, in its fury, extended more tentacles, apparently attempting to reach shore. The water in the stinking ditch suddenly turned black. Although the residents of the Starlink district were a mixed bunch, the mutant octopus's arrival on shore posed a threat to the residential areas. Eyes, mouthparts, as he dodged, Lian Xiao's mind tracked the mutant octopus's organs as they passed by, pondering its weaknesses. And its brain. Octopuses are relatively intelligent creatures, and a mutant this large would surely generate mental fluctuations. Amidst the frenzy of tentacles, Hecate advanced instead of retreating. Lian Xiao, in her sea of consciousness, located all mental fluctuations within her search range and suddenly invaded the mutant octopus's mental channels. Lian Xiao had mastered this process. Any opponent whose mental power level was significantly higher than hers could resist her invasion. The first thought Lian Xiao read upon piercing the mutant octopus's mental pathway was hunger. This mutant octopus had hatched in the river and was growing larger and larger. When there were still residents near the river, occasional fights and misfires occurred. This was peak working time for the street sweepers, and it was also the mutant octopus's happiest time, when the cafeteria opened for lunch. Later, as its size and temper became increasingly intimidating, residents gradually fled the river. The mutant octopus didn't know what had happened, only that it was falling asleep and waking from hunger more often. And today, the cafeteria lady finally passed by, but her food bowl had been knocked over. Looking at the unidentified object again, it was now covered in dirt and ash, evenly spread across the road. It was hungry and angry, and it planned to capture these people and eat them alive. Lian Xiao, She suppressed the mutant octopus's mental pathways, causing its tentacles to twitch in pain, and asked her teammates to find something to feed the octopus to calm it down. Gu Changfeng dug out the nutrient solution provided by the competition, hesitated for a moment, and tossed it into the octopus's mouth. Just seconds after it landed in the octopus's mouth, the half-bitten nutrient solution was spat out. Gu Changfeng, Nutrients? The mutant octopus wouldn't eat them. Forget it. Lian Xiao decided to deal with the mutant octopus directly, returning her attention to the mental battle. She planned to try to correct the enemy's thoughts on a mental level. This was the inspiration Lian Xiao gained from using his mental power to influence enemies in Susara's reality. During the last attack in the Starlink zone, Lian Xiao, as the Ark, observed more closely than most. It seemed the tyrant wasn't just using her mental power to shock the attackers' brains, slowing their reactions. It was more likely she was directly modifying the thoughts of the leading attackers. Using mental power to guide the enemy's correction, until they accepted the altered will as their own, was theoretically feasible. The mutant octopus's mental pathways, completely controlled by Lian Xiao, were slowly being fed the thoughts of stop attacking and sleep, replacing its burning hunger and desire to attack. What happened? The audience watched as the frenzied mutant octopus, like a docile, drugged kitten before Hecate, was gradually forced back by the black Mecha, retreating back into the river. Amazing, many people marveled inwardly. Although they couldn't understand Lian Xiao's actions, they felt that the effortless repulsion of the mutant octopus was entirely his. So, Besides being protected by teammates and providing mental connection, the Ark could also employ this kind of tactics. Let's go! Lien Xiao ordered the mutant octopus back into the river, then turned and told his teammates to continue searching for the reagent. Don't worry about this octopus anymore. After all, she had implanted suicidal thoughts into the mutant octopus's mental channel, so how the Alliance would deal with the corpse of such a large mutant octopus was beyond her consideration. After safely handling the first wave of incidents, the Alliance team accelerated their collection of reagents over the next few hours. With the aircraft hovering overhead, Susera used her mental power to dispatch several waves of malicious attackers. While tracking the fifth wave of reagents, something went wrong. After exchanging a few shots with someone who suddenly appeared to obstruct them, the reagent tube shattered. The number of reagents the Lianda team had obtained was reduced by 1. Yi Yin, still hoping to salvage it, squatted beside the leaking reagent. But Zhao Liqing narrowed his eyes, and suddenly said, "Is this tube of reagent a little different from the others?" Chapter 183. Is there any? Yi Yin asked. The tracking reagent in the test tube was a petroleum-like brown-black. He couldn't tell the difference from the puddle on the ground. Yes, Zhao Liqing said confidently, carefully picking up a tube of precious reagent. The other reagents are a darker color, and they don't have the oily film on the surface. When Zhao Liqing got serious, no one in the Lianda team was more meticulous. It was Zhao Liqing who discovered the entrance to the Jinggong mine. Lien Xiao compared it for a long time and felt convinced by her. In just a few minutes, the reagent seeped into the soil. As required, they had to collect the reagent-soaked soil, douse it with accelerant, and ignite it with a gun to completely burn it to prevent contamination. Cesare gave Lien Xiao a silent thumbs up. While the reagent burned, he used the cover of other mechas to quickly collect some soil samples. When in doubt, it's always better to be cautious. After this little hiccup, the Lianda team continued on their way. After searching 1/3 of the Alliance zone, the Alliance team had 26 reagents. Xi and Zheng reported each team's real-time reagent count to the audience. Thanks to San Carlos, who bravely ventured into the third-party control zone, the Alliance team avoided last place. The Alliance team's performance was somewhat surprising. Xi and Zheng focused on the Alliance team's statistics, shaking his head. The Alliance team has consistently held first place in the past few matches, which I believe has given everyone high hopes for the Alliance team to win the championship. However, there have been precedents in previous Mecha League tournaments where teams consistently outperformed their opponents, only to unfortunately miss out on the championship. Following the director's instructions, he reluctantly handed the conversation over to Mu Yunhe. Major Mu, what do you think of this unexpected result? After waiting for a few seconds for no response from Mu Yunhe, Xi and Zheng turned to see that Mu Yunhe had already taken off his headphones and was about to stand. What? The finals aren't over yet. Faced with the director's frantic glances, Mu Yunhe looked puzzled. Hearing the commentator say that, I thought the championship had already gone to Liani. I was in a hurry to get off work. Sorry. Fuck, where did this guest come from? How dare they say that? Ha ha ha, someone like Xi and Zheng, who's always been so crooked, is finally going to get his ass slapped in the face. So cool. He barely praises Lianda for a good performance, but the moment it even starts to fall behind, Xi and Zheng starts to bash it. Can he please stop hating Lianda so much? Xi and Zheng's behavior makes it hard not to suspect he bet on Liani to win the championship. Makes sense. After all, the odds of Lianda winning are 1-1, while the odds of Liani winning are 20-1. This comment has been removed for violating relevant regulations. When Mu Yunhe said this, the director didn't even dare to give him a single shot, only filming Xi and Zheng. Xi and Zheng was furious, his face twisted with rage, yet he had to maintain his composure. How could someone with Mu Yunhe's irritating personality be so unforgiving? The key is that the Starlink Zone's frontline mecha soldiers are all lower ranked than Mu Yunhe, and those higher ranked aren't even in the frontline, so they had no choice but to send him. Mu Yunhe, so far, I can't tell anything except that the league's players are really unlucky, while the First Alliance's luck is decent. Maybe the First Alliance's pre-match incense burning method is more accurate. Mid-sentence, Mu Yunhe, oblivious to his equalizing attack on everyone, had his microphone cut off again. He felt that speaking frankly, rather than analyzing the Alliance zone, he should analyze San Carlos, struggling in the third zone. Pay attention to the movements of the First Alliance army. They create difficulties, and make the UN's progress even more difficult. After saying the second half of his sentence into the muted microphone, Mu Yunhe, unconcerned with the audience's hearing, returned to his spectator mode. After all, who wouldn't like working half the time for a full salary? Currently ranked first, the First Alliance Army dared not let their guard down. The broadcasts were cancelled, keeping each team's progress in the dark. Before the finals officially concluded, no team dared to relax. The more reagents they could obtain, the more reassured they felt. Since the reagents couldn't be seized, Zhao Wuyu had other ulterior motives. If they couldn't seize the reagents, then they would destroy the reagents of the First Alliance team, or even eliminate their members. If they couldn't guarantee they had the most reagents, then they could guarantee the enemy had fewer. Only targeting the UN? What if San Carlos and the Empire managed to track down more reagents while we were fighting the UN? Someone in the First Alliance Army objected. This team member felt that Zhao Wuyu's targeting of the Alliance was too intense, lacking a broader perspective. The reorganized Alliance First Army Squad's tacit understanding and obedience to Zhao Wuyu were far less than before. Zhao Wuyu had to patiently explain. Weakening the Alliance from the outset will make it difficult for them to recover later. As for the Empire, unless they don't want to win the championship, they will definitely come to the Alliance zone to search for the reagent. After some analysis, the other teammates ultimately agreed with Zhao Wuyu's plan, temporarily suspending their search for the reagent and shifting their focus to the Alliance First Army Squad. After strategizing, the only thing left was to locate the Alliance First Army Squad. This was also simple. A teammate scouting the enemy from above sent back a tip that perked Zhao Wuyu up. I found the Alliance First Army Squad. Wait, are they avoiding pursuit? What kind of people or weapons in the Alliance zone could pose a threat to the mech squad? A few minutes ago, the Alliance team was completely clueless, but the audience, with their bird's-eye view, saw it all clearly. Unbeknownst to them, a group of soldiers had quietly ambushed the next intersection the Alliance team was passing. No! Sister Lien, stop it! Don't lead the team in that direction. What are you afraid of? They're just outnumbered. The mech squad can handle the human thugs in a matter of minutes. Su Xing, habitually walking in the front, noticed something unusual the moment she reached the intersection. She cautiously slowed her pace, and in an instant, a blue laser blasted towards the light armored unit's face. The laser served as the signal to attack, and a group of people poured out from the windows and rooftops on both sides of the street at an incredible speed. They were all clad in combat uniforms, their faces covered. Tall, their genders were indistinguishable. This group silently surrounded the Alliance team. Sharp-eyed netizens noticed that they weren't sprinting so much as hovering just above the ground. How bizarre. The mental fluctuations she sensed from these people didn't match their numbers. In the core module, Lian Xiao frowned as he ordered a retreat. The two heavily armored units revved their engines, attempting to break out before the masked men formed a complete encirclement. But as soon as they lifted their feet, Zhao Liqing and Poicaré sensed something was amiss. The mecha seemed restrained by invisible chains, their speed noticeably slowing. Even stranger still, facing the charging mechas, hundreds and thousands of times their mass, the masked men simply stood still. It seemed they hadn't received the order to dodge, intending to withstand the mecha's attack with their flesh and blood. At the critical moment, the two heavily armored units leaped hastily. At least they wouldn't crush the men in front of the camera. Suddenly, the surrounding brightness increased several degrees. Although it was daytime, the light balls from the masked men's fingertips eclipsed the light. Several bright blue balls of light appeared at the masked men's fingertips, stretching out into lines and firing. With a gentle puff, the light points pierced the mecha's surface. This was the result of a single attack. The mecha's hull could withstand it, but what if hundreds or thousands of identical light points were fired? In unison, will-o'-the-wisp-like light points appeared around the squadron. Get to the roof! Lian Xiao shouted as he saw the unidentified light points launch again. Using booster power, several mechas soared and flipped, temporarily leaping onto the rooftop to avoid the attack. Capable of firing laser-like substances from their fingertips, it was clear they were facing no ordinary human. Lian Xiao slashed down on one of the masked men as he leaped into the air, the blade slicing through his combat uniform, revealing the metal structure. Not only did Lian Xiao sense his teammates' anxiety through the Babel Tower, but he also felt a rare moment of hesitation and even restraint during combat. Were these robots, or humans with mechanical prosthetics, if they were modified humans? Would they kill their own kind in the competition? The situation for the Lianda team took a sharp turn for the worse. The buildings in the Starlink area were densely packed and low-rise, so even on the rooftops, there was only so much space to land. Maneuvering mechas in this terrain actually put the Lianda team at a disadvantage. Forced to run in single file on the rooftops, they undoubtedly increased their chances of being hit, but returning to the streets would only put them under the siege of these agile masked men. There was a third option. Lian Xiao assessed the situation, quickly devised a plan, and then quickly rejected it, the mechas would flatten the entire building to expand the combat area. Anyone left in this building will surely die. Lian Xiao kicked the nearest masked figure away, causing a dent in his chest. He groaned in pain and fell heavily over 10 meters away. In a matter of seconds, despite the serious injuries that would have knocked a normal person unconscious, the masked figure's chest repositioned and swelled, and he slowly stood up. After the fierce battle, the masked figure's cover finally faded. These things that surrounded them were no longer fully human. They still retained some human parts, such as organs visible through their transparent shells, or a few with intact legs. What they had in common was that all the masked figures were over 70% metal, and, cunningly, all retained human faces. The unmasked figure that Lian Xiao had kicked away gave her a provocative smile, implying, "Do you dare to kill me?" This is. Xi and Zheng stuttered. Mu Yunhe had demonstrated the value of inviting him as a guest. Mechanists, cyborgs, whatever you want to call them. Mu Yunhe said, a terrorist group active in the Starlink region. They usually stay in their den like cockroaches, and refuse to come out. They're very troublesome. I'm saying their pre-tournament incense burning method is wrong. Whether they can win is another matter, but I don't think they can escape. From a high point, layer after layer of masked men approached them. Bright blue dots of light fell like a torrential rain, stretching across the entire team and the surrounding objects. Hecate and the other mechas suffered varying degrees of surface damage. 2 offensive methods. A few minutes of fighting was enough for Lian Xiao to understand the cyborgs' behavior. Their running speed was likely affected by some device, similar to the deceleration magnetic field of the Zerg commander Shi and Gu Changfeng had encountered. At the same time, the cyborgs' bodies were reinforced with metal and could fire lasers. To kill, or not to kill, human faces surrounded them. Could the cyborgs still be called human? Could she kill the Zerg without hesitation, and could she kill the cyborgs without a psychological burden? As her thoughts raced, Lian Xiao drew her sword. She swung her left fist, and struck the cyborg blocking her way. The force exerted on the enemy's temple deformed its alloy skull, and like a cannonball, it smashed into the wall, creating a humanoid form. The next second, she slashed the enemy's waist with her sword, and Lian Xiao spun back to finish him off. Human blood, mixed with engine oil, flowed across the ground. While it was unclear what the cyborgs' motives were, if they didn't fight back, they would be the ones to die. The Starlink region had partially detached itself from the civilized world they were accustomed to. Here, the law of the jungle prevailed. Even if she wanted to repent, she would wait until she was still alive. Facts had proven that cyborgs were much more resilient than humans. They could only be killed with a single blow. As Lian Xiao ran, turning back, he saw the cyborgs, whose heads had been deformed by her beatings, still moving. Just blow them up. Zhao Liqing fired a cannon at the area where the cyborgs were most concentrated. A flash of light, as bright as day, erupted, nearly knocking Lian Xiao over from the intense shockwave. Not only had these cyborgs transformed their bodies, but they had also transformed themselves into bombs. So they had no choice but to fight the laser barrage, using cold weapons to kill the cyborgs as they moved. The streets Lian Xiao passed through were littered with cyborgs, but the number of cyborgs chasing them didn't decrease, it increased. Cyborgs were everywhere, emerging from inconspicuous houses on the roadside, from sewers, and from the next intersection. Lian Xiao had an inappropriate association, like finding a single cockroach in your home, which suggests you might already have more than one nest. Lian Xiao turned her head. Continuing to run like this wasn't the solution. She had to completely eliminate these modified individuals. Suddenly, her mental power was subtly stimulated. Lian Xiao's spirit perked up. It wasn't just the Alliance team operating in the Alliance zone. The spectators watched as the Alliance team suddenly changed direction. As if their leader, Su Xing, suddenly had a target, the Alliance team followed him in twists and turns. Wait, which direction was? Meanwhile, Zhao Wuyu, perplexed, asked his teammates in the Tower of Babel, "Did you hear that strange noise?" The noise grew louder and louder until the ground began to shake. Then Zhao Wuyu saw them flash ahead, about to attack the Alliance team members. Lian Xiao, ever vigilant, was seen speeding towards him on his Hecate, waving, "Help!" Zhao Wuyu looked again, and nearly fainted. Who could tell who was chasing the Alliance team so aggressively? Chapter 184. Zhao Wuyu wanted to cause trouble for the Lianda team, and the Lianda team just came to them. How could this not be a two-way struggle? The bright blue lasers first licked the heavily armored soldiers of the Liani army. Lian Xiao was delighted. She had been afraid the cyborgs would just chase them. In the blink of an eye, The members of the Lian army had all experienced the power of the cyborg lasers. Zhao Wuyu had no idea how he had managed to command his teammates to flee. The two teams fled side by side, their heads in the dust, in an eerie harmony. Xi and Zheng, Audience, Zhao Wuyu was dazed. He remembered that they were here to destroy the Lianda team's reagents and, incidentally, attack the contestants. He suddenly realized that this was the perfect time to send the Lianda team out. They'd been facing enemies before. Before he could raise his weapon, Lian Xiao shouted, "Are you sure you want to attack us now? We're out. The Lian army can't handle these cyborgs." The cyborgs were indeed indiscriminately attacking the mechas. Zhao Wuyu gritted his teeth and clenched his gun. No matter how much he hated Lian Xiao, he had to admit that without the Lianda team, they would soon be overwhelmed by the dense swarm of cyborgs. Lian Xiao smiled. "You're welcome. We're all friends." How could someone be so shameless? Zhao Wuyu was almost livid. It was clearly the Lianda team that provoked the cyborgs, yet Lian Xiao dragged them into this mess. Yet Lian Xiao made it seem like the Lianda team was being magnanimous and helpful. The two teams' main attackers stayed behind to cover the rear. Gu Changfeng, the strongest in physical skills, had blood stains on his sword, which emanated a pungent odor under the burning of the bright blue laser. Surrounded by cyborgs eager to pounce, Zhao Wuyu ran a fraction too slow, and a cyborg on the rooftop leaped down and stepped on his shoulder. Zhao Wuyu's face was filled with the cyborg's half-exposed intestines and stomach, a smile of delight on its face. He swore this was the most disgusting sight he had ever witnessed while piloting a mech. He reached for his gun, but was too late to see the bright blue laser dot appear in the sky. He watched helplessly as the mech's head was about to be pierced through when suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air, and something cold passed by at breakneck speed. Zhao Wuyu felt a sense of relief. A gash appeared in the center of the cyborg's face, and the longsword pierced through its metal skull, pitting it to the ground. Lian Xiao, who had just killed two cyborgs, spun around and smashed their brains with his backhand. It was Gu Changfeng, at the rear of the team, who had unleashed a lion's roar. The heavy sword, spanning 10 meters, had struck the cyborg with pinpoint accuracy, otherwise Zhao Wuyu's mech would have been severely damaged. Zhao Wuyu, still terrified by his narrow escape from danger, suddenly noticed that the dead cyborg's brains hadn't oozed out. "Haven't you noticed?" Lian Xiao still had the energy to speak while he was hacking away at the cyborgs. "Most of the cyborgs here don't have any mental fluctuations. Without mental fluctuations, the cyborgs pursuing them were essentially dead." Lian Xiao sent some cyborgs with mental fluctuations, but their strength was much weaker than that of ordinary humans. Lian Xiao guessed that those with mental fluctuations retained part of their brains, while the rest were probably transformed into mechanical brains. Zhao Wuyu wouldn't admit that the incident was so sudden that he hadn't noticed any of this. "If mental attacks aren't effective, then we can only kill them by force?" "No," Lian Xiao said. "I want to test an idea, and I need the cooperation of the allied forces." From what she had observed, the cyborgs had no mental fluctuations, no communication with each other, yet they were able to precisely lock onto and track the mechas, attacking both teams indiscriminately. These combined factors forced Lian Xiao to speculate about their command-giving method. Rather than real-time command, it was more likely that the attack command was implanted in the cyborg's brains from the outset, and once a matching target was detected, the attack would be launched. One condition was the mechas, and the other was the presence of the reagent within a certain radius. "You think we're risking the reagents?" Zhao Wuyu exclaimed. "Don't dream." He said Lian Xiao had ulterior motives. Surely he was trying to seize the opportunity to destroy the reagents they painstakingly searched for. "You don't have to cooperate." Lian Xiao flashed behind Zhao Wuyu like a ghost, locked his arms around the waist of his mecha, and suddenly lifted him up. Zhao Wuyu lost his balance instantly at Lian Xiao's cold words. "I just tested on you." In this critical moment, Lian Xiao didn't want to waste a single word with Zhao Wuyu if he could help it. Lian Xiao lifted Zhao Wuyu's mecha. Although the Hecata was a main attack model, it was relatively small. The power of hurling an arc must have been astonishing. Then, in full view of the crowd, Zhao Wuyu arced low, landing on the outer edge of the cyborg encirclement. "Looking for death? Where's the captain? Someone, rescue him. I fight you." The members of the First Alliance were in chaos. Already resentful at having been forced to provoke the cyborgs, the First Alliance was filled with resentment. Anyone who witnessed their captain being tossed around like a punching bag would have their anger instantly ignited. Xi and Zheng commented sharply, "Lian Xiao was very reckless today. He completely intensified the conflict between the two teams. He didn't even get rid of the cyborgs before the players started fighting." As the arc, She should have thought twice before acting. What good would her actions do to the Allied forces? Mu Yunhe had been tempted to ask if Lian Xiao had discovered something, but with his mind strangled, he didn't bother. In a rage, swords and guns were trained on Lian Xiao. Bullets and bright blue lasers surrounded her impenetrably. Even if the core module wasn't damaged, Hecate would be severely injured. Xian Zheng felt that Lian Xiao might be eliminated even faster than Zhao Wuyu. A burst of bullets crackled, and the broken bullets ricocheted on the ground. The Allied forces' main attack type, who had fired first, hadn't reacted before the pain hit his brain. He clutched his abdomen and breathed heavily, as a red figure flashed past him without stopping. It was a red dragon. Even at a slower speed, no one could see how Gu Chanfeng, who had just been fighting the cyborg, had gotten in front of Lian Xiao and blocked the bullet for her. Fist kick. He used the hilt of his sword to forcefully push the mech back a few steps. The red dragon swept through the advancing Union First Army members like the wind, leaving several temporarily unable to move due to the pain. Lian Xiao, where had Lian Xiao gone again? The metal roof, crammed with cyborgs, was now emitting a series of loud crashing noises. Under the cover of the red dragon, Hecate scaled the rooftop, causing a section of the metal floor to sag. The moment she reached the rooftop, Hecate achieved instant acceleration, using her kinetic energy and her own mass to turn around and forcibly carve a path. Cyborgs continued to fall. Lian Xiao was like a man splitting the sea. Each drop of water he pushed back was a cyborg. Countless human hands, robotic arms, clambered over, grabbing Hecate, trying to trap her there. But with another leap, Lian Xiao, with several cyborgs hanging from his fuselage, plummeted from the sky. The cyborg that was struck didn't even groan before Hecate crushed its head with a single kick. A few meters away, Zhao Wuyu struggled to hold on. More and more cyborgs turned and surged toward them, nearly overwhelmed. Lian Xiao took a running start and leaped. In midair, she shook off the cyborgs holding her, and surprisingly swung her slash. The cyborg's head, about to strike Zhao Wuyu, was split in two as it slowly fell to the ground. Let's go! Lian Xiao grabbed Zhao Wuyu, hastily wiped the liquid off the slash on Zhao Wuyu's mech, then switched hands and slashed a bloody path. Although Lian Xiao was eager for Zhao Wuyu to be eliminated, now wasn't the right time. Besides, she had confirmed her hypothesis. If Zhao Wuyu was airdropped to a place with few cyborgs, cyborgs would soon flock there on their own initiative. For the next plan, Lian Xiao needed the cooperation of the Allied First Army to share the firepower. Zhao Wuyu, still terrified, didn't dare say no, fearing he would upset Lian Xiao. Being thrown alone among a crowd of cyborgs, with his teammates unable to provide immediate support, he didn't want to experience this again. Red Dragon single-handedly challenged the Allied forces, while Hecate single-handedly rescued Zhao Wuyu. Xian Zheng saw it, but he didn't want to comment. The sharp comments had just slapped him in the face, and he could only force himself to pretend he didn't notice the mockery of the comments. Perhaps it was Xian Zheng's imagination, but after watching Lian Xiao in so many matches, he had a vague sense that Lian Xiao's style had changed, becoming bolder, more direct. If it were the old Lian Xiao, she would have tried to persuade Zhao Wuyu to agree, not resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Because she had become stronger, and when one reaches a certain level of strength, strength becomes the best argument for persuasion. The audience was worried for both teams, especially the Lianda team. The chase had already lasted over 10 minutes, and if it continued like this, the Lianda team would likely run out of energy. Tyrant, are you really not going to come to the rescue? Oh my god, I see that panoramic shot from the director, and the cyborgs following behind are endless. Stop calling on Tyrant all the time, please. It's so annoying. It's amazing that the Lianda team has a Tyrant. Have you ever considered that this is unfair to other teams? Yes, it's amazing that the Lianda team has a Tyrant. Let the other military academies envy them. Now we know that the cyborgs' weakness is their brains. Their strength can't threaten the Lianda team. The key is that as soon as you kill one, there's another one. It's endless. Why does it feel like the Lianda team is running towards a place they've been before? That direction is a stinking ditch. For a moment, the audience remembered the giant mutant octopus. Could Lian Xiao possibly be here to completely eliminate the cyborgs and the octopus? Running at top speed, while dealing with the cyborgs that were charging at him drained Lian Xiao's energy immensely. And it wasn't her imagination. The more cyborgs there were, the greater the magnetic field's impact on them. Her legs felt heavy, as if they were filled with lead. We're almost there. Lian Xiao endured the burning sensation in her throat as she spotted the colorful, stinking ditch in the distance. The members of the Lianda team, familiar with Lian Xiao's plan through Babel Tower, handed their reagents to Lian Xiao, and then left the team one after another, leaving only Lian Xiao alone. No, just ran away like that. Xi and Zheng was stunned, wanting to ask the Lianda team if they still wanted the Ark and their ranking. Give me the Lianda First Army's reagents too, Lian Xiao shouted. An explosion echoed behind them. It was Zhao Liqing and Puekare, now out of range of the cyborgs, following her instructions to blast away as many of the remaining enemies as possible. At the critical moment, Zhao Wuyu hesitated. He had agreed only under pressure from Lian Xiao. What if Lian Xiao was wrong, or simply lying? He had all the reagents from the First Alliance army on him. Lian Xiao cursed inwardly. If they didn't eliminate all the cyborgs at once, those who survived would chase the team with the reagents, greatly hindering their progress. Lian Xiao's face darkened. She couldn't let Zhao Wuyu affect the next round of the league. Lian Xiao took a deep breath, trying to suppress her anger. I ask again, will you give it to me? I give you a damn. The First Alliance army's main attackers suddenly realized that everyone in the league had evacuated far away, leaving Lian Xiao alone. The old and new resentments of being dragged into this situation, and the captain being used as a punching bag compounded. Lian Xiao had the nerve to order them to hand over the reagents. If they eliminated Lian Xiao, the members of the First Alliance army might not be able to come to their aid in time. The Allied forces' main attack type pointed its gun at Lian Xiao and pulled the trigger. Go to hell. Less than 50 meters from the river, the Allied forces had fallen out. 7 mechas surrounded Lian Xiao, finally revealing a rare tacit understanding. The main attack types blocked Lian Xiao's path from both sides, while the heavy armored soldiers sped up to flank her. If Lian Xiao attempted to break through the Allied forces' encirclement, she planned to use the weight of her mechas to crush Hecate. Even the rooftops were spared. The sniper quickly raised his gun, and at this range, a shot could directly destroy certain parts of Hecate. Physically, Lian Xiao had no room to dodge, and at the same time, a sharp pain shot through his mental pathways. Lian Xiao thought to himself that Zhao Wuyu had finally remembered that he was Fang Arc. Hurry up faster. Lian Xiao leaned back, dodging all the attacks with an incredible move, and crashed headfirst into the heavy armored soldiers. With a fierce kick to the armored soldier's calf, Lian Xiao bent sideways to control the enemy, throwing him sideways with all his strength. The armored soldier hadn't expected that in a 2-on-2 duel, he would be the first to be controlled. Bang, the sniper fired. At this angle, the bullet was blocked by the armored soldier like a shield. Lian Xiao immediately released her grip, enduring a pounding headache. All she could see was the stinking ditch. She bought herself a few seconds of respite, seconds before the attacks from both the cyborgs and the Allied forces would resume, but there was enough time. Just 20 meters away from the ditch, the foul water surged, and the earth trembled. Residents near the river swayed with their houses, confused as to why the mutant octopus in the river had lashed out twice in a row. As the Allied forces cried out in surprise, a tentacle wrapped around Hecate's waist, and the black mecha was swallowed whole by the mutant octopus. The audience, like the Allied forces, reacted in complete shock. Just when he was pushing back the mutant octopus, Lian Xiao was devoured so easily. Isn't this ending too hasty? Hurry, save them! The 3 words were ready to be spoken, and then another tentacle snapped. Zhao Wuyu didn't even have time to scream before the scene repeated itself. Now, both teams' most important arc, along with all their reagents, were inside the mutant octopus's stomach. Request approval for the rescue team to be dispatched. Aboard the aircraft, an instructor was about to call the military headquarters a second time when Tyrant stopped him. The instructor turned around and saw a faint smile on Tyrant's face. Let's wait and see. There's no rush to act, Su Shaoluo said. What worried the First Alliance army most was that, for the first few seconds, they were able to contact Zhao Wuyu through the Tower of Babel. But soon, the Tower of Babel collapsed. The Allied forces had to assume the worst-case scenario. They were right to recklessly rescue the Ark, but were they going to lose everything here? In a moment of hesitation, the Allied forces' main attackers suddenly realized the cyborgs were no longer attacking them. Mech. Reagents within a certain range. Only Lian Xiao and Zhao Wuyu met the requirements on the field. A vast army of cyborgs swarmed the mutant octopus, like children bewitched by a magic flute, leaping one after another into the stinking ditch. Bright blue lasers showered the mutant octopus, temporarily unable to penetrate its thick skin. Soon, the breathless cyborgs filled the entire river, covering both banks. Their raised arms replaced the undulating waves. The Allied forces, standing dozens of meters away, couldn't move forward or backward, staring at the scene in amazement. It was unbelievable, so bizarre. Su Xing reported, there are no more cyborgs. A response came from the Tower of Babel. Act quickly. Zhao Liqing and Poicaré, who had been waiting, received the order and, from their pre-selected positions, swiftly took aim. A rocket track streaked across the sky, and the surface of the river, composed of cyborgs, exploded into a brilliant crimson. Then, like sparks ignited in glycerin, countless chain explosions occurred simultaneously. Water splashed in all directions, evaporating as it flew up, making it impossible to tell with the naked eye whether the surging waves were water or fire. A raging fire burned on the surface of the water, and within the river surged a mixture of water, fire, and the remains of various creatures, a scene resembling a scene of hell. The mutant octopus thrashed between the water and fire, defying its biological instincts, as if chained to the river by invisible chains. Don't worry, Cesare patted Gu Chengfeng's shoulder, and said nonchalantly, Lian Xiao will be fine. Gu Chengfeng's eyes never left the mutant octopus. Yeah. Though he had always intellectually trusted Lian Xiao, without personally confirming his safety, his heart remained in suspense. After the bombs were exhausted, the river finally returned to calm. A foul odor and the aroma of burnt protein filled the air, more disgusting than a toilet explosion. A mecha crawled out of the fried mutant octopus. Allied forces, eh? Why isn't Lian Xiao dead yet? Gu Chengfeng's heart settled. The unharmed Hecate turned and dragged Zhao Wuyu's mecha out, kicking it into the dry, charred riverbed, leaving Zhao Wuyu to stay with the cyborg. Then, in front of the Allied forces, Lian Xiao smeared and smashed all of their reagents. She gestured goodbye, and Babel synchronized her command, depart for the cyborg's lair. The United Small Squadron holds 26 reagents. The First Alliance Army holds 0 reagents. The United Small Squadron rose to second place, while the First Alliance Army was last. Chapter 185. Lian Xiao and his teammates explained their strategy for locating the cyborg base. I sprayed a tracking paint on one of the cyborgs, and conveniently blocked him halfway. After the other cyborgs were blown up, the paint signal indicated they were moving back. It's possible their destination was their base. Would there be reagents in the cyborg base? Poicaré was a little confused. Seeing that the others didn't seem to have any questions, he wondered if he had missed something. Of course. There's a high probability. Cesare spoke quickly. There are 2 conditions for cyborgs to pursue their targets, as Lian Xiao mentioned. 1, the mecha, and 2, the presence of reagents within a certain range. If they don't have the reagents, how would they set the conditions? The rules for the finals were announced in advance, but the reagents were distributed after the finals began. Gu Chengfeng said thoughtfully, the cyborgs can't collect the reagents in advance. Also, the reagent quantity isn't right. Yes, Lian Xiao agreed. I counted the reagents in the First Alliance Army's possession, and it's far fewer than the total. This means that forces in the Alliance-controlled area are simultaneously collecting these reagents. The signal paused, and then, after a few seconds, it vanished from the screen in front of Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao paused, then considered a possibility. The cyborg's lair is underground. The camera followed the Alliance team to the point where the signal disappeared. This was a small square. The statue of the headless hero on the square was broken into 3 or 4 pieces. It wasn't taken by nearby residents, mainly because the raw materials were worthless. The tyrants and instructors on the aircraft were not allowed to establish communications with the brigade according to regulations, so they had no idea why the brigade suddenly wanted to go deep underground. The instructors were vaguely worried that something might happen to the students underground, and it would be difficult for them to arrive to rescue them immediately. Information from each team circulated even faster at the commentary desk, and Mu Yunhe was one of the first to learn of the discovery of the cyborg base. Impossible. Knowing Lian Xiao's tracking method, Mu Yunhe immediately felt a sense of denial. They had gone to such great lengths to confirm the true location of the cyborg base, so how could a single student have been apprehended with such a simple method, unless the enemy had deliberately exposed a flaw? The young major, hated by many criminals in the Starlink region, sat up slightly straighter. He smelled a conspiracy. Things were getting interesting. The Lianda team cautiously followed the passage leading underground. The cyborgs were more troublesome than the Zerg. Lian Xiao couldn't determine the enemy's position through mental fluctuations. They held their breath and concentrated on every step, their nerves on edge. Unexpectedly, perhaps because the entire base's cyborgs had been dispatched, the joint team descended several dozen meters underground without encountering any obstacles, their progress smooth and unimpeded. The smoothness of the process made Lian Xiao a little uneasy. It was like an open trap, seemingly empty and undisturbed, but once they were completely inside, the gate suddenly slammed shut. The signal to the outside world has weakened, said Yi Yin, who had been monitoring the mecha system data. He surveyed his surroundings with a shimmering sense of the cyborg base's mechanical nature. The passage they were passing through was bare except for a metal coating. Normally, the signal wouldn't fade so quickly at this depth. It must be some kind of metal that blocks signals, Gu Chanfeng said. But the reagents have been detected not far from us, in large quantities. Su Xing hesitated, then looked at Lian Xiao and asked, should we continue down? Everyone could sense that something was amiss. The large number of reagents in the underground base was bait to lure them here. Why were the cyborgs hunting down the contestants, luring them here? Lian Xiao's thoughts went further than the others. She wondered if the cyborgs were targeting a specific team, or even a specific contestant, or if they were aiming for a complete swoop. Let's go! Su Xing had expected Lian Xiao to think for a moment, but she simply walked forward. Gu Chanfeng didn't comment, silently walking side by side with Lian Xiao. The Starlink finals were bound to be fraught with danger. Lian Xiao knew there might be a cyborg trap ahead, but wouldn't retreating from the base and searching for the reagents through another route avoid danger? Taking a step back, if the UN wanted to win, they needed to obtain as many reagents as possible in the Alliance-controlled zone to reduce the pressure of searching in other zones. The Alliance-controlled zone was still far safer and more stable than the other two areas. Unnoticed by anyone, invisible mental fluctuations penetrated the thick metal and strata, defying gravity and rising upwards, spanning over 10 meters of ground and air, attempting to find a familiar mental channel. Susera paused, fiddling with the mental suppression bracelet, and a slow smile crept into his lips. Lian Xiao, Susera, the mental connection established. Deeper and deeper underground, the more bizarre things appeared. Some channels were decorated with petri dishes, and a dazzling array of flexible tubes clung to the ceiling, like a profusion of capillaries, plugging into containers filled with culture fluid, transporting something unknown. The organization behind the mechanically modified humans wasn't limited to humans. The most common thing the Lianda team saw in the corridor was animals. There were various animals that had been dissected and mechanically reconstructed. There were also creatures that didn't even exist in nature. The most spectacular example was a container containing only half a human, its lower body spliced with a mechanical fish tail, which coiled several times around the bottom of the container. Lian Xiao had the impression that this was a terrorist organization with unclear goals, but one that enjoyed human experiments. Out of caution, the Lianda team dared not touch anything. But a robot appeared out of nowhere within the base, chasing Cesare and asking him what type of organs he preferred. If he wasn't satisfied with the body structure, he could exchange it. This part has to be censored. Cesare tried to short-circuit the robot, muttering, "It's just like a sales pitch." If the robot's sales pitch wasn't exaggerated, this organization had access to a vast amount of genetic information. With enough money, cultivating any human's organs for sale wouldn't be difficult. Before them were the reagents. The Lianda team quickened their pace. Suddenly, Lian Xiao looked up. She sensed someone approaching them at breakneck speed. A slight mental fluctuation, it was human. At the same moment, a loud noise echoed overhead, as if someone had violently smashed through the gaps between layers and plummeted downward. Realizing the enemy's rapid approach, the Lian Xiao squad abandoned their restraint and violently blasted open the door. Under the glaring red alarm light, they rushed into the hall where the reagents were stored. In the center was a cyborg, surrounded by reagents. Seeing them enter, his stiff face strained into a smile. "You're here," he spoke hoarsely. The cyborgs could actually speak. The next second, a flash of red light erupted in a dazzling burst of light and heat, and the last cyborg self-destructed. To make matters worse, they only had time to collect some of the reagents before the enemy's footsteps appeared at the door. This hall had only a single entrance and exit. Gu Chanfeng and Cesare exchanged glances, preparing to lunge and close the door. But it was too late. Countless bullets poured into the hall through the gap, shattering the reagents and spilling them all over the floor. The fierce artillery barrage paused for only a few seconds before a new torrent of fire began, as if determined to use all their firepower to exhaust the entire squadron. There was no cover in the hall, and in just a dozen seconds, the mecha's surface was covered in bullet holes. The short burst of bullets wouldn't cause fatal damage to Lian Xiao and his men, but they had to break out of this encirclement as quickly as possible. Xiao Liqing charged forward, drawing his weapons and engaging the enemies outside. Leveraging the largest size of all the mechas, he and Poikare worked together to knock down two doors. There was no point in seeking cover in this situation. They had to deal with the shooters first. Red Dragon and Cesari's mecha-winged snakes leaped up from the backs of the heavy armored soldiers, locking onto the enemy's position amidst the hail of bullets. As expected, it was the Allied First Army pursuing them. At this moment, Their assault was reckless, as if they had made no plans for the next day's match. The fragile light armored units and snipers could only temporarily retreat to the heavy armored soldiers' cover. Lian Xiao then sank into her sea of consciousness. The moment she touched her sea of consciousness, an unfamiliar mental force enveloped her like a giant python. While Lian Xiao was responding to the sudden situation, Xiao Wuyu had quietly infiltrated her mental channel, completely unaware. Lian Xiao was startled. It had been a long time since she'd been at a disadvantage in a battle with human psychic power. Her own slackness, unnoticed, had given Xiao Wuyu an opportunity. Countless mental channels were simultaneously invaded, a tidal wave of psychic power pouring into Lian Xiao's sea of consciousness. The pain, like a sharp object slicing through her brain, made Lian Xiao curl up in the core chamber. In tactics and physical skills, Xiao Wuyu was no match for her, but his psychic power was also S-rank. He was forcibly injecting his psychic power into Lian Xiao's sea of consciousness, vying for control. Lian Xiao felt as if another soul had been inserted into his brain. Rage, determination, a desire to completely crush her. With millions of people watching, he was being manipulated by Lian Xiao. All the reagents of the First Alliance army were destroyed. He himself was shoved into the filth, utterly humiliated. Why? The First Alliance army had finally made it to the finals. Even if they couldn't win, the United Nations Conference had no chance of winning. Xiao Wuyu, frantic yet calm, chuckled softly in the core module. He had invaded most of Lian Xiao's mental pathways. Even if Lian Xiao had the courage to sever them himself, he had infiltrated Lian Xiao's sea of consciousness. Couldn't Lian Xiao destroy his own sea of consciousness? In the peak showdown of the S-Class arc, he would definitely have the last laugh. Just as Xiao Wuyu had envisioned, Lian Xiao decisively severed the most severely damaged mental pathways, causing her to mutter a curse under her breath. The United Nations must quickly escape this strange stronghold. She didn't have time to slowly separate and expel Xiao Wuyu's mental power from her sea of consciousness. Then she would use unconventional arc methods. The line of fire gradually advanced under the counterattack of Zhao Liqing and Poicaré. The Red Dragon approached the Union Army's main attack model, while the enemy used Lian Xiao's favorite model, the Candle Dragon. Another main attacking unit of the Allied forces was moving at high speed, attempting to shake off Cesare. Even dodging Cesari's delicate, ubiquitous sword was already a struggle, when a robotic arm suddenly wrapped around the member's shoulder. Without even a moment to glance back at the enemy, he felt the scene before him spin rapidly, blurring into a blur. A second or two later, he realized it was the mech's head spinning 360 degrees. The third mech had passed the heavily armored defenses, and Lian Xiao, enduring a headache that would have made a normal person faint, charged into the enemy formation alone. Amidst the whistling hail of bullets, the battle's vision was already somewhat obstructed, and Hecate's speed was too fast for the enemy to follow. Before anyone could react, Lian Xiao reached out and grasped the main attacking unit's head. With his hands intertwined and exerting force, he twisted the head off with pure skill and strength. Retreat! Receiving Xiao Wuyu's precise command, the members evaded the attack in panic, avoiding the fate of the second headless mech. One incident might be a coincidence, but on a battlefield as volatile as this, there won't be a second. The enemy panicked again, but accurately dodged Lian Xiao's attack. Lian Xiao tooted in annoyance. She keenly realized the reason. Xiao Wuyu's mental power was within her consciousness, and certain thoughts could be read by him. She looked at Xiao Wuyu, hidden at the rear of the Allied First Army. She wanted to physically separate his mental power, but there were still 4 mechas blocking her way. With a loud bang, the main attacker fighting the Red Dragon was kicked against the wall, sliding down slowly and powerlessly, its pilot unconscious. Great, now there are 3 mechas. Quick! Xiao Wuyu's warning echoed in the heavy armor soldier's mind, but she was a fraction of a second too late. The blade scraped against the heavy armor soldier's mechanical arm, sending out tiny sparks. The armored soldier quickly turned his gun, aiming at Lian Xiao. The armored soldier's heart pounded. At such close range, if he could hit Hecate's vitals, Lian Xiao would be eliminated, the shell ejected, distorting the airflow, but the target vanished. Then, the armored soldier felt a faint sting in his abdomen, quickly masked by the impact. In the blink of an eye, Lian Xiao leaned over and hugged her waist, dodging the near-missing shell. Lian Xiao exerted force in her calves, her entire body tensed like a string, intending to knock the heaviest armored soldier away, but her entire back was also held in the armored soldier's reverse grip. The 2 mechas were like wrestling bulls, the loser being trampled underfoot. Let go of Lian Xiao. Let go! The armored soldier was stunned, completely confused as to why Xiao Wuyu had given such an order. Just as she was distracted, Lian Xiao roared with all his might, sending the heavily armored soldier flying. She stumbled, lost her balance, and fell onto her teammates. Then, a sound like a bursting bubble echoed within the heavily armored soldier, and the core module alarm went off. The members of the First Alliance, sweating profusely, suddenly remembered. Lian Xiao had been armed when he charged, but now it was gone. Lian Xiao's continuous attacks weren't just meant to knock her away, he was also inserting the slicing knife, laced with micro-explosives, into the mech's internal crevices. Another combat loss, but Zhao Yu mentally reassured himself that it didn't matter. He knew who Lian Xiao's next target would be and even overheard her requesting fire support from Zhao Liqing. But at that moment, a red figure descended like lightning, a golden shadow descending from the left shoulder and slashing diagonally. The mech's delicately interlocking structure was sliced and deformed by the sharp blade. Nothing could stop the golden blade. The red dragon held the sword in both hands, its mechanical arms trembling with brute force, and a lion's roar pierced through its ribs. Zhao Wuyu's mech separated, revealing its core module. He sat in a daze in the core module, his mental connection to the mech and his teammates severed. His S-level mental power was nothing without the mech. In the final image transmitted by the system, Lian Xiao took 2 steps at a time and charged directly at the core module. Zhao Wuyu and the core module were sent flying, slamming heavily to the ground. Before he was eliminated and passed out, Zhao Wuyu still hadn't figured out how Lian Xiao had managed this. He could clearly monitor and read Lian Xiao's thoughts, so the information Lian Xiao and the other team members were transmitting shouldn't have escaped his observation. What he didn't know was that Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng had always maintained a deep connection. Gu Chanfeng automatically knew of her situation through the deep connection, without Lian Xiao's need for communication. As long as Gu Chanfeng unilaterally sent a thought, and Lian Xiao didn't respond, Zhao Wuyu would have no way of knowing. Through tacit understanding, Zhao Wuyu focused his attention on Lian Xiao, successfully ignoring Gu Chanfeng. Seeing the situation hopeless, the remaining members of the First Alliance surrendered. The First Alliance was the first to be eliminated. The ground was littered with metal shells, the culture vessels displayed had been shattered, and the reckless mechanical monsters lay scattered everywhere. Even they hadn't escaped the fierce battle, blood seeping from holes in their pale skin. Cesare approached, suspiciously asking, "Do you smell anything strange?" Lian Xiao was mentally weakened, and any strange smell made her nauseous. Gu Chanfeng briefly shut down the air filtration system and took a sip. It should be the smell of reagents. The reagents they hadn't been able to remove were rapidly evaporating under the intense heat of the cyborg's self-destruction and the exploding bullets. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chanfeng, along with Lian Xiao, who was deeply connected to him, felt a wave of dizziness. As if inhaling some anesthetic gas, the mecha's previously active nerve bundles quieted and drooped. Red Dragon staggered to one knee, using his lion's roar to brace himself against the ground, preventing a head-on collapse. Red Dragon's fingers loosened their grip on the hilt of his sword. "There's something wrong with the reagents." Lian Xiao suddenly remembered what Zhao Liqing had said about the differences between the reagents. As far as she knew, there was only one potion that could induce a similar anesthesia in Red Dragon. That was the product of the Milky Ocean Project, once directed by Zhu Fa. Who would have mixed the finished product of the Milky Ocean Project with normal reagents? Before Lian Xiao could comprehend his thoughts, an unexpected situation occurred. As Zhao Liqing and the others were approaching Gu Chanfeng, the corridor beneath their feet suddenly shifted, and the 4 of them were caught off guard by the endless darkness. Chapter 186. In her sea of consciousness, Lian Xiao sensed Zhao Liqing and the others rapidly retreating. With no time to capture any of them, the cave entrance continued to expand. She and Cesare, dragging the Red Dragon, retreated. The other 2 conscious members of the First Alliance army, along with the mechanical corpses, tumbled into the bottomless cavern. In an instant, Lian Xiao and Cesare were the only 2 still able to move in the entire corridor. Good news. The cave entrance was no longer expanding. Bad news. A mountain of bad news. The Alliance Army's brutal firepower attack hadn't spared the specialized IBs filming the scene, and they had lost contact with the outside world underground. Thankfully, the First Alliance Army was out, and the rescue team should arrive soon. At this moment, the outside world was also speculating due to the interruption in the footage. Who cut off my camera again? Again? The military needs to explain why the live streaming interruptions keep happening. If they really want to hold an offline mecha showdown, can't they upgrade their live streaming equipment first? The audience immediately recalled the incident at the Nika Planet match, and the comments were filled with concern for the safety of the league players. Helplessly, Xian Zheng was once again called upon to take the blame. Pushed to the front, Xi and Zheng forced a smile. Please rest assured, the player's vital signs are stable, and no one is in danger. It was just a minor incident, and the rescue team is on their way. Out of sight of the audience, Xi and Zheng clenched his fists. It wouldn't be a minor incident. The location tracking system installed by the military on each player showed that the coordinates of the 4 members of the Alliance small team and the 2 unlucky individuals of the Alliance First Army were drifting towards a third-party controlled area. They dared to brazenly attack the players in the Alliance-controlled area. Who was the person behind the cyborg organization? Fearing the entire floor would suddenly collapse, Lian Xiao and Cesare each carried Red Dragon as they evacuated, intending to escape the base and then reunite with Zhao Liqing and the others. If they passed any unconscious Union First Army members, they would try to pull them as far away from the cave entrance as possible. A simple task. What worried Lian Xiao most was that no matter how she called out through the Tower of Babel, Gu Chanfeng remained drowsy and unresponsive. In the core module, Gu Chanfeng was in a state of disorientation. For a moment, he felt a glimmer of clarity, then felt his body weighed down by the weight of 1,000 pounds, dragged forward by the others. In the end, he couldn't tell whether he was Gu Chanfeng or Red Dragon. Having used his last bit of strength, he raised his hand, then let it drop, struggling to touch the main nerve bundle attached to the helmet. After several attempts, he finally managed to open a gap, then fell helplessly from the driver's seat. The sharp edge of the console had ripped a long gash across his forehead, blood flowing into his eyes. The pain quickly awakened him. Gu Chanfeng regained consciousness and realized something. Lian Xiao. Red Dragon has been forced into hibernation. The large lump of metal suddenly spoke, startling Lian Xiao and Cesare. Gu Chanfeng had spoken publicly now. Whenever he connected to the Red Dragon, he would be pulled into hibernation. Under Cesare's presence, Lian Xiao asked cryptically, "Is there something wrong? How long will it take to recover?" The Red Dragon was considered to be in a state between life and death. The drugs from the Milky Seed project would be metabolized from within over time. The Red Dragon had ingested an overdose of drugs, causing it to fall into hibernation. It was only a matter of time before it returned to normal. But what they lacked most now was time. "I don't know." Gu Chanfeng's voice sounded a little weak. "Are we evacuating the base?" All of the Red Dragon's external sensor systems were temporarily disabled. In other words, he was temporarily trapped in the Red Dragon's core module. Lian Xiao and Cesare exchanged glances, and Cesare said, "Something's wrong." Compared to the 3 of them trapped in the base, Lian Xiao was more worried about Zhao Liqing on the other side. Zhao Liqing and his men were too unevenly distributed, and encountering an enemy would be very troublesome. After listening to Cesare's rare and brief account, Gu Chanfeng was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Actually, there's a way to speed up the Red Dragon's recovery." He paused. "Lian Xiao, I need you to hold me back at the last moment. Release all of the Red Dragon's restraints." Lian Xiao is the reins that pull him back from the abyss of uncontrollable chaos. Only Lian Xiao can suppress the enraged Red Dragon and fight with his mental strength. Since the drug in the Milky Seed project is a deadly poison that puts the Red Dragon's consciousness to sleep, Gu Chanfeng intends to free the Red Dragon and use its fully awakened self-awareness to counteract the drug. Lian Xiao flatly refused. "Don't even think about it." Lian Xiao, recalling the anger from the unresolved Cold War, threatened, "If you do that, I smash the Red Dragon right away." Gu Chanfeng sighed softly. "It's dangerous here. I need to recover my fighting strength as soon as possible. Can you two please stop arguing?" Cesare shouted, his damp curls plastered to his cheeks. This base, with its burning flames and scattered cultivation vessels, gave him a bad feeling. His innate sense of danger and death sent a chill down his neck. Suddenly, he lowered his voice. "Forget it, keep the noise down. Something's coming." At the same time the 3 escaped the base, the military finally located Zhao Liqing and the others. Third-party controlled area. The instructor at the UN University said that both the UN University and the First Allied Army had received notification from the military. The signal's location has been determined. Based on real-time physical characteristics, they are engaged in a battle. It could even be said to be a tough battle. The instructor said, "I request that we intervene to ensure the students' safety. Whether there's a competition or not, or whether there are rules or not, is irrelevant. Just as they brought these students to the Starlink area, they should also bring them back safely." The tyrant nodded, indicating his understanding, and called out to half of the instructors, "Yan Mingling will lead the team. You will depart immediately. Leave the military to me." Yan Mingling frowned, grasped the armrest of Su Shaoluo's chair, and leaned over. "Everything is fine with Lian Xiao, but you're needed there more. I can stay. You can take the others. No. Su Xiaoluo didn't even raise her eyes. She couldn't reveal the connection she had established with Lian Xiao. Master Yan, obey your orders. Xiao Liqing Yin, and the others are your students too. There's more than just Lian Xiao. Su Xiaoluo rarely addressed Yan Mingling by his title, and Yan Mingling similarly rarely dissented publicly from the tyrant's orders. The instructors felt like cleaning their ears to hear more clearly. I don't believe you can't see the reason, Su Xiaoluo said calmly, but the tone was incongruous with sarcasm. Or have you been wasting so much time at the academy that even this little thing is difficult for you? Besides, Su Xiaoluo said expressionlessly, I only have one student, Lian Xiao. Anyone else wouldn't have the guts to say this to Yan Mingling, the man with a promising future and a once-promoted administrative district. Yan Mingling would humiliate them with venomous venom. But it was Su Sara who said this, and Yan Mingling's clenched fists suddenly relaxed. He had never said no to a tyrant. I understand. After a long moment, the turbulent emotions on Yan Mingling's face subsided, and he compromised once again. Before leaving, he couldn't help but pat the seated Su Sara on the shoulder and whispered, be careful. See you later. As soon as Yan Mingling and the others left, Su Sara's spiritual pathways suddenly activated. Lian Xiao's message was succinct and clear. Help. Dozens of meters underground, Lian Xiao and the other two were fleeing. To be precise, Hecate and the winged serpent, each dragging the red dragon by one arm, rubbed it against the ground. Minutes after Cesare heard the noise, this secluded stronghold, once silent as a tomb, came to life. Cesare heard the sound of a mechanical monster, immersed in a culture container, escaping its container. The stench arrived even before the mechanical monster. Lian Xiao didn't even get a clear look at the mechanical monster, as it leaped towards him, before a single shot shattered its spine. The impact of the gunfire sent a whole mass of unidentified matter slicing off its body. Lian Xiao nearly vomited at a quick glance. The flesh clinging to the mechanical skeleton was sliding down the skeletal structure, transforming into a long rotting bloody liquid on the ground. Lian Xiao didn't have time to regurgitate. After twisting and thrashing on the ground for a few seconds, the mechanical monster, in a twisted position, twisted its spine 720 degrees, and continued to bite Hecate's throat. The mechanical lifeforms that lay in the tomb came alive along with this place. The machinery gave them new life and unparalleled power. The glass culture containers no longer a cage to confine them. Many of them no longer had stomachs, yet the signals they received still triggered their hunger. With the hunger to devour came the desire to destroy and plunder. They were only halfway to the stronghold. Lian Xiao decisively lowered the red dragon right in the middle of the space they were passing through. Dragging a red dragon heavier than Hecate during battle was simply putting a strain on himself. The only passage through this circular space, she and Cesare stood back to back, shielding the red dragon behind them. Behind him, Lian Xiao could hear the incessant sound of shattering glass. Lian Xiao stared at the end of the passage as the rustling sound of dragging approached. She gently kicked Gu Chanfeng with her heel. Don't take advantage of this opportunity, and do anything stupid. We can hold this. Okay. Give me 10 minutes and try again. Gu Chanfeng finished, then cut off the radio. The rustling sound grew louder and louder, and blood splattered around the corner. Here they come. Lian Xiao's nerves and arm muscles tensed in unison, and the muzzle unleashed a barrage of bullets. It's no use. Cesare shouted amid the crackling sound, gnashing his teeth as he discarded the empty magazine. It won't penetrate their mechanical skeletons. It was true. The bullets could only shake off the rotting flesh clinging to the mechanids. The alloy skeletons were stronger than they had imagined. Even after being repeatedly knocked back, the mechanids refused to give up their appetite. More powerful shells could shatter some of the mechanid skeletons, but their efficiency was less than that of ordinary bullets. Like Cesare, Lian Xiao dropped his gun and drew his slicing knife. The entire mech was poised for action, and a wave of mechanical beasts crashed down upon the two mechs like a silver wave. A monstrous creature, stitched together from hyenas and lizards, clung to the mech surface and climbed upwards. Lian Xiao slashed its mouth into 4 pieces. Before it could break free, a creature, unidentifiable as a snake or hedgehog, gripped Hecate tightly. Instinctively, Lian Xiao grabbed the throat and, starving for air, slashed down with all his might until the mechanical beast was severed in 2. The mechanical beasts were just as fast as the mechs, small and numerous. Often, after she managed to slash 1, 2 or 3 would come swarming back. Lian Xiao, accustomed to human versus Zerg combat, was unable to utilize her usual techniques, relying only on brute force. She turned and seized the mechanical beast that had taken advantage of the opportunity to climb onto the red dragon, throwing it like a discus. Within minutes, Cesari's side was the first to collapse. Lian Xiao could at least use his slicing knife to chop the mechanical monster apart like a bone or a chicken leg, but Cesari's longsword had little killing power. Lian Xiao slashed through the mechanical beast clinging to Cesari's back with a single blow. "Hold on. The tyrant will be here soon." Cesare was about to reply when the mech nearly lost its balance. It was the mermaid. Unbeknownst to him, it had somehow pierced through the rotting flesh and metal, its tail wrapped around Cesari's calf, its cheek nestled against the mech's chest. If you ignore the fact that its fingers had pierced the mech's surface, this gesture would indeed be considered affectionate. With a clang, the mermaid's head rolled off. Cesare, having just narrowly avoided danger, hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief before his voice suddenly trembled. "Wait a minute, what's coming over there?" Chapter 187. Faced with something beyond common sense, the brain needs a few seconds to react. A Zerg appeared at the end of the tunnel. Human alloys couldn't reproduce the vibrant texture of the Zerg's exoskeleton, but it was undoubtedly a Zerg, smaller in size, and judging by its appearance, it wasn't a high-level Zerg. With every step it took, pus-like tissue fluid oozed from the gaps between its alloy exoskeleton. The mechanical Zerg, without any mental fluctuations, still retained its formidable body and combat power. The mechanical Zerg regarded other mechanical beasts as inferior creatures. It disdained to push aside the layers of monsters, instead trampling over them. Any mechanical beast that dared to fight back would be crushed to dust beneath its feet. For a moment, the shock of the Zerg overwhelmed its appetite, and the mechanical beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, waiting for the Zerg to enjoy their prey first. Lian Xiao and Cesari's expressions both changed. The appearance of mechanically modified Zerg in Alliance-controlled territory, if leaked, could easily be seen by the Alliance as a violation of the Atria Peace Agreement and the principle of non-contact. The livestream's interruption was, in a sense, a blessing in disguise. The two Zergs were locked in a standoff, the atmosphere tense as strings clenched. Meanwhile, Lian Xiao was preoccupied with other matters. In less than half a day, several seemingly random events occurred. The Alliance's large and medium-sized teams were dispersed. Normal reagents had been tampered with, mixing in the Milky Sea Project's agents, causing Gu Chanfeng to lose his combat effectiveness. And then, there were the mechanical Zergs created at the stronghold. At first glance, these events seemed unrelated, but when they were put together, Lian Xiao felt a vague connection. The most crucial consequence was the Red Dragon's forced hibernation. Whether it was the dispersed squad or the surge of mechanical beasts, they were effectively weakening the combat effectiveness of Red Dragon and his teammates. This organization had been targeting Red Dragon from the start, so who had the motive, and who would benefit from this? The other three military academies. Lian Xiao didn't believe the power of the military academies alone could achieve such a degree. Gu Chongfeng's father's enemies? Or perhaps there was a more direct motive. Lian Xiao remembered what the Imperial twins had said, that the Imperial Chief Researcher Cephas was particularly interested in Red Dragon and Gu Chanfeng, and that the Imperial's expertise in insected mechas surpassed that of the Alliance. Thus, Lian Xiao came to a conclusion, one she had no direct evidence to support, but she was 90% certain. The organization behind the cyborgs was being supported by the Empire, and this series of events was all about obtaining data on Gu Chanfeng and Red Dragon. Lian Xiao still felt a vague sense of dissonance. The moment she understood, her eyes widened, and she blurted out, "Damn it." Then Lian Xiao scooped up Red Dragon, forcibly dragged Cesare along, and turned and ran. She understood where the feeling of unease was coming from. Assuming the Empire was targeting the Red Dragon, why didn't they take action immediately after it went dormant? Unless they didn't have complete control over the base either. Then the Empire's next move would most likely be to relocate the Red Dragon and Gu Chanfeng. And Zhao Liqing and the others had proven that such a relocation was entirely possible. The tyrant, ignoring military obstruction, had already entered the base, invading at an astonishing speed. Lian Xiao didn't bother explaining to Cesarito. A glimmer of hope ignited within him. If they could hold out until the tyrant arrived, they could escape. The mechanical Zerg would naturally not sit idly by and watch their prey escape. After running a few steps, Lian Xiao felt a chill on the back of his neck, nearly toppled by the sudden force. The insect's leg stabbed into the wall with a clang, trembling continuously. Lian Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. If she hadn't dodged at the last moment, it would have been the mech's head that had been pierced. "I cover your retreat, you guys go," Cesare said calmly. He didn't understand why Lian Xiao had suddenly dragged him away, but he believed Lian Xiao wasn't deserting. And he, even more than Lian Xiao, understood the seriousness of the appearance of modified Zerg in the Alliance-controlled area. As an Alliance mech soldier, even if he wasn't even in reserve, he had a responsibility to ensure the mechanical Zerg's demise here silently. Although Cesare always believed that every member of the Alliance's large and small team was indispensable, Lian Xiao, the Ark, was still a little more important than him. Cesare silently drew his sword, suddenly turning to meet the mechanical Zerg. The winged serpent and the mechanical Zerg collided. A metallic hum echoed throughout the corridor. Cesare's sword trembled, the insect's leg trembled, and even the ground trembled. No, the ground wasn't trembling. Lian Xiao's feet suddenly felt empty, and the entire mech plummeted downward. At the same moment, the instructor's following tyrant suddenly tightened their grip. The 3 points they had been tracking began to drift at an abnormal speed. The surveillance cameras in the corridor slightly adjusted their angles, focusing on the bottomless hole directly below. Where the corridor had been, the ground folded and contracted, revealing a hole the entire length of the corridor. The swarming mechanical creatures didn't even have time to scream before they were swallowed by darkness. Lian Xiao closed his eyes slightly, restraining himself from looking down, his heart pounding. Hecate held a mech in each hand, the weight of all 3 tied to the rope around her waist. If she hadn't prepared a few seconds earlier, the 3 of them would have fallen like the mechs. The cave walls were polished smooth all around. Lian Xiao tried, but couldn't find any support. After more than 10 seconds, her hands were gradually losing feeling from exhaustion. Thankfully, Cesare's winged snake was equipped with a high-strength rope developed by the backup department. The positioning hook it launched successfully caught the wall of the corridor above, slightly relieving her pressure. Now they were like 3 small balls tied to a rope, swaying back and forth awkwardly and dangerously. Finally, a lucky break. Lian Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and forced himself to think optimistically, thinking that he had managed to escape the mechs and the mechs. Just then, a faint sound came from the darkness below, which even the mechs' visual systems couldn't penetrate. A shadowy figure pounced towards them. The mechs hadn't fallen yet. As the only 4 living creatures in this space, their sharp legs sank into the cave wall, allowing them to walk on it with ease. Its leaping power was enough to span the entire cave entrance. Its target was the dangling rope. A single slash from its legs, and the enemy would be shattered. Lian Xiao, seeing this, reacted preemptively. She braced her core and swung the rope, like a slalom athlete, increasing the swing to barely evade the Zerg's attack. The rope creaked under the weight. Lian Xiao was sweating profusely. If the mechanical Zerg hadn't severed the rope a few more times, it might have given way to the weight of the 2 mechs. Even if Gu Chanfeng had regained his mobility, they wouldn't have found a foothold if they climbed up the rope. The only hope of escape lies with the tyrant. At all costs, the disabled Red Dragon and Gu Chanfeng must not fall into the Empire's hands. With this firm conviction in mind, Lian Xiao took a deep breath and, as the mechanical Zerg leaped again, he proactively untied the rope around his waist. A feeling of weightlessness instantly enveloped Lian Xiao. The genetic fear of falling made her limbs go limp, but she fixed her gaze fixedly on the Zerg's trajectory. The moment it intersected, her thrusters activated. Hecate, using the boosters, briefly gained air, then collided with the Zerg from below. Lian Xiao locked his lower body firmly with the Zerg, freeing both hands. Amidst the accelerating whirring of air, he grasped the Zerg's legs and calmly chopped them down at the joints. Since the Zerg could use its legs to stand on the cave wall, he simply chopped them off. The collision of alloys, the knife that the reserve unit had described as useless except for its hardness and strength, lived up to the scientific zealot's assessment. Lian Xiao launched his left and right strikes, sending 2 sharp points flying. Lian Xiao then kicked the Zerg's chest and abdomen, using it as a springboard. Holding onto the Zerg's tip, she narrowly clung to the cave wall. She knew full well that the mechanical Zerg wouldn't die so easily. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the sound of climbing could be heard again from below. This time, it was Cesare's gun pointed at it. Sparks of bullets flew in the darkness, and Lian Xiao, sheltered by the sound of gunfire, struggled to approach the Zerg. With her entire weight hanging on her fingers, Lian Xiao could barely feel them, relying solely on willpower to support herself. In the relative darkness, her urge to survive made her even more focused, paying attention to every movement. Even without any mental fluctuations, she could determine the Zerg's exact location. Now, Lian Xiao decisively released her grip once again. After less than a second of free fall, she scrambled to grab the Zerg clinging to the cave wall. The entire mech clung to the Zerg's back like a parasite. Lian Xiao punched its compound eyes, then swung the slicing knife in her free hand again, breaking another pair of tips. The remaining half of the Zerg's legs, unable to bear the weight of Hecate's body, began to slide down the cave wall. The Zerg struggled to shake the mech off, but it was useless. This Zerg, even when it still had self-awareness, was a low-level Zerg. Without wings, its back was its most vulnerable point in combat. As its descent accelerated, Lian Xiao stepped on the Zerg once more to launch itself. Without any support, their freedom of movement in the air was severely restricted. Cesare and Lian Xiao were at a disadvantage in every way. Their only advantage was their ability to adapt. Thankfully, with their mental connection, Lian Xiao and Cesare worked in perfect harmony. After all, even the slightest mistake would have shattered Lian Xiao. After repeating the same process, the mechanized Zerg was left with only a pair of functioning legs. Its pitifully small brain finally began to think, if this continued, it would be the first to fall. With victory in sight, Lian Xiao and Cesare cheered. If they could just sever 2 more legs, no, just one, the mechanized Zerg would pose no further threat, but the mechanized Zerg didn't reappear. The darkness below them was utterly silent. Even if they reached the bottom of such a cavernous height, they would hardly hear anything from their position. It was as if, in the frozen silence, the sound of the metal walls traveled faster than air. Suddenly, dense, interlaced blows echoed, as if more Zerg were crawling up from the bottom. Chapter 188. But Lian Xiao quickly dismissed this idea. If the Empire truly possessed a mechanized Zerg of this magnitude, they would certainly be uneasy keeping them in this alliance stronghold, and there would have been no need to deploy so many mechanized beasts to drive them away. Perhaps the mechanized Zerg's brains finally clicked. I have to say, this tactic was quite effective against Lian Xiao. Unable to locate the mechanized Zerg using mental fluctuations, the dense hammering and overlapping echoes greatly hindered Lian Xiao's ability to determine their true location. I wonder if this is one of the drawbacks of the Ark's over-reliance on mental power, Lian Xiao wondered, closing his eyes and carefully identifying the source of the sound. About 10 meters to the lower left. Cesare reacted faster than Lian Xiao. Ding. 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 Each sound was like a hammer striking at the nerves of Lian Xiao and Cesare. Footsteps echoed from all directions, the mechanized Zerg cleverly changing direction as they approached. 5 meters. Cesare whispered, tightening the ropes on the fuselage again. Lian Xiao was under even greater pressure. The Hecate was better suited to wall-based combat than the winged serpent, and the dormant red dragon, suspended in the air, also needed someone to watch over it. With only 2 meters remaining, and Lian Xiao able to discern a vague outline, Cesare launched his attack as planned. He lowered the high-strength rope to its limit and, like a swing, slammed into the Mecha Zerg. Acting purely on combat instinct, Cesare used the kinetic energy of the swing to thrust his sword into the Mecha Zerg. The Mecha Zerg's instinctive roar gave away its position. It turned furiously, attempting to tear into its ghostly attacker. Cesare, unwilling to fight, swung back to his starting point using the rapidly shortening rope. Hiding was pointless. The mechas were scrambling upwards. Only then did Lian Xiao see that the pounding noises were coming from nothing but 2 half-dead mechas. Their modified bodies were equipped with organs capable of moving along the smooth cave walls, strung together by their legs, using the sound to confuse Lian Xiao and Cesare. Lian Xiao's eyes lit up at the sight of the 2 mechas. What else could this be but a ready-made landing area provided by the enemy? The mechas, with only 2 remaining legs, were noticeably more cautious, constantly shifting positions across from Lian Xiao, climbing higher. If they continued to climb from below, this cunning and daring human would try every possible means to get close. Now, out of her reach and high above, the mechas didn't believe Lian Xiao could fly. Lian Xiao snorted. She didn't have time to waste with the mechas. Lian Xiao had already lost count of how many fights she fought today, both large and small. She still hadn't recovered from the pain of her ruptured mental pathways. Clinging to the cave wall, constantly on guard against the mechanized Zerg attacks, she was effectively sapping her combat effectiveness. She was still accustomed to taking the initiative in battle. So Lian Xiao moved. She took a deep breath, exerted force with her arms, and hoisted herself upright. The Hecate, a relatively lightweight mecha, flipped with incredible agility, smoothly maneuvering to land on its pointed fulcrum. A thud echoed through the cave as Hecate actually leaped off the wall. Hecate's explosive power lifted Lian Xiao high, briefly freeing her from gravity, the mechanized Zerg seemingly within reach. But before she even leaped halfway, the mecha began to fall. It seemed Lian Xiao had overestimated Hecate's jumping ability. Her parabolic trajectory would have missed the red dragon's rope. At that moment, Cesare once again lengthened the rope to descend, narrowly catching the falling Lian Xiao. The rope contracted upward, the weight of the 2 mechs causing the swing to intensify. Cesare thought Lian Xiao's idea was insane. If anything went wrong, she would be buried in the cave, with no chance of recovery. But it was precisely this aspect of Lian Xiao that he admired. At the apex of the swing, Cesare laughed heartily and flung Lian Xiao with all his might. Go, Lian Xiao! The air currents brushed against the mech surface, rapidly enlarging the enemy in Lian Xiao's sight. Before she hit the cave wall, she calmly pressed the control button, burning through the last bit of fuel in her booster. She grabbed the Zerg exoskeleton. I got you, Lian Xiao whispered. The high-strength rope tied around the winged serpent's waist crackled under the strain of repeated twists and turns. She had no chance of moving with the rope or the booster. This battle with the mechanized Zerg was a matter of life or death. The mechanized Zerg roared, scrambling erratically left and right, attempting to shake off Lian Xiao's grip on its exoskeleton. Hecate was slammed against the cave wall. Lian Xiao grunted, instantly bending his legs and kicking, grabbing the mechanized beast horizontally. The mechanized beast served as a natural support for her. Hecate straddled the mechanized beast and pulled the trigger. In the blink of an eye, the mechanized Zerg's compound eye shattered, its pain-sensing nerves removed. This minor injury didn't stop it from lunging at Lian Xiao. A second before colliding with him, the muzzle of its gun pierced another compound eye. Bang! The mechanized Zerg was knocked back. Losing sight, it could have sensed Lian Xiao by the subtle vibrations of the wall, but the two mechanized beasts it had dragged along clouded its judgment. Lian Xiao seemed to vanish, then seemed to be everywhere around it. Run! The mechanized Zerg, coming to its senses, attempted to abandon the mechanized beast and flee. At this point, the offense and defense had reversed, with Lian Xiao in hot pursuit. She wouldn't allow her only chance to finish the mechanized Zerg to slip away. Lian Xiao grabbed the Zerg's legs as they tried to escape, pulling them towards her like a tug-of-war. Then, with a small leap, she landed on the Zerg's back and delivered a flurry of blows to its head. Adrenaline flooded Lian Xiao's mind, oblivious to the imminent danger of falling. Her muscles contracted and stretched vigorously, unleashing an unprecedented force, nearly severing the connection between the mechanized Zerg's head and torso. Blood coursed through her veins, and Lian Xiao, despite the dizziness, managed to chop off the last two tips of the mechanized Zerg as it gradually lost its resistance. The knife and the mechanized Zerg fell together, engulfed in darkness in an instant. Lian Xiao wiped her face in the core module, only to discover her combat suit was practically drenched with cold sweat. She felt like she'd been pulled out of water. The fear of heights belatedly washed over her, and Lian Xiao clung to the mecha, gasping for breath. Her physical and mental strength had reached their limits, and she no longer had the energy to shift into a safer position. Thankfully, they had won. The surveillance camera, faithfully recording the entire situation, froze. Only Cesare, who had narrowly escaped death and was now chattering, saw the scene captured by the camera. Red dots appeared on both the rope and the mecha. The laser fired. Even on the other side, the instructor, who had been constantly reporting the students' coordinates, was stunned. 2 of the 3 dots had vanished in an instant. A few seconds later, the remaining one, like the previously lost student, began to move rapidly, even out of range of their base. The tyrant interrupted the instructor's report, continued down. She had also temporarily lost contact with Lian Xiao. There were many possibilities, but she didn't believe the worst was the one. If the organization behind the stronghold had a method for transferring personnel long distances, then if they went down now, they might still find clues. As soon as the words left her mouth, a fierce flame ripped through the floor and exploded before them. The stronghold controllers directly blew up the lower floors, brutally erasing all traces. Good, excellent. Susera chuckled in anger, her rapidly growing rage burning in her chest. The S-Class Ark's intense and unrestrained emotions impacted everyone present, and every instructor felt the tyrant's murderous intent. From the information transmitted periodically through the connection, Susera and Lian Xiao agreed that the culprit was the Empire. Zhao Liqing and the others had been transferred to a third-party control area. Where would Lian Xiao and the others be transferred to? The answer was obvious: the Empire. Susera whispered, interesting. She was acutely aware of the intention behind the fuss over separating some of the members of the Alliance. If other students were in danger, the rescue team would have a duty to immediately dispatch, potentially relocating the tyrant. If they were right, they were planning to leave Cesare behind, focusing all their attention on rescuing the closest student. However, they never imagined that Cesare would follow them. The Empire was fearful, trying every possible means to divert her, preventing her from arriving immediately. Susera, please connect me to Gu Mian. This? The instructor hesitated. This is against the rules. Susera raised his hand and called directly. Instructor, He knew Yin Mingling wasn't around, and no one could persuade the tyrant. Your son and Red Dragon are in Imperial hands, and have been transferred to the Imperial-controlled area. Susera said straight to the point. You know what this means. Gu Mian on the other end of the line suddenly stood up, leaving behind a room full of high-ranking officials, and hurriedly pushed open the door. His voice remained calm. When did this happen? I'd do anything you ask. The tyrant wouldn't have contacted him if he hadn't been useful. Just now. I need to enter the Imperial-controlled area and help me stop those old fogies. Okay. Gu Mian agreed immediately, adding, if necessary, I'd like to ask you to give up. Give up, Red Dragon. He didn't finish his words, but Gu Mian knew clearly that his position didn't warrant such words. If anyone overheard, he would surely be severely criticized by the Lancaster faction. After a pause, Gu Mian asked, how many people are you planning to bring into the Empire? Just me. Members of the First Alliance Army's large squadron have disappeared in the Alliance-controlled area. This news, no small matter, spread throughout Starlink headquarters, reaching all the top military brass. If they could even leave students on Alliance territory, one could only imagine the depth of infiltration the forces behind them have already undertaken into the Alliance-controlled area. Frida whispered the news to General Tkachev. Due to his duties at Section 26, General Tkachev was one of the first high-ranking officials remaining in the Starlink area to learn. There's another piece of news, Frida said. No one can stop Susera. It looks like she's heading for the Empire. The Empire? General Tkachev repeated, pondering for a moment. That possibility certainly can't be ruled out. Another officer leaned forward, clasped his fingers together in a downward gesture, and tentatively asked, since the suspect might be in the Empire's hands, should we seize this opportunity? Suspect was the common nickname used by the young officers, who had voluntarily gathered around General Tkachev to refer to the suspected messenger. Letting Lian Xiao die at the hands of the Empire would both silently eliminate the Alliance's hidden threat, and allow them to exploit the situation, and shift the blame onto the Empire. No. Major, we won't do that. General Tkachev refused without hesitation. Having risen to such a high position, General Tkachev should be familiar with these tactics, but the justice of a trial lies in its adherence to justice in both substance and procedure. Even if Lian Xiao were to die, it wouldn't be in such a despicable way, allowing a young man to die in a foreign land without explanation. General Tkachev thought silently. At least Fu Mingguang died a hero. The officer, with a look of shame on his face, saluted and withdrew. What about the tyrant? Frida wanted to ask whether to intervene. Susera had truly intruded into the Imperial zone, and the aftermath would be difficult to quell. The tyrant held the rank of general. The military brass had stormed into the Imperial-controlled zone. Even though the area was nominally Alliance territory, the Empire could easily interpret it as a declaration of war against the Empire. Let her go. General Tkachev stood up, holding his knees. This is her responsibility as a teacher. The Alliance-controlled zone was in chaos. A man in a skullskin jacket lay on the ground, his body covered in burn marks. His prosthetic eye had fallen out of its socket, and was rolling around on the ground. The man retrieved the prosthetic eye, pressing it back into its socket without a care in the world. This allowed him to see the direction the aircraft had departed. The man spat at the aircraft, his vicious expression frozen. The news that the tyrant had hijacked the aircraft and fled alone erupted in a frenzy of violence across the Alliance. Who wouldn't want to kill the legendary tyrant and achieve fame? Every conceivable and unimaginable method of attack was unleashed. With the aircraft as its center, the Alliance region erupted in a daytime display of fireworks greater than ever before. The Alliance soldiers were completely unable to contain the situation. Fire was everywhere, and any damage inflicted on the aircraft was met with a sea of cheers. Gong Sunhong was among the emergency team dispatched, quickly dispatching 2 thugs who attempted to knock the aircraft down with a swarm of drones. He tugged at his teammates. What are you standing there for? Oh, his teammates realized. The thugs hadn't really cared about the Alliance's presence, treating them like nothing. But, are we really going to take action? So far, they hadn't received any orders to address the tyrant's actions. No one could figure out whether they were trying to rein in the thugs or stop Susera as well. But one thing was certain, the tyrant didn't need their assistance. The source of the chaos was a vacuum of at least 100 meters around the aircraft. Once even the most ferocious thugs entered this area, they would turn on each other, dying in various bizarre accidents. The hatch opened, revealing a figure in combat fatigues. The wind ripped at Susara's hair. She leaped 100 meters into the air, yet she leaped with a lightness that felt like she had escaped gravity. The moment she stepped out of the hatch, the strange field surrounding the aircraft suddenly disintegrated, and countless gun barrels were refocused on the rapidly descending figure. The ferocious, cyan mecha shook the earth. Main attack type 9 phase diagram. This mecha, adorned with intricate patterns, had been criticized for its design rather than its combat effectiveness. But after Susera piloted it once, all criticisms vanished. The aircraft was still too slow, even Xiao Gu Chanfeng couldn't wait. The 9-phase diagram raised its hand lightly, effortlessly severing the web of artillery fire. It was hard to imagine a mecha moving so smoothly and lightly. The thugs couldn't keep up with the speed at which their guns adjusted their guns. Any who tried to approach the 9-phase diagram were sent flying by the metal structure the tyrant kicked open. No one can defy the tyrant's will, all obstacles will be crushed. A teammate gasped, solemnly saying, "I'm beginning to be thankful the tyrant was born in the alliance. This is the result of the tyrant holding back." Gong Sun Hong murmured. In just a few minutes, the tyrant, piloting the 9-phase diagram, cleared a straight line through the alliance-controlled zone, on the verge of entering the Empire's effective control. In the distance, the Imperial army stood guard at the border. A dense swarm of drones rose, forming a wall in the air. On the map, the icons of artillery shells locking onto the 9-phase diagram overlapped several times. A seraph ascended, its pilot warning Susera, "Sir, do not proceed any further. Your entry into Imperial territory will be considered a violation of the precious peace between the two nations. The Empire dares to secretly transport seraphs to the Starlink zone. Why should I be afraid?" Susera raised an eyebrow. "If I say no, what can you do to me?" Chapter 189. The seraph pilot hesitated. For the Imperial mecha, Susera was certainly a formidable opponent. But Tyrant had been confined to the academy for years, perhaps having long forgotten what it was like to fight on the battlefield. He certainly had the strength to fight Tyrant. The seraph mentally prepared himself for battle, only to see the 9-phase diagram flash before him. How could a main attack type without flight leap so high? The pilot, startled, quickly activated the firing function at the end of the steel insect leg to fire back. Susera didn't even try to dodge. The 9-phase diagram delicately adjusted its stance before falling, grabbing the insect leg, which was condensing with flames. The bullet grazed the 9-phase diagram and shattered a nearby building. At the same time, Susera arched his back and raised his knees. The intense pain from the blow to his soft abdomen made the pilot gasp for air, and he instinctively curled up in the core module. Unexpectedly, with one successful strike, Susera distanced himself from the Seraphim, and upon landing, he sped towards the border. The Empire, fearing Susera's defeat, deployed every drone in the Empire's territory. S-class arcs could invade and control the enemy's mind, but they were powerless against drones obeying orders. The drone array's firepower was enough to rip the 9-phase diagram into a sieve. The drone's muzzle swung silently, leaving the Alliance soldiers in the distance stunned. Was the tyrant planning to withstand the bombardment alone? The Seraphim rallied its forces, swooping down from high above like a hawk, and lifted the 9-phase diagram aloft. The air was the Empire's mecha's home turf. The 9-phase diagram's throat, chest, abdomen, and mechanical legs were locked from behind by the insect legs, immobilizing it. The insect legs tightened, squeezing the mecha, gradually deforming it. "Thank you." The Seraph pilot thought his ears were failing. How else could he hear the tyrant's words of thanks? The 9-phase diagram, imprisoned and motionless, suddenly moved. Susera manipulated the 9-phase diagram, as if it were shrinking. Its mechanical arms, with a strange curvature, emerged from the gap. Then, aiming casually, 3 ordinary bullets flew out in a triangle formation. Suspended in midair, there shouldn't be any fulcrum, but as he fired, Susera pushed against the Seraph's abdomen, using its insect legs as leverage to rotate. The entire mech broke free and faced the Seraph head-on. Onlookers couldn't understand what was happening. The Seraph spread its wings, enveloping the 9-phase diagram, obscuring any view from the outside world. At that moment, the drone array launched its attack. "Stop! Stop!" The Imperial officer rushed to the control console. Didn't he see the drone attack might affect the Seraph? The technician sweated profusely beside them. The drone swarm recognized the attack and automatically zeroed in on the Enneagram. Who could have imagined that in less than a second, the Seraph would suddenly spread its wings and embrace the Enneagram? Sparks streamed across the sphere in the air, illuminating several city blocks. At this moment, there was no need to look up at the sun. The newborn sun rushed through the drone swarm under their tearful gaze, detonating drones one after another. The light was so intense that it was impossible to see directly. The charred Seraph tumbled to the ground, having sustained all the damage, its wings completely shattered. The Enneagram, intact, stood up, and Susera kicked the dying pilot in the face. The invasion of the mental pathway took only a moment, although the Imperial insect-shaped mecha's mental strength was a little more troublesome than she had imagined. It took the tyrant less than a minute to cross the border. Walking through the blazing, falling sparks, she said indifferently goodbye. Lian Xiao opened her eyes, surrounded by darkness. At first, she was too oblivious to realize she was still on the field. She felt light and airy, her muscles limp and powerless. Then, a headache and the discomfort of exhaustion washed over her. Lian Xiao could no longer hold on, doubled over, and retched violently. Thankfully, the food had been mostly digested, so she didn't vomit anything. Lian Xiao, are you okay? The vomiting had actually brought her back to consciousness. As Lian Xiao wiped his mouth, he heard Cesari's voice in the restored Tower of Babel, and he patted his back. Lian Xiao pressed his temple. The last thing he saw before he lost consciousness was the shrinking hole. Someone in the dark shot through the high-strength ropes, and the mechanical beast, and she and Gu Chanfeng fell into the abyss. I jumped down right after you guys. Damn, I was so scared, Cesare said, noticing Lian Xiao's confusion. Once his nerves eased, he couldn't stop talking, spilling out the entire story. Lian Xiao learned from Cesare that the passageway connecting to the abyss ended in a soft structure similar to a buffer net. When he reached the bottom, he saw the two unconscious people clinging to the buffer net, motionless. Or was it he who had somehow managed to cut the buffer net and carry them here? Only Cesare could do was find a hidden position and wait for them to wake up. Lian Xiao, here. Haven't left the base yet? Cesare nodded. From the details, it was clear that this was also part of the cyborg base. But Lian Xiao said, her words faltering. She found it incredible that the organization behind the cyborgs had gone to such great lengths to move them here, and yet they didn't take action against them immediately? This didn't make sense. Cesare also said, I observed carefully. This stronghold is deserted. Lian Xiao's condition had already been poor, and now her mind was even more confused. Clearly, the Empire wouldn't be so kind as to abandon them here. This only proved one thing. Her previous assumptions were wrong. Deprived of energy, her brain faltered like rust. Lian Xiao could only put the matter aside for the time being. She unpacked a tube of nutrient solution and, while gritted her teeth, she discussed the next steps with Cesare. The positioning systems of her and Gu Chongfeng's mechas had been damaged in the fight, and the military couldn't locate them. If Cesare hadn't resolutely cut the rope and jumped down after them, even if they died in the Imperial Zone, no one would have known. Thinking of this, Lian Xiao cast a grateful look at Cesare. But her taste buds, just beginning to work, tasted the nutrient solution, and she couldn't help but gag at Cesare. Cesare rubbed his face in grief. Could it be that his appearance had turned Lian Xiao off? He was heartbroken. After the discussion and rest period, unexpected good news arrived. The long-dormant red dragon had activated. Cesari's eyes welled with tears. God knew how exhausting it was to drag and pull one mech after another. Now that his good brother had regained mobility, he could finally rest. Gu Chanfeng leaned weakly against the wall. The red dragon had only recovered 30% of its function, but it was certain it wouldn't hold back and keep up with Lian Xiao and the others. He and Cesare bumped fists, then, using the cover of darkness, grasped Hecate's mechanical hand. Perhaps because Gu Chanfeng hadn't yet fully connected to the red dragon, he exerted greater force than usual to sense the outside world. Lian Xiao felt as if his entire hand was locked in his grip. Lian Xiao's fingertips twitched in the core module, but didn't move. I kept my promise, Gu Chanfeng whispered. The promise meant Gu Chanfeng would no longer risk himself, and wouldn't rely on breaking Red Dragon's bonds to counter the Milky Sea Project's drugs. A strange feeling welled up in Lian Xiao's heart, but the situation was urgent, so she couldn't dwell on it. She could only hum and say businesslike, "Thank you for your hard work." Gu Chanfeng pinched her fingertips and replied, "Not hard at all." Cesare counted his weapons and stood up impatiently. "Then let's set off now." Their target, the Imperial Squad, the Alliance-controlled area, was in such chaos, it wasn't surprising they encountered considerable danger in the Imperial sector. Not to mention, Cephas, who was watching from the shadows, had a fierce eye on Red Dragon and Gu Chanfeng, and there was no telling when he would strike. Under these circumstances, it was simply unrealistic for them to return to the Alliance zone on their own. However, there was another way to contact Tyrant and the Alliance, temporarily ensuring their safety: the ongoing live broadcast of the finals. The IBs surrounding the Imperial team were operating normally. The missing contestant appeared in the Imperial team's camera feed, allowing Tyrant and the Academy instructors to enter the Imperial area under the pretext of ensuring student safety. Near the ground exit of the stronghold, Lian Xiao, guarded by Gu Chanfeng and Cesare, submerged in her sea of consciousness. She could use her mental power to locate the Imperial team. After severing her mental channel last time, Lian Xiao drank mental stabilizers for a full week before gradually recovering. Lian Xiao's mental power was low now, so she needed to use it sparingly. At Cesare's expectant gaze, Lian Xiao shook his head. The Imperial team wasn't nearby. It seemed they would have to come to the surface and try their luck wandering around the Imperial district. The three of them, fully alert, emerged from the base. Sunlight streamed down on Hecate's surface. After several hours in the base, Lian Xiao felt a bit dazed by the sight of natural light. If only the military had equipped us with SAPs, Cesare muttered. The three mechs were still too conspicuous. Lian Xiao knew the abbreviation for the Military Universal Mech Portable Device. She had only a vague understanding of the specifics, but when the teacher explained it in class, she automatically understood SAP to mean a space bag used to hold mechs. Without this technology, many infiltration missions for mech soldiers would be difficult to complete. But in the Mech League, the military didn't yet need to issue SAPs to each contestant. Luckily, the surrounding area was quite deserted, otherwise the three mech pilots would have been immediately spotted by the residents of the Imperial District. What they didn't know was that, from one hidden surveillance camera in the building to the next, every move of the three was under CFAS's control behind the screen. Number 2 has confirmed recovery has reached approximately 30%. Unrelated personnel have entered Block 101A and have been cleared. Number 1 and 2 are expected to enter Block 101A in 10 seconds. Around CFAS, several people dressed as researchers relayed reports in an orderly manner, clearly professionally trained. CFAS said nothing, tapping the screen to draw a path in front of Number 1, Lian Xiao, and Number 2, Gu Chanfeng. The assistants understood his message and issued concise and efficient commands one by one. The team set to work, turning CFAS's vision into reality. The great Imperial Mecha Master CFAS rarely spoke, preferring to immerse himself in his own world. The last time his assistant saw him speak, it was on behalf of the Emperor, suggesting the torture and execution of traitors who leaked information about Imperial mechas. Only mechas and the torture of traitors could inspire CFAS to condescend and return to the real world. Though the buildings in the Imperial-controlled area resembled those in the Alliance area in appearance and materials, their atmosphere was vastly different. The air in the Alliance area was filled with a vibrant and violent atmosphere. Graffiti on the walls slammed the Alliance president and senior military officials. The occasional down with the Emperor declaration in the Imperial area was met with deep dismay, and someone scribbled a message praising the Emperor beneath it. "There's someone ahead," Cesare, walking in front, warned. This was the first time they had encountered living people in the Imperial area in several minutes, and it turned out to be a group of heavily armed thugs. Cesare acted decisively and charged forward. Prioritize finding the Imperial team, and end this quickly. The leader barely uttered a grunt before a winged serpent punch sent him flying, his fully equipped body slamming heavily to the ground. Unenhanced humans, no matter how sophisticated their weapons, would be no match for mecha soldiers. However, the remaining personnel scattered along the street, skillfully attaching some kind of device to the walls. By the time Cesare and Gu Chanfeng gave chase, they felt paralyzed the moment they entered the street, slowing down. If Gu Chanfeng hadn't quickly dragged Cesare away, the thugs would have taken advantage of their paralysis and swarmed over them, using their superior numbers to hunt them like elephants. "Go this way." The three of them turned onto a nearby street. The thugs stood still, not pursuing them. The route CFAS had drawn became reality. Each seemingly casual line he drew perfectly guided Lian Xiao and the other two to avoid the Imperial squad on the move and the tyrant advancing. Not only did he simultaneously predict the movements of all three parties, he also had a precise understanding of Lian Xiao's mental perception range. The Imperial district became a chessboard, the pieces fighting and struggling, believing they controlled their fate, unaware of the immense shadow looming above. The third time they encountered an interception, Lian Xiao sensed something was amiss. It couldn't be her imagination. Each time the enemy's actions were more like repelling them than attacking them. Instantly, Lian Xiao recalled the enemy's attacks throughout the stronghold. Coercion and inducement were more important than damage, a style reminiscent of the same individual. The solution was simple. They couldn't be led around by the nose anymore. They couldn't just hide. Lian Xiao pondered, did the Imperial team know about CFAS's plan? She tended to be aware of CFAS's interest in Red Dragon and Gu Chanfeng, but she wasn't sure of the specifics. The problem suddenly became simpler. Although their forced transfer to the Imperial zone put them in a dangerous situation, making it almost impossible to ignore the fact that it was still competition time, From the Imperial team's perspective, the finals were a matter of Empire honor. The appearance of 3 underperforming competitors alone was a godsend opportunity to eliminate the Lian team. 3 against 7, she wasn't sure she could win. Lian Xiao took a deep breath, but regardless, safety was paramount. Number 1, and Number 2 suddenly strayed from their route. The Imperial staff exclaimed in surprise. They were running towards the center, and they even blew up a house. Not only one innocent house was damaged, but Lian Xiao and the other 2 seemed to have too much ammunition. They blew up any house they disliked, even illegal vehicles. Those living in the Imperial zone were no pushovers, chasing Lian Xiao and the other 2 to vent their anger, and the commotion grew louder and louder. Number 1 and 2 enter the central area. There's too much traffic here. We can't clear it, the staff member said hesitantly. Cephas was silent. Then he raised his hand and crossed out Number 1. The assistant announced the new mission: kill Lian Xiao. Chapter 190. Killing Lian Xiao, or bringing him to the brink of death, was part of the deal. Imperial Cephas wanted Red Dragon and Gu Chongfeng's data, while the Lancaster faction of the military coveted the item that appeared in the third-party controlled zone. Protozoa. A brand new protozoa, scattered across the interstellar space. Over half a century since the Alliance's founding, it has only possessed 3 protozoa. Some factions within the military have long coveted new protozoa. Due to the Atria peace agreement, obtaining new protozoa through open force is no longer possible. Currently, the protozoa hiding in a corner of the third-party controlled zone are the only possible protozoa. The problem is that the protozoa's mental energy fluctuations in a dormant state are weak, making them impossible to track with the military's current means. Even a dormant protozoa might not respond to the calls of ordinary Zerg. But there is one exception. Lieutenant General Lancaster wants to use Lian Xiao to locate the protozoa. Trading Red Dragon and 2 cadets for a 4th protozoa is a highly profitable deal. General Tkachev wasn't the only one among the military brass who knew of the problems with Earth's survivors. Using everything, transforming everything into a means of advancement, Lieutenant General Lancaster's goal was to aid the Lancaster family's upward climb. Cephas waved his finger again, circling a member of the Imperial team. Both parties were very satisfied with this deal. Lieutenant General Lancaster readily agreed to add a bonus in addition to the Red Dragon. Now it was time for the Empire to deliver on its promise. The chaos deliberately created by Lian Xiao and the other 2 naturally caused quite a stir. As Lian Xiao had predicted, after they barged into the central area, the people who seemed calculated to obstruct them vanished. However, it's also possible that the number of people genuinely intent on killing them increased. Lian Xiao couldn't tell. Innocent bystanders, whose illegal activities had been destroyed, shouted, "Kill these people." The Imperial District was teeming with criminal talent. Someone threw several balls in the direction of Lian Xiao and his companions running. They exploded upon contact, leaving countless tiny metal fragments scattered across the ground. These seemingly harmless pieces actually grew into flesh upon contact with any living thing, burrowing deep enough to explode again. The 3 mechas' mechanical legs inevitably stepped on these gadgets, and several unfortunate pursuers had their legs blown off by their modified weapons, which didn't distinguish between friend and foe. The attackers then engaged in internal fighting, further escalating the chaos. After running through countless streets and blowing up countless houses, Lian Xiao exclaimed in delight, "I found the Imperial team." She channeled her mental energy into the Imperial team's mental channel, then turned and ran in another direction. Enemies. The 6 members of the Imperial squad simultaneously felt their mental channel being triggered. It was Lian Xiao. The thought crossed their minds. Although it was only once, the Imperial squad had memorized Lian Xiao's mental power, and would not make a mistake. The viewers in the live stream watched as the Imperial squad simultaneously looked in the same direction, then simultaneously stopped their attacks, and took off into the distance. Oh my god, the Imperial squad is so coordinated. How did they achieve such perfect sync? It's a shame the mental connection and communication can't be heard by outsiders. They're no longer coordinated, they look creepy. The Imperial squad feels like robots without self-awareness. I give up. The competition hasn't repaired the Alliance's IB yet? It's almost been 2 hours. At least there's news that the Alliance's first army was eliminated by the Alliance. The strange thing about this whole thing is that not only was the Alliance's IB broken, but it's also said that the Tyrant was operating alone in a flying vehicle, see attached JPG. Holy crap, that's the boss. Do you have connections in Starlink? Great, we're online friends, so rounding it off, we have connections in Starlink too. I compared this image of the aircraft. The surrounding area isn't where the United Forces entered the base, but rather closer to the edge of the actual control zone. Could something have happened to the United Forces? Boss, who posted the image, are you still around? Any updates? User muted. From a distance, Cesare used his telescopic system to capture the Imperial squadron moving through the air. The biggest concern was half resolved, and now it was time to consider the next issue. How could 3 men with low health fight 7 intact Imperial mechs? Lian Xiao clutched his gun, gazing at the sky. I don't know. Angels descended. When the 7 Imperial mechs spread their wings across the sky, they were enough to obscure the blazing sunset. The buildings in the Imperial district seemed dwarfed by the Imperial mechs' feet. If they chose, they could easily slaughter the criminals and traitors hiding in the buildings. At this point, the mental clues were cut off. Lian Xiao must have gone into hiding. A wide-ranging overhead search hadn't found her. Spread out the search, Francois communicated through his mind. He then, through an additional mental connection, instructed the 7th team member to proceed to the remaining area. Olan, the 7th team member, obeyed silently, reminding Francois and Teresa before leaving what their top priority was. Trouble. 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 The 6 members of the Imperial team shared a common thought. After the demise of the Mirror Palace incident, Olan later joined them. He hadn't had time to undergo the mind fusion surgery, and was only allowed to connect with Francois Therese. Francois had to relay every order twice. But it seemed that Olan was highly respected by Cephas, so the 6 dared not provoke him. A power angel landed, and the surroundings became eerie and quiet. Every house had its doors and windows closed. The setting sun painted everything a yellow hue, stretching shadows. The power angel flew and climbed, mostly because its teammates argued in their minds about how to search. As they turned the corner, a figure suddenly leaped onto the power angel's back with lightning speed and shot it in the head. It's Lian Xiao. Due to the mecha's structure, the back of the power angel is a natural blind spot, but its various combat habits allow it to instantly lock onto its enemy. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream instantly recognized Hecate and burst into tears of joy. Ah, it's Sister Lian. Sister Lian is okay. I'm so scared. Wow. I'm so worried something might happen to the members of Team Lian. They're the most skilled young men in our village. Wait, Lian Xiao alone? Where are the others? As if responding to the barrage, 2 more mechas descended from the sky, suppressing the power angel's violent throws, attempting to fly. 3 against 1. This was the outcome Lian Xiao had hoped for by choosing to remain hidden. Only by splitting up the Imperial team would they have a chance of victory. But quickly, they had to finish off this power angel before the other Imperial mechas arrived. Lian Xiao kneed the power angel in the back of the head, sending it reeling and dazed. With both hands, Lian Xiao plunged the knife deep into its eye socket. The Archangel's pilot struggled desperately to take flight, but once Lian Xiao was aloft, she was helpless. But Lian Xiao pinned the insectoid mech's head to the ground, its 2 mechanical arms restraining him like reins. The 3 mechs launched their attacks simultaneously. Gu Chanfeng used Lion's Roar to saw through the base of the Archangel's left wing, while Cesare thrust his sword into the right. His blade, slender and long, easily split the armor protecting the wing's base, piercing the entire wing. Lian Xiao, stepping on the Archangel, slid from head to tail. Gunfire rang out continuously, each shot hitting the same spot. That spot was... Offstage, Mu Yunhan narrowed his eyes. He had never fought against Imperial mechs, but he had practiced with the Tianjita system. He could tell at a glance that Lian Xiao's repeated firing was the theoretical location of the Zerg brain. But the bug-shaped mecha wasn't a true Zerg after all. Would Lian Xiao's actions be effective? These injuries were insignificant to the Power Angel. Only Gu Chanfeng and Lian Xiao inflicted slightly more damage. One nearly severed the Power Angel's left wing, and the other shot landed squarely on the area surrounding the core module. The force suppressing the Power Angel relaxed for a moment, and he seized this opportunity to instantly lift off the ground, judging that the enemy's artillery fire must be scarce, otherwise Lian Xiao wouldn't have discovered the core module's location, and he had only used ordinary bullets. Suddenly, the Power Angel, suspended in the air, froze for a few seconds, then lost its balance as if by a convulsion. He could no longer control his wings like he could move his arms and fingers. A sharp, piercing pain pierced the base of his wings, and through the core module, he could hear a series of explosions. The newly launched Power Angel was spinning downwards. Lian Xiao had already leaped onto the roof, grabbed the Power Angel's wings, and flung it to the ground. A shallow crater was created in the ground. Lian Xiao grabbed its wings, and swung them left and right. The Power Angel traced a semicircle in the air, Before it could even make a sound, the pilot was already knocked unconscious. In a matter of seconds, the Power Angel suddenly flew outward like a pendulum. Gu Chanfeng leaped up and destroyed the Power Angel's core module with a single sword strike. Unsatisfied with his swing, Lian Xiao let go, and the steel wings clattered to the ground. In less than a minute, Lian Xiao and the other two had ended this one-sided brawl. A decisive victory. Xian Zheng curled his lips. The Power Angel Mecha is a little too weak. Mu Yunhe was too lazy to explain to Xian Zheng that it was not that the Power Angel was too weak, but that it fell into Lian Xiao's rhythm from the beginning. Destroying the visual system immediately disrupted the Power Angel's operations, and prevented the Imperial team from learning of the battle situation. Gu Chanfeng and Chezire were responsible for severing the wings, while Lian Xiao likely targeted the core module. Successfully attacking the Imperial Mech completely weakened the Imperial Mech's greatest advantage. Without wings, the Imperial Mech could only be pinned to the ground by an outnumbered enemy. But even he couldn't discern the weapon that blew off the iron wings. Halfway through the match, Francois received the news that his teammates had been eliminated. Like Mu Yunhe, he quickly realized that the Power Angel had been completely blind throughout the entire match. The number of opponents and their movements had been deliberately concealed. Guerrilla warfare. Lian Xiao intended to disperse them and eliminate them one by one. Why? Was it due to a numerical disadvantage, or poor condition? Or was it simply a matter of tactics? Francois wanted to gather the Imperial team, but hesitated. The importance of the finals made him hesitant. Teresa was more decisive than he. Just keep searching. Just as the 5 men accepted, a thought struck her. I take off and search. It was Olan. Before the 5 Imperials could digest the news, he'd taken flight, completely unaware that the 5 minds, now fused together, were filled with hatred for him. Olan didn't search his area. Instead, he headed for the area where the Power Angels had been eliminated. He alternately soared, then circled at high speed over a wide area at low altitude, his sole purpose, to ensure that no moving creature escaped his sight. He indeed achieved this effect. Lian Xiao's heart sank slightly. After eliminating 1 man, they couldn't move very far in such a short time. And with the Power Angel search method, they had no chance of operating without being exposed. Then simply eliminate them. The military must have known their location, and with everyone watching, they were safe. Now, back in the familiar league scene, Lian Xiao only had to think about how to defeat her opponents. If they wanted to catch them, then let them do it. Circling low, Olan finally spotted his long-desired target, a black mech standing proudly on the street, waving its arms at him, arrogant and disregarding him. Noticing Olan's presence, Lian Xiao turned and ran. The whistling wind overhead grew louder. Olan had indeed caught up. Exposing her whereabouts alone wouldn't matter. The Imperial team wouldn't be sure of their numbers, and would be wary of them. All she had to do was cast herself out as bait and capture Olan. Just as the iron bug's legs were about to make contact with Hecate, Lian Xiao rolled forward, seizing the split-second gap in the rapidly changing direction of the roll, firing steadily and rapidly. Bullets filled with fine metal fragments exploded against the Angel of Power. These metal powders clinged tightly to the complex, patchwork steel feathers of its armor, straining to penetrate the alloy and grow inward, destroying the underlying structure of its wings. These were the weapons used by the Imperial District thugs in their pursuit. Gu Chanfeng had collected a handful and taken them with him, finding them crucial in their elimination of the Imperial team. The Angel of Power plummeted uncontrollably several meters. Lian Xiao flipped back to his feet and, with a sweeping kick, sent Olan flying. The Angel of Power slid awkwardly along the ground, dragging its wings along, sweeping over the scattered boxes on the street. As Hecate closed the distance, with a speed too fast for the naked eye to detect, the Angel of Power's damaged wings fell. Then, the remaining wings suddenly split in two, their high-frequency flapping sending dust and fallen leaves flying from the ground. The Archangel, seemingly at a disadvantage, instead of retreating, advanced, catapulting into Hecate. Like a meteorite caught by a celestial body and crashing into the ground, bright sparks erupted from the surfaces of both mechas. The kinetic energy of the speeds collided, and Hecate, with the greater kinetic energy, pushed against the Archangel's inertia. Unknowingly, the ruptured steel wings tightly enveloped Hecate, making it appear from the outside that the two had merged into one. The Archangel took off. Lian Xiao realized she had made a grave mistake. The Archangel's wings could actually split in two. This tiny gap in intelligence caused her to relax after destroying two of its wings, allowing the Archangel to control her. The worst happened, and Lian Xiao was pulled into the air. The Archangel's speed was so high that only a sniper rifle could hit it at this altitude. The iron Zerg gripped Lian Xiao tightly, momentarily immobilizing her. The way it encircled and confined her reminded her of human ribs, connected at the end by Hecate's spine. This association sent a chill down Lian Xiao's spine. And out of sight, a vial of reagent was being injected into Alan's body. The enclosed space formed by the wings trembled, and Lian Xiao's expression changed instantly. The opponent's mental power was surging. It was like a dormant volcano had been awakened, ready to erupt. The excruciating pain of her mental channel being invaded washed over Lian Xiao, and she finally understood that the opponent's original target had been her. And she had no way to escape. The face of the Zerg-like Mecha drooped, resting against Hecate's head, as if by divine mercy. A mental power comparable to that of a Super S-Class assaulted Lian Xiao's already severely damaged mental channels. Countless overlapping and echoing whispers filled Lian Xiao's mind, and the material world receded from her, as if a sharp object had severed the connection between her real self and her conscious self. The less than half of her remaining mental channels snapped one by one, and Lian Xiao was helpless. If pain had weight, her entire body would have been crushed. The pain was more intense than ever before, and her natural tears were no longer under her control. Every cell in her body clamored for an end to this torture. Lian Xiao, limp in the sea of consciousness, collapsed against the solidified surface. The way to escape sounded so tempting. The voice said, "Let me devour you." Chapter 191. Inside the iron wings, the Angel of Power was opening layer by layer. Like a river clam, its hard shell peeling back to reveal its fragile, defenseless flesh. The Angel of Power was lower in rank than the Seraph, and the last thing to be exposed was its core compartment. However, by this point, the alloy sphere was no longer recognizable as a core compartment. Its surface was covered with thick, pulsating blood vessels, beating like a heart. Hecate was stuffed entirely into the open Angel of Power. Consumed? It was fusion, a rebirth. The fusion of blood-related kin could create a more powerful individual. Lian Xiao lay on her back on the surface of her consciousness, her body twitching with pain from time to time, but her mind still retained a trace of clarity. "Let me consume you. You will be freed from this body," the voice continued. Lian Xiao had no idea where it came from, but it was definitely not human. And she had a hunch that the end of agreeing would probably be death, which, in a sense, could certainly be considered a way of freeing herself from the constraints of the body. Consuming means merging. Lian Xiao struggled to wrap his head around it. Real-world fusion, Mecha fusion? The Imperial Mecha was as evil as ever, Lian Xiao thought. The last mental channel peeled off, and Lian Xiao's last connection to the outside world was severed. In an instant, all members of the Lianda team, including Susera, felt the collapse of the Tower of Babel. No, Gu Chengfeng's head buzzed. He and Cesare desperately tried to reach the Angel of Power, and the abhorrent feeling of powerlessness washed over him once again. The thickest main blood vessel clung to Hecate, slowly wriggling like a snake, tentatively squeezing into the Mecha's shell. Lian Xiao was unaware of what was happening in reality. Suddenly, she caught a flaw in the voice's words. Both times, it was trying to lure her into consent. Did this mean that the other party didn't have the ability to forcibly consume her? Severing the mental channel and causing her pain were merely tactics to force her into submission. Lian Xiao raised his hand tremblingly, and gave a struggling middle finger. Get lost. More and more blood vessels latched onto Hecate like blood-sucking worms, thin and thick red lines connecting the two mechas. But the vessels all froze, unable to penetrate the mecha's core defenses. The humans within hadn't surrendered yet. The researchers working for CFAS also observed this. Just as the devouring was about to begin, the data feeds from both mechas froze. The staff member was terrified, unsure what had gone wrong. This devouring experiment had meticulously replicated the exact conditions of the incident beneath the crevasse in the snowy mountain. In the Mirror Palace incident, the Empire agreed to assist the Alliance in a low-key handling of the situation, but only on the condition that they submitted complete footage and eyewitness accounts of the Archangel of Power being devoured by the A-class Zerg. After devouring the Archangel, the A-rank Zerg leaped to A+. This was the first time in human history that a Zerg rating had been observed to rise. How could this not be exciting? If devouring was feasible and controllable, did it mean that mechs could be devoured by the Zerg to produce even more powerful offspring? And could mechs enhance their power through mutual devouring? Everything CFAS knew about mechs was overturned. Both the Alliance and the Empire had been on the wrong track. Humanity could rival the Zerg in power, even surpassing them to become gods. If only the conditions for devouring could be mastered, an identical Archangel mech, even its pilot, had been injected with a psychic shock potion. The Archangel was out of control, but why did it suddenly stop after the devouring began? Furthermore, the staff member reported to Cephas with a trembling voice, not daring to look up at Cephas and his assistant's expressions. His voice gradually sank. S-level mental power has suddenly become undetectable. The surface of the sea of consciousness was empty, a trail of blood stretching to the edge and disappearing. Lian Xiao collapsed, panting. The pain hadn't subsided, but at least she could move. Thinking of that seductive voice and the pain that pierced her bones, Lian Xiao was filled with immense rage, an urge to smash the angel of power to pieces. As she had expected, the excruciating pain subsided after she left the sea of consciousness, but she was trapped in the world of consciousness, unable to reconnect with reality for a short time. Using the rare opportunity to catch her breath, Lian Xiao began to process and sort out the day's events. Her previous inference that the organization behind the cyborgs was connected to Cephas, and even the Empire, had been correct. Their targets, Red Dragon and Gu Chanfeng, also made logical sense. The Empire's initial attempt to drive them away, but its failure to prevent their appearance in the IB, suggests it didn't want to silently eliminate them in the Empire zone. Or perhaps, even the confrontation with the Empire team was a result of the Empire's deliberate actions. Lian Xiao silently ticked this box. Then it made sense that they didn't rush to attack Gu Chanfeng at the base. Perhaps someone had already tampered with them, while she and Gu Chanfeng were unconscious. Lian Xiao had a new question. What was the Power Angel's strange attack method that would only be revealed after she left her consciousness? Since the consciousnesses of all the Empire team members had merged, any captured Empire member would undoubtedly know about it. But none of these conclusions could explain why the Empire intervened in the finals. The Empire, coveting Red Dragon's data and attempting to integrate her mecha, seemed completely unconcerned about the consequences, even ignoring the tyrant's protection. How could the Alliance possibly tolerate the Empire's actions, unless someone in the Alliance condoned or even co-opted these actions? Losing top-tier mecha data would not benefit the military. What had the Empire promised the Alliance that was worth the Red Dragon's data? Lian Xiao clutched her forehead, aching. The more she thought, the more blank her mind became. She had thought General Tkachov would take advantage of the chaos in the Starlink sector to kill her, but now it seemed that killing her was the most straightforward course of action. Lian Xiao took a deep, hard breath, feeling a pressure on her chest that made it hard to breathe. The pain was dissipating, and the mist of the consciousness world gently enveloped her. Lian Xiao couldn't help but think that staying here wouldn't be a bad idea. Escape is always a more comfortable option than facing it. If she stayed in the consciousness world, she wouldn't have the Power Angels to fight her to death, nor would she have to face the turbulent situation. She walked so hard for so long, she was exhausted. Lian Xiao was stunned for a few seconds, then scrambled to her feet. If she'd been accustomed to escaping, she wouldn't have made it this far. One of the valuable lessons Lian Xiao learned while wandering in a foreign land was that problems you avoid will always resurface until you muster the courage to tackle them. Lian Xiao arrived in front of the egg-shaped object that stretched across the sky. She tried, but her consciousness could only reach this far. After staring silently for a few seconds, Lian Xiao, knife in hand, took a deep breath, rushed through the dense shadows, and slashed. The prototype insects of the Alliance, codenamed Keitel, called the sap gushing from the Mother Goddess Divine Revelation. Lian Xiao prepared to receive Divine Revelation again. It was the only way she could think of to break the impasse, though she couldn't be sure whether the information that would flood into her brain would completely overwhelm her capacity. Layer upon layer of dark shadows enveloped her, and Lian Xiao cursed internally, as she saw bulges of fleshy tissue rising from the skin of her arms, their blood vessels clearly visible, as if they were about to burst through the skin and grow out. Something must have happened in the real world. The shadow pulled Lian Xiao's upper body back, her arms rapidly shifting, and she could no longer hold the knife. Seeing the distance between her and the Mother Goddess widening, Lian Xiao threw herself forward with all her might. She scratched with her nails, which were about to be dislodged by the protruding blood vessels, and bit with her teeth. The power of her unbridled desire to survive was terrifying, but Lian Xiao despairingly saw that the giant egg was completely unscathed. The moment her nails broke off, and the blood vessels broke through the skin, blood dripped and melted into the giant egg. The shadow receded like a tide, leaving Lian Xiao, a fish starved of oxygen, coughing violently. She instinctively touched her throat, and surprisingly found that the abnormality in her arm had ceased. A crack appeared on the giant egg. Lian Xiao hesitated for a moment, then caught the slowly falling liquid. Countless pieces of information instantly exploded within her brain. Unlike the last time she forcibly received divine revelation in the snowy mountains, this time the information flowed in waves, arriving only after Lian Xiao's brain had processed one batch. The information contained within was beyond her imagination. What she had received from divine revelation last time pales in comparison to this. Lian Xiao opened her eyes, and she recalled Keitel's metaphor about the longitude and latitude of the universe. She glimpsed a small part of fate's blanket. In reality, blood vessels growing from the Angel of Power's core module practically encased Hecate in a ball, pulsating at a high frequency. After increasing the concentration of the drug injected into Olan's body, the stagnant data finally shifted. The Angel of Power is at 96% fusion. The staff member wiped the sweat from his forehead. The Hecate is at 7% fusion. They had exhausted all their available means, but minutes passed without a chance to breach Hecate's defenses. Gu Chanfeng and Cesare, in a matter of minutes, exhausted all their long-range ammunition, sending the Angel of Power plumes falling. Just then, the progress bar on the screen suddenly rewound, and Hecate's fusion status rapidly returned to 0. The staff member's eyes widened, completely unaware that they had suddenly stood up. The system simulated 2 mechas, and the motionless Hecate suddenly reached out and severed a blood vessel in her chest. What had happened? The first thing Lian Xiao saw when she returned to reality was a dark red. The sticky sensation of the blood vessels and Angel of Power opening was vividly reflected in her sensory organs, making her feel sick and almost nauseous. After a moment of hesitation, the powerful mental force continued to pursue her sea of consciousness. All of Lian Xiao's mental channels were severed, and her sea of consciousness was her last stronghold. But what the opponent didn't expect was that the mental force that surged forward actually shattered against the barrier of the sea of consciousness. He could no longer inflict any pain on Lian Xiao mentally because, as Hecate raised her hand, Olan's mental channels and blood vessels were simultaneously severed. The blood vessels pulsed deep within Hecate, and even if Lian Xiao used both hands to pull them out one by one, it would be too slow. Hecate activated, advancing in the opposite direction. His back collided with the iron insect's legs and wings, but Lian Xiao didn't slow down. He fired continuously, the combined recoil breaking through the blood cocoon's restraints. Vessels ruptured one by one, and a large amount of green blood oozed from the cracks, pouring down like rain on the red dragon's shoulders. Even netizens saw the Angel of Power twitching, and the abnormally colored blood. The next second, the live feed was covered in snow, as the IB tracking the Angel of Power had been artificially destroyed. It was hard to say what Olan had become in the core module. Under the effects of the drug, the deformed tumors on his body glued him to the seat, as if the seat had become part of his blood vessels. With each severed blood vessel, his face twisted a little more. When Lian Xiao was free from all the blood vessels, Olan howled in pain. Desperate to fuse, the blood vessels once again entangled Lian Xiao, but Lian Xiao had already severed the insect legs that formed a cage and ripped open the iron wings. The cocoon shattered, but what emerged was not a fused new life. Hecate, covered in blood, stood on the iron wings, looking down at the blood vessels tumbling beneath her. The fusion experiment had failed. Not only had it failed, but it had also completely exposed the principles of the Imperial Mecha. Lian Xiao couldn't be allowed to return alive. The surveillance officer froze. Just now, Hecate had exchanged a glance with him across the screen as if Lian Xiao knew someone was watching her from the shadows. On the surveillance camera, Hecate performed an incredibly frantic move. Lian Xiao grabbed the blood vessels gushing from the breach and slid down from the highest point. Kate was suspended in midair, but because the blood vessels didn't immediately fall, Lian Xiao used the extended veins as a climbing rope. As she climbed back to the top of the Angel of Power, the 2 veins became entangled between her wings. The same trick was repeated, and the Angel of Power was practically tangled up in its own blood vessels. Gu Chanfeng and Cesare, below, had no idea what Lian Xiao was doing. They only watched as the Angel of Power's wings became immobile, slowly losing balance, and falling like a ball tossed from a high point. Initially, she descended slowly, but Lian Xiao seemed to think the speed wasn't fast enough. She managed to maintain her balance in the high-speed air, aiming her gun at the base of the wing. The barrel heated, shell casings flared, and in just a dozen seconds, she emptied the magazine, reloaded, and fired again, until the base was torn apart. She had said she would smash the Archangel to pieces. The Archangel tried to struggle, but alas, its legs and wings were already sealed. Olan could only try to tie Lian Xiao to the Archangel, letting her fall to her death together. The ground was rapidly closing in on her, and Lian Xiao felt a mixture of calm and fury. She watched the other mechs of the Imperial squad take off, surrounding her from all sides. She saw Gu Chanfeng and Cesare desperately rushing towards where she might fall. The red dragon opened its arms, as if to catch her, completely unconcerned about being crushed himself. At the same time, a missile locked onto her and the Archangel. In the blink of an eye, she would be shattered in midair. The sound of rushing wind, the Imperials attacking, Gu Chanfeng and Cesare firing to protect her, all other sounds faded away. Lian Xiao leaped. The next moment, the force of the explosion pushed Hecate away, sending mechanical parts and blood vessels flying everywhere. Cephas's missile, carefully calculated on a descent trajectory, missed its target, completely killing the Archangel and Olan in the core module. Lian Xiao was pushed even further away by the secondary shockwave. She had long ago planted a time bomb inside the Archangel, just for this moment. However, Lian Xiao dodged the missiles and the Imperials, but not the laws of nature. Hecate was about to fall again, and the mecha's reverse thrust was unable to offset the acceleration. This series of efforts seemed to have only delayed Lian Xiao's death for a few seconds. Just then, a roar was heard. The aircraft was rapidly approaching Lian Xiao. The top of the aircraft opened, and a cyan mecha emerged from the cabin. Accelerating as fast as it could, the strange mech snatched up Hecate. It was still too hasty. Both mechs emitted a toothpicking sound of twisting alloy. Sparks flashed from their mechanical arms and cabins, and the Hecate's momentum nearly toppled the cyan mech along with it. Even then, the other party didn't let go, leaving a deep dent on the aircraft as they pulled Lian Xiao up with all their might. Still trembling, Lian Xiao felt a slap on the head. "You're so capable. Are you so eager to die jumping down?" Susera cursed, feeling unsatisfied, and punched Lian Xiao again. The tyrant truly kept his promise, and fought his way into the Empire zone. In divine revelation, Lian Xiao read a portion of fate. She knew the missile's location, knew the tyrant would appear before her at the last moment, and she only had to persevere until that point. But even with all this knowledge, the moment someone truly came for her, reaching out, Lian Xiao felt a surge of tears. Lian Xiao shook his head. "I know you will hold me back, teacher." Chapter 192. Empire Squad member Olan died. This was the first time a player had died directly during a match since the Mecha League's inception. The audience, the players, and countless eyewitnesses saw the Archangel of Power shattered by a missile. While the competition organizers were still fiercely debating whether to call off the match, Lian Xiao had already leaped from his aircraft and, the moment he touched solid ground, aimed and fired at the Archangel. Having just narrowly escaped death, Lian Xiao unexpectedly chose to engage in battle immediately. This time, Susera was nearby, forcing those who were ready to make a move to restrain themselves. The online comments were already exploding. The live broadcast of the fight between Lian Xiao and Olan was missing, leaving netizens unsure of what happened, but it didn't affect their imaginations. Unexpectedly, just as the boss's tip suggests, Tyrant single-handedly pursued us to the Empire-controlled zone. Did the Angel of Power explode just now? Are the players inside okay? Of course it did, it's all shattered like that. I'm still a little confused. Where did the missile come from? How could they just casually shatter a mech? What kind of terrifying place is Starlink? Help! Could it be the Alliance? Starlink belongs to our Alliance. A little thought tells you it's impossible. Killing an Imperial mech in front of so many millions of viewers during a live finals broadcast? What good would that do to the Alliance? The Alliance is probably the one most eager to get to the bottom of this right now. Brother, I spotted a subtle point. According to the situation, Lian Jie and the Imperial mech should have fallen simultaneously and been hit by the missiles, but Lian Jie jumped and dodged the attack. It's reasonable to suspect that Lian Jie knew someone was trying to eliminate them. Fuck, that makes sense. If Lian Jie hadn't been lucky enough and the tyrant hadn't arrived in time, she would have been killed by the explosion or the fall. It's reasonable to suspect that the other team was actually trying to eliminate Lian Jie. This finals is so weird and dangerous. Only 3 players are visible on Team Lian now, and no one knows where the other 4 are. Team Lian must have been targeted when the IB malfunctioned. Lian Xiao quickly reunited with Gu Chanfeng and Cesare. With the Imperials in the lead, there was no time for sentimentality. Cesare reloaded his magazine and sighed. Damn, this is truly the longest day I ever experienced. Lian Xiao quickly squeezed Gu Chanfeng's hand. The deep-seated fear, anger, and relief he felt after defeating the Imperials rested within him. 3 versus 5. 2 Seraphs charged forward, launching the first attack. Regardless of whether Lian Xiao was Olan's murderer, the Archangel of Power had fallen, and as royal blood, Francois and Teresa had a duty to uphold the dignity of the Empire. At the very least, they had to eliminate Lian Xiao. Teresa opened fire, shielding Francois as he lunged at Lian Xiao. The 3 mechs, fleeing in panic, suddenly separated as the Seraph swooped down. Francois missed, but he quickly braked and swiftly turned. His target was still Lien Xiao, and Cesare, standing beside him, didn't even spare him a glance. As Francois dove again, another thought crossed his intensely focused mind. Where is the red dragon? Instantly, using Teresa's perspective, he saw the red dragon, seemingly lurking on the rooftop, poised for a surprise attack. To the audience, Francois dodged the red dragon's attack as if premonition, continuing his pursuit of Lien Xiao. This was the customary combat style of the Imperial Squad, having undergone a mind meld. They were like 5 separate avatars of a single consciousness, their synergy unmatched by that of a typical Alliance mech squad. At the next intersection, the Alliance squad split up again. Just as Francois thought the enemy was about to resort to a similar tactic, a sneak attack to disrupt his pursuit, Lien Xiao leaped onto the rooftop, instantly colliding head-on with the Seraph. From behind, Cesare, who had previously separated, returned, attempting to snipe the Seraph from a blind spot. But these tactics couldn't escape the audience's bird's-eye view, nor could they escape Francois's. Teresa wasn't in a hurry to join the fray. With her around, Francois could survey the situation from above. Cesare's sniper shot missed the Seraph, nearly hitting Lien Xiao, who scrambled to avoid it. Audience, The synergy between Lien Xiao and the other two was truly unsightly compared to the Imperial twins. The Seraph seized the opportunity and lunged at Lien Xiao, who was still struggling to find his balance. 6 of its iron wings lashed out at him with such force that they could send ordinary main attack wings flying. Lien Xiao stepped back a few steps, the edge of its wings barely brushing against Hecate, who then locked onto the Seraph through her wings. A slam, however, even after the slam was initiated, anyone with even a modicum of physical training would notice something was amiss. Hecate wasn't a power-type mecha, and the Seraph was far heavier. If this continued, Lien Xiao would be the first to lose his balance. Hecate fell straight down, through the rooftop, already blasted by Cesare's sniper fire, and the entire mech crashed into the building. Along with the Seraph, Xi and Zheng and the audience were puzzled. Was this an accident, or had Lien Xiao planned it? The next second, Cesare, across the street, quickly leaped through the cracked roof, while Gu Chanfeng found Teresa, who had urgently descended. It was no coincidence. This was the elimination point Lien Xiao had chosen for the Seraphs. The Imperial mechs relied on their ability to fly, so why not eliminate them before they could take flight? Elsewhere, Gu Chanfeng challenged Teresa in a one-on-one duel. Teresa was no stranger to fighting Gu Chanfeng. In fact, due to Cephas's obsession with the Red Dragon, the Alliance mech the entire Imperial team was most familiar with was the Red Dragon. But today, Gu Chanfeng surprised Teresa. The Red Dragon, whose strength and speed were not at their peak, held the Seraph in check. With every swing of Gu Chanfeng's sword, the lion's roar sealed the Seraph's next move. Most terrifyingly, Gu Chanfeng didn't rely solely on cold weapons. Teresa considered taking flight more than once, but the Red Dragon closed in the next second, preventing one of its wings from unfolding. Gu Chanfeng grasped the iron wing with one hand and slammed his fist into the Seraph's chest and abdomen. The torrent of blows left Teresa temporarily paralyzed with pain, and the Seraph took off at low altitude, only to be kicked away by the Red Dragon, who then slid across its chest like a skateboard until it came to a stop. The Red Dragon, out of form, perfectly embodied the essence of fury and unbridled despair. The lion's roar pierced the Seraph's chest and abdomen. The last thing Teresa saw through the Seraph's visual system was the last glimmer of light reflected from the sword blade. Teresa struggled to replay the quickly concluded battle, having the strange illusion that Gu Chanfeng seemed to predict her every move. Team Empire, Teresa is out. The same thought occurred to the remaining 4 minds. The audience and Xi and Zheng had assumed that the battle between Francois, Lien Xiao, and Cesare inside the building was a closely matched one, but they hadn't expected it to be a one-sided brawl. Francois attempted to use the flexibility of his insected body to break free from the 2 mechs, but Lien Xiao immediately smacked him in the face with a single upper punch. Cesare, unknowingly, had obtained arm-thick chains to bind the iron insect's legs together. If Francois had known anything about Yin Nation's culinary culture centuries ago, he would have noticed that the Seraph's current position resembled a bound New Year pig during Chinese New Year. "You're wasting your energy," Francois said. "This crudely made iron chain is like tofu dregs compared to the strength of the iron bug leg." Lien Xiao used physical force to silence Francois. Then she kicked the Seraph into the hole in the roof, allowing the view through the hole to see its miserable state. 3 Imperial mechas remained. The royal bloodline was bound by her without dignity. Would they come or not? Lien Xiao was too lazy to chase the Imperial mechas one by one and drive them out. She wanted to end the battle quickly. Lian Xiao and Cesare retreated to a corner and listened attentively. A few seconds later, Lian Xiao took a deep breath. Here they come! Even though he couldn't see anything through the roof, Lian Xiao piloted a Hecate through it, thrusting his blade upward to block. There was a metallic hum, and even the heavy blade of the slicing knife trembled violently. Lian Xiao blocked at least 4 insect-legged attacks with a single blade. The Angel of Power Mecha practically crushed Hecate, its entire weight bearing down on her. The roof crept dangerously under Hecate's feet. Lian Xiao gritted his teeth, muscles tensed, but he retreated, inching forward. This can't happen. Hecate isn't a power type. Lian Xiao is being reckless. The audience was in unison. At the same moment, the opposing force suddenly vanished, and the Angel of Power Mecha crashed into the roof due to inertia. Suddenly retracting his strength, Lian Xiao rolled sideways, his left blade slashing at the tip of the wing. The feathers fluttered down, glowing red a few seconds later, and exploded on the roof. Next came the right insect leg's attack. Lian Xiao spun, his shoulder absorbing the Archangel's forward force, and with both hands forcibly deflected the insect leg. Bang! The cannonball fired, striking another newly landed Imperial mech. Right. Lian Xiao let go, sprinted and slid, catching the third Power Angel mech and rolling across the roof. Using the momentum, he slashed the slicer through the Power Angel's chest and abdominal exoskeleton, then kicked it off the edge of the roof. Lian Xiao maneuvered between the 3 Imperial mechs, surprisingly not losing out. Every judgment, every moment of opportunity was impeccably precise. Her foresight was as if she could glimpse fate, as if she were tugging at the threads of destiny and dancing wildly. This was indeed the case. The first divine revelation gave Lian Xiao partial information about the Zerg and gained the ability to speak Zerg. The second divine revelation, the giant egg, revealed her fate. It wasn't so much fate as it was a glimpse into the potential course of fate. It was as if every individual possessed a thread. Changing it, touching it, countless threads could weave together a myriad of possibilities. Lian Xiao could glimpse this, and diligently deduce the possibilities of her choices. But Lian Xiao could only see fate for a short period of time, because she had actively rejected the remaining divine revelation. Gaining power that doesn't belong to you always comes at a price. What is the price of divine revelation? Lian Xiao didn't know yet, but she remained vigilant. The movements of the 3 seraphim were crystal clear to Lian Xiao. In 0.4 seconds, the closest seraphim would pounce, actually coordinating with the other to block Lian Xiao. They would attack with insect legs. In 2 seconds, the third seraphim would climb up. In 5 seconds, Gu Chanfeng would arrive. In 12 seconds, Cesare would detonate the bomb attached to the bound seraphim. All she had to do was to realize her foreseen victories time and again. Red Dragon joins the battlefield. As Lian Xiao's deep-seated teammate, Gu Chanfeng was almost unfazed by her accurate predictions. The Power Angel mech, having finally climbed up, was kicked over again. The Red Dragon's lion's roar chopped off its 2 front legs. Lian Xiao, having flung the enemy aside, found time to fire, each shot hitting a vital component. Even the Imperial mech's elite soldiers felt a sense of despair at this moment. When did the Lianda team become so familiar with Imperial mechs? Accompanied by a loud explosion, the building began to shake violently. 2 blurry shards flashed through the dust and powder, and the Power Angel seized the opportunity to escape. Francois and the others seemed beyond saving. If this continued, the Imperial team would likely be completely wiped out. 3 against 7, they could still lose. The Power Angel pilot shuddered at the thought of Cephas's shadowy face. But the mech, almost blending into the night, once again blocked the Power Angel's path. At this moment, the positions had reversed. The enemy they had considered easily annihilable an hour ago had become the Reaper of Death that would end the Imperial match. Lian Xiao approached, first decisively severing the Power Angel's wings, then stabbing through its core module. She felt the mecha on the blade tremble twice, or perhaps it was just an illusion. The thread trembled slightly, and Lian Xiao didn't need to look back to know that Gu Chanfeng had also eliminated another Angel of Power. The entire Imperial team was eliminated. The building's tenacious survival in such a fierce battle was a miracle. The only remaining piece of the roof was shaky and finally collapsed. Hecate, standing on it, fell to the ground, face up, startling both Gu Chanfeng and Cesare. Gu Chanfeng dodged Lian Xiao aside and frantically checked the core module. Lian Xiao raised a finger and shook it. "I'm fine. Just too tired." Cesare and Gu Chanfeng, who had thought Lian Xiao was injured, breathed a sigh of relief. Cesare plopped down, landing directly on Francois' seraph, head-on with Lian Xiao. He barely had the strength to speak, and managed to mutter, Can San Carlos have a change of heart and forfeit the finals? It's good for us, for everyone. As Cesare spoke, Xian Zheng suddenly realized that half of the teams in the finals had already been eliminated by the league's teams. The current number of reagents. League first, San Carlos second. This meant that the league would win first and runner-up in the league. Xian Zheng clenched his fists, feeling incredibly happy. So many unexpected events had occurred on the first day of the finals that he had almost forgotten it was a league match. Gu Changfeng also lay down beside Lian Xiao. Imperial mechas lay scattered around them, and the rescue team was on their way to clear the area. The tyrant was not far away, and for now, they were temporarily free from the battle and danger, finally enjoying a moment of peace. Gazing out from the lifted roof, the night sky over the Starlink region was surprisingly studded with bright, twinkling stars. Gu Changfeng leaned over and groped for Hecata's mechanical hand in the darkness, closing his eyes contentedly. At least before new challenges and even greater storms arose, they could still hold each other's hands and catch their breath for a moment. Chapter 193. The assistant cautiously watched Cephas's expression. The entire Imperial team was eliminated. For 3 full minutes, no one in the room dared to breathe. Failure. Cephas's meticulously planned mecha devouring experiment had completely failed. Was it the wrong injection, or was there a problem with the chosen devourer? Lian Xiao's mental power level was already the highest among the arcs they could target. If they tried to find an even more elite arc, it might cause tension between the Alliance and the Empire. The assistant knew Cephas well. Perhaps in Cephas's mind, the Imperial team's elimination was less frustrating than the failure of the devouring experiment. He hesitated whether to remind Cephas to think about how to pass the Emperor's test. The Imperial mecha, so highly anticipated by the Emperor, had failed miserably. The assistant's face paled. Could Cephas still command the Emperor's respect as before? The ding of the communication reminder was like a death warrant. The assistant's nerves were strained to the limit, and upon seeing the other person clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief. He whispered, resigned, "Sir, it's the Alliance." Under Cephas's impassive gaze, the assistant bowed and withdrew, leading the roomful of researchers away. The latter, not daring to lose a second, silently and in unison, left. The other party displayed extreme patience, or perhaps anger. The notification chime echoed for several dozen seconds before Cephas extended a finger, mercifully ending the endless noise. A thin projection of a human figure popped up. Lieutenant General Lancaster, holding a cigar between his fingers, unsmothered, said, "Sir, excuse me for reminding you that the link you are responsible for has failed." Cephas remained silent, staring ahead. "Major General Leslie, we delivered on our promises regarding the data from Red Dragon and that kid from the Gu family and the S-rank used for testing. But so far, we haven't seen a single benefit from the alliance you promised." Lieutenant General Lancaster and Cephas were able to maintain a semblance of peace, but Major General Leslie was genuinely anxious. It was common knowledge that Admiral Lei was about to step down, and major changes were expected at the top of the military hierarchy. Leslie had placed all his bets on Lancaster's faction, hoping that obtaining a 4th protozoan would help. "They go to the third-party control zone," Cephas said. But with the tyrant student in this state, Major General Leslie gritted his teeth. How can he sense the protozoan? The original plan was to use the Angel of Power to devour Lian Xiao, forcing him to collapse, and then logically sense the protozoan's location. This was because the Alliance's encrypted report indicated that the only object that would react to external stimuli in a dormant protozoan was an arc on the verge of collapse. The higher the arc's mental power level, the more pronounced the protozoan's reaction. Cyborgs, the Allied forces, mechanical beasts, the Angel of Power, and then the Imperials. Lian Xiao fought tirelessly throughout the day, giving her all in every match. The data analyzer implanted by Cephas during her coma showed that Lian Xiao's mental and physical strength were teetering on the brink of collapse. But Lian Xiao always won, always managing to hold herself together. Now, it's almost certain that she's out of this state of collapse. Major General Leslie's hatred deepened. How could this student tyrant be just like her, a character who didn't meet their expectations? Wouldn't it be better to just die quietly in the Imperial zone, paving the way for the Alliance and the military's development? Cephas said coldly, "We have other plans in the third-party control zone." With that, he pursed his lips, no longer responding to the other party's impotent rage. On the other hand, Vice Admiral Lancaster had a flash of inspiration, and he lowered the cigar he had brought to his lips. "You mean, who will take action?" If so, the tyrant and her students would be caught off guard. Imagining the tyrant's face twisted in shock and rage after acquiring the prototype bug, Vice Admiral Lancaster could finally relax and savor the mellow aroma of his cigar. Lian Xiao slept for 2 hours. When he awoke, it was completely dark, and the surroundings were filled with staff members. Cesare, squatting nearby, noticed Lian Xiao awake and asked if she wanted to get out of the mech for some fresh air. Lian Xiao, thinking that with the tyrant and the rescue team still around, there shouldn't be any danger, emerged from the core module. Gu Chanfeng was still asleep, clutching the Hecata manipulator, sound asleep. The thought of the rescue team watching them slumbering made Lian Xiao want to cover his face. Cesare said, "It's nothing. They tried to carry Francois away, but couldn't wake me, so they had to hang me up first." Lian Xiao, No wonder she woke up to see the winged serpent hanging in midair. Cesare laughed heartily, seemingly finding it amusing rather than embarrassing to wake up his mech upside down. The street where they fought the Imperials was littered with shattered buildings. The rescue team first removed the contestants, then carefully inspected the scene and recovered the mech parts. Not even a tiny part could be allowed to find its way onto the market. Lian Xiao and Cesare squatted side by side. Lian Xiao suddenly thought of the Allied First Army, and wondered if those in the base had made it out safely. A passing rescue worker chimed in, "Don't worry, they got the whole thing out. It's nothing serious." She nodded in the other direction, "Let's worry about the Empire." Another rescue team member was frantically collecting the remains of the Angel of Power and Olan. The scene was quite horrific. The rescue team had confidentiality regulations, but they had never seen anyone like Olan, with flesh and blood covering the entire core module. The worker carefully examined Lian Xiao. She looked like an ordinary girl, crouching on the ground, yawning listlessly. It was impossible to tell that she had single-handedly shredded the Angel of Power and almost single-handedly taken out the other Imperial mechas, the main culprit in the current dispute between the Alliance and the Empire. "You can't judge a person by appearances," the worker sighed. Lian Xiao checked the time. It was a little after 9 in the evening, still a long time before the finals. The only remaining players on the field were the Alliance and San Carlos. Theoretically, if they could eliminate San Carlos, they would secure an early victory. "Where are we going next?" Cesare asked. "We definitely couldn't stay in the Empire zone for long. The Alliance zone was relatively safer. A safer approach would be to return to the Alliance zone to collect reagents and survive until the end of the match." Lian Xiao looked up at the right moment, seeing that Gu Chanfeng would be waking up at that moment. "Go to the third-party control zone. Go to the third-party control zone. Find Zhao Liqing and the others. During the battle with the Angel of Power, the Tower of Babel collapsed once, and after that, Lian Xiao completely lost track of her separated teammates. She didn't know if Zhao Liqing and the others were safe." Lian Xiao thought silently. She was truly worried about Ms. Zhao. Over time, the power she gained from divine revelation diminished somewhat. She still spoke the Zerg language she had mastered fluently. Lian Xiao speculated that her ability to read short-term fate wouldn't completely disappear, but would likely only remain stable, occasionally visible during active observation. Gu Chanfeng emerged from the core module, and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her and Cesare, quickly approaching. From a few steps away, Gu Chanfeng keenly noticed the movement of Lian Xiao's half-lidded eyes, as if trapped in a nightmare. He reached for Lian Xiao's hand without a second thought, and Lian Xiao jolted awake. She rubbed her eyes, and her vision cleared, save for Gu Chanfeng's worried expression. She saw the sudden lucid dream that had struck her for a few seconds. Everything burned fiercely. Red Dragon and Zhao Liqing's mechs licked crimson lotus-like flames at their feet. Before them stood countless mechs and soldiers bearing military insignia. An hour later, in the third-party control zone. As they left, the residents of the Imperial District, having witnessed Lian Xiao and his companions battle the Imperial mechas, fell silent, seemingly no longer daring to cause trouble. Susera, driving the aircraft he snatched from the Imperial District, leisurely entered the third-party control zone. While it was called the third party, no one could clearly say how many factions there were in this area. The commentator, Mu Yunhe, frowned. He wouldn't go to the third-party control zone even if he was offered double the salary. On the way, Lian Xiao and his companions discussed two options, and Cesare decided on the second one. Before officially entering the third-party zone, he reviewed the plan with Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng. Find the reagent point, then wait for Xiao Ye and the others to take us down. It was such a simple and crude plan. As Cesare put it, the simpler the plan, the more efficient and likely to be implemented in a complex environment. The two mechs nodded in understanding, lighting up the map points of the third-party control zone. Lian Xiao felt a little uneasy, imagining what she would see. If this was some fateful possibility she had read about in advance, What had happened to cause Gu Chanfeng and Zhao Liqing to engage in simultaneous battle against the Alliance soldiers? If the probability of Gu Chanfeng doing this was extremely low, then the probability of the law-abiding Zhao Liqing doing it was 0. Unless, Lian Xiao had thought of the only possible reason. She bypassed Cesare and touched Gu Changfeng's sea of consciousness through a deep connection. He shuddered. Lian Xiao pondered. If the sea of consciousness could be visualized, then Gu Changfeng's sea of consciousness just now would be like a ball of light that suddenly contracted and then slowly expanded. This was one of the advantages of a deep connection. Information was transmitted synchronously. Gu Chanfeng knew Lian Xiao's thoughts and read her emotions. At all costs, do not release the Red Dragon's restraints. Lian Xiao was about to withdraw immediately after exchanging information, but a wave of Gu Changfeng's consciousness swirled around her. If this was an agreement, then he would keep it. Another wave of information streamed through. In exchange, Lian Xiao also had to agree to a promise. In the core module, Lian Xiao blinked helplessly. How could she dare say no? Gu Changfeng's consciousness was nearly tangling her like a knot. After a pause, the promise Gu Chanfeng wanted her to keep was to ensure her own safety first, no matter what. After several exchanges of information, Lian Xiao and the other two walked a considerable distance in the third area. Unlike the Alliance and Empire areas, which at least had military garrisons, the first two areas, though dingy and dilapidated, still had lights visible at night, and there might be occasional fireworks displays. But in the third-party controlled zone, the buildings at the edge were mostly abandoned, with no sign of light. Further into the center, there were a few signs of human life, but the doors and windows were also closed. The largest and most dazzling building stood in the heart of the third-party zone. In the core module, Cesare fiddled with the control panel. Good news, the reagent has been tracked down. Bad news, it looks like it's all in Avalon Gardens. Avalon Gardens, the largest building complex in the third-party controlled zone. Countless tube-shaped buildings were illegally tucked together, leaving almost no gaps between them. If a resident wanted to engage in a physical fight with a neighbor across the street, it would be easy. Lian Xiao only took a glance at Avalon Gardens, and was dazzled by the sheer number of cramped windows. If there were urban planning in the third-party controlled zone, Avalon Gardens would be covered head to toe with the word demolition. This was just the external impression. After years of renovations by the thugs, the interior was extremely complex, and the cramped space was extremely unsuitable for mecha combat. Even well-equipped warriors wouldn't necessarily find an easy exit from Avalon Gardens. Lian Xiao's expression grew grim. Not only was the unusually high number of traceable reagents within Avalon Gardens indicative of someone intentionally amassing them, but she also sensed the mental fluctuations of Zhao Liqing and the others, as well as San Carlos's. Lian Xiao took a deep breath. She knew the trouble wouldn't end so quickly. Chapter 194. Where to enter Avalon Gardens? That was the question. Lian Xiao and the other two wandered around the ground floor for a long time, unable to find a single entrance. Cesare tapped the ground and jokingly suggested that perhaps the true entrance was underground. If the door wasn't an option, then the window was. Grappling guns fired, and the three mech scaled the building. They didn't know what kind of building material Avalon Gardens was made of, but it was quite sturdy. They found an abandoned room on the 40th floor and broke in through a window. Upon entering, Lian Xiao was caught off guard by the sight of the owner. The body. Although the swollen humanoid figure only lingered on her retina for a brief moment, she instinctively felt the urge to vomit. Kicking open the apartment door, they found not fresh air, but a more chaotic world. The building they entered appeared normal on the surface, but a hidden mystery lay within. It was actually a circular apartment building, with another building illegally built into the original atrium, making the space smaller and the rooms more crowded than the one they were staying in. Looking up, it was impossible to count the number of floors of this building. Beyond the outer ring, bridges connecting to other buildings had been constructed using various materials. It was difficult to tell what the interior structure of Avalon Gardens was like. Buildings were everywhere, and people could live anywhere. There were small rooms suspended in the corridors between the buildings. A heavily made-up, smoking man peeked out and flirted with Lian Xiao. The entire interior of Avalon Gardens was bathed in a reddish neon glow. After looking at it for too long, Lian Xiao felt a little distracted and psychologically agitated. This red light always reminded her of danger and warning, reminiscent of the spotlights used in butchers' shops. The map provided by the competition didn't, and couldn't, cover the interior of Avalon Gardens. Lian Xiao and his companions could only advance in the general direction of the reagent's detection. Avalon Gardens buildings lacked any trace of technology, and without elevators, It was hard to imagine how residents on the upper floors would ascend or descend. The narrow, winding corridors posed the greatest obstacle in their search for the reagent. To speed, they could only scramble and leap along the building's exterior like geckos. The outer buildings were still less populated, and as they approached the interior, they were constantly bumping into people, who would open fire at the slightest disagreement. Lian Xiao was walking in the middle, halfway up a building when the window above him suddenly opened, pouring a basin of highly corrosive solution and a stream of profanity down his head. Lian Xiao dodged quickly, and the solution melted half the body of a resident watching from below, spilling internal organs and blood clots onto the ground. His companions immediately drew their guns and engaged the attackers. The screams and gunfire seemed to enliven the night, as residents popped their heads out to applaud and cheer, witnessing a free, bloody spectacle. Lian Xiao's nerves had become somewhat numb. She couldn't believe an Enki had actually lived in such conditions for so long. Halfway through the walk, they had already begun to adapt, wary of bullets that could be fired at any moment, and smashing windows back into place if anyone tried to open them. Almost there, the task fell to Cesare, who stared at the direction of the reagents. Tests revealed that at least dozens of them were stored here. The two buildings facing each other looked as if they had been split open in the middle, exposing the corridors on each floor. The corridors inside were more like a maze, requiring them to duck their heads slightly to navigate. It turned out to be a small market, with stalls every dozen steps. They sold everything. Lian Xiao took a quick look. There were unusual weapons, equipment, and potion stalls, alongside the more commonplace fruit and vegetable stalls and butcher shops. The presence of seemingly normal goods here felt eerie. The reagents were piled at the far end. Gu Chanfeng deliberately slowed down, quickly scanning his surroundings with his peripheral vision. The passage was sealed, and besides the path they were taking, there was only one exit on the left. He was on full alert and stopped at his current position. That way, even if something unexpected happened, they could still turn around and evacuate. "Don't you want to buy?" The vending machine next to the reagent pile said. "A strange mental energy wave is approaching." Lian Xiao winked at Gu Chanfeng, slowly backing away, then suddenly used his grappling gun to draw a reagent, took it, and ran. "You're kidding." When did they have to pay for league items? As the reagent arrived, a loud crash erupted from the left passageway. The wall suddenly shattered, and a mech rushed out, carrying countless concrete bricks and dust. Before he could react, the enemy had already reached Red Dragon, grabbing its head hammer. Gu Chongfeng's reaction was quick enough, but the width of the passageway didn't allow Red Dragon to bend or dodge, and he was hit hard by the enemy. Dizzy, Gu Chongfeng knew Red Dragon couldn't fall. In such a narrow passageway, if he fell, the two teammates behind him would lose their balance like dominoes. Instantly, Gu Chongfeng fired, using the recoil to retreat and put some distance between himself and the enemy. But another wall collapsed, and heavily armored soldiers appeared like bulldozers, aiming at the position behind Gu Chongfeng. Two heavily armored soldiers, one in front and one behind, trapped Red Dragon. San Carlos's initial target was Lian Xiao, but the Red Dragon surrounding Gu Chongfeng wasn't a loss either. Lian Xiao pulled Cesare aside to hasten his retreat, then fired several shots at the ceiling. Sporadic screams could be heard from above. "Up!" Lian Xiao shouted. She believed Gu Chongfeng understood her. The front and back routes were blocked, so let's go up. This type of terrain was a constraint for a main attacker, and even more so for the bulky heavy armored soldiers. The enemy seemed unprepared for Lian Xiao's ability to abandon Gu Chongfeng so easily, and instinctively tried to chase him. Gu Chongfeng took advantage of this opening to spin in the cramped space, stepping on the heavy armored soldiers for leverage, and using the Red Dragon's strength to smash through the floor. Lian Xiao and Cesare had also scaled the upper floor. In the few seconds that Gu Chongfeng had escaped, the walls and floor had already begun to crack in a web-like pattern from the heavy armored soldier's impact. She immediately threw out a rope, and together with Cesare, she pulled the Red Dragon out. The Red Dragon raced, the ground crumbling beneath its feet. Lian Xiao forgot to breathe. She saw a mechanical arm extending from the crumbling ground, groping to pull the Red Dragon down. Jump! If they retreated any further, they would be on a cliff, leaving them no chance for a run-up. Seeing the Red Dragon about to fall, Lian Xiao had no other choice but to step on the edge and leap. From 40 or 50 stories up, she couldn't see the ground clearly. She clutched the rope tightly, her mech plummeting uncontrollably. In a flash, Lian Xiao grabbed hold of the jutting wall of the opposite building. The three mechs, strung together by ropes, slammed heavily against it. Before she could even breathe, Lian Xiao and the other two immediately climbed back inside. San Carlos wouldn't miss the chance to pursue them. Lian Xiao was somewhat surprised by San Carlos's sudden strategic ambush. If she was right, San Carlos was trying to lure them in with the reagents. Lian Xiao hadn't anticipated that the reagents seized by the participating teams could be tracked again by the reagent tracker even after leaving the mechs. Then Lian Xiao thought of another point. San Carlos's arc was most likely already eliminated, otherwise San Carlos wouldn't have noticed their exact location until they had extracted the reagents. In other words, both sides now had weaknesses. The complex terrain also limited San Carlos, preventing them from employing complex maneuvers. Lian Xiao and his two companions were at a disadvantage in numbers, stamina, and ammunition. The previous rounds of fighting had nearly depleted their ammunition reserves, leaving them with no choice but to engage in hand-to-hand combat against San Carlos. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the clatter of heavy mechs echoed behind them again. San Carlos was encircling them from different floors. 1, 2, 3. 6. Lian Xiao listened intently as he fled, confirming his assumptions. Boom! Valentina, impatient, blasted through the floor beneath Lian Xiao and the other two with heavy artillery, sending the entire building trembling. "You're going to die!" the resident yelled, opening the door and wielding a modified laser cannon. Seeing the bomb that had blown up the outer corridor was a mecha over 3 meters tall, he froze for a moment, then angrily bombarded them indiscriminately. "Someone from the property management is blowing up the building." Left. Climbed over the fence to the next level. Leaped down the suspension bridge to the next building. Under Lian Xiao's command, the three men shifted positions with remarkable speed. If they had been in a more open area, Lian Xiao would have been able to run and complain, and he wouldn't have been so damn stuck in escaping San Carlos. San Carlos clung to Lian Xiao like a sticky candy. A sharp turn? No problem, just tear down the wall. Leaping to the next floor was even easier, just smashing the floor down. San Carlos demonstrated the shortest distance between 2 points was a straight line, crushing all who stood in their way. A bunch of brute-force barbarians. "Ah!" Cesare screamed from the Tower of Babel. Lian Xiao and the others were out of bullets. After chasing for a while, Petrov saw the predicament their opponent faced. He unhesitatingly launched a barrage of attacks, his teammates following closely behind. Since the arc was eliminated, San Carlos had maintained this tactical pattern. Petrov had complete authority over all decisions, and the rest of the team followed suit. Frantically, Lian Xiao and the other two turned back to the building they had originally escaped from. What were Gu Chanfeng and the others thinking when they suddenly turned back? If they can't shake San Carlos off, continuing to move at high speed will only drain their energy. Xian Zheng commented. After all, it's just an internal battle between two alliance teams, so he's quite relaxed right now. The comments echoed the sentiment. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that San Carlos had the advantage. San Carlos supporters felt their championship was a sure thing. The alliance team is strong, but after several consecutive matches, there's still no match for San Carlos. It's embarrassing, but San Carlos happily accepts the title. San Carlos wins, a well-deserved victory. With this championship, San Carlos is tied with Lianda for the most championships among the alliance military academies. Bah, shame on you. If San Carlos actually wins, it's an easy win. I never seen such a weak championship. I'm not a fan of either team, but I hope Lianda wins. I never watched a mecha match before, and today was my first time watching it live. Lianda fought so hard and so tenaciously. I hope for a good result. Crying, Mecha League. No need for sentimentality. It's all about strength. How can the UN win unless they eliminate the entire San Carlos team in one fell swoop? Xian Zheng had also seen the discussion about the championship. I'd like to remind everyone that just because the UN eliminated San Carlos doesn't guarantee victory. Don't forget that the finals are determined by the number of reagents. San Carlos currently has a comparable number of reagents to the UN. Just as the comments were about to start a new round of bickering over Xian Zheng's words, Lian Xiao and the other two suddenly changed their formation. Between the two buildings, Cesari's robotic arm hooked and flipped onto a suspension bridge made of alloy chains. Gu Chanfeng leaped onto a rare platform in the third adjacent building, slowly taking an attacking stance and waving to Petrov. Lian Xiao leaped between the buildings in one breath and rushed into the mini-market without looking back. Already outnumbered, they were splitting their forces. Were they confident of defeating San Carlos? Or were they feeling they weren't eliminated quickly enough? The audience was in an uproar. Faced with the almost arrogant provocation of Lian Xiao and his three companions, Petrov assigned one of his teammates to chase Cesare, while the other three focused on Lian Xiao. He and Valentina then attacked Gu Chanfeng. 3 battles unfolded simultaneously. Gu Chanfeng's battle began first. Both of them were the type to refrain from trash-talking in combat. As soon as Petrov landed, Gu Chanfeng launched his attack. Valentina gripped her great axe tightly, ready to shatter the red dragon's shell with it the moment Gu Chanfeng stepped within striking range. But the next second, the sound of metal stomping echoed around her. The red dragon was already closing in. The red dragon's speed was so great, even the most trained pilot's visual system couldn't react. The great axe swung down, shaking the ground. It was powerful enough to shatter the hull of an ordinary mecha. But Valentina's swing missed. Gu Chanfeng grabbed Valentina's mecha's throat with his backhand, bent his knee, and struck it in the lower back. The resulting force sent Valentina sprawling to the ground. The red dragon traced a graceful arc across the dusty ground, leaping continuously towards Petrov. Gu Chanfeng's movements were like those of a leopard, as light as a lion's, yet imbued with immense force. Petrov discarded his great axe. In the fast-paced, close-quarters combat, heavy weapons would be a drag, a hindrance. He stood still, then suddenly reached out and unexpectedly grabbed the rapidly moving red dragon, roaring as he hurled it to the ground. Under the unstoppable force, Gu Chanfeng chose to take the blow head-on. The instant he touched the ground, he skillfully escaped Petrov's hold, flipped over, and locked onto his opponent, unexpectedly regaining the initiative. With the red dragon fully restored to full control, no one could interrupt Gu Chanfeng's attack. Xi and Zheng multitasked. On the 3 small screens before her, the surprising thing was that the battlefield division seemed to be working. Gu Chanfeng and Cesare both had the upper hand, but Lian Xiao's situation was bleak. The Ark was always the mecha team's first target. San Carlos sent 3 members, truly looking down on her. Lian Xiao thought with a hint of mirth. Her leg muscles ached. In the narrow corridor, she had to leave the San Carlos members at least 1 corridor behind to avoid being hit. She tried the golden finger that could peer into the future, but it had no effect. She could only rely on her mental fluctuations to determine the movements of the San Carlos team. Irina, the leader, pursued relentlessly. Lian Xiao, in front, seemed to have eyes on his back, dodging her attacks with a variety of acrobatic maneuvers as he ran. In a rage, Irina swung her axe and flung it out. With such a massive axe, how could Lian Xiao dodge it? To make matters worse, the sound of cracking boards could be heard above Lian Xiao's head. Lian Xiao swerved to the right, but braked. Above and behind, enemies were rapidly approaching. The road ahead was blocked. Chapter 195. Lian Xiao gritted his teeth and charged at the wall, cracking it with a thud. Fortunately, the internal structure of this building was identical to the one opposite, and Lian Xiao still remembered the structure on the same floor. This wall had been built later to form a partition. Lian Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and continued running, stepping on the broken bricks and stones. The cheat code for reading the future wasn't working. Gu Chanfeng and Cesare each faced their own enemies. Only she could defeat all 3 enemies on her own. Xi and Zheng saw something was wrong. Lian Xiao has a pretty good sense of direction when running. The system calculated for a moment and generated a floor plan of the building's interior, showing the chase between Lian Xiao and San Carlos. Xi and Zheng pulled it up and took a look. His relaxed expression gradually froze. Lian Xiao wasn't just running aimlessly. Her trajectory had, intentionally or unintentionally, passed by most of the load-bearing columns. The live broadcast showed devastation everywhere San Carlos passed. The powerful heavily armored soldiers were like bulldozers, destroying everything they went. Xi and Zheng was shocked. If this continued, Lian Xiao was using San Carlos to destroy all the supporting columns on this floor. Xi and Zheng didn't know whether to be shocked by Lian Xiao's bold idea or his observation, memory, and adaptability. How could someone, with an enemy hot on their heels, have the energy to notice that the internal structures of the 2 buildings were identical, and even find the time to observe and memorize the positions of the supporting columns in such a desperate situation? Furthermore, Lian Xiao and his 2 companions continued running for a while after leaving the 2 buildings, indicating that, realizing they couldn't quickly shake off San Carlos, they made the decisive decision to return and split up their forces to eliminate him at their original location. Such decisiveness and action. Xi and Zheng fell silent. He longed to ask, what if? What if they were eliminated during the pursuit? What if something went wrong with the destruction of the supporting pillars? This was the most crucial stage of the finals. Lian Xiao would likely answer Xi and Zheng's question with a no what if response. The 3 of them split up to deal with San Carlos based on absolute confidence in their teammates' abilities. Lian Xiao trusted Gu Chanfeng and Cesare, believing they could contain or even eliminate their opponent. In turn, Gu Chanfeng and Chazere placed their complete trust in Lian Xiao, agreeing with her tactics and believing she could not only escape San Carlos's pursuit, but also complete their deployment. Under Lian Xiao's meticulous guidance, only 3 supporting pillars remained on the entire floor. The floor was riddled with signs of violent destruction by heavily armored soldiers, and the air was thick with dust. The San Carlos main attacker on the upper floor was the first to notice something was amiss. The ground was shaking at an unnatural rate, but with the San Carlos Tower of Babel collapsing, he couldn't communicate this discovery to his teammates in the fast-paced pursuit. Irina also noticed it, but she discovered that Lian Xiao was about to lead them back to their starting point. Oh no! Could Lian Xiao be trying to reunite with the rest of the team? Irina came to a conclusion that made sense, but was completely at odds with reality. The Ark was finally alone. They had to eliminate Lian Xiao right here. All the different deductions led to the same conclusion. The audience could see the intensity of San Carlos' attack suddenly increase. The third supporting pillar. Lian Xiao was a beat too slow to dodge Irina's giant axe, and at that moment, the main attacker upstairs broke through the floor and plummeted from the sky. The giant axe lodged deeply in the wall, shaking. The main attacker took advantage of the situation and stepped on Hecate's back, preventing her from rising. The passage was so narrow that the 2 mechs had no room to tussle, completely filling the passage. Lian Xiao, quick-witted, slammed forward, flinging his enemy away. The main attacker was still ecstatic about restraining Lian Xiao, but that joy faded so suddenly. The mech's head suddenly slammed against the ceiling, causing it to bulge. It cracked around the main attacker's head like paper cut by a sharp blade. After the tumble, the main attacker collapsed dazed behind Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao rounded the supporting column, and 2 seconds later heard the loud crack of the building crumbling. The second supporting column. Victory was within reach. Lian Xiao didn't dare to relax. Irina and another heavy armored soldier held her tightly. The heavy armored soldier's heavy footsteps suddenly faded. Lian Xiao turned to see Irina frozen in place, blocking the intersection. Lian Xiao suddenly felt something was wrong. He frantically recalled the nearby floor plan in his mind, his heart skipping a beat. The other missing heavy armored soldier had taken a detour to block her from the front. Irina coldly snatched her great axe from the wall and, passing the main attack team, gave them a kick to jolt them up. They chased Lian Xiao across almost the entire floor. They weren't stupid, and they gradually reconstructed the surrounding roads. This passageway was blocked from front to back. Although the Stilde's main attack team struggled to reach the next floor, Lian Xiao couldn't escape this time. In the cramped space, Lian Xiao could hear his breathing and heartbeat clearly. The supporting column was right behind the San Carlos heavy armored soldier. Lian Xiao considered how to destroy it while dodging. There was no need to count the weapons. Besides the slicing knife, Hecate only carried a few shells, which she kept in reserve. Irina didn't give Lian Xiao any time to think. She commanded the heavy armored soldiers to charge straight ahead, and her teammates in the other direction also charged. The 2 heavy armored soldiers, whose acceleration would cause the ground to shake, were about to pin Lian Xiao to death. Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao had no way, no space, to hide. Xi and Zheng sighed softly. Is this the end? No. The dull sound of gunfire was less noticeable amidst the rumble of the approaching heavy armored soldiers. A second before the giant axe struck Lian Xiao suddenly soared into the air at breakneck speed, charging in the opposite direction towards the heavy armored soldiers at the exit. Holding her breath, she leaped to the ceiling and launched a flying kick. Her movement was warped by the cramped space, but she landed with unerring precision, sending the heavy armored soldiers tumbling to the side. The mecha alloys made a teeth-grinding sound from the violent collision and compression. The corridor structure, strained under the weight of the 2 mechas, expanded and deformed, cracking with countless crackling sounds. Bang! The audience held their breath for a moment, their hands clenching involuntarily. Dust flew, and the IBs couldn't capture anything. They could only guess based on the sound. Had Irina collided with Lian Xiao? But the crashing sound didn't stop. A figure burst forth from the dust cloud. It was Lian Xiao. She, along with countless screams from the audience, slammed hard into the support column. The support column broke. Coughing, Lian Xiao piloted the Hecate to her feet. Only then did the audience clearly see the grappling hook in her hand. Before Irina could charge, Lian Xiao used the grappling hook attached to the support column to pull the mech into the air, forcing her way past the heavily armored soldier. It was her teammates who bore the brunt of Irina's impact. Lian Xiao pressed her chest with a twisted expression. She nearly suffocated after those few seconds, feeling as if her entire mech had crumpled and compressed, and suspected internal injuries. But she didn't dare pause for a moment, forcing herself to endure the pain as she sprinted towards the final supporting pillar. Lian Xiao had never realized so clearly that the league championship was within his grasp. Stop! Lian Xiao. Without needing any command, the San Carlos attacker erupted with intense fighting spirit. They come this far, how could they bear to watch the championship slip away? The attacker roared, breaking through the floor again, catching up with Lian Xiao like lightning. His mech and his mental power were inferior to Lian Xiao's. Even in San Carlos, the attackers weren't as highly regarded as the heavy armored soldiers, but his will to win, his thirst for victory, was unmatched by anyone. He tackled Hecate like a beast, blocking her from the waist, using the mech's own weight to pin her to the ground. One punch landed on Hecate's head, another on her chest and abdomen. His mech was heating up, hot blood coursing through his veins. Lian Xiao kicked at the mech's vulnerable points, but the San Carlos attacker held her down tightly. There was no longer any discernible skill involved. The elite mechs that had made it to the finals clashed fiercely, each side fighting purely on sheer willpower. Just hold on until their teammates arrive. San Carlos's main attacker, set flying by Lian Xiao's kick, slammed into the ceiling. Stars flashed before his eyes, but he immediately lunged back, grabbed one of Hecate's legs, and delivered several vicious punches to its head. Lian Xiao's condition was truly devastating. Facing an opponent she could previously defeat with a simple mental attack, she had to fight tooth and nail to avoid being outmatched. Her entire body ached, her blood surging, and her vision went black again and again. But she couldn't fall here. Hecate tried to escape, only to be repeatedly caught and held back by San Carlos's main attacker. Lian Xiao felt her strength completely drained, and could only frantically kick the main attackers at her feet again and again, crawling forward using both hands and feet. Her weary, sluggish brain heard footsteps. Which heavy armored vehicle had recovered and arrived? It didn't matter who it was, every approaching footstep signaled the failure of Lian Xiao's plan. Some spectators had already covered their eyes, unwilling to watch. Even Xian Zheng felt a little reluctant. After a day of intense combat, to be able to do this alone against three is quite impressive. The San Carlos attacker smiled and sobbed. The champion belonged to them, San Carlos. Lian Xiao reached out with a trembling hand, using her last bit of strength to kick the enemy away, and then, the grappling hook fired, the rope rapidly shortening, dragging Hecate away with her. Every step she took in the struggle was to ensure the last supporting column was within the grappling hook's range. What good was being quite impressive? What she wanted was victory. Lian Xiao spat out the blood that welled up in her throat, and calmly looked at the San Carlos team members chasing them, roaring in disbelief. The world fell silent at this moment. She raised her gun and squeezed the trigger. Flames erupted on the supporting columns. After the still image froze, a series of muffled thuds suddenly erupted in the distance. As if drawn by an unseen hand, the ceiling gave way. The floor collapsed, like an avalanche, crushing the three San Carlos mechs as they raced beneath, and at the last moment, Hecate was suspended outside the building by a grappling hook. Lian Xiao twitched his lips, and just as he was about to smile, a trickle of blood spilled. Even if he couldn't fight with his psychic power, even if he couldn't read the future, she would win, she would always win. The audience and Xian Zheng watched as the building stabilized. Lian Xiao, so weak he could barely walk, returned to the building, struggling to reload, and reload. His face was pale yet terrifying. Suddenly, a single word popped into their minds: War God. Like the powerful and indomitable god of war from myth and legend. 3 gunshots rang out, and Hecate had only 1 bullet left. The battle instantly became a 3v3. The Lianda team's determination to win was unstoppable. But, Xian Zheng frantically searched for materials. The competition was so intense beyond imagination that most people, including him, had forgotten how many reagents each team had. Even if the Lianda team eliminated San Carlos, would they have more reagents than San Carlos? Xian Zheng's heart pounded, his hands trembling. Unconsciously, without even realizing it, he had sided with the Lianda team. Xian Zheng's pupils constricted. This number was. With a loud bang, Valentina fell unconscious. Red Dragon flexed his wrist, shaking off the liquid from the lion's roar blade. Petrov was a formidable opponent, but Gu Chanfeng wouldn't have taken so long to defeat him alone. His and Valentina's rapport in combat was causing Gu Chanfeng considerable trouble. Petrov clutched his broken robotic arm, knelt on one knee, and watched the Red Dragon approach. Gu Chanfeng had torn the robotic arm off his mech by force, piloting the Red Dragon. What a terrifying, brutal force. Petrov smiled faintly. Sometimes, Those who criticize the San Carlos heavy armored soldiers for their brutality should really look at Gu Changfeng. Petrov could hear the sounds of demolition work in a nearby building, but he had no idea what was going on. He watched Gu Changfeng pass him, still pacing, and with his backhand, he smoothly launched Lion's Roar into his mech's core module. Gu Changfeng didn't even glance at his opponents, he was in a hurry. He couldn't wait to reach Lian Xiao. Just then, a gunshot rang out, and the bullet pierced through the eliminated Petrov. Gu Changfeng looked up, and saw that there were no longer only 3 people in the Tower of Babel. Zhao Liqing and the other 4 had arrived on the battlefield, even though the battle was almost over. But Xian Zheng slapped his thigh and stood up, unable to conceal his excitement. The United University team had more than 26 reagents. While Zhao Liqing and the other 3 were not on camera, they had been quietly collecting reagents. If it weren't for them, even if the United University team defeated San Carlos according to the rules, they might not have won. With Yi Yin's headshot of Cesari's opponent, all San Carlos members were eliminated. Of the 4 teams, only the United University Mecha Academy badge remained illuminated. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The United University had won. Lianda won. It was unknown who started it, but late at night, the Lianda campus erupted in applause and cheers, bursting out from every dorm room that had stayed up late to watch the game, merging into a thunderous sea of applause. Someone shouted at the top of his lungs, "Lianda is the champion. We are the champions." The night patrol robot tried to remind the students who were ecstatically running out of the dorm to remain quiet, but no one listened. The humans even forced them to join hands and dance. Christina yawned as she walked to the window. She wouldn't be going to bed early tonight. Seeing Lu Chengwang and Li Xian dancing and laughing downstairs, she curled her lips, then smiled at something. League Championship. Not bad. Lianda's outside Lianjia's stir-fry. John Lu had been watching with a flurry of emotions all day, but when he won, he jumped up from his chair, displaying a rare excitement befitting his age. Champion! He said he wasn't wrong. He's got the boss's back. Chu Xiaohua and Cui Ainqin stared sleepily at the excited John Lu, and gnashed their teeth at Qian Yui. Chu Xiaohua leaned over to take a look. What are you doing? Qian Yui poked her laptop, making it snap. Qian Yui sneered. Fueled by her friend's injury, she engaged in a verbal battle, retorting to San Carlos and the Empire's supporters one by one. Chu Xiaohua suddenly remembered something, and her sleepiness vanished. Lian Xiao won the championship. What a great money-making opportunity. Tomorrow Lianjia Xiaoqiao is holding a big promotion, aiming for a tidy profit, on the border of the Alliance Empire, the Cyclops Squad. Aurora, having just finished a tactical meeting, returned to the lounge to see instructor Wu patting his chest. The screen was broadcasting the Mecha League live. This year's league champion, a student I once taught. Aurora smiled slightly as the camera panned over Hecate. In the distant Starlink region, in the third-party control zone, Lian Xiao felt Hecate being lifted up. Someone gently wiped the stains off Hecate's face. Zhao Liqing's mech was also dented, evidently from a tough battle. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The 2 apologized in unison. Lian Xiao wanted to apologize for finding you so late and reuniting with you. Throughout that long day, she'd been constantly worried about the safety of Zhao Liqing and the other teammates. Only when she stepped into Avalon Gardens herself did she realize how dangerous it was. It was the first time Zhao Liqing had seen Lian Xiao so exhausted and injured that he collapsed. Overwhelmed with regret, she hugged her friend tightly. Before meeting Zhao Liqing, Lian Xiao hadn't thought anything of it. For some reason, with her good friend's presence, she suddenly relaxed, feeling pain all over her body and even wanting to cry. That San Carlos main attacker was really beating her up, like she was his enemy. We won, right? Yes. We won. Zhao Liqing immediately picked Hecate up. Cesare is ecstatic. Cesare was still mad at Yi Yin for stealing his kill, but when he realized the finals were over, his anger faded. He howled and rushed over to hug each of his teammates, even forcibly shaking the unconscious San Carlos player awake. Champion! Cesare rushed to Lian Xiao, cupped Hecate's head, and kissed her forehead, only to be immediately pulled away by Gu Changfeng. The overwhelming sense of unreality faded, and the joy of winning slowly welled up. To be honest, Lian Xiao was probably the least obsessed with winning the championship among the entire team, but she couldn't help but grin. It felt really good to have come this far with these friends and teammates. With the league over, Lian Xiao suddenly began to feel that tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and perhaps every day thereafter, she would have a chance to live a peaceful life. Gu Changfeng suddenly heard Lian Xiao's voice. When the Lingyu flowers bloom at school this year, do you want to enjoy the flowers with me? Chapter 196. Gu Chanfeng opened and closed his lips slightly, repeating this several times, as if afraid to disturb the illusion with a single sound. But Lian Zhao's mental energy and emotions were always transmitted gently and steadily, as if it didn't matter if Gu Chanfeng refused or didn't respond. When it came to their relationship, Lian Zhao seemed to have always possessed a calm and straightforward demeanor. Gu Chanfeng knew that Lian Zhao, and he communicated through a dedicated mental channel, separated from everyone else, and that only they held both ends of the communication cord. He felt a secret satisfaction in the small privilege of being the only one allowed access. Gu Chanfeng bent down and grasped the mech's cold fingers, secretly regretting that he couldn't look directly into Lian Zhao's eyes in the mech's core cabin. He spoke each word slowly and clearly. Can I understand this as an invitation to a date? Yes. It is an invitation to a date. Above the Avalon Gardens, the aircraft that Susera had seized floated quietly, like a small boat suspended between heaven and earth. She detached her mecha and sat atop the aircraft, letting it slowly carry her down. The students were delighted to win, and she was naturally happy too. What had she felt when she won almost 20 years ago? She couldn't recall. The tyrant frowned, then relaxed. Back then, she thought of teammates who would always fight alongside her, goals they would achieve together. But they were no longer part of her life. What a grand ending! Someone sighed in the darkness. He turned to his companion. You were like this back then, weren't you? Flowers and applause, feeling like the world was crawling at your feet? The companion puffed casually on his cigarette, saying coldly, that was so many years ago. I don't remember. Okay. The man in the special combat uniform raised his hands. His seemingly bare hands, in the dim light of the cigarette, revealed faint lines like crocodile skin. Anyone in the know would instantly recognize these as special gloves developed by the military, with only a small number circulating on the black market. Then, lightweight and imperceptible, they automatically erased biometric information, making them perfect for robbery. He didn't want to upset his companion, so he didn't bring up the subject again. Then please follow the established plan. The companion remained silent, puffing slowly. He felt uneasy at his companion's occasional glances, and forced his gaze to remain fixed on the woman's cigarette. Until the cigarette burned out, his companion, still reluctant, stubbed it out and raised his foot. Let's go. Sticky blood dripped from the soles of their shoes. The bloodbath, starting from the ground floor of this building, had begun long before the league ended. One killed, the other doused the area with accelerant. The people in the building were stashing away a vast cache of prohibited and dangerous materials, perfect fuel. This building had been carefully chosen, central enough and with sufficient connections to other structures to act as a kindling for the surrounding structures. Arriving at the designated location, their companions fired several shots, and a bright flame instantly stretched into a fiery snake, rapidly moving across the surface of the accelerant. In the blink of an eye, the flame surged, and Avalon Gardens was about to burst into flames. The United Team and San Carlos were completely unaware. The noise of the finals battle attracted residents, who wanted to take advantage of the situation, but many were frightened away by their reckless demeanor. Avalon Gardens' interior was complex, and it took a full 10 minutes for the first rescue and medical teams to arrive. The terrain here is incredibly complex. Zhao Liqing didn't have time to tell Lian Zhao the full story of what happened after they dispersed, so she only briefly recounted the details. Lian Zhao knew that even the instructors from the UN, who came to search for Zhao Liqing and her team, would inevitably get lost and disperse in Avalon Gardens. It was rumored that several instructors were still stranded in Avalon Gardens. Lian Zhao was the most seriously injured, but the medical team didn't recommend that she be removed from her mech. While Lian Zhao was still able to move, she was better suited to piloting the mech in Avalon Gardens than to having the medical team carry the troops. So Lian Zhao opened the core cabin and received simple medical treatment. The medical staff also prescribed a mental stabilizer and a stamina booster. With these two measures, a slight return of color was visible on Lian Zhao's face. Currently, the number of starships entering the third-party control zone was limited, so the unconscious San Carlos team members were evacuated first. The medical staff were applying medication to Lian Zhao. Minor superficial injuries were inevitable during the battle. Suddenly, a clamor grew louder, and the medical staff slammed the console. It's too noisy. Can you quiet down? The personnel who went to check on the situation returned with bad news. A building ahead is on fire. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Nothing happening in this third-party controlled area was without cause. A few minutes later, thick smoke billowed into the air. The densely packed tall buildings ahead could no longer block the flames, and black smoke rising into the sky. The building at the center of the fire was completely engulfed in flames, the hard building materials now burning red, and burning window frames and glass fell from the upper floors. Once a fire breaks out in a densely packed apartment, it is difficult to extinguish it easily. Worse still, the flames spread rapidly along the illegal bridges between buildings, and it would only take 3 to 5 minutes to ignite the next building. Those residents, who hadn't been knocked unconscious by the thick smoke and were still conscious, tried to escape by leaping to the building opposite, but just as they climbed to the windows, an explosion erupted. The blast blew the apartment door open, and a wave of flames filled the entire apartment, instantly igniting and propelling the residents out. The flaming fireball screamed as it crashed into the building opposite, less than 2 meters away, collided and crashed between the two buildings. Such scenes were happening everywhere. The dangerous weapons and chemicals in Avalon Gardens accelerated the spread of the fire and explosion. The fire spread even faster than they had anticipated, and golden red sparks flashed towards the building ahead. Damn it! The medical staff cursed, quickly and decisively treating Lian Xiao's wounds. She jumped out of the core module and signaled Lian Xiao to activate his mecha. Half of the medical staff and rescue team escorted San Carlos away first. Aside from a few scattered rescue team members and the joint brigade, the rest of the scene was made up of medical staff. The joyful atmosphere was cut short. Even through the mecha, Lian Xiao could feel the temperature rising in the area. Sweat dripped from the foreheads of the medical personnel exposed to the air. The next rescue effort wouldn't arrive soon enough. The members of the Lianda team all shared the same thought. Even if a rescue ship arrived, it couldn't risk descending to their floor amidst the flames. Up! To the rooftop! Lian Xiao grabbed the medical personnel beside him and ran. In 5 minutes at most, this building would be on fire. Without an elevator, climbing the stairs was too slow. The stairs were a chaotic mess. Residents, realizing the impending disaster, tried every possible means to escape. The surging crowd pushed and shoved, and some opened fire on those who stood in their way. They ran downstairs, stepping over a pile of warm bodies. Fortunately, no one else joined them on the rooftop. The mech they were piloting wasn't designed for rescue operations, so the medical personnel could only be secured to the mech via a carabiner. The medical personnel deftly covered their mouths and noses with the materials in their medical kit and told Lian Xiao, "Don't worry about me, just focus on going up." Su Xing was in the lead, Gu Chanfeng brought up the rear, and Lian Xiao was second to last. Su Xing, leading the charge, broke through the stairwell and began climbing directly up the wall. The stairwell was just wide enough for the mech to pass through, and Lian Xiao's mind was preoccupied with climbing up. The tyrant, still mentally connected to Lian Xiao, was speeding towards the building. As long as they reached the rooftop, they could evacuate via aircraft. The medical personnel on Lian Xiao's chest coughed softly. The heat outside was so intense that Lian Xiao felt a little unbearable. Up, the medical personnel said hoarsely, calmly, "It's okay, you won't die." "Faster," Gu Chanfeng said. He calculated that if they couldn't reach the rooftop before the fire ignited, they would be like a suckling pig slowly roasting in an oven in the sealed stairwell. And if there was an explosion on the ground floor, the flames would surge up the stairwell. Everyone gritted their teeth and struggled upwards, a sense of surrealism looming. They had just finally won the league championship. How could they suddenly be thrust into such a precarious situation? Su Xing broke through the roof, letting in fresh air. Watching her successfully reach the rooftop, the teammates behind her were energized. Su Xing quickly lowered the rope and hauled Yin up, much faster than they were now. Lian Xiao's turn would soon be hers. Poincaré, standing in front of her, had just secured the rope and was being pulled upwards by the others. Amidst the constant stream of soft explosions, Lian Xiao caught another sound. Like something gradually cracking. It was the building. The wall Hecate was standing on tilted at a barely perceptible angle and was rapidly moving away from vertical. Under the intense heat, the structure buckled and deformed, like a softened rice cake, losing its center of gravity and collapsing towards the neighboring building. The other teammates on the rooftop felt it even more acutely, watching helplessly as the rooftops of other buildings approached. The rope repeatedly rubbed against the edge of the rooftop, breaking under the weight almost as it pulled Poincaré up. But Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng were still below. The other teammates were terrified, but even they themselves struggled to maintain their balance. The raging fire had loosened the building's foundation, and at any moment they could slip from the rooftop to the opposite building, or even fall. The corridor was filled with black smoke, sparks catching the hems of the medical staff's clothing. She covered her mouth and nose, trying not to inhale the smoke, but she still couldn't stop coughing. Lian Xiao's heart gradually cooled. She and Gu Chanfeng could endure the heat and smoke, but if they stayed here, the two medical staff would inhale too much smoke and pass out. The building buckled, and they had to get out before the stairwell squashed them into thin pancakes. Gu Chanfeng cracked open the brittle wall, escaped from here to the building across the street. Across the street was the building where Lian Xiao and San Carlos were fighting. With the leaping abilities of these two mechas, the distance was no problem. The wall tilted faster and faster. Without a moment to think, Hecate stepped on the wall and burst through it simultaneously with the red dragon. Two figures leaped between the buildings. It wasn't until that moment that Lian Xiao could clearly see the intensity of the fire. In less than 5 minutes, the building was utterly ravaged. Inferno shrouded Hecate's energy consumption. Suddenly, the red dragon beside her shifted direction. Someone had aimed a gun at it. To protect the medical personnel, Gu Chanfeng abruptly turned midair and landed on a lower floor. Aside from the bullets used by the mechs, no other weapon could inflict damage on the red dragon with a single shot. Lian Xiao landed safely, a wave of fear welling up in his heart. A mech was hiding in the shadows, ambushing them. Was the arsonist targeting them? Or her? But now she and Gu Chanfeng were separated. They had to reunite quickly and find a way to evacuate together. The building hadn't caught fire yet, and the oxygen had cleared the medic's head somewhat. She looked up at the mech she was watching as it sped away, still in the mood to quip, "This is my first time escaping in a mech. It's much more exciting than using an armed aircraft." The medic injected herself with a potion and patted Hecate's chest armor. "I just been transferred back to the Alliance's main planet from the Imperial border. I won't die without enjoying the leisurely life there." Knowing he was trying to comfort her, Lian Xiao forced a smile. The teammates she mentally connected to were all in dire straits. Her heart couldn't help but feel heavy. Sudden gunshots. Lian Xiao froze for 2 seconds before she stiffly lowered her head. Warm blood splattered on Hecate's skin. The medic, who had just reassured her, "I won't die," collapsed into the mechanical grasp, the bullet piercing her brain from the back of her head. Lian Xiao had thought she'd been very careful, avoiding all possible sniper points along her route, but she hadn't anticipated the ambush inside the building. The bullet that killed the medic was struck at such a treacherous angle, yet she was completely unaware. The newcomer, no longer concealing himself, emerged from the shadows, reloading with one hand. Lian Xiao's eyes widened slightly. "So that's how it is." Lian Xiao whispered softly, as if mumbling to himself, "You've been trying to kill me all along." Teacher. Chapter 197. The man who came was Yan Mingling. Lian Xiao instantly recalled many things. The last time she and Gu Chanfeng were assassinated on the Alliance's main planet, the assassin's information was completely wiped out, and the employer has yet to be found. If we hand the case over to the murderer, it's unlikely we find any results. Lian Xiao's mind was filled with mixed feelings. When Yan Mingling was at the academy, he always dressed casually. Now, meeting him again, wearing his combat uniform, it was as if he had completely transformed himself, from head to toe to demeanor. Lian Xiao gradually calmed down. "When did you start wanting to kill me?" Yan Mingling held a cigarette between his lips, his exposed skin covered in crocodile-like patterns. "You misunderstood something. I don't want to kill you." Lian Xiao remained alert, awaiting his next words. "I was just clearing an obstacle for someone. Unfortunately, this time, you're that obstacle." Until now, Yan Mingling had always presented himself as someone who appeared relaxed and cynical, yet actually reliable. It could be said that Tyrant was often away, training, coaching, and interacting most with the Lianda team. It was actually the team leader, Yan Mingling. Lian Xiao still remembered the scene where Yan Mingling angrily criticized the other military academies on her behalf. What benefit would Yan Mingling gain by killing her? Thinking carefully, the assassination took place after the Chengning City dungeon competition. And that game. Lian Xiao's heart sank. It showcased what a worm-like human was. Meeting Lian Xiao's silence, Yan Mingling whispered, "I know. In fact, I always known what Earth's mecha creatures are." He raised his gun, a smile that was either bitter or sarcastic playing on his lips. He had even discovered Fu Mingwang's little secret before Tyrant, but he couldn't immediately confirm whether Lian Xiao and Fu Mingwang were of the same kind. The muzzle of the gun smoothly and steadily locked onto Hecate's chest. This magnum-shaped pistol, with only one bullet in its magazine, was more than enough to penetrate the outer defenses of an ordinary mecha. Through the muzzle, Yan Mingling seemed to have locked onto someone else. Yes, Yan Mingling thought self-deprecatingly. In a relationship where no one could possibly shake it, who would notice that someone had silently observed him for years, since he had tried so many methods, unable to shatter the relationship between Susera and Fu Mingwang, then he might as well make one party of the relationship disappear completely. Yin Mingling suddenly said, "Actually, I considered you a mutual student of ours." He pulled the trigger. The bullet, engraved with the Imperial Royal pattern, flew out at high speed. Lian Xiao focused his attention, maneuvering the mecha sideways to avoid it. The bullet suddenly split in two, its interior smoothly dispersing into countless smaller bullets. Lian Xiao made a sharp turn, but she didn't expect the rain of bullets to follow her around the bend. These were homing bullets. The pillar blocked some of the bullets, snapping in the middle with a bang. The remaining bullets followed closely behind, following her and charging at Yin Mingling. It seemed Lian Xiao intended to use Yin Mingling as a human shield. The next second, countless steel alloys appeared out of thin air, as if with consciousness, fitting over Yin Mingling's body. SAP, the military's universal portable mecha device. Bullets behind, enemies ahead. Lian Xiao braked at the last moment, shifting half a step to the left and making a 360-degree turn. Half of the bullets that hadn't redirected in time were about to hit Yin Mingling. A faint mockery seemed to spread in the air. The expected impact sound didn't occur. Yin Mingling vanished from the spot, as if wiped out, and reappeared behind Lian Xiao. His speed was so fast that no equipment could accurately track his trajectory. A bystander would have felt him vanish and reappear without a trace. Why expose your back to the enemy? Yin Mingling delivered a powerful kick to Hecate's vest. Through the telepathic connection, Lian Xiao felt the force of a thunderbolt, cracking her ribs and sternum, her heart stopping. Hecate soared into the air, immediately engulfed by a hail of bullets. Damage warnings wailed incessantly. If this mech could still be taken back for repair, even the backup unit would likely say it was unnecessary and sell it off as scrap. There's clearly space up ahead to hide. Why didn't you do it? After the successive explosions subsided, Yin Mingling slowly approached, her tone a bit strange. Could it be about that? He was referring to the body of the medical worker she had carefully placed aside before Lian Xiao's attack. Not wanting anything to damage it, Lian Xiao endured all the damage. Yin Mingling was silent for a few seconds, then squatted beside the tattered Hecate. "Your personality isn't suited to being a mech soldier," Yin Mingling said. "Why did you come?" If Lian Xiao hadn't chosen to become a mech soldier, perhaps she would still be attending the National University, still occasionally passing him on campus, still be a student in his elective classes, still call him teacher. Instead of dying at his hands like today. Lian Xiao thought vaguely. Yin Mingling had asked too many whys today. "Because I want to be the best mech soldier in the Alliance," she said haltingly. With every cough, her lips grew a touch of blood, until finally, red foam formed at the corners of her mouth. This was the original owner's dream. Lian Xiao exhaled, "Because I rarely have a choice." Her ribs shattered, puncturing her lungs. She gasped for air, feeling as if she were being held underwater and slowly drowning. Her mental strength gradually weakened, and the connections, no longer under her control, broke one by one. The deep connection remained stubborn, but Lian Xiao took the initiative to disengage it. Her teammates' desperate calls, Gu Chengfeng's trembling, broken voice after voice, begged her to hold on, but all were silenced. Letting Gu Chengfeng watch her slowly die was too cruel. She couldn't do it. Dazed by the blood loss, she couldn't even hear the system's panicked cries. "You made two mistakes. Mentally, you underestimated me. Remember, any active or formerly active frontline mech soldier, at your current level, cannot be underestimated. Tactically, in fatigue combat, you shouldn't compete with light armored units in speed. That's where light armored units excel." Yin Mingling, like a gentle yet stern teacher, reprimanded a student for his mistakes. Lian Xiao had the illusion that he was conducting a post-match review for the team as usual. The fire spread to the building, and through the glass, Lian Xiao's blurred vision was filled with sparks. Yin Mingling stood up in the mech, lowering his head to stare at the motionless Hecate, as if trying to pierce through the alloy eyes to see Lian Xiao's dilated pupils. Suddenly, Hecate moved her fingers, but Lian Xiao didn't have the strength in his body to lift a single one. "I want to say something," Lian Xiao said weakly. Yin Mingling stood still. "Actually, I already established a mental connection with the Dean. So, guess, did the tyrant hear the whole process of how you killed me?" Yin Mingling's expression cracked like a mask. In shock and anger, he raised his knife and pierced Lian Xiao's heart, twisting it into a rotten mass. In the fire, there was no sound except the crackling of flames. Yin Mingling's mind was calculating Susara's reaction, oblivious to the flames licking Shura's ankles. Suddenly, a mechanical arm pierced the flames and grasped Yin Mingling. Lian Xiao, who should have stopped breathing, aimed at Yin Mingling and pulled the trigger. The bullet hit Shura's vitals, but its momentum was weakened by layer after layer of components, and it eventually became lodged outside the core module and exploded. This was Hecate's last remaining ammunition. Even if she died, Lian Xiao would drag Yan Mingling down with her. Lian Xiao was completely blind. Unable to know Yan Mingling's fate, she irrevocably let go of her hand. She thought that before her death, she would see Zhao Liqing's face, Gu Chanfeng, Qian Yui, until she returned to Earth and saw the faces of her parents and friends. But all was darkness. She fell towards her own end. As her consciousness faded, Lian Xiao touched the ground. But she soon realized that gravity had lost its hold on her, allowing her to move without the support of the ground. This other form was so light that she no longer needed to see, breathe, or feel with her skin. The information carried by everything flowed towards her. She also read her current self, the ends of her outstretched bodies not as human limbs, but as black mist. Lian Xiao suddenly understood the origin of the dark shadows near the giant egg. They were dead messengers, dead protozoa, existing in this form after dissipation. They had achieved immortality in another way. Lian Xiao watched the gradually rising mist, and knew he was almost there. This time, the black veil-like shadow did not repel her, but made way for her like a sea. The concepts of time and distance were erased from this space. She melted into the water-like surface of the giant egg, smoothly absorbed. The interior was pure white. But as Lian Xiao began to observe her surroundings, the space gradually shifted. Lian Xiao saw countless fine, bright silver orbits crisscrossing and sliding. As she paused to observe, countless grand scenes unfolded before her. Void, explosions, Earth, and the other planets like tiny grains of sand stirred up by the Creator, life-born, withered, and then became extinct, cycle after cycle taking over the entire planet. Earth was truly insignificant, nothing special. Lian Xiao's heart was as still as water. But as she drew closer, she saw Homo sapiens rubbing their throats, trying to pronounce their first syllables. In the blink of an eye, primitive settlements appeared, and in the blink of an eye, villages took shape, then city-states, kingdoms. And then war. No, the war had already begun. While Lian Xiao observed humanity itself, she also noticed other species. They were slaughtered, domesticated, and their blood stained the earth red. Is this the price of civilization? Like a wave crashing onto a rock, the rest of the water drops fall, and humanity is the drop that has traveled the furthest. But eventually, even this insignificant drop of water will vanish into the universe. Lian Xiao decided to look elsewhere. She saw the elderly Zhao Liqing. Zhao Liqing had aged to the point of relying on a mobility scooter. The mountain was dotted with white tombstones, like exposed bones beneath the earth. Amid the rustling of birch leaves, Zhao Liqing found Lian Xiao's tombstone. She shakily wiped the dirt off the ordinary tombstone, just as she had cleaned Hecate for Lian Xiao a dozen minutes earlier. This could actually happen, Lian Xiao thought, but she was relieved. At least Zhao Liqing lived to old age. Lian Xiao called back. If you're looking for that boy, he died 12 years after the current time. A voice said, sounding like a combination of all the female voices Lian Xiao knew. Lian Xiao easily accepted this as the mother goddess's setting. A track slid before her, but Lian Xiao didn't click it. Gu Chanfeng died 12 years later in the Battle of Winter's Oath, the youngest general ever to be killed in the alliance. Lian Xiao took a step back. The black mist continued, and in a moment, she would reach eternal life. You called me here just to see this? Lian Xiao questioned. And some of the tracks are reversible, she whispered. The tracks that etched Earth's history couldn't be reversed, but the ones where her shadow was present could. On the snowy mountains, I gave you a chance. Lian Xiao remembered the Zerg dragging her along, and the giant egg she saw on the brink of death. It was the fluid within the giant egg that repaired her dying body. Before I give you a second chance, take a look at this. A track was pulled before Lian Xiao's eyes. This time, she saw the location of the fourth protozoan. The moment their eyes met, the protozoan twitched, its compound eyes swirling in the solution. Countless fragments of images whizzed by. Amidst the infernal sea of fire, the mech discovered it. In the laboratory, it was dissected into several pieces, and tissue fluid was piped into the unconscious human's body through hoses. A new mech model was created. The Alliance launched a war. The Emperor of Lowenberg was beheaded by the Imperials, and sacrificed to the Alliance along with all the members of the royal family. The flames of war spread endlessly. Gu Chanfeng, Zhao Liqing, Cesare, and even classmates who were merely familiar to them all went to the front lines, and then came Earth. Earth citizens were forcibly conscripted, and General Tkachev, who had opposed the decree, was killed. Earth citizens were sent like expendable goods to the front lines where the artillery fire was heaviest. Finally, the Zerg, along with all the remaining Earthlings, annihilated second Earth. Memories of Earth were extinguished. Meanwhile, within the Alliance-controlled area, just seconds ago, they had located the fourth protozoan. Team after team of elite Mecha soldiers moved out throughout the night, and the flames of Avalon Gardens illuminated the night sky crimson. Major General Leslie could hardly conceal his excitement. He filled his glass with Basque mead and raised it toward Avalon Gardens. His high-spirited words flowed out as the wine splashed. Cheers to the new era. A new era, an era where the universe belongs exclusively to humanity, has arrived. Chapter 198. If the universe had tens of millions of forks, the outcome of this path would undoubtedly be the worst. Lian Xiao pursed his lips, and the path snapped back into place like a rubber band. The military's war hawks had achieved everything they wanted: the reclaiming of the Empire's territory, the restoration of human rule, invincible weapons of war, and in the war they had proactively provoked against the Zerg, humanity had for the first time ever gained the upper hand. The price paid was the sacrifice of all the remaining inhabitants of Earth to this war. And then, there were those she knew, and those she didn't. In the torrent of war, they didn't even deserve names. From top to bottom, the Alliance had been reduced to a fully powered war machine. Under the power of the powerful military, human society operated solely to serve the war effort. No wonder the giant egg had been helping her. Because you didn't want to see this happen, Lian Xiao said. Yes, the Mother Goddess said. You have rejected the will to become a messenger. If you still don't change your mind, this will be the last time we meet. Lian Xiao, my thoughts have not changed. She knew clearly that even if they were united on this matter, and could cooperate temporarily, the Zerg would always be her enemy. The human body is too fragile. You will face countless dangers alone. You may die on this journey, and even your life may not be enough to prevent it. I know. Lian Xiao shrugged. In theory, I should be dead by now. How could being resurrected and doing my best to change the future not be considered a gain? At this point, there was no need to continue the conversation. Okay, the Mother Goddess said. I wish you all the best. I hope the future we don't want to see won't happen. As soon as she finished speaking, Lian Xiao felt her entire body drift away. The intersecting tracks and the giant egg disappeared like bubbles dissolving in water in the blink of an eye. She was swept away by a gentle breeze and pushed back into the familiar sea of consciousness. In reality, something counterintuitive was happening. As if someone had turned the clock back, Lian Xiao's heart, whose shape she couldn't see clearly, repaired and reorganized, pumping blood vigorously, and the clotted blood in her veins began to flow again. A crackling sound came from her chest as the ribs were pulled out of the lungs and straightened back into place. The deflated lungs filled with air, and an unconscious cough emanated from her throat. This body, declared dead, was rapidly returning to life. Countless mental pathways sprouted, countless tiny wounds healed, leaving not even a scab. Every cell in her body seemed to be reborn. Lian Xiao opened his eyes. She blinked. The feeling of resurrection was strange and eerie. If it weren't for the lack of a single wound on her body, and the complete disappearance of exhaustion, Lian Xiao would have thought it was just a dream. She touched her chest, feeling the steady beating of her heart through her flesh. The Mother Goddess had repaired her body, but Hecate was still in tatters. Lian Xiao tried to activate the mech's self-repair program, repairing whatever she could. Yin Mingling had already left, leaving her alone in the fire. Lian Xiao took a moment to adjust to the situation and prepared to leave. Seizing the prototype from the military was too dangerous, so she decided to go it alone. In the eyes of her other teammates, she was already dead, reducing the possibility of dragging them down with her, but she didn't know if she would ever see them again. Lian Xiao closed her eyes, a trace of sadness slipping through her heart. But the situation was urgent, leaving her no time for reflection. Lian Xiao controlled Hecate to run. After waking, she formed an invisible connection with the protozoan clearly guiding her along the shortest route. Avalon Gardens was a sea of fire. Lian Xiao used her grappling gun to leap from building to building. Soon, Hecate's shell was so hot it could fry an egg. Overhead, the sound of aircraft and starships circling could be heard. She was thankful that the black smoke from the fire had effectively obscured Hecate's presence, preventing rescue workers from seeing her. The protozoan was located in a corner of Avalon Gardens, unaffected by the fire for the time being. Lian Xiao wiped her sweat from her forehead. She manually reduced the energy supply to the core module to ensure comfort, ensuring Hecate could survive longer in the event of a fight. The temperature inside the core module was now over 30 degrees Celsius, and she couldn't remove her combat uniform just yet. As she was about to exit the flames, Lian Xiao sorted out her plans. With her current equipment, Hecate's ability to break through the mech squad and seize the protozoan was a pipe dream. so she had to reach the protozoan location before the other forces. And equipment. Equipment was essential for both combat and escaping the protozoan. Thankfully, the Zerg Mother Goddess was reliable, having filled her mind with several locations in Avalon Gardens where she could pick up equipment. She planned to replenish her equipment near the protozoan and immediately leave with the protozoan. The rescue starship passed overhead, circled several times, and then hovered near the building's rooftop. The rescue team received medical personnel from the Red Dragon. The pervasive smoke had left her delirious, but compared to her colleagues and Lian Xiao who perished in the fire, she was already very lucky. "Student, hurry aboard the starship." The rescuers watched helplessly as the Red Dragon retreated silently, shouting anxiously. The flames were about to lick the rooftop. If they didn't leave, the entire starship would be doomed. "I fulfilled my duty." Gu Chongfeng's voice rang out from within the mech. "If you see my dad, please tell him I'm sorry." With that, he resolutely rushed into the flame-filled building. The sorrow and pain seemed to be dried away by the flames, and Gu Chongfeng's heart was filled with a calm madness. It was the so-called sense of responsibility that sustained his body, leading the medical personnel out of the fire. Is this the torment of losing a loved one? The moment Lian Xiao took the initiative to release the deep connection, Gu Chongfeng felt a part of his heart being emptied. He was amazed that his incomplete heart could still function, as if nothing had happened, but he knew it would never be the same again. He didn't know what returning to the fire scene now would change. Perhaps he was hoping for a 1 in a million chance of a miracle, or perhaps he simply wanted to be at Lian Xiao's side. It seemed he had never been able to rush to Lian Xiao's side when she was in danger. It had been like that during the battle against San Carlos, and it had been like that when facing the mechanical beasts. Lian Xiao didn't need his rescue. Perhaps it was he who needed it. He could only find salvation by Lian Xiao's side. Floors crumbled, concrete slabs falling continuously. Gu Chongfeng simply flew through the flames, smashing through the floors and rapidly descending to the point where Lian Xiao's mental fluctuations had last disappeared. Almost everything on this floor was completely incinerated. Gu Chongfeng took a moment to calm himself and walk deeper. The Red Dragon's internal system sounded a warning, but he ignored it. The half-hand-long shell casing he found, and the dense bullet holes on the ground reminded him that this was the site of the battle between Lian Xiao and Yan Mingling. Gu Chongfeng knelt on the ground, ignoring the flames burning on the mech surface, as he mechanically felt for every trace with his manipulator, his mind blank. The size and height matched Hecate's, and there were splatters of blood on the ground. For the first time in his life, he hated his own combat skills so much. The moment he saw these remaining traces of battle, he automatically deduced the entire course of the battle. Was Lian Xiao's final moments here, incapacitated, killed by Yan Mingling with so many bullets? With every thought, Gu Chongfeng felt a stabbing pain. He pressed his chest, barely breathing. But where were Lian Xiao and the mech? Red Dragon stumbled and struggled to his feet. Gu Chongfeng forced himself to think further. Taking Lian Xiao and the mech away would be too much trouble. He also had to find another place to dispose of him. But there was no sign of the mech being dragged or moved. The Red Dragon's paint slowly faded under the intense heat, revealing the fiery crimson of the alloy layer. The Red Dragon and the flames merged into one. Brutal rage burned within Gu Chongfeng like a fire. He wanted to kill Yan Mingling. He squeezed his eyes shut, calmly considering how to inflict Yan Mingling an agonizing death. A crackling sound filled the communication channel. It must have been the rescue team and the rest of the brigade. They had been trying to contact him since a while ago. Gu Chongfeng expressionlessly stopped receiving the communication. But this time, the communication was connected. It was a high-level military directive, disregarding the mecha status, ordering all mecha soldiers in a certain area to be killed. A wanted order is now being issued for Lian Xiao of the Alliance Mecha Academy. Lian Xiao, an S-rank dual attack and defensive specialist, pilots the Hecate Mecha and is still active within Avalon Gardens. Report any suspects immediately. Note: the suspect is carrying Alliance confidential items. The suspect may be killed if the items are secure. Repeat. Gu Chongfeng's head abruptly shifted, his heart aching slightly from the overwhelming joy of recovering what he had lost. He pressed his forehead, and when he opened his eyes again, his eyelashes were wet with tears. Lian Xiao was not dead. The whole world had regained meaning for him. Gu Chongfeng couldn't help but listen to the broadcast again, blinking his moist gray eyes, as he completely confirmed Lian Xiao's survival. Then the Red Dragon sprang into action, breaking through the flames and leaping. He had to find Lian Xiao before the other Alliance mecha soldiers. Fighting together, two men had a better chance of victory than one alone. Whether it was the Alliance or the military, no matter who was against them. He would never let Lian Xiao risk his own life again. Meanwhile, on the rescue starship, the other members of the Lianda team were stunned. They were lucky, at the last moment. Just as the rooftop collapsed, the rescue starship dropped ropes, allowing them to climb up one by one. No! You're kidding. Cesare exclaimed. Already frustrated by the loss of his mental connection with Lian Xiao and his inability to contact Gu Chanfeng, this suddenly happened. Cesare smashed the communication channel with a few punches. Wanted criminal, the teammate they had been with day and night, with his life or death unknown, had become a wanted criminal. Everyone felt absurd. After reading the wanted order 3 times in a row, Zhao Liqing silently unfastened the mecha's fasteners. Yi Yin quickly restrained her and whispered, "What are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Everyone, stay where you are." The next second, Tyrant forcibly accessed the team's internal communication channel and shouted, "You all evacuate with the rescue starship. I handle this matter. Teacher, can you bring Lian Xiao back safely?" Zhao Liqing said, squeezing out a word. Everyone present knew what this level of wanted order meant. With the ban on kills for mech reservists, Lian Xiao's chances of surviving a full-fledged mech's attack were practically zero. Even if he survived, Lian Xiao would be court-martialed. "I will," Su Shaoluo said firmly. "I won't let anyone harm my students." Zhao Liqing seemed appeased, but after Tyrant disconnected the communication, she unexpectedly and violently destroyed the starship's door and leaped from the ship. Zhao Liqing's lips moved slightly. She had to go. She wouldn't let anyone hurt her friend. Before the rescue team could react, Cesare gritted his teeth and jumped in too. He didn't know how to save Lian Xiao, but if he didn't do anything, he despised himself. Please, Lian Xiao must be okay. Cesare thought to himself. Every time he took a nutritional supplement, he felt like vomiting, and he was still looking forward to the post-championship dinner. Yi Yin slumped in his seat. He should have guessed what Gu Chanfeng was up to by refusing to answer the call. 2 students rushed out in quick succession, and while the rescue team quickly reported the situation, the remaining 3 became the focus of surveillance. Poincaré had been a step too slow, and now he was utterly distracted. "Are you stupid?" Yi Yin couldn't help but say, assisting a wanted criminal. "Not only will you forget about graduating, you might even be court-martialed." Zhao Liqing is fine, but he couldn't stop Gu Chanfeng, nor could he stop Cesare. Yi Yin. Besides, Lian Xiao didn't die, and the mental connection was broken, which means she didn't want us to know about our involvement. You're betraying her kindness by helping her. But I can't just watch Lian Xiao die. Poincaré was sullen. In fact, he and Lian Xiao had a pretty good relationship within the team. And she was the one who risked her life to go with me to find our friend on the snowy mountains. He scratched his head and said, "I think saving our friend's life is more important." Su Xing interrupted quietly. "So what exactly is that thing Lian wants to take?" "I'm sure she has a reason." Yi Yin was stunned. "I don't know." A squad of elite mecha soldiers surrounded the entire building. The team's arc amplified its perception, carefully capturing the mental fluctuations. Suddenly she opened her eyes, locked onto Lian Xiao and the prototype bug. Chapter 199. Lian Xiao had concealed his mental fluctuations effectively, and the dormant prototype was very weak. Even the battle-hardened Fang Zhou struggled to determine their position. Fang Zhou issued orders one by one within the Tower of Babel. They were the first squad to arrive, and several elite squads from the Starlink region were also charging in. The squad members silently climbed up the wall, quickly passing the lower floors and approaching the middle floors where their target lay. Suddenly, Fang Zhou sensed Lian Xiao's movement and alertly ordered the team to halt. But just as the team paused, a sniper bullet with a silencer hit the leading mech soldier's vital point. The mech soldier was slightly startled. All the squad's mechs were supposed to have activated their optical camouflage devices, blending in with their surroundings. How had Lian Xiao managed such a precise sniper strike? He quickly changed his stance, clinging to the outer wall with one hand, his entire mech arched, ready to gather power and leap directly into the building. But another bullet hit the manipulator squarely. The mech soldier lost his balance and fell, crashing into his teammate behind him. He quickly tried to launch a rope, but the enemy was faster than him. Bullets with a propulsive effect struck him one after another, pushing him and his nearest teammate down. The chain of attacks only disrupted the team's formation. Fang Zhou frowned slightly. Lian Xiao had disappeared again. Except for the 2 mechs that had fallen behind, the remaining mech soldiers accelerated upwards. As they climbed into the building, Lian Xiao's mental power fluctuations revealed themselves again. This way. Arc immediately synchronized with Lian Xiao's direction. Once within attack range, the team abandoned stealth. The heavy armored soldiers cleared the way, and the main attacking units opened fire. The wall crumbled under the hail of bullets, and Lian Xiao began to flee. But that escaped speed. Fang Zhou was suspicious. But before she could think further, the bombs detonated, and they stepped into a bomb-ridden area. The force of the bombs not only damaged the mechs, but also completely destroyed the surrounding structures. Countless brick and tile fragments buried the mechs, and the team was instantly immobilized. Amidst the rising dust, Hecate finally emerged. Among the rubble, Lian Xiao suddenly stopped. She could sense that Fang Zhou wasn't completely unconscious. At the back, Fang Zhou, least affected by the explosion, pushed aside the rubble and lunged at Lian Xiao, unleashing a mental attack. This was the first time Lian Xiao had engaged an active Fang Zhou head-on. It seemed the opponent wasn't very good at melee combat, and fearing Lian Xiao's escape, he reluctantly opted for close combat. Lian Xiao blocked a punch, but the opponent's mechanical limb, specially hardened, shattered a piece of Hecate's outer shell. Lian Xiao sighed inwardly, no longer suppressing his mental power. He infiltrated the enemy's mental channel with overwhelming force. S-level mental power truly could disregard the gap in actual combat experience, instantly causing a mental shock to the A-level arc. The moment the A-level arc froze, Lian Xiao grabbed her mechanical arm, stepped forward, and sent the A-level arc flying with a seemingly light, but in fact powerful kick. Concentrating his mental power, the knife sank into the gap between the components, scalpel-like, accurately severing the vital part of the opposing arc's core module. Wasn't it a bit too much to underestimate her, considering she was a dual cultivator of attack and aggression, engaging in a real-world mental dual combat? Lian Xiao muttered to himself, forgetting that his punch had deflated the core module, extinguishing the arc's hope of sending a distress signal. Fang Zhou was stuck in front of the control panel, somewhat surprised that Lian Xiao had simply disabled her mech and not done anything more. A moment later, Lian Xiao arrived and not only quickly looted all of her mech's ammunition, but also specifically dismantled its positioning system. Team Fang Zhou, It turned out her teammates were being looted first before her turn. Before the remaining two mechs could reach her, Lian Xiao had already scrambled down the other side, acting like a guerrilla fighter. It wasn't that she didn't want to escape after finding the prototype bug, it was simply impossible to get out of the building. During the few seconds she spent climbing the wall, Lian Xiao could once again see the several buildings next to her completely collapse. This wasn't caused by a fire, but by armored boats dispatched by the military, razing them to the ground. This building stood alone amidst the rubble, and as soon as Lian Xiao left, she would be immediately targeted. Lian Xiao let go and swung into the building, tumbling repeatedly. Sure enough, within seconds, a bullet locked onto her blew out the window. A cold sweat broke out on Lian Xiao's forehead. At this moment, she felt grateful to Cephas and his men for sabotaging Hecate's positioning system. Lian Xiao subconsciously touched the glass jar containing the prototype bug hidden within the mech. She had to find another exit quickly, otherwise, the longer she waited, the less likely she would escape. Ammunition could be replenished by looting the mech soldiers' equipment, but Lian Xiao used it sparingly. After all, she never knew when supplies would run out. Furthermore, almost every mech soldier had more combat experience and fighting ability than she did. She tried to avoid direct confrontation, instead using roundabout tactics like leaking her mental energy to lure the enemy into an ambush, eliminating as many enemies as she could. Lian Xiao released a rat she had caught at the scrapyard where the prototype bugs were kept, and simulated her mental energy fluctuations on it. The mech squad just now had been deceived by her in this way, falling into the trap without a second thought. Lian Xiao began to run, and insects and rats in different corners of the building began to die. That was Lian Xiao diverting a tiny amount of her mental energy to connect with the minds of these creatures. These spies observed the outside world for her, but then died because they could not bear the mental energy. The top arc never lacked eyes. Lian Xiao saw that several large mech squads were approaching, and she was running out of time. A small starship a few hundred meters away was designated as the temporary command point for this operation. The code name for this operation was Dawn. Who could have imagined that so many mech squads would be deployed to encircle and suppress a mere cadet? On the screen, the first advanced mech squad lost all signal. The second wave of mech squads had united to surround the building, and were slowly advancing inside. Both sides knew that Lian Xiao's greatest disadvantage was that he was alone. As long as enough mecha troopers were dispatched, capturing Lian Xiao would only be a matter of time. Secure the perimeter. No unauthorized personnel are allowed in, the commanding officer stressed. He and the true leader, Lieutenant General Lancaster, had always feared only tyrants, but the commanding officer found it impossible. How could Susera destroy his own career for a student? Students, after all, are always fresher. An unidentified mecha is approaching the restricted area at high speed. The subordinate reported, "Yes, it's the 9-phase diagram. Have her stop." I talked to her. The commanding officer grabbed the phone. He had already prepared a conciliatory policy. I shouted. But there was no response. The subordinate's report suddenly became halting. Received a message from the 9 phases diagram. What is it? The adjutant pressed the communicator in his ear. He knew that Lieutenant General Lancaster hated Gu Mian and Susera the most, and he understood the importance of aligning information with his superiors. Ask about the general's father and his health. The subordinate's tone clearly indicated that these were distorted versions. At this moment, the small dot representing the 9 phases diagram had already broken into the encirclement. Why don't you attack? The adjutant's face flushed, shocked and angry. Facing the tyrant, who dared to attack, the pressure from the first arc of the Tyrant Alliance was too overwhelming. Several who attempted to intercept suddenly fell to their knees within 10 seconds of the tyrant's cold weapons in hand. A second later, their mechas slid into 3 pieces. No one saw how the tyrant attacked. The tyrant has gone mad. This is a blatant act of defiance against the military and the Alliance. Su Xiaoluo felt a surge of grief, pain, and anger threatening to burst her. Yin Mingling had once said she wasn't fit to teach students. And she truly wasn't. Su Xiaoluo drew her sword and cast a cold glance at the mecha soldiers, who kept their distance, their eyes as if looking at a dead person. She wasn't fit to be a teammate, a friend. Fu Mingwang's whereabouts were unknown, Bai Josie hadn't been heard from, and several teammates had been injured or sacrificed, leaving only Yin Mingling. Yin Mingling's intention to kill Lian Xiao was inextricably linked to Fu Mingwang's disappearance. Over 20 years. She and Yin Mingling had been friends for over 20 years. Could someone really wear a mask and act flawlessly for so many years? At that moment, Su Xiaoluo felt more lonely than ever. Perhaps it was because the lovers, comrades, and friends who had never had the chance to express their feelings had all left her. And the figure she had grown accustomed to, who had stood behind her like a shadow for over 20 years, was now gone. The only person she had a chance to save was Lian Xiao, so she came regardless of the consequences. Tyrant, I will personally escort Lian Xiao back to the Alliance's main planet alive, or else, no further discussion. The mecha soldiers outside the building were temporarily contained by Tyrant, but the situation inside was not optimistic for Lian Xiao. The mecha team sent by the military, like her, had no idea of the building's internal structure. Lian Xiao searched from top to bottom and found that if there was truly another exit, the bottom of the building was the only possible option. At this moment, microdrones, capable of both reconnaissance and attack, began to hover outside the building, entering in batches to conduct a search. Lian Xiao's attempts to hide and move without alerting the enemy became increasingly difficult. Outside were the drones, and below were the mecha teams, too numerous for her to handle alone. A net of heaven and earth closed in on her. Adrenaline surged, and fear was unrecognizable. Lian Xiao pinched her cold fingers, took a deep breath, and tried not to think about the possible consequences. She pressed the remote blast button, and the ceiling above dozens of mech soldiers shattered. At the same time, a mental wave flashed from the second floor. The mech soldiers reacted quickly, and one of the snipers blindly fired at the hole, hitting the target. Realizing her position was exposed, Lian Xiao not only interrupted the subsequent bomb attack, but also fled in panic, with no mental power left to cover her. Without any communication, the elite mech soldiers broke through the floor and gave chase. At this moment, Lian Xiao leaped down the 10th floor stairwell at a rapid descent. Lian Xiao had temporarily evaded drone detection in the sealed stairwell. Another smoke bomb. Lian Xiao knew she could only use this method once. Not all the mechs would pursue her, and they would soon realize she wasn't even on the second floor. So, she had to quickly break through the remaining small group and penetrate the basement before the main force could react. Lian Xiao landed and rushed out of the stairwell. Time seemed to slow as she lunged at the nearest mech, stabbed her scalpel into its head, placed the muzzle of her gun against the core module, and pulled the trigger. Even with the silencer, the armor-piercing bullets caused the mech to vibrate. The mech slowly fell, and the nearby mech soldiers also noticed Lian Xiao's presence. They tried to send a message through the Tower of Babel, but found they had somehow escaped from it. The moment Lian Xiao launched his attack, he had already unnoticed the mech soldiers' mental pathways, and unilaterally severed their connection to the Tower of Babel. This loss of connection was only temporary. The Ark would soon realize something was amiss. The entrance to the basement was not far away. Lian Xiao grasped the disabled mech and moved forward. using it as a massive shield to slam down the oncoming enemies. This mech happened to be a main attack type, but after a few seconds, Lian Xiao felt her arm muscles tense to the point of numbness. The next second, she swung out the main attack type, knocking down the sniper, who was reloading, completely exposing herself to the other mechs. Gunshots rang out from both sides. Each bullet that struck the Hecata dislodged a small piece of alloy. Lian Xiao leaped up, moving at the fastest speed the Hecata could withstand, and engaged another main attack type. Her thinking was clear. First, eliminate the mecha that posed the greatest threat. The main attack type calmly charged forward. In close combat, a student wasn't even qualified to challenge her. But then, a mental shockwave erupted. The mecha soldiers present had a lower mental power level than Lian Xiao, and none could withstand her mental shockwave. The main attack type froze for a second, a moment in which countless sparks erupted from its chest and abdomen. Lian Xiao was relentless, quickly expending his few armor-piercing rounds. The second main attack type was thrown to the ground, and Lian Xiao sprinted towards the entrance. 2 main attack types were destroyed in a frontal assault. Her heart pounded. It had already exceeded her expectations. If only. But at that moment, the ceiling collapsed, and dozens of mechas descended in front of Lian Xiao, like a solid wall. It was over. If Lian Xiao hadn't been carrying the prototype bug, these mecha soldiers would have chopped Lian Xiao and the tattered Hecata into sieves the moment they met. The few who held guns were both a warning and an act of arrogance. The active mecha soldiers ignored her. Lian Xiao's blood, boiling just now, slowly cooled. Suddenly, a crimson figure charged into the mecha soldiers, seemingly unaware of their ammunition shortage, attacking like a wild beast. It was the Red Dragon. The unleashed Red Dragon. Lian Xiao suddenly remembered the promise she had made hours ago. No matter what, do not unleash the Red Dragon. No matter what, ensure your own safety first. She and Gu Changfeng had both broken their promise. Chapter 200. Where did this mech come from? One of the mech soldiers immediately recognized it. It was the legendary Red Dragon, the Alliance's most powerful main attack type. The identity of its pilot was clear. 2 S ranks. Everyone had heard of the Red Dragon's destructive power, and even the naive cadets, the mech soldiers had put aside their contempt. The nearest mech soldiers drew their weapons and charged forward. They were the elite of the main attack types, best suited to fighting the Red Dragon. The crimson, demonic mech stood still, a deep, gasping sound like a blower emanating from its chest. The main attack types were stunned. It didn't sound like any machine or human could make, more like an inhuman creature trapped within. The next second, it was the Red Dragon that launched the first attack. It slammed into one of the main attack mechs like a cannonball, and the 2 mechs clashed and flew away, their speed and force so great that they ignored the surrounding mech soldiers, sending them flying together. However, amidst this high-speed movement, a flash of golden light appeared, and the Red Dragon severed the main attack mech's head. Then, it plunged its lion's roar deep into the main attack mech's core compartment, extending its arm and tightening the hilt like pulling the sail of a sailboat, slowing the main attack mech to a stop. It faced Lian Xiao, its back to the mech soldiers. This was a perfect opportunity to launch an attack, but no one dared. Fear, like the blood spilled along the main attack mech's core compartment, permeated everyone's hearts. Is this the destructive power that a human-piloted mech can inflict? Only Lian Xiao knew that Gu Changfeng had surrendered his consciousness and body, unleashing a monster with only a heart of violence, a monster capable of rivaling the awakened proto-insect. The Red Dragon took 2 steps toward Lian Xiao, then suddenly turned. Facing the silent, alert mech soldiers, its alloy eyes gleamed with ecstasy. The Red Dragon kicked off the lion's roar, not even glancing at its weapons. Faced with the unarmed Red Dragon mech soldiers, they should have breathed a sigh of relief. But a sense of unease gripped them all. Teams quickly adjusted their formations, and in an instant, bullets, artillery fire, and lasers poured out. The blurry figure in the hail of bullets was finally slowed. They were all Alliance-made mechs, and the Red Dragons weren't mythical enough to be bulletproof. Even the Red Dragons were shaken and moved by the barrage of fire. But the mech soldiers' joy was premature. The red figure suddenly faded, flashing before the heavily armored frontline soldiers, who were on high alert. Before they could react, their heads rolled to the ground. The next moment, the heavily armored soldier was surprised to find his hands empty. The Red Dragon snatched the armored soldier's shield with its bare hands, tearing off its mechanical arm along with it. It wasn't foolish enough to abandon its weapon, but rather, its weaponry was limiting its ability. It roared back into the enemy line. This was the moment of slaughter it had longed for. Instantly, the mech soldiers were thrown into chaos. The Red Dragon, like a sword, sliced the path ahead. Mech limbs were constantly flung out, and cries for more support echoed from the Babel Tower. It was just a mech. Countless bullets and cold weapons ripped away the Red Dragon's outer layer of defense, exposing its alloy components. But Gu Changfeng, piloting it, seemed insensitive to the pain. He casually grabbed the two mechs and rammed them together, tilting his head as if to enjoy the metallic hum, lost in a frenzy of bloodlust. No one cared about Guan Lianxiu and the prototype bug anymore. If the red figure licked them, the mechs would surely be destroyed. This might be Lian Xiao's only chance to escape during the chaos, but she seemed to have taken root. Why had he come? Why did he want to break the Red Dragon's bonds? The moment he stood by her, exposed the Red Dragon's secret in front of so many people, and defied the alliance, Gu Changfeng was doomed to fail. Lian Xiao's mind was in a tizzy. She had many valid reasons to sacrifice her life, her future, and everything she had to betray the alliance. If she were captured, she would be put on trial or used as a research subject. In the eyes of some in the military, her life was insignificant anyway. But Gu Changfeng was different. He shouldn't have come. What reason could possibly justify him taking the blame for aiding a wanted criminal? Lian Xiao gave a wry smile, having never realized that Gu Changfeng was the most emotionally driven of them all. Hecate took a running start, accelerating forward. Stop her! The target is running! Amidst the fierce battle, someone still noticed Lian Xiao's actions. But Hecate leaped up and firmly controlled the Red Dragon from behind. The bottomless sea of psychic energy within the sea of consciousness unleashed its full force, sending shockwaves through the mecha soldiers present. The instantaneous drain of psychic energy sent a piercing pain through Lian Xiao's head. She dove into Gu Changfeng's sea of consciousness, gritted her teeth, and pushed the Red Dragon's active consciousness back beyond the barrier. She couldn't let the Red Dragon lose control. If it continued any longer, Gu Changfeng might be eroded by the Red Dragon's ego, never to wake up again. The Red Dragon's inhuman ego was powerful and violent. During the tug-of-war with Lian Xiao's psychic power, some mecha soldiers had already regained consciousness, and were about to surround and capture them both. Second mental shock. Lian Xiao's own consciousness was momentarily blank. The Red Dragon, suppressed by her, was restless, even trying to invade Lian Xiao's sea of consciousness. Third mental shock. Under the continuous, surging mental force, those tentacle-like main nerve bundles reluctantly retreated from Gu Changfeng's neck, and the Red Dragon was finally forced into a deep sleep. Lian Xiao, exhausted, sank into the familiar waters where two ocean currents met. Lian Xiao exhaled, released his hand, and leaned against Gu Changfeng's back, a little exhausted. In reality, the Red Dragon trembled slightly, as if waking from a dream. Gu Changfeng, newly awake, had Lion's roar thrust into his hand, and Lian Xiao grasped his other hand. Let's fight our way out together. Since the alliance couldn't stay, she would take Gu Changfeng with her. In this vast universe, there was always a place for them. The mecha soldiers, having stabilized their mental shock, surged forward again, like a tide, and closed in. The outer circle was littered with broken mechas and their remains, and the mecha soldiers groaned continuously. The Red Dragon's rampage had eliminated nearly half of the mecha soldiers, but there were still more than 20 remaining. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Red Dragon's abnormal frenzy had been broken. Though the mecha soldiers were unsure of the cause, it was undoubtedly good news for them. Lian Xiao and Gu Changfeng stood back to back, their nerves strained to the breaking point. Rationally, they had no chance of winning. The air was filled with the stench of burning and ammunition. Lian Xiao looked up and saw the black starship slowly descending from the seamless night, its attack guns exposed on its hull. This was the final moment. These two mechas, who had fought side by side many times before, launched an attack on the Alliance mecha soldiers, who outnumbered them several times. Under the weight of death, Lian Xiao's reflexes reached peak speed, leaving Lian Feng behind. Her blade rose and fell, darting through the gaps between the mechas. She was deaf to all sound. In the vision she shared with Gu Changfeng, bullets pelted Hecate and Red Dragon from all directions. One mecha was repelled, only to be replaced by two, then three more. The muscle memory of countless training strikes, of falling and rising again, allowed her to react without thinking, dodging and counterattacking with impeccable ease. But more and more mechas pounced. It was a relentless battle. As the intense battle continued, Lian Xiao and Gu Changfeng would tire, make mistakes, and that was when they were defeated. Hecate and Red Dragon's backs collided again. Both were panting heavily. The mechas they had so hard to defeat slowly stood up under the cover of their teammates. Suddenly, a sound of piercing air rapidly intensified, and the mechas that had once again surrounded them were engulfed in flames. Long-range fire? The Mecha soldiers present, unaffected by the attack, were startled. The area around them was a strictly clear restricted zone for several hundred meters. It was impossible for even unidentified individuals, let alone unidentified mechas, to enter the restricted zone undetected. The only possibility was that someone, from hundreds of meters away, had aimed a rocket launcher at them. Any change in wind direction could deflect a bullet. The accuracy of the trajectory calculations was alarming. Sniper bullets quickly struck the elusive enemies. The mysterious gunman had quickly switched weapons, using almost pistol-like rapid-fire tactics to engage in a one-sided, long-range slaughter. What brutal and overwhelming power! The sudden situation was reported back to the temporary command post, and Wanchi quickly pinpointed the gunman's location through calculations. A few hundred meters away, atop a tall building, the woman cast one last glance at Lian Xiao through her scope before calmly evacuating the scene. Her left leg, bare below the knee, relied on a mechanical exoskeleton to walk and run. This seemingly impossibly powerful woman, yet she moved between the tall buildings with ease. With a snap of her fingers, the explosives buried beneath the sniper position exploded, obliterating all traces of the scene, along with the incoming drone. Good luck to the three children, Ananke thought. She could only help them so far. In the blink of an eye, the number of mechs still capable of action dwindled dramatically. Lian Xiao couldn't help but glance at the approaching starship. Only 5 or 6 mechs remained blocking their path. Just then, a mech suddenly emerged from the underground entrance. Lian Xiao's heart sank. Could there be more Alliance mechs lurking underground? But the mech, like a bull, overran the enemy standing in Lian Xiao's way. A familiar voice, "Follow me." It was Zhao Liqing. Zhao Liqing, upright and well-behaved from childhood on, never breaking the rules, strode over to Lian Xiao and took her hand without hesitation, as if stepping over the rule she cherished most, siding with Lian Xiao. Zhao Liqing shouldn't have come, Lian Xiao thought. Zhao Liqing commanded the heavy armored soldiers, dragging Lian Xiao along as they ran, knocking aside the mech soldiers who had reacted. Zhao Liqing was more determined than ever, just as she had been when Anake questioned her. Regret? Was it worth it? No, Zhao Liqing thought. She would regret it if she didn't save Lian Xiao. As for her parents and brother, she believed they would understand. The three mechs stumbled through the mech soldiers' defenses and arrived at the underground entrance. Below was the passage connecting to the outside world that Anan pointed out to her. It was through this passage that Zhao Liqing had entered. With the dawn ahead, Lian Xiao's expression changed. She sensed the subtle mental energy of the protozoan. The starship was approaching. The building shook violently, twisting and deforming. The upper floors tilted and collapsed like building blocks. The starship, separated by a floor, pushed through the upper floors like a bulldozer. The muzzle of the gun shot out of the concrete and pointed at them. Lian Xiao could never have imagined that the military had suddenly given up on the protozoan, willing to use this large-scale weapon to kill them. Zhao Liqing quickly pushed Lian Xiao into the entrance. She and Gu Changfeng stood in front of him. A curtain of bullets fell. The raindrops gently fell on the mecha. The bullets released gas the moment they touched. Lian Xiao suddenly realized it was a tranquilizer round. The military had not given up on the protozoan. The entire space was instantly filled with a high concentration of anesthetic gas. Lian Xiao pulled out the glass container. Before her consciousness could escape her body, she slammed the prototype down hard. The mecha fell to the ground, its weight crushing the prototype into a pulp. Lian Xiao seemed to have slept unconsciously for an eternity, yet it also seemed like only a second. Countless figures swayed as she was lifted, dragged, and lowered. Every time she tried to escape her endless slumber, someone injected her with a drug that plunged her deeper into the quagmire. Intermittently she heard someone say, "Prison. Detention. Suspect number S699. Detention level Super S level. Detention period. Permanent."